In the year 2029, a venerable teacher at Anqing 9 Middle School unearthed a photograph of a school idol and academic prodigy from 2 decades prior, whose exquisite beauty, Eckley, said that of countless contemporary celebrities. Regrettably, he met an untimely demise. Forever frozen in age at a mere 22 years, that a chorus of lamentation arose from the post-2000 generation. You lived before I was born, and I live now that you have departed. By a twist of fate, Jiang Ye Nai He found herself transported back to the year 2007, where she encountered the living Xiao Yu. The illustrious senior was aloof, rebellious, and on the verge of self-destruction. Amidst the frictions of a bygone era, she developed a clandestine affection for him. In the present day, there exists a fervent search across the internet for a mysterious, strikingly handsome young man. Eventually, his identity was unveiled. Xiao Yu, age 22, the chief scientist and CEO of a prominent technology company, whose prodigious talents and youthful brilliance captivated. He masses that as Jiang Ye Nai He inadvertently rode the wave of his virality. She found herself besieged by trolls across various platforms, enduring relentless vitriol. One fateful day during a live stream, as the haters prepared to unleash their scorn, the camera panned to reveal the young man reclining behind her. Subsequently, the comments on her accounts transformed. Please take more pictures with your husband, we beg you. Chapter 1. What kind of world is this? On a cool evening at the cusp of late spring and early summer, Jiang Ye Nai He sat astride a heavy motorcycle, her gaze fixed on the illuminated screen of her phone, trembling with indignation. She had been schemed against. The third trending topic on the globally popular short video platform, Quick Chloride. Internet celebrity Jiang Seer banned. Jiang Seer, a 17-year-old second-year student at Anqing 9 Middle School, boasts an impressive following of 7 million on the social media platform FastClaw. Recently, it was reported that she was seen in the luxurious car of a chairman over 40 years old from SUS Technology. Within just 3 days, malicious individuals have orchestrated a campaign online, leading to a significant backlash against her. The repercussions have been dire. She faces a total ban across all platforms, business contract terminations, and exorbitant fines, culminating in her expulsion from school. All of these matters necessitate notification to her guardian at 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Ye Nai found her mother in a private dining room. The moment she pushed the door open, she was enveloped by the pungent aroma of smoke and alcohol. The woman, He Chu, is Jiang Ye Nai's mother, a freelancer whose daily existence revolves around dining, drinking, and playing mahjong with a group of dubious friends, predominantly male. Jiang Ye Nai He is a child born posthumously. Her father, Jiang Ling, passed away when He Chu was 8 months pregnant at the tender age of 22. At that time, He Chu and Jiang Ling had not yet formalized their union, and as a result, this unmarried mother, with her unstable lifestyle, subjected Jiang Ye Nai He to relentless lice, and even ridicule throughout her childhood. The entrance of Jiang Ye Nai He momentarily stilled the air. He Chu released her middle-aged friend and squinted at Jiang Ye Nai He with a smile. Darling, what brings you here? Haven't you eaten? With a sullen expression, Jiang Ye Nai He approached He Chu, pulled several documents from her bag, and flung them onto the table before her. I've been banned. The penalty is still 3 million short, and I have been expelled from school. I need your signature and a bit of money. 3 million? The inebriated He Chu's bewildered gaze drifted. Mom just made an investment recently. Before she could finish her thought, old Lu interjected. Xiao Yi, your mother is currently short on funds. I shall provide you with the money. This statement seemed to strike a chord with the adolescent girl. Ms. He, her doe-like eyes, filled with vitality, turned red as she impulsively retorted, how many times have you supported me since childhood? Why should I rely on others for something as simple as money? If you can't afford it, then don't. My father is gone, but my grandparents are still alive, aren't they? He Chu, who had initially worn a smile, now wore a cold expression. Ye Nai He, have you grown up thinking that the Jiang family's wealth is abundant and wish to reconnect? At times, an individual's collapse requires not a multitude of setbacks, but merely a single straw to break the camel's back. He Chu did not inquire why she had been ostracized. All that mattered to her was money. Why did she aspire to be an internet celebrity? Why was she pursuing quick riches? It was simply because He Chu had never held a job in all these years, nor did she have familial support. Yet money continued to flow abundantly. Where did all that wealth originate? Throughout her life, the most frequent refrain she heard was that Jiang Ye Nai He's mother was worthless, profiting solely from the constant resale of herself. Her mother's vilification was far more painful than the bullying she endured herself. She sought to earn money, primarily to liberate her mother from such slander. In the future, when others mentioned her mother's idleness, she wished to assert confidently, I support her. The grievances overflowed from her heart as she interjected, indeed, had I been with the Jiang family, I could have had anything I desired. I would have been a renowned influencer, and no one would dare label me as an illegitimate child, nor could I ever be the daughter of a disgrace. Ye Nai He. He Chu extended her hand, halting just 2 centimeters from Jiang Ye Nai He's face, refraining from striking her. Isn't that the truth? She cried out in anguish to her mother. Look at what you do every day. After my father passed away, why didn't you choose to terminate my existence? Why bring me into this world, only to lead a life so suffocating? With that, she stormed out, leaving He Chu in a fit of coughs. Old Lu patted her back, helplessly remarking, little wild one's temperament is truly reminiscent of Jiang Ling. Jiang Ye Nai He sped down the road, the cold wind whipping past her as she endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted at her, "Stop! Stop! The road ahead is blocked. It leads to an abyss." It was too late. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a dimly lit streetlight glowed in a narrow, abandoned alley. Beneath its glow, a chaotic assembly of fierce shadows intertwined. After a span of 10 minutes, a group of ruffians, resembling frenzied chickens in tight pants, fell to the ground, wailing, while several steel rods rolled nearby. Amidst this tumult, a striking figure emerged. Tall and clad in a high-neck black sweater, a young man knelt on one knee, his bloodied fist clenched tightly, his sharp brows furrowed in concentration. His right hand pressed against a shoulder, from which damp stains seeped through his sweater, staining his long, elegant fingers crimson. Soon, several more figures appeared, lurking in the shadows beyond the light. An old military coat lay abandoned, silent as the autumn leaves severed by a fierce wind of the seasons. And, suddenly, a white basketball shoe descended upon it, the toe spinning to wipe the remnants of snow from the shoe's upper, leaving behind a haughty imprint. At that moment, a menacing voice resonated like a low bass. "Xiao Yu, kneel down and call me daddy, and he'll let you go." The youth glanced at the coat beneath his feet, smirking slightly, his lips forming the word grandson. Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream, tinged with tears, echoed from the horizon as shards of snow from the eaves nearby tumbled into the shadows. In an instant, a cry of "Ouch! Damn it!" emerged from that direction. Figures stirred in the shadows, and, as they stepped into the light, a girl clad in a deep blue naval-style spring dress unexpectedly captured everyone's attention. Jiang Ye Nai He steadied her heart and lifted her gaze. Before her stood a striking figure. Lustrous, jet-black short hair framed a delicate face, with skin so fair it seemed to reflect light, adorned with minor scars. Deep-set phoenix eyes, a handsome nose, and rosy lips coalesced into an enchanting visage. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Lost in thought, a hand seized her collar. "Hey, who are you?" Turning to face her captor, her mind buzzed, and her scalp prickled. This striking, somewhat mixed-race appearance, along with the white long puffer jacket he wore, was one she had seen countless times in old photographs at home. It was her father, Jiang Ling, the one she had dreamt of incessantly. Was this a ghost? She was in complete disarray when, an opportune moment, a tall youth squatted before her, rubbing his arm and cursing, "Damn it, if you don't want to live, don't. Jump on me, Uncle Lu." This person was none other than her mother's close friend, Uncle Lu, whom she had often heard her refer to. He appeared so youthful, seemingly around her age. Lu Qi was bewildered. He turned to Jiang Ling. "Jiang Ling, did I hear that correctly? She called me uncle." Indeed, he was her father. What sort of world was this? Chapter 2. Traversing to 2007, Jiang Ye Nai He, in a state of utter disarray, rose to her feet and clutched Jiang Ling's collar, exclaiming, You? Are you my father?" Having gazed at her father's photographs countless times in her childhood, her dreams transformed him from the cold, unfeeling image captured in those pictures into a figure who moved and spoke. The girl trembled violently, overwhelmed by sorrow, grievance, excitement, and an undeniable chill. Jiang Ling was equally bewildered, questioning, "What did you just call me?" The realization dawned upon her. He was speaking. He was alive. In a moment of emotional collapse, she cried out, "Father! Father! I have seen my living father." What was intended to be a deeply moving scene descended into a profound silence, permeated by an air of absurdity. "Father, I am so cold." Jiang Ye Nai He remained ensconced in her own world, pleading, "Father, where are we? Have you come to take me away to live a better life there?" Her cries were heart-wrenching, while the group of youthful boys, bewildered, momentarily forgot the ongoing altercation. They scrutinized her closely, murmuring, "She is truly beautiful," adorned with a cap and a short skirt that revealed her legs. Suddenly, Lu Qi felt his headache recede. "Jiang Ling," he remarked, "it seems that what Jia Hui said might be true. There is nothing between her and Xiao Yu." Jiang Ling shot him a glance. Lu Qi continued, "The girls we usually encounter merely leave messages on QQ space, but this girl is willing to call you father to save Xiao Yu. How remarkable. If Xiao Yu were truly involved with Jia Hui, would any girl act in such a manner?" Jiang Ling, Xiao Yu, straining to rise. Xiao Yu too assessed the tearful young woman before him, her legs exposed as she wept like a dumpling. Undoubtedly, no matter how formidable he is, a single individual cannot contend against such a multitude. The girl's audacity to leap from the rooftop, calling out for her father to disrupt the chaos, indeed proved beneficial to him. Yet, He had little recollection of ever having seen her before. As Jiang Ling gazed at the tear-streaked maiden, a sense of compassion and tenderness unexpectedly welled up within him. He had initially intended to brusquely shove her aside, but found himself reluctant to do so. In a flurry, he fumbled through his pocket, producing a packet of tissues. "Wipe this," he urged hastily as Jiang Ye Nai He caught them, and he quickly retreated, signaling his companions to prepare for withdrawal. One of the ruffians staggered to his feet. "Brotherling, why don't we take this girl with us? She's quite attractive." Just as Jiang Ling was caught off guard, a boy with phoenix-like eyes swiftly stepped in front of Jiang Ye Nai He, his crisp voice calmly declaring, "Either let this matter rest here, or if you dare to lay a finger on her, I swear that 2 of you will die tonight." This fierce declaration momentarily stunned the girl, and suddenly, she recalled hearing his name mentioned by these individuals. Xiao Yu? A jolt of realization struck her heart. Throughout her 2 years in high school, her elderly homeroom teacher had incessantly admonished them. "Settle down, for heaven's sake, do not engage in fights or cause trouble. Our school has a history. Your parents' generation once had a student named Xiao Yu, a provincial science prodigy. Not only was he academically outstanding, but he was also tall and slender, remarkably handsome. He had a promising future ahead, but tragically, he was killed by street thugs in a brawl. In this era, it is not merely the scholars who refrain from fighting. Even the ordinary handsome men are more inclined to pursue fame as online celebrities or engage in talent shows, aspiring to enter the entertainment industry. In the past, the charismatic young men who possessed both the ability to engage in brawls and excel in their studies exuded a certain ruggedness and masculinity, capturing the curiosity of girls who wondered about the appearance of such a senior. Eventually, their homeroom teacher managed to find the graduation photo from that year. This unpretentious photograph ignited a wave of excitement among the girls, with some lamenting, "If only I had been born earlier." His visage was indeed extraordinary, effortlessly overshadowing the glitzy idols of the entertainment industry and the ostentatious pretty boys of social media. With her father alive and well, so too was Xiao Yu. As Jiang Ling was about to depart, she noticed the group of ruffians he had summoned fixating their gaze on Jiang Ye Nai He, sparking a sudden surge of agitation within him. Despite his usual indifference to such matters, he bellowed at the thugs, "Hurry up and move." Jiang Ye Nai He stood frozen, staring at her departing father, and when she attempted to pursue him, she realized her legs had become numbed by the cold. If this were a fantastical voyage, she yearned to connect more with her father. Uncertain of how long this circumstance would persist, she needed to seize the moment. Struggling to command her legs, Xiao Yu picked up his military coat, meticulously brushing off the footprints and dust before draping it over her. With an air of aloofness, he leaned against the wall like a solitary black pine, declaring, "You seem so captivated. You must like Jiang Ling." The girl shook her head, insisting, "No, I don't know when I will leave. I just want to see my father more." With that, she dashed out, only to find that the main group had vanished from sight. Did she truly become addicted to calling Jiang Ling father? Was her mind truly not in the right state? And would pursuing him lead to trouble? In a moment of unexpected reprieve, she had just saved him from a dire situation. Without her intervention, he would have faced severe injury or worse. With an important mission awaiting him that very night, Xiao Yu resolved to pursue her and uncover the unfolding mystery. However, as he took only a few steps, his foot struck an object concealed beneath the snow. Upon clearing the snow, he discovered a peculiar, shell-encased device that emanated a faint glow. He picked it up and cast a fleeting glance, becoming momentarily entranced by the display. Facial recognition in progress 2218, May 24th. Year of the Rooster, the 20th day of the 4th month. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye Nai He navigated through a dilapidated alley, emerging into a surprisingly bright expanse. Despite the heavy snowfall, the area buzzed with activity, yet she found no trace of Jiang Ling and the others. Her attention was soon captured by an LCD screen across the street, which seemed to broadcast news. A few steps down led to a playground, which resembled the old sports field of her school that had been converted into a tennis court. How could it appear so rejuvenated? She hastened toward it, positioning herself beneath the screen just as the voice of a female news anchor resonated. Following the successful completion of the Chang'e 1 lunar exploration mission in 2007. The girl stumbled in disbelief. That year marked 22 years ago, a time when her parents were still in high school. She gazed around in astonishment. The nearby buildings, once perceived as new, now seemed antiquated in her memory, and the surrounding structures appeared far less imposing than she recalled. All evidence pointed to a peculiar realization. She seemed to have stepped back into the era of her parents' youthful days, the very period that had recently sparked a cultural renaissance among the Shamate subculture online. At this moment, the scene reveals the date, December 15th, 2007, Saturday, 21:30. Chapter 3, Your Daughter from the Future. Suddenly, her tear ducts tightened. This day marks her father's birthday. Gazing at the gray, snow-laden horizon, she murmured, "Father, do you know that I am feeling so oppressed? Is this why, on the anniversary of your passing, you have allowed me to see you in this manner?" Just as her words faded, a lewd chuckle erupted from behind her. "Beautiful. Lost your father? We can help you find him." It was those ruffians who had fallen to the ground earlier, clad entirely in black, their bangs awkwardly long. Whether in the old society or in the postmodern era, handsome men each possessed their own charm, yet the lewd expressions remained the same. She smiled. "How amusing. I've encountered living members of the Grave Love Club." One of the ruffians, sporting a particularly straight fringe, leaned closer and sneered, "Are you mocking us? Do you know the fate of those who mock us?" Jiang Ye Nai He's expression hardened, her hands quietly rolling up the sleeves of her long coat. When dealing with ruffians, there's no need for idle chatter. One must respond with force. Just then, as she rolled her sleeve halfway, a long leg kicked out, sending the ruffian tumbling forward. She leapt aside, watching the ruffian roll away, leaving an imprint in the snow. Immediately, the other ruffians scurried down the steps in retreat. She knew nothing of her parents' past, so she was genuinely surprised to discover that her father had once possessed such a domineering charisma during his youth, and that Lu Qi had actually been his close friend back then. She excitedly leaped in front of Jiang Ling and exclaimed, "Dad." Lu Qi nearly choked on the pearls in his milk tea. Jiang Ling had approached precisely because he feared these ruffians would target this girl behind his back. Xiao Yu, having sustained injuries, would undoubtedly struggle against such foes. While it was a relief to have rescued this girl, how could she possibly call him Dad? Yet, looking at her, could she be a beautiful yet intellectually challenged child, having exchanged her wits for looks? What was her name, and from whence did she come? Dad. Jiang Ye Nai He sparkled with her large eyes. "My name is Jiang Ye Nai He, your daughter, from the future. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday." Given her presence here, there was no reason for her to conceal anything. Thus, she spoke the truth. The two elders were left bewildered. "Your name? I seem to have heard 4 characters. Is it Japanese?" She knew this absurd name would attract attention. She continued to wink at Jiang Ling. "No. I'm a genuine citizen of an city. My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Ye Nai He. I don't know why my mother chose this name for me. Ye means field, Nai signifies helplessness, and He represents seedlings. You can call me Jiang Ye, Jiang Sier, or Ye Nai He." "Jiang Ye?" Jiang Ling suddenly reacted strongly to this appellation. Lu Qi's expression also darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he appeared to have discovered something. His Adam's apple bobbed heavily as he murmured in astonishment, "Jiang Ling, upon closer inspection, she bears a striking resemblance to you. Indeed, daughters often resemble their fathers." Jiang Ye Nai He even pointed to her nose, declaring, "This is the part that looks most like you." Jiang Ling fell into a profound silence, his expression grotesquely unpleasant. Indeed, his nose seemed as if it had been cloned from his own visage. Nevertheless, he continued with an air of composure, stating that even if he possessed the capability of fatherhood at this moment, he would not suddenly have a daughter as mature as her. "Where is your home? Or perhaps your parents' phone number will suffice. I can assist you in calling them to come and fetch you." Chapter 4. An all-nighter online, he then retrieved a compact and exquisitely designed black mobile phone from his pocket. To his astonishment, as soon as he unlocked it, the device was snatched away, an iPhone. Which generation is this? Could it possibly be Apple's inaugural smartphone? At that very moment, Xiao Yu, who had been in pursuit, concealed in a shadowy corner unnoticed, overheard their entire conversation. He removed the cover from the object he had found, gazing thoughtfully at the Apple logo before departing. Jiang Ling seized the phone back from the girl, his tone turning stern. "If you do not communicate properly, I'll send you to the second hospital. Provide the number, and I shall contact your guardians." The second hospital of Anqing, the nation's premier psychiatric institution. Jiang Ye Nai He paused, finally realizing that she had spoken the truth. Yet they could not be easily convinced. The phenomenon of time travel, typically confined to the realm of artistic creation, had manifested within the real world. Only a genius or a madman would readily accept such a notion, while the average person would suspect a lapse in sanity. Home is this very city. Yet, her mother had once mentioned that they had relocated to Anqing during the year of the Olympics, which was 2008, and her mother, He Chu, was not present here now. However, as the situation escalated, how could she find a way out? Suddenly, a person came to her mind. She had hardly interacted with the Jiang family since childhood, except for a mad great-aunt. 3 years ago, she and He Chu unexpectedly encountered this great-aunt on the street, who insisted on claiming He Chu as her daughter, even proclaiming her to be her granddaughter. Later, He Chu explained that their grandfather's family had once been impoverished and had suddenly gained wealth through the coal business. The great-aunt, named Jiang Ye Nai, had married during a time of great hardship and, after finally becoming pregnant and giving birth to a daughter, was devastated when her in-laws, who were exceedingly biased towards sons, secretly abandoned the child. This tragic event caused the poor great-aunt to descend into severe mental illness, often wandering the streets in search of her lost child. Perhaps it was the profound nature of maternal love that allowed the deranged great-aunt to remember precisely how old her child would be each year, fixating on different children annually. With this thought, she raised an eyebrow and declared, "As long as you are willing, my family will consider Jiang Ye Nai as my guardian." Her mother had mentioned that after the Jiang family became wealthy, the great-aunt's child had been missing for a decade, and their great-grandfather was desperately seeking her, yet without any leads. As time passed, the prospect of adoption became increasingly difficult. Indeed, she noticed Jiang Ling lost in contemplation. "Then I shall accompany you. Let us go? We will stay up all night on the internet." All right. Strolling through the old streets of 2007, Jiang Ye Nai felt a complex mixture of emotions. Lu Qi pulled Jiang Ling aside and whispered, "What do you mean? Do you actually believe it?" Jiang Ling remarked that although her words were nonsensical, they possessed a certain logic. Regardless of her intentions, seeing her so confident, he thought that if she could bring joy to his aunt, he would grant her any wish. He toyed with his phone, reassured by the fact that they had connections at the police station and could send her there at any moment. Lu Qi took a few sips of his milk tea and glanced at the girl's mismatched, light-up high-top shoes, pondering whether she might truly be his daughter from the future. Jiang Ling squinted, dismissing the idea with a scoff. Traveling through time? What a joke. However, Lu Qi gestured for Jiang Ling to observe that Jia Hui was already quite avant-garde. Surely she did not possess such shoes. Jiang Ling hesitated for a moment, contemplating that a single pair of shoes could signify little, especially since Jia Hui also wore socks of various colors. Still, Lu Qi found some merit in Jiang Ye Nai He's words. "Just the other day, I watched an animated film about a time-traveling girl that was released last year." Jiang Ling paid little attention to this, his focus instead drawn to the girl's exposed calves, which had taken on a bluish hue from the cold. A sudden pang of empathy surged within him. He could not bear to see this unfamiliar girl suffer from the chill. Before heading to the internet CAF, he took her to the mall to buy her some clothes. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a flicker of happiness. Although her father did not believe she was his daughter, he was beginning to treat her kindly, perhaps due to the unbreakable bond of blood. However, it is worth mentioning that the era following the millennium has been characterized by the rise of the shamate subculture, which serves as a distinctive emblem for the youth. Despite the fact that most individuals remain quite ordinary, she donned a pair of Li Ning versatile shoes, a limited edition collaboration, which were quite fashionable in 2029, and even more so here. She refused to change her footwear. In previous winters, she eschewed thermal leggings, casually entering a familiar brand store, selecting a simple white sweater, light-colored high-waisted jeans, and a men's long-down jacket. Without the intention of trying anything on before making a decision, she directly removed the tags and declared to Jiang Ling, "I'll take these." Observing her nonchalant and remarkably natural demeanor, Jiang Ling fell into contemplation once more. Lu Qi glanced at the thermal leggings hanging in the center of the clothing store, noting the critical point. She had not purchased any thermal leggings. Soon after, the girl emerged, wrapped in the men's down jacket, resembling a clumsy bear, with her collar raised to shield half her face. Clearly, her straightforward father found it somewhat difficult to accept her choice of attire. "Are you sure about this down jacket?" "Absolutely. It's high street fashion, oversized. You nonconformists wouldn't understand." The two men. Lu Qi observed her slender pant legs. "Still not wearing thermal leggings?" The girl retorted. "Wearing thermal leggings is so low." Jiang Ling asked, "Low, what does that mean?" "It's just so outdated." After saying this, she suddenly realized something. Squinting her eyes in disdain, "You all still wear thermal leggings?" Jiang Ling went to pay, leaving Lu Qi standing awkwardly alone. Uncle Lu scratched his head and candidly remarked, "You must be from out of town. Is wearing thermal leggings considered outdated there?" Utterly so, Jiang Ye Nai He remarked lightly, but your attire is quite questionable. After all, you are no longer young. Lu Qi gazed at his reflection in the dressing mirror, noticing that his delicate stubble had yet to fully emerge. Meanwhile, he observed Jiang's trousers rolled up, revealing her ankles. Despite the current trend of stacking pant hems, he steadied his thoughts and concluded that the issue lay with her. Such tattered clothing would be deemed unworthy even as a dog's bedding. Even if it were my biological father, he would speak at length before reluctantly deciding against letting her freeze. However, Senior Xiao Yu would rather don a thin sweater himself than deprive her of warmth, even going so far as to dust off her attire meticulously. Senior Xiao Yu is indeed a kind-hearted soul. As Jiang Ling attempted to snatch the clothing away, Lu Qi intervened, urging, "Let us be off. It is getting late." They made their way to the commercial street, 2 blocks away from the school, where the newly opened Interstellar Internet CAF boasted an excellent environment and state-of-the-art equipment, thriving with business. Their attention was immediately captured by the promotional boards displayed at the entrance. The Counter-Strike Onching Division Final, a thrilling showdown at the Interstellar Internet CAF, with a grand prize of 3,000 RMB. "Wow, there's a competition tonight," exclaimed Lu Qi. "Indeed, tonight marks the final match between our team and another." Just as he spoke, Jiang Ling had already pushed the door open, prompting him to hasten after her. This was Jiang Ye Nai He's inaugural visit to an Internet CAF, with smartphones, tablets, and laptops being the standard for post-2000 teenagers who would venture into an Internet CAF for online access. The young girl was visibly excited, but upon entering, she was nearly deterred by the overwhelming smell of smoke. The counter was somewhat distanced from the Internet area, with only a few scattered individuals standing about. Yet the sounds of conversation ebbed and flowed. Some, lacking headphones, occasionally exclaimed, "Fire in the hole." Jiang Ye Nai He found the atmosphere unbearable and pulled out a tissue her father had given her to cover her nose. Jiang Ling approached the counter, his deep voice coolly stating, "Activate our machine, and additionally, purchase another membership, 2 packs of cigarettes, and a bottle of water." After speaking, he turned to his daughter and Lu Qi, asking what they would like to drink. Lu Qi replied, "No drinks for me." The daughter added, "Is there a supermarket nearby? I'm not fond of what's available here." Jiang Ling shot her a look that clearly communicated his indifference to her drink preferences. The daughter persisted, "I want a fizzy drink." "Speak properly." Jiang Ling responded, "Coca-Cola." As they followed their father and the others to the machines, Jiang Ye Nai He gazed around. Some individuals were dressed simply, styles that wouldn't seem out of place even in 2029, yet the alternative fashion choices truly left her astounded. There were those with thick, long bangs obscuring their eyes, extravagant permed hairstyles, and cheap plastic hair clips, adorned with multiple layers of rainbow necklaces that were indeed quite an eyesore. It struck her as peculiar that there were so many girls in the Internet CAF. Besides the flamboyant alternative girls, there were also many ordinary ones. In fact, a glance around revealed that girls constituted a significant portion of the crowd. Just as she contemplated this, a girl beside her shouted, "Jiang Ling is here." It dawned on her that they were all gathered here to catch a glimpse of the handsome guy. Jiang Ye Nai He harbors a sense of pride regarding her parents' striking appearances, believing that even in the future, they would befit the titles of campus heartthrobs. Consequently, she has inherited their exceptional looks, blossoming from childhood into a beauty. At the tender age of 16, a mere short video captured of her catapulted her into the realm of beauty influencers. Reflecting on this, she gently nudged Jiang Ling, asking, "Father, I am certain many girls must be fond of you. Am I right?" "I have never counted," Jiang Ling replied, his forehead creasing with a frown. "While I do not mind being called father, I would prefer it not be used incessantly. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from sharing those words with anyone else. Should a lunatic take them seriously and send you to a research institute, you would find yourself in tears." With that, he hastily walked several paces away. Jiang Ye Nai He stood momentarily stunned. Her father had a point. She could express her thoughts freely, but what if those with ulterior motives learned of her past? It seemed that she must begin to mask the truth of her time traveling from this moment onward. Just as this realization dawned on her, Lu Qi approached and inquired, "Xiao Yi, do enlighten me about how you managed to climb to the rooftop tonight. To leap down from such a height was quite the feat. My right arm still aches from the impact." Jiang Ye Nai He had a fair understanding of Lu Qi. He too was a scion of wealth, having been shaped into a perceptive individual by the influences of his family. Clearly, He did not regard her as mentally unstable, but rather saw her as enigmatic. As he was a close friend of her father, she doubted he would ever send her to a research institute. Moreover, it was always best to speak truthfully with someone of his intellect. Thus, she candidly replied, "I apologize, truth be told. I am equally perplexed about how I ended up falling at your youthful era. Before I arrived, you and my mother were dining and drinking. Displeased with your company, I quarreled with my mother and stormed out, racing my vehicle recklessly off the suspension bridge, causing it to plunge below." Chapter 6. The sophisticated green tea. At this point, she scratched her face and continued, "Then I came here alone, without my car, backpack, or phone. It is implausible for one to fabricate a lie so swiftly, articulating it fluently with unwavering conviction, unless one had privately contemplated every conceivable scenario and rehearsed the outcomes, or perhaps these events are indeed the truth." Lu Qi, upon observing this girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Ling, found himself absurdly believing her narrative, rendering him somewhat incoherent. "I dined and drank with your mother. Is the mother you mentioned named Jiang Ye? Jiang Ye Nai He immediately seized the crux of the matter. "Let us set aside everything else. Who is Jiang Ye? She is the affluent young lady whom your father favors." Jiang Ye Nai He's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is intriguing. Who is she?" "Uncle Lu, please enlighten me." Lu Qi pressed his temples. "Lu Qi, that is my name. I'm not old." "Oh." Jiang Cizi nodded. "It's just that I've called you that for over a decade. It feels natural. I shall be mindful." Lu Qi rubbed his head, recalling Jiang Ye. She was the belle of our middle school class, the only daughter of the deputy director of our city's cultural bureau. Jiang Cizi inquired, "So, you, Jiang Ling, and this Jiang Ye were classmates in middle school?" "Yes." Lu Qi guided her down the corridor against the wall towards the end. Jia Hui was innocent and gentle, with a cheerful disposition, well-liked by her peers. Excelling in her studies, and hailing from a prosperous family. In middle school, half of the boys in our class were enamored with her. And it was evident that she held affection for Jiang Ling, treating him with kindness, which in turn endeared him to her. Jiang Ye Nai He astutely sensed a crucial piece of information. Her father was fond of this girl precisely because of the kindness she had shown him. However, at that tender age, no one broached the subject. Yet, we remained in contact, and upon entering high school, Jia Hui attended the prestigious City No. 1 high school. This year, having advanced to the second year, for reasons unknown, she transferred to our No. 9 high school and found herself in the same class as Xiao Yu. Jiang Ye Nai He understood that during that era, terms like rich and beautiful or green tea bitch had yet to emerge. Although Lu Qi spoke favorably of this girl, she couldn't shake the feeling that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. She tentatively inquired, "Has she grown close to Xiao Yu?" Lu Qi expressed surprise. "You know?" The girl secretly curled her lip. She hastily concluded that this Zhang Jia Hui might be a sophisticated schemer. Many of our classmates from middle school were at No. 9 high school, and it was common knowledge that Jiang Ling harbored feelings for Jia Hui. She had deliberately distanced herself from him while actively courting Xiao Yu, even going so far as to purchase study materials and place them directly on his desk, a rather thoughtful gesture, wouldn't you say? Jia Hui was well aware of Xiao Yu's character. Her actions towards him suggested that he was merely toying with her. Regardless, this situation was quite the slap in Jiang Ling's face. Rather than engage in a physical confrontation himself, he resorted to hiring those delinquents from the streets to deal with Xiao Yu, who were notorious for their ruthlessness, often employing steel bars in their brawls. Steel bars. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Recalling the scene she had witnessed upon her descent, she pondered the remarkable prowess he must possess to subdue such a multitude of armed ruffians. Yet, contemplating his fate left Jiang Ye Nai He with an uneasy feeling. Moreover, her father displayed a rather juvenile disposition, resorting to brawls merely for the sake of pride. Truly, he embodied the archetype of a wealthy scion. Nevertheless, Lu Qi's earlier words hinted at another focal point. Xiao Yu, what manner of person was he? Just as Lu Qi was about to respond, Jiang Ling's deep voice boomed. "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up." The duo promptly concluded their conversation and hastened over, where a gathering of 7 or 8 youths awaited them. In the well-lit environment, she discerned each face distinctly, and in her heart, Jiang Ye Nai He exclaimed in astonishment. These individuals were all acquaintances of her mother. At that moment, her mother was absent from its city, implying that those close friends she later surrounded herself with had once been her father's good companions. Casting another glance at the strikingly handsome youth beside her, she began to realize that her mother was rather impressive. To have captured her father's heart from the clutches of a wealthy beauty and to maintain such a diverse circle of friends of the opposite gender piqued her curiosity about what her mother was like in her youth. At that opportune moment, the group turned their attention towards Jiang Ye Nai He, with one teasingly addressing Lu Qi. "Old Lu, not bad. Where did you find this lovely lady?" "Lovely lady." Jiang Ye Nai He shuddered at the antiquated term, reminiscent of an era long past. Lu Qi shrugged. "I didn't bring her. She came along with our Jiang Xiao." At that moment, Jiang Ling had already reached the machine at the center, preparing to log in. As her handsome father effortlessly pressed the enter key, he beckoned her with a subtle curl of his finger. "Come sit here." With a buoyant spirit, Jiang Ye Nai He darted forward, acutely aware of the curious gazes of the other youths upon her. Yet, in this moment, there were matters of greater importance at hand. Xiao Yu had sustained an injury to his shoulder, and the ever-reliable old Lu, would he indeed manage to redeem past humiliations tonight? Her father, seemingly perceptive of her thoughts, took a seat beside her and inquired, "I am at odds with Xiao Yu. Whose side do you stand on?" "Of course, I stand with you," she replied, her loyalty unwavering. While Xiao Yu's timely assistance was undoubtedly comforting, he was merely a fleeting acquaintance compared to her father, whom she had not encountered in 17 long years. Moreover, this was merely a competitive game, something that only fervent youths would regard with such gravity. Across from them, a powerful air conditioner struggled against the oppressive heat, exacerbated by the warmth of the radiators. Observing that her father and uncles had shed their outer garments, Jiang Ye Nai He stood up, exclaiming, "Dad, where's the restroom?" She yearned to freshen up her appearance. "There." Jiang Ling gestured nonchalantly before playfully flicking her forehead. "Don't call me Dad." Jiang Ye Nai He instinctively covered her head, a smile breaking through her initial surprise. As laughter bubbled forth, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Regardless of how others perceived her, opportunities to call her father Dad were scarce. "Dad, Dad." She called out a couple more times before skipping away. Observing the agile antics of the clumsy bear, Jiang Ling exhaled deeply, a grin spreading across his face. "Damn it, she has got me wrapped around her little finger." At that moment, in the shadowy depths across from them, the atmosphere grew dense with unspoken sentiments. Xiao Yu changed his attire, replacing a rather thin black sweater with an even more delicate black long-sleeve shirt. Below, he donned a pair of spring-summer athletic black trousers made from nylon. With one leg resting upon the armrest of the sofa, the tapered cuffs brushing against his knee, revealing his long, slender calf, he wore a pair of gray sneakers, seemingly size 44, slightly soiled, yet the exposed sock cuffs remained pristine white. The youth squinted his captivating phoenix eyes, biting his thin lips, while idly toying with a curious object he had encountered. The device in his hand lit up again, displaying a line of small text that read "Swipe up to unlock." Chapter 7. He felt shy with a flick of his thumb. A prompt appeared requesting a password, required to enable Face ID. Below, he was instructed to enter a 6-digit code. Noticing an emergency call option beside it, he tapped on it, revealing a number input panel. At this point, he could ascertain that this was indeed a smartphone, an iPhone, yet far superior to the first model released this year. Upon the appearance of a new interface, a look of astonishment flickered in the youth's youthful yet piercing phoenix eyes, as the pixel quality was astonishingly high. Just as he was about to capture a photograph, a dialog box emerged on the screen. Battery low, only 2 remaining. After a moment's thought, he tucked the phone into his pocket and opened Baidu, quickly typing in a few characters. A web page that materialized. The year of GU is one of the 60-year cycles in the lunar calendar, such as 1849, 1909, 1969, 2029. A cycle of 60 years. The youth's gaze sharpened. 2029, his brows lifting slightly. "Xiao Yu." At that moment, a warm, youthful voice approached. Xiao Yu tucked the futuristic device into his pocket and lifted his gaze. Before him stood a boy who appeared slightly older, clad in a light winter outfit, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, exuding an air of refinement. The boy glanced at the interface before Xiao Yu and asked, "What are you searching for in the year of the Earth Rooster?" Xiao Yu replied leisurely, "I recall that humanity first successfully landed on the moon in the year of the Earth Rooster." The boy was taken aback, exclaiming, "That year was 1969. Incredible. Truly, you are a genius. You even know the Chinese zodiac year for 1969. A smile danced on the youth's lips as he continued, "In 1909, humanity's aircraft first traversed the English Channel, and in 1969, our spacecraft ventured into outer space. By 2029, do you think humanity will achieve time travel?" The boy paused, then laughed heartily. "When you put it that way, the pace of progress is indeed astonishing. Who knows what might be possible? The youth then stood up, saying, I'm heading to the restroom. You can go ahead with your account. The restroom at this internet CAF was quite well appointed, though it featured a shared mirror and sink for both genders. Jiang Ye Nai He stood before the mirror, shedding her down jacket and removing her cap. Clad in a fitted white sweater paired with high-waisted jeans, her figure was accentuated elegantly, and the subtle designs of her attire radiated youthful vitality. She was quite pleased with her ensemble, particularly how it complemented her long, wavy hair in a delicate cherry blossom pink. Such a hue can be quite demanding. Yet Jiang Ye Nai He, with her fair complexion and exquisite features, effortlessly embraced the look. After watching the unconventional video, she secretly admired her own beauty. Her hand poised to adjust her bangs when suddenly her movement froze. Xiao Yu strode in with his hands in his pockets, his gaze directly meeting hers in the mirror. Although she had done nothing yet, under the bright bathroom lights, the features of the senior became strikingly vivid, and unexpectedly, she felt shy. She, a beauty influencer, acquainted with numerous handsome male influencers, effortlessly mingling with celebrities and idols. Yet, in front of Xiao Yu, she felt bashful. Was that face truly real? If he had lived in the 20s, with his level of fame, many 3D animations would undoubtedly model after his visage. Chapter 8. Do not shrink back. Ye Nai He. Do not waver. Her hand moved, brushing through her hair as she greeted Xiao Yu in the mirror. Hi. It was stiff and feigned. The boy raised an eyebrow before lowering his head and heading towards the men's restroom. But as he walked away, it seemed his foot stumbled slightly. Once he left, Jiang Ye Nai He splashed her face with cold water, regaining her composure. However, she had barely tidied her bangs when Xiao Yu emerged from the restroom. He casually tossed his tousled ink-black hair, the movement accentuating his youthful Adam's apple. Jiang Ye Nai He swallowed hard. This senior was not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded a robust masculinity. He approached, mere centimeters from her shoulder, and as she took a deep breath, she caught a faint whiff of tobacco mingled with the scent of Yunnan Baiyao. Xiao Yu turned on the tap, the clear water cascading over his slender fingers. After rinsing, he casually flicked his hands dry and departed. She hurried to deliver clothes to Xiao Yu, yet overlooked how stunning she appeared after removing the cumbersome men's coat and black cap, revealing her graceful figure and flowing pink hair, which captivated onlookers. Instantly, numerous boys and girls stood up, their gazes fixated on her pink tresses. Lu Qi, noticing Zhang Ling's equally astonished expression, nudged his arm and remarked, I think I might be falling for her. She rivals Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura, the female protagonist from Naruto, is known for her cherry blossom pink hair. Jiang Ling took a sip of water, then rose to observe from the corridor. Lu Qi, displeased by his attentiveness, admonished Jiang Ling. Remember that your affections lie with Jia Hui. Don't let your thoughts wander. He didn't truly harbor feelings for this girl. It was merely an inexplicable sense of concern that had inexplicably attached itself to him. When Jiang Ye Nai He arrived at Xiao Yu's side, she noticed a boy with his back to her, engaged in conversation with Xiao Yu. Their voices were hushed, and Jiang Ye Nai He assumed they were merely chatting. So she interrupted, Senior Xiao Yu, I'm here to return your clothes. Xiao Yu turned her head slightly to look at her, saying, just leave it. At that moment, the boy who had been facing away turned around. Jiang Ye Nai He was taken aback. She recognized him well. It was Su Yuze, the president of Su Sure Technology. He was the mastermind behind Quick Claw. Su Yuze was a business prodigy. He had dropped out of school at 16 due to family issues and started a mobile phone store to make a living. By the age of 20, after saving some money, he self-studied and took the college entrance examination, eventually gaining admission to Anqing University of Technology. He majored in software engineering at university, and in 2010, seizing the rapid advancement of smartphones, he assembled a 3-person team to develop mobile applications. Over the course of a decade, this effort culminated in the establishment of Su's technology, transforming an initial investment of $25,000 into a staggering market value of $200 billion. 2 weeks ago, she attended an event hosted by Quick Claw, where Su Yuezha was present. She was astonished that a prominent company president would personally seek out a mere internet celebrity like herself. At that moment, she felt both surprised and flattered, as Su Yuezha had expressed admiration for her appearance and wished for her to audition for a short drama. Consequently, he arranged for his private vehicle to take her to the audition. However, reflecting on it now serves little purpose. Her astonishment was further compounded by the revelation that Xiao Yu was also acquainted with Su Yuezha, and their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. Considering that Xiao Yu would eventually become an outstanding student at Tsinghua University, It was conceivable that Xiao Yu might seek collaboration with him during his entrepreneurial journey. Had Xiao Yu not perished, might he have been among the board members of Xiao's technology in 2029? As her thoughts wandered, she found herself increasingly curious about him, especially since the Xiao Yu spoken of by those around his father did not seem to embody virtue. While lost in thought, her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yu, who tilted his head and inquired, "Is something the matter?" Chapter 9. The higher the path, the greater the demons, oh my. The intensity of his gaze was utterly disarming. Jiang Ye Nai He felt her face flush instantly, hastily dropping her clothes and exclaiming, "It's nothing," before making a hasty retreat. For a brief moment, Xiao Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. "Your school has such beautiful girls?" Xiao Yu shook his head, gazing at the girl's flowing pink hair, a smile lingering on his lips. "It's not. She might be from abroad, with a name consisting of 4 characters. Xiao Yu chuckled. "A name with 4 characters and pink hair? Straight out of a Japanese manga?" Perhaps, Xiao Yu mused, his gaze shifting to the bag that Jiang Ye Nai He had set down, which seemed to contain not only his military coat, but also her previous dress. Just then, 3 more individuals approached to greet Xiao Yu, casting a glance at Xiao Yu before settling into their row. With the team now complete, the competition was set to commence at 10:30. Before logging in, Xiao Yu reached out to tug at Xiao Yu's collar, peering inside. Though the youth appeared slender, his muscle fibers were tightly knit, showcasing a lean and sturdy physique, yet his thinness was evident, accentuated by his beautifully defined collarbones. However, at that moment, the area from his right collarbone to shoulder was covered with bandages. "Will you be all right? Will it affect your right hand?" Xiao Yu's gaze remained indifferent as he silently crossed his arms, his left hand deftly maneuvering the mouse while his right hand pressed the keys on the keyboard, effortlessly dealing with those affluent, yet cowardly adversaries. Xiao Yu paused, his head lifting slightly to catch sight of a figure in the distance, standing with 2 packs of fine cigarettes, shaking them onto the table. Suddenly, he exhaled a breath, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. "Being reborn is quite the skill. Sometimes life is so arduous that I genuinely regret coming into this world." Beside him, the rhythmic sound of Xiao Yu's fingers dancing across the keyboard filled the air. His voice low and faint. "I've contemplated this countless times. You must not think this way. Your brilliant mind is a divine gift." Xiao Yu carefully tended to his wound, reminding him that once he gained admission to university and achieved great success, he should remember to look after his brother. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, raising his alluring gaze, questioning the necessity of such idle chatter. As the competition commenced, many spectators abandoned their seats to stand behind the few young competitors, captivated by their performance. It was evident that there were numerous girls in their father's vicinity, yet there were also some near Xiao Yu, albeit at a distance. It was peculiar. They seemed to watch him from afar, as if they were both in awe and hesitant to approach, captivated by his striking visage. Intriguingly, Jiang Ye Nai He found her attention drawn to the usernames within the game, while opposing them were names like XY, for 433533L, and the overwhelming presence of a distinctly non-mainstream vibe, along with the title Supreme, struck her as amusing. Jiang Ye Nai He paused for a few seconds, attempting to suppress her laughter, but ultimately failing. Jiang Ling, hearing her laughter, inquired, "What has suddenly brought you such joy?" The girl, unable to contain her delight, replied, "It's just, I find your usernames quite entertaining." Entertaining? It was more than mere amusement. It was a reaction of disbelief at the absurdity. Jiang Ye Nai He glanced over the names again and noticed one that fell within what she considered a normal range. Was that XY Xiao Yu? The youths were astutely aware of what constituted a normal ID in her eyes, which left Jiang Ling feeling quite annoyed. She inquired what names they used in their games. Jiang Ye Nai He, still chuckling, responded that her name in the chicken-eating game was in Chung Lin Qing Xia, while her name in the mobile game was Wild Ultraman, and her QQ nickname was Fairy in the Hot Oil. Initially, Jiang Ling felt irritated by her mockery, but upon learning this, she concluded that Nai He was either foolish or rather silly. Lu Qi watched the girl who was laughing heartily, his expression one of innocent curiosity, remarking, "You are truly amusing. By the way, you bear a resemblance to Lin Qingxia, especially in your facial shape and eyes. My mother resembles her more." Jiang Ye Nai He countered, "My mother is a combination of Lin Qingxia and Zhang Boji. She is truly stunning." At this point, Jiang Ye Nai He tilted her head, glancing at Jiang Ling's profile. "Dad's idol is Lin Qingxia, right? Do you like Mom because she resembles your idol?" Lu Qi shot a glance at Jiang Ling. Zhang Jia Hui certainly lacked the star-like glamour, but was more refined than the average girl. with fair skin that lent her a certain charm. He then looked at the four-character girl, concluding that her beauty was indeed far superior. Suddenly, Jiang Ling slammed her mouse down with considerable force, startling her daughter. Had she said something amiss? That couldn't be the case, could it? She leaned in to glance at the screen, realizing that Jiang Ling had been headshot. Although she had never played CS, she could comprehend that it was the opposing XY who had done it. Xiao Yu was rather formidable, only a few minutes into the game, and he had already taken Jiang Ling down. Lu Qi rushed out in the game, intent on avenging Jiang Ling, only to be headshot himself. Once again, the sound of a mouse being thrown echoed in the room. In the midst of the crowd stood a youth, eager to showcase his exceptional skills and garner admiration from all. This scenario, however, induced an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, a bullet struck, and he was once again precisely taken down. The information immediately displayed beside him. It was Xiao Yu once more. As the saying goes, the higher the road, the greater the magic. Though a pang of sympathy for his father lingered in his heart, Jiang Ye Nai He found his pulse quickening at the sight of the screen, inexplicably deeming this senior even more dashing. He feigned criticism of his father's repeated eliminations, clearly a gesture of vengeance. Jiang Ling's consecutive defeats plunged the previously vibrant atmosphere into a chilling silence. Even the murmurs from behind had ceased, as everyone held their breath, waiting for the handsome player to turn the tide. However, after a mere 10 minutes, Jiang Ye Nai He's brow furrowed into a sharp frown. Xiao Yu's prowess seemed almost supernatural. He had taken the most lives, and Jiang Ling's losses were predominantly at his hands. Damn it! The Supreme Hao exclaimed, unable to tolerate his continuous downfall. Xiao Yu is injured yet still performing so well. How can I believe it? Are they cheating again like last time? Jiang Ye Nai He paused, articulating her thoughts with objective fairness. Cheating in CS merely involves players getting stuck in walls or boxes. There are many spectators on their side. If they were cheating, someone would have reported it by now. However, her reasonable words, from the perspective of the Supreme Team, seemed as if she were defending Xiao Yu. Chapter 10, Unethical Matters. Lu Qi furrowed his brow. The reason we chose to compete in an internet CAF this time was to eliminate the possibility of cheating. Indeed, we did not engage him at the internet CAF last time. However, the cheat he possesses is not merely a wall hack. It allows him to penetrate walls and eliminate opponents directly behind cover. Both Jiang Ling and I had previously inquired about the source of such cheats, but our efforts were in vain. Supreme Jie concurred, remarking, with such a sharp mind, Xiao Yu must have devised it himself. I await the day he clandestinely sells cheats. The moment I catch him, I shall report him without hesitation. The act of selling cheats entails illegal operations and is undoubtedly against the law. Jiang Ling's expression grew increasingly grim as the low-toned voice uttered a few elegant phrases in Chinese, revealing his discontent. The young girl gazed at her father's vibrant visage and asked, "Are you very unhappy?" Jiang Ling replied impatiently, "Who could be happy after losing so miserably?" The deep voice inherently possessed an air of intimidation. If his tone were any harsher, it would appear quite menacing. Lu Qi seemed reluctant to endorse Jiang Ling's brusque manner towards Jiang Ye Nai He, saying, "Old Jiang, do not speak to Xiao Yu in such a way. Perhaps our fortunes will turn in the second half. After all, today is your birthday, and luck is surely on your side." Ah, yes, today is Father S' birthday. As a daughter, she had finally encountered her living father, yet found herself unable to present him with a birthday gift, having instead borrowed his attire. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She envisioned a way to gift Jiang Ling a present he would cherish without spending a dime. Although Xiao Yu's team held the advantage, 3 of their members were underperforming. It became evident midway through the game that those 3 were likely individuals he had hastily assembled to participate, while the true prowess lay with him and Su Yueza. In the realm of competition, while no one matched the prowess of Xiao Yu, the strength of the others, including Jiang Ling, remained remarkably stable, with the scores closely contested. Yet, observing Xiao Yu galloping ahead, it seemed inevitable that the grand prize would ultimately belong to him. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the notion of casually defeating her father at CS was a clear affront to Jiang Ling's pride, causing him to slam his mouse against the mousepad, murmuring under his breath, "If I lose, I shall never touch CS again in my life." Was this competition truly of such significance? Jiang Ye Nai He opened a can of cola and took a few sips, contemplating that perhaps she should do something for her father. She waited until the score was merely a few kills apart, took a deep breath, and then leaned over to Jiang Ling, saying, "Dad, I'm going to fetch you a birthday gift." With that, she deftly slipped away from the crowd. though a flicker of concern stirred within Jiang Ling. His irritation at Xiao Yu's sniping overshadowed it, prompting him to shout, "Don't run off." They were in a net CAF after all. His call echoed as the young girl bounded towards Xiao Yu. Despite the presence of girls around Xiao Yu, the number of boys far exceeded them, all captivated by his flamboyant skills. Upon reaching Xiao Yu, Jiang Ye Nai He inhaled deeply and patted her face, for she was about to undertake a rather underhanded and unethical act. Chapter 11. Surprise indeed. Her birthday gift to Jiang Ling was to interfere with Xiao Yu's downfall, thereby ensuring her father seized the grand prize. After all, it was merely a competition, and the prize money of 3,000 was but a trivial sum, equivalent to a mere 10 minutes of live streaming in her eyes as a burgeoning influencer in 2029. Moreover, cheating is an ignoble act, and one must face the consequences. However, this matter does not concern her, and it is inappropriate for her to force her involvement. Besides, Xiao Yu has lent her his clothes. Therefore, she is determined not to let Xiao Yu lose in vain. She has resolved to conceal her true origins. Yet she is uncertain how long she will remain in this era, regardless of whether she can leave or not. When the opportune moment arises, she will reveal her story to Xiao Yu, disclosing his fate. If she can assist him in altering his tragic destiny, allowing him to embrace a better life, would that not be more rewarding than winning a mere game? Having established this mental framework, she still could not summon the courage to take a step forward. She felt guilty, anxious, and her cheeks flushed. Xiao Yu was engaged in the competition using his hands, eyes, and mind to distract him. She would have to make physical contact. Previously, in her role as an internet celebrity promoting short dramas, she had casually linked arms with male influencers, and during those instances, she felt at ease, focused solely on earning a living. Yet now, she shook her head, realizing that Xiao Yu's striking appearance was entirely aligned with her aesthetic preferences. As Jiang Ye Nai He stood in the corridor, attempting to psych herself up, she was unaware that Xiao Yu had been observing her movements ever since she called out to him. The young man's eyes narrowed in curiosity at her intentions. She approached him from behind, effortlessly maneuvering through the crowd, which maintained a distance of a meter from the sofa where he sat. Although Jiang Ling also seemed to observe a boundary, the girl managed to squeeze in behind him. The situation on Xiao Yu's side left the young woman perplexed. Now is not the time for such thoughts. When she approached, she effortlessly captured the audience's attention, and then, under the gaze of so many eyes, she feigned calmness as she leaned against the back of Xiao Yu's sofa. Xiao Yu caught a faint whiff of the girl's delicate fragrance, causing his fingers to tremble slightly, almost revealing his inner turmoil. From Jiang Ye Nai He's vantage point, she could see the boy's profound collarbone and his long, thick eyelashes. The girl momentarily lost her composure. Even those who needed eyelash extensions would hesitate to adopt such an extravagant style. Further down, he was indeed playing a game with an effortless grace. He hadn't even bothered to sit properly, his long legs draped over the armrest of the sofa, his pant legs brushing against his knees in a display of utter relaxation. Moreover, he, like her, was not wearing autumn trousers. She swallowed, realizing she could no longer look. Any further gazing would disturb her peace of mind. Behind her, whispers began to circulate. Who is she? I don't know. She came with Jiang Ling tonight. What is she doing here? Xiao Yu's 3 late-arriving teammates, perhaps enchanted by the girl's ethereal beauty, couldn't help but steal glances at her. Jiang Ye Nai He remained behind Xiao Yu, her focus fixed on the scoreboard before them. She inadvertently influenced the 3 novices, allowing the Supreme Team to effortlessly claim 2 victories, eliciting cheers from the opposing team. The novices, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, displayed a tinge of guilt after each death as they cautiously glanced at Xiao Yu and Siyuze. Yet, Xiao Yu exhibited no reaction. He merely released the mouse and flexed his fingers. In comparison, Xiao Yu appeared far more composed than her father. Chapter 12. She must be here for Jiang Ling. This action left everyone astounded. Xiao Yu's hands froze mid-motion. His character in the game stood still, and he was promptly eliminated by Jiang Ling with a headshot. Upon hearing the sound of defeat, Xiao Yu reached out to grasp Jiang Ye Nai He's hand. In that fleeting moment, the girl shuddered, a chill coursing through her entire being from her fingertips. His hands were so cold, almost as if they were on the verge of freezing, rendering his fingers clumsy and unable to release her grip. It was then that she realized they were situated in the coldest corner of the internet CAF. Despite wielding such nearly frozen hands, he still managed to dominate her father and his 5 companions in the game. If he were to unleash his full potential, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the national CS circuit, capable of competing professionally. With such prowess, why would he need to cheat? Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Yu broke the silence, asking, What do you wish to do? His tone was icy, yet devoid of anger. Jiang Ye Nai He, appearing vivacious and socially adept, felt a surge of anxiety within. Nonetheless, for her father's sake, she mustered the courage to utter, I noticed you've been gaming for quite a while. Let me assist you with some eye exercises. With that, she moved her hand slightly. Yet, even that small motion allowed her to vividly perceive the structure of Xiao Yu's bones. His face was remarkably small. The girl felt as if she were courting disaster, her heart racing perilously fast. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu remained focused on the game, tightening his grip on her hand. Jiang Ye Nai He, closing her eyes and steeling herself, boldly reciprocated his grip, fully embracing her reckless decision. Ah, your hands are so cold. Let me warm them for you. The first sensation upon holding his hand was the undeniable comfort it provided. She knew what most would think. She must appear quite brazen. And yet, something felt amiss. Why has Xiao Yu ceased to resist? Why does he not fiercely withdraw his hand and utter a few sharp words to her? Instead, he rests his head against the sofa's backrest, his phoenix-like eyes widening slightly, concealing his broad double eyelids. A lazy smirk graces one side of his lips as he remarks, Classmate, if you wish to play tricks, there is no need to grasp my hand. You can simply turn off the console. With that, he gestures with his chin towards the elongated black machine on the right. Jiang Ye Nai He gasps in astonishment. How could it be like this? As a future girl engaged in online gaming, she had never purchased a custom-built desktop. She had spent several tens of thousands on a dedicated gaming laptop, never anticipating this aspect. Oh, she responds, but her hand reacts swiftly, decisively shutting down both Xiao Yu's and Su Yu's consoles with a couple of clicks, before she hastily retreats to a corner, bracing herself for the inevitable scolding. She had long been prepared for this. After all, what is the most crucial skill of a successful internet celebrity? It is the ability to endure criticism. Could it be that her earlier actions would not affect Xiao Yu? Indeed, they did. Jiang Ling and others stormed into Xiao Yu's domain, wreaking havoc. At that moment, Xiao Yu was rebooting, and Su Yuze couldn't help but inquire, so, what is that girl to you? Xiao Yu clasped his hands together. Although the girl's grip was brief, it proved quite beneficial, easing his tense fingers somewhat. Yet, contemplating her intentions, a self-deprecating thought crossed his mind. It has nothing to do with me. She must be acting for Jiang Ling. Another teammate chimed in, Xiao Yu. We are certainly going to lose. If we must lose, then so be it. Xiao Yu's pitch-black eyes held a faint calmness. This time, he would not be defeated without consequence for the last match. After expressing this sentiment, a meek individual lowered their head in silence. Chapter 13. Xiao Yu. I apologize, Lu Qi remarked. It must be stuck. The heavens are watching, and they shall not grant him ease. Jiang Ling tacitly acknowledged Lu Qi's conjecture. Feeling elated enough to inquire about Jiang Ye Nai He's whereabouts, where did you go earlier? You mentioned wanting to give me a birthday gift. Jiang Ye Nai He's large eyes flickered as she replied. I said my curse on Xiao Yu would cause him to lose. Do you believe that? Jiang Ling chuckled. So, you mean your birthday gift to me is my victory in this match? The girl nodded affirmatively. Jiang Ling was genuinely delighted. Having bested Xiao Yu externally and mounted a triumphant comeback in the game was exhilarating beyond measure. The prize money would only be delivered by the internet CAF owner tomorrow. But the wealthy heirs were hardly concerned with a mere 3,000 yuan. Jiang Ling produced a wad of cash from her pocket, distributing it among her teammates to purchase equipment, even generously tossing her 5 bills. It's from Dad. All right. Jiang Ye Nai He, the little money enthusiast, tucked the cash away into her pocket. She then hastened to the restroom, where she could clearly see Xiao Yu outside. After the match concluded, he stood conversing with Su Yuze while their 3 inept teammates departed, seemingly unfazed by the loss. The guilt Jiang Ye Nai He had felt earlier dissipated. Feeling pleased after finishing her business, she prepared to flush when voices emerged from outside. Was that girl just now causing trouble for Jiang Ling in order to provoke Xiao Yu? How despicable of her. Jiang Ling and his companions certainly do not lack this 3,000, but I have heard that Xiao Yu entered this competition to secure the funds for the funeral home, to cover the expenses incurred from his grandmother's cremation last week. 2 years ago, his father's incident left them with no compensation. They exhausted their savings and still could not save a life. His grandmother's passing just half a month ago was equally tragic. She had ventured into the nearby fields, hoping to gather some corn, only to misstep on straw and fall into a deep hole, meeting her demise. My goodness, it is truly heartbreaking. Has he now become an orphan? Given that Xiao Yu is in dire need of this 3,000, why didn't Yu step in when that girl was causing a scene just now? Who would dare? Besides, we have no intention of offending Jiang Ling. It seems Xiao Yu is merely indulging his eyes, while Jiang Ling remains the shining star. Indeed, he possesses wealth, good looks, and charisma, utterly flawless. Just now, Xiao Yu did nothing to Jiang Ye Nai He. Yet the unintentional revelations felt like heavy slaps, striking sharply against Jiang Ye Nai He's face. Xiao Yu, his family background is so tragically bleak. Abandoned by his mother, and now both his father and grandmother have passed. She chooses not to wear thermal leggings. For the sake of beauty, for fashion, while perhaps he lacks proper warm clothing, or perhaps he has simply lost his desire for life. Recently, when Xiao Yu sheltered her behind him, uttering the words "I would casually trade two of you," those words lingered in her mind for a long time. At first, she believed that his words stemmed from an inherent ferocity, but now she has come to realize that he has lost everything. His eyes, so pale and tranquil, could perhaps be better described as lifeless. A beautiful paradise exudes serenity, yet a dark abyss resonates with an eerie silence, barren and desolate, devoid of even the whisper of the wind. Suddenly, she recalled her homeroom teacher's words, proclaiming that Xiao Yu was destined to be the top student in the high school entrance examination. He could have easily enrolled in the prestigious municipal first high school, boasting a 70% admission rate. However, to enhance the enrollment statistics, the ninth high school exempted him from 3 years of tuition, which is why he attended there. During the early 2000s, the ninth high school ranked among the lowest in Anqing, with a lax administration that allowed students to freely express their individuality. Wearing the school uniform was not obligatory, and some students even chose not to purchase it. No teachers commandeered music or art classes to inflate their subject scores, resulting in a student body comprised of either academically gifted individuals from humble backgrounds or average students, alongside those like Jiang Ling, who were indifferent to university prospects due to their affluent family circumstances. She realized she ought to inquire about what kind of person Xiao Yu was before making any decisions. Outside, the girls continued their idle chatter, mentioning Zhang Jiehui, Xiao Yu, and Jiang Ling. But their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a somber male voice that startled them. Is there nothing more to say? It was Xiao Yu. This internet CAF had only one restroom for each gender, separated by a thick wall, with a shared sink outside. The gossiping girls must have been conversing near the sink, where anyone entering could easily overhear them. Immediately, Jiang Ye Nai He heard hurried footsteps leaving, followed by someone entering the men's restroom. She waited until the sound of flushing echoed from that direction before she too decided to flush the toilet and exit. To her surprise, as soon as she turned the corner, she spotted Su Yuze walking out, while Xiao Yu squatted beside the mirror, smoking a cigarette. Their eyes met, and the revelations of their earlier conversation caused a complex array of emotions and guilt to manifest on the young girl's face, starkly reflected in the depths of the boy's pupils. The seemingly carefree youth furrowed his brows slightly, feeling guilty, and with his gaze fixed on her face. She feared that Xiao Yu was there to confront her. Aware of her wrongdoing, she swallowed hard and lowered her eyes. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. The boy exhaled a ring of smoke, slightly lifting himself on his toes to retrieve her phone from his pocket. This, do you recognize it? I found it in that alley earlier. Upon seeing the device, the girl was momentarily stunned. That's my phone. Hearing this, the boy smirked nonchalantly. It's obvious it's yours. No boy would be caught using something so feminine. Jiang Ye Nai He furrowed her brow. If he knew, why did he still ask? He beckoned her to come closer with a playful flick of his finger. The gesture was both cheeky and mischievous, causing her to swallow again before she approached and squatted down. Xiao Yu placed the phone into her hands, but as she grasped her device, he tightened his grip around her hand. This phone is foreign, isn't it? Jiang Ling wouldn't have any use for it, right? He narrowed his eyes, resembling a solitary wolf poised to strike, adding, if I can unlock it, I assure you, I will not return it. Jiang Ye Nai He was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yu would utter such words to her. At that moment, Xiao Yu extended his hand, holding a cigarette, before her eyes. The smoke compelled her to shut them, and then his light, yet poignant words drifted to her. Remember, refrain from casting those overly sentimental glances. I am not a good person. It seemed as though he was subtly bullying her under the guise of politeness. However, the girl, who had grown up amidst the scrutiny of others, discerned the underlying message in his words, a flickering self-esteem akin to a candle's flame in the darkness, fragile yet resolute. Chapter 14. Love and Peace. I am not being overly sentimental. Jiang Ye Nai He crouched and leaped back, opening her eyes wide, speaking each word with utmost seriousness. I acted as I did because I heard you had once cheated, and I wish to bring joy to Jiang Ling. I recognize that my actions were misguided. However, I now apologize, having learned of your circumstances and reflecting on the core values of socialism: democracy, prosperity, civility, and harmony. We ought to construct a world of love and peace. The youth, visibly annoyed, could hardly fathom that she would articulate such sentiments. They shared a moment of silence before Xiao Yu once again reached out with a cigarette towards her head. Jiang Ye Nai He felt no fear. Yet she was apprehensive about her precious hair being singed by the smoke. Her eyes blinked rapidly, but after a few seconds, he roughly tousled her hair and declared, "You are unlike anyone else." With that, he stood up and departed. The young girl, belatedly realizing the situation, raised her hand to shield her head. It seemed he had uttered some trivial remark, considering that the misty cherry blossom pink of 2029 could hardly be replicated in 2007. Yet, his tone did not suggest mere frivolity. Her heart raced with curiosity about Xiao Yu. What manner of person was he? Suddenly, as Xiao Yu extinguished his cigarette, he broke into a smile, leaving Su Yueza perplexed. How could one laugh amidst such gossip? Love and peace. Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. Su Yueza paused, as if struck by a thought, glancing toward the restroom just in time to see Jiang Ye Nai He emerge. He chuckled softly, turning to pat Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Winter has arrived, and spring is not far behind. Regarding the financial matters, consider it a gift when you get into university. Other brothers contribute at least 5,000 to Tsinghua. You're only giving 3. Su Yueza burst into laughter. You're not getting married, are you? When you do, your contribution will be tenfold. Xiao Yu tilted his head, chuckling in response, then glanced at the machines ahead. After spotting a row of vacant seats, he suggested, "Let us change our location and find somewhere warmer." Jiang Ye Nai He felt her cheeks flush as she recalled those strong, beautiful hands that had ruffled her hair and held her own. Lu Qi noticed her discomfort, having observed that Xiao Yu had exited the restroom before her. He approached and asked, "What is wrong? Did Xiao Yu bully you?" "I'll confront him." "No." She quickly shook her head, attributing her warmth to the cold. Jiang Ling turned her head and remarked, "Previously, dressing so scantily and not even wearing thermal leggings when you bought clothes for me. You deserve it." Jiang Ye Nai He took a deep breath, intending to listen to some music to alleviate her emotions. She casually opened a music player, but just as she donned her headphones, they were snatched away by Lu Qi, who stood behind her. "Little Yi, there's nothing much going on right now. Would you like to play a game together?" "What shall we play?" asked Jizunjia. "How about Dance Dance Revolution? Or, there's a new game currently in beta testing at this internet CAF called QQ Speed. The characters are more appealing than those in kart racing. Interested?" Jizunjia's casual tone was distinctly non-mainstream. Dance Dance Revolution was an antiquated game she had never tried. Yet QQ Speed was one she had played back in elementary school. She was utterly surprised to discover that this game, released in 2007, was still in its beta stage. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Let's play QQ Speed." It was a perfect opportunity for her to showcase her prowess, having played the game in the future, and perhaps to impress these non-mainstream players. Typically, when a girl spoke, the boys had little to contest. However, she could not use her future QQ account for this game. So she registered a new 9-digit account. This was also Jiang Ling and the others' first experience with this game. Recalling how she had mocked their names in CS, Jiang Ling cleverly inquired, "What shall your game name be?" Without hesitation, the girl, while selecting her character's hairstyle, declared, "And Cheng Lin Qing Xia." Jizun and the others were momentarily stunned. Chapter 15. Prepare? Again. Lu Qi then asked, "Little Yi, why don't you give us names as well?" The young girl turned her head for a fleeting glance. The previous quintet had diminished to 4 boys in the esteemed team. She contemplated, opting for the ensemble approach. "Look at your choices. Anqing's Wu Yanzu, Anqing's Tony Liang, Anqing's Andy Lau, Anqing's Aaron Kwok, or perhaps Jiozhong's Zhao Si, Jiozhong's Lu Nong, Jiozhong's Xie Guangquan, or even Jiozhong's Wang Dana." The esteemed boys were momentarily speechless. Even Lu Qi, who had previously collaborated seamlessly with Jiang Ye Nai He, seemed momentarily dazed. "Xiao Yi, shall we ponder this further?" However, Jiang Ling interjected, "I adore my brother. I shall choose Anqing's Zhang Guoro." "No." Jiang Ye Nai He swiftly covered his keyboard. Jiang Ling looked at her in confusion. "This is problematic. My brother has acted as a couple with Lin Qingxia. We mustn't allow any misunderstandings." Regarding Jiang Ling's demise, He Chu and Lu Qi had once succinctly explained it with a simple phrase. After graduating from university, Jiang Ling attended a social gathering in place of an elder. After indulging in alcohol, he went to the rooftop for some fresh air, and the next news received was of his fatal fall. In an era when surveillance networks were just emerging, the conclusion drawn was that Jiang Ling's death was an unfortunate accident. The nature of his demise bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his beloved superstar. Though her rationale appeared sound, the emotional weight that resided deep within her caused her eyes to redden. Using Tony Leung, "Your eyes are particularly captivating." This was not mere flattery. Jiang Ling possessed a pair of expressive eyes that, when not fierce, seemed to whisper sweet nothings. The more he looked at her, the more he felt an uncanny resemblance, as if they were siblings long lost to time, or perhaps she truly bore some connection to his aunt. "Very well then, I shall choose Tony Leung." As he spoke, he brushed aside her fingers to input his nickname. Observing his acceptance of such a silly name, others followed suit and changed theirs accordingly. Ultimately, in Cheng, Lin Qingxia, and the likes of Wu Yanzu, Liang Chaowei, Lu Dehua, and Guo Fuqing all gathered. At that very moment, Xiao Yu also launched the game, prompting Su Yuezha to inquire, "Trying out a new game?" Xiao Yu registered her account and replied, "Just familiarizing myself in advance. I'll be training others later." Indeed, QQ Speed requires 6 players to commence. After Xiao Yu completed the novice tasks and casually entered a room, she was greeted by a row of 5 identical names, which struck her as quite foolish, prompting her to consider exiting the game. Just then, someone in the corridor remarked, "Jiang Ling and the others are playing QQ Speed, and that girl's choice of name is utterly ridiculous, calling herself Encheng Wu Yanzu." Xiao Yu paused. Her gaze landing on Encheng as Lin Qingxia narrowed her eyes. Xiao Yu's nickname was rather casual, merely a collection of letters generated by her fingers rolling over the English keyboard. Jiang Ling and the others were unaware it was her, seeing the room filled. They proceeded to start the game. The spirited young girl sat upright, determined to outshine the non-mainstream players. The initial stretch of the race was simple, requiring little skill, and everyone's speed was relatively equal. However, as she navigated a couple of turns, she executed a double boost, pulling ahead of the others, yet that letter remained in pursuit. Ah, what unfortunate luck to encounter a rival. The girl felt her nerves heightening. If she could just shake off that letter, she would soar ahead. Standing triumphantly on the podium, champagne in hand. However, her luck was indeed unfortunate. As she approached the series of sharp turns, a miscalculation caused her to collide with the track, while the letters glided past her with the grace of a serpent. 3 minutes later, the entire group of 5 Hong Kong stars had failed to complete the race. Jiang Ling lit a cigarette, pondering the prowess of this new competitor. Lu Qi remarked, "Could it be that she excels at kart racing?" The 4-character girl replied, "Prepare, let's go again." Chapter 16. Now she did not wish to leave meanwhile. Su Yuezha observed the match and commented, "This Lin Qingxia is quite formidable." Xiao Yu decided to restart the game. She must have some experience. Experience? Su Yuezha glanced at the newly emerged level 5 player, incredulous. It seemed improbable. Those currently playing the game were likely all novices. Xiao Yu merely smiled in silence. Half an hour later, a sweet yet exasperated voice of a young girl pierced the air in the internet CAF. "I will never play QQ Speed again. It drives me insane." She had once reached level 100 in this game during her childhood, and now she found herself unable to outpace a mere level 5 novice. It was utterly humiliating. Xiao Yu, observing the 5 unfinished races on the screen, quietly accessed the girl's game profile, sent a friend request, and then logged off. Su Yuezha asked, "Are we not playing anymore?" The situation was quite straightforward. There was no longer any purpose in continuing. He then retrieved his military coat, and as expected, he noticed the girl's dress lying beneath. He discreetly placed the bag out of Su Yuezha's sight, draped the military coat over himself, and declared, "I shall take a short rest. Playing games is akin to engaging in a strategic contest. Although the identities behind the characters remain a mystery, the prowess displayed within the game invariably evokes admiration." Upon receiving a friend request from Xiao Yu, the young girl's expression transformed in an instant, exclaiming with excitement, "That person just added me as a friend." Jiang Ling smiled at her, remarking, "When a girl excels at the game, boys will surely find you impressive." Lu Qi puffed up his cheeks, expressing his suspicion that the individual might be a game staff member. "Now that I have grasped the mechanics of this game, let us play again." In the absence of formidable players, the one celebrating with champagne became Jiang Ye Nai He. The thrill of victory was exhilarating, especially when competing alongside her father, which heightened her sense of joy. As the night wore on, the boys decided to step outside for some fresh air. Jiang Ye Nai He, having acclimated to the ambience of the internet CAF, felt reluctant to brave the cold and, weary from the evening's events, leaned back to rest for a moment. Upon awakening, she straightened her posture, yet the discomfort throughout her body intensified, even causing her eyes to ache. While her heart beat slowly and heavily, the dimmed lights of the late night seemed glaring to her, and her feet felt as though they were not firmly planted on the ground, rendering her body weightless. After lingering in this state for a considerable time, she recognized that such a condition could only culminate in one outcome. She needed to leave. Jiang Ling's QQ notifications chimed incessantly, having stolen a glance earlier. She noted that it was a message from Zhang Jiehui, and Jiang Ling had yet to encounter He Chu. At this moment, she found herself unwilling to depart. Yet, life is fraught with myriad regrets. Just as He Chu ultimately did not unite in matrimony with Jiang Ling, forging a bond between their families. Just as the exceptionally gifted Xiao Yu, whose beauty and intellect were destined to usher in a luminous future post-20, remains eternally ensnared in the fleeting moments of youth. And then there is she who has never been embraced by her father even once. Contemplating all this, she steadies herself against the armrest and rises. If it were possible to arrive at this juncture, whether in reality or an exceptionally vivid dream, she yearns to encounter the young man. Hoping to alleviate a few of her regrets, Xiao Yu is gently stirred awake by a tender gesture. Upon removing the covering, he finds the lovely visage of the young girl, her cheeks flushed, eyes dazed as if she were unwell. When their gazes meet, Jiang Ye Nai He bites her lip. Xiao Yu, could you come with me for a moment? I wish to share a few words in private. The boy says nothing, casually wrapping a garment around himself and following her. Chapter 17. Fever. In the late hours of the night, many succumb to fatigue, curling up on the couch, their youthful bodies surrendering to slumber. Jiang Ye Nai He leads Xiao Yu to a restroom nearby, where a staircase ascends to the small rooftop of the internet CAF. Snow continues to fall, and though the biting wind has ceased, the chill is not as harsh as before. Gazing down from the rooftop, they can see Jiang Ling and others standing beneath the lamplight, smoking and conversing. The specifics of their dialogue are indistinct, but the name Jia Hui is unmistakable. Xiao Yu's attention is wholly devoted to the girl before him, who has emerged without a coat. He feels an urge to offer her his own, yet struggles to find an appropriate pretext. Such beauty is a thief of reason. Even in this tattered, antiquated military coat, she exudes a retro charm. What do you wish to say to me? She inquired. You must refrain from engaging in fights. The girl gazed into his desolate, icy eyes, speaking with utmost sincerity. From now on, you must promise not to engage in any altercations, no matter the provocation. If someone seeks to incite you, simply contact the authorities or the relevant departments. Fighting is absolutely out of the question. The boy raised an eyebrow. Why? For the sake of your promising future. The girl shivered in the cold. I possess the ability to read faces, and you are destined for great wealth and prosperity. However, there is also a significant calamity looming, particularly around 12 years hence. You must remain vigilant. If you can endure this trial, I believe, no one will dare to bully you. Even if Xiao Yu does not accomplish remarkable feats in the future, he has a friend like Su Yueza. As long as he survives, his circumstances will undoubtedly be no worse than those of Lu Qi and his companions. Superstitions hold no truth, he retorted, pivoting on his toes. If we are merely to engage in idle chatter here, I shall take my leave. The chill was proving to be quite bothersome for her. Please, don't go. The girl grasped his hand. Despite her seemingly delicate attire, her touch radiated an unexpected warmth. The young girl, overwhelmed with urgency, spoke with a quiver in her voice. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your affairs earlier, and also, I haven't properly thanked you for lending me your clothes. She raised her hand to rub her painfully throbbing head, her thoughts in disarray, speaking in an almost incoherent manner, uttering whatever came to mind. Though merely 17, I have traversed through the murky depths of life and witnessed much ugliness. Yet, I understand that despite the many unfortunate and tragic circumstances we face, we are not the most wretched in this world. We have survived our childhood, a time when we needed care, and we have yet to reach the middle age when we will again require support. This is our moment to rely upon ourselves. Thus, I believe that having experienced the mire of life's challenges, extending a hand to others in distress, imbued with a spirit of kindness, is neither rude nor intrusive. It is simply an expression of love and peace. However, Xiao Yu regarded her with a gaze that was laden with complexity. Jiang Ye Nai He recognized that these few words would not suffice to persuade her. Yet, her thoughts were beginning to scatter, and she felt compelled to caution Xiao Yu while still wanting to carve out a moment to speak with her father to embrace him. In a flurry, she fumbled for her phone, her hands trembling as she removed the case. If you still doubt me, take a look at my phone. If my memory serves me right. In 2007. Her words were left hanging as darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she lurched forward. Xiao Yu quickly reached out to catch her. Chapter 18. We are not wretched dressed in scanty attire. She felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her. She was indeed running a fever, yet he dared not move. A twinge of fear creeping in at the thought of her vanishing without a trace. From the very beginning, he was aware that she belonged to another realm, possibly hailing from the future of 2029. Regardless of her origins, at this moment, it was the first time someone had dared to unify their existence, declaring that they were not suffering. Indeed, they were not. Hence, he harbored disdain for those who offered false sympathy or pity, or looked down upon him. Occasionally, he felt disheartened by his own circumstances, for humanity is inherently a creature of fluctuating emotions. However, his reason for persisting in life stemmed from the understanding that warmth and sustenance are transient concerns. As long as he could continue to live, he could still gaze towards the future. Most importantly, this winter, a girl genuinely wished to draw near to him. He struggled to remove his own clothing, wrapping it around the petite girl as time flowed quietly. When her body shivered, he swallowed hard, instinctively reaching to pinch her philtrum. Jiang Ye Nai's eyes fluttered. As their paths crossed, Jiang Ling glanced at the unconscious girl in Xiao Yu's arms and, without hesitation, prepared to intervene. Yet Xiao Yu seemed to anticipate his move. Deftly sidestepping and stating calmly, she fainted from fever. If all is well, go find some antipyretics. Jiang Ling was taken aback, instructing Lu Qi to inquire with the network administrator as he followed Xiao Yu. The girl, momentarily stunned, reached up to touch Jiang Ling's face. Sensing the warmth of life in the chill, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a gentle smile, interrupting, rest assured, she is still alive. A fever cannot usher one into another world. Jiang Ling cast a stern glance at Xiao Yu, inquiring about the earlier incident. Jiang Ye Nai He attempted to rise, yet her body felt as if it were devoid of bones, utterly unresponsive. It seemed she was indeed unwell. She glanced at Xiao Yu, interpreting his words as an indication that he believed her mention of another world referred to paradise. This interpretation was preferable if she had not departed. The truth must remain concealed. Choosing silence, Jiang Ling reached out to touch her forehead, questioning her coherence. I'm asking you a question. Have you lost your mind from the fever? What is there for you to discuss? He then scrutinized Xiao Yu, wondering if they were contemplating a romantic relationship. Not at all. Jiang Ye Nai He replied, exasperated. You may leave for now. I will speak with you shortly. Xiao Yu took a seat beside her, seemingly eager to voice something further. Although circumstances had shifted, and she was neither on the brink of death nor had she left the year 2007. She needed to weave her words carefully. However, she first needed to discern which aspect of her earlier remarks had captured Xiao Yu's attention. Rubbing her temples, her lashes fluttered with anxiety as her thoughts raced. What exactly did I say earlier? The astute and strikingly handsome youth detected her unease, puffing out his cheeks. He appeared adorably youthful as he recounted. You advised me against fighting, citing love and peace. It seemed he was not overly concerned about the notion of another world. She nodded in acknowledgement. In any case, I have encountered a metaphysical master and gleaned some rudimentary knowledge. You would do well to heed my words. Yet, the young man raised his hand to his mouth, biting his fingertip as he squinted in contemplation, standing aside as a mere backdrop. Suyueza observed his actions and raised a hand to rub his nose, a subtle gesture indicative of his mischievous scheming. Whenever I am sought out, it is invariably by Jiang Ling. At this juncture, Xiao Yu leaned in and inquired, You are Jiang Ling's sister, are you not? Does he not seem rather concerned about you? That handsome face suddenly drew closer, causing Jiang Ye Nai He's cheeks to flush a deeper shade. Though her fever masked the evidence, perhaps, she was uncertain of Jiang Ling's true feelings towards her. Yet judging by his actions tonight, buying her clothes and slipping her money, it appeared that blood indeed ran thicker than water between them. Then, you protect me. And I shall consider you my subordinate, Xiao Yu declared with a daring boldness. Suyueza and the four-character sister exchanged identical expressions of astonishment. To die together? Jiang Ye Nai He gasped in disbelief. Upon reflection, Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling had perished within the same year, Jiang Ling first, followed by Xiao Yu a few months later, felled by a ruffian's hand. Immediately, Jiang Ye Nai He summoned her extensive knowledge from countless melodramatic novels and pondered. Could it be that between 2007 and 2012, Jiang Ling relentlessly pursued Xiao Yu, driving her to the brink of despair. Only to seize the opportunity 5 years later to push the intoxicated Jiang Ling off the rooftop where she sought solace. And then, her father, unable to uncover crucial evidence, resorted to hiring an assassin. This narrative indeed made a peculiar sense. The young girl's throat tightened as she swallowed hard, her voice heavy with conviction. All right. I have also heard the reason why he sought to bully you this time. It is indeed his fault. As his younger sister, I shall strive to discipline him. And then, we shall become friends. I shall not permit anyone to mistreat my friends. Xiao Yu turned her head, squinting her eyes and revealing her pearly whites in a smile directed at her. When he smiles, he truly is a sight to behold. Jiang Ye Nai He felt parched, acutely aware that it was not merely due to a fever. Xiao Yu extended his hand, but Jiang Ye Nai He did not shake it. Instead, she performed a rather juvenile gesture reminiscent of their teenage years, which took Xiao Yu by surprise. Subsequently, she introduced herself. I am Jiang Ye Nai He. You may call me Jiang Xiao Yi or Jiang Sier. All right, Xiao Yu replied, lifting his chin slightly. They should have found you some medicine. Then I shall go take my medicine, the girl said as she steadied herself and stood up, feeling a bit dizzy. Without uttering a word, Xiu picked up her fallen phone and handed it to her. The girl instinctively replied, Thank you, President Su, before taking it and leaving, entirely oblivious to her slip of the tongue. Xiu, taken aback, pointed to himself in disbelief. Did she just call me President? Chapter 19. The non-mainstream beauty Xiao Yu pressed her hand on Xiu's shoulder, her eyes crinkling in delight. She mentioned that she can read faces. You are surely destined for success. If someone can offer me encouragement, I would be content. Xiu once remarked, his gaze towards Xiao Yu suddenly resolute. Do you have any plans for the future? Of course, do not concern yourself with tuition. You are my potential star, and I shall find a way for you. Faced with Xiu's sincerity, Xiao Yu's icy eyes softened with warmth, and his demeanor became considerably more docile. What about you? Do you have any thoughts? This year, the release of that new smartphone from Apple has sparked many ideas in my mind, but my capabilities are insufficient. It is challenging to achieve this alone. Xiao Yu declared with determination, then let us return to school and study together. Xiu's eyes gleamed with aspiration. I truly intend to do so. If I can attend university, I will study software engineering. There will undoubtedly be abundant opportunities in the future internet landscape for us both. Agreed. The youthful enthusiasm of the boys is easily ignited. Xiu casually opened a game, exclaiming, schooling, building a career, and earning a living. Speaking of earning a living, he glanced ahead and noticed Jiang Ye Nai and Jiang Ling together. Ah, you, that young lady seems quite different from the others. She is more beautiful, stylish, and intriguing. And also kinder. The earlier display of youthful exuberance from the girls left a lasting impression on Xiu. Indeed, Xiao Yu did not deny it. Since their acquaintance, Xiu and Xiao Yu had discussed girls on numerous occasions, yet Xiao Yu had never grasped whom he referred to. However, this time felt different. So the esteemed campus heartthrob of Ninth High has been enchanted? Xiu's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Yu narrowed her phoenix eyes, exasperated, and suggested playing a game. Xiao Yu took a seat and accepted the bottled water and medicine offered by Lu Qi with a grimace. She swallowed the medicine before speaking. It's nothing serious. I simply wish to be friends with Xiao Yu, and I have obtained his consent. The boys were momentarily taken aback, with Jiang Ling expressing disbelief. You want to be friends with him? Is that a problem? Xiao Yu raised her gaze to Jiang Ling's face. Regardless of any conflicts you may have, when I was feeling cold, he was the one who offered me his jacket. And, here. She cupped her delicate face with her hands, resembling a blossoming flower. As a girl of such beauty, if I become friends with him, he surely won't pay attention to other girls, right? Her self-absorption caused Jiang Ling to avert his eyes, feeling utterly exasperated. However, he had to admit that he no longer held any animosity towards Xiao Yu. He had won against him in a game. And earlier during a conversation with Zhang Jiahui, she had clearly stated that there was nothing between her and Xiao Yu. In fact, she had expressed anger over the incident where someone was sent to confront Xiao Yu. Thus, Jiang Ling fell silent, sat down, and took a few sips from his water bottle. You do as you please. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't hold any grudges against him. Jiang Ye Nai He pouted, choosing not to argue further. However, Lu Qi, like a playful puppy, settled beside her and inquired, now that you are friends with Xiao Yu, do I count as your friend too? Faced with Lu Qi's youthful countenance, Jiang Ye Nai He expressed a complex mix of emotions. Jiang Ling was constrained by her blood ties. Yet the image of Lu Qi as a prosperous middle-aged tycoon, flourishing in the business world, lingered in her mind. reflecting on her current predicament. She realized that in the future, she would become a missing person, and He Chu, as her guardian, would inevitably have to clean up the mess, with Lu Qi's assistance being unavoidable. Thus, she addressed him, "Lu Qi, you are family. If I were to incur a debt of several million in the future, I trust you will lend me a hand." Lu Qi paused, momentarily disregarding her mention of the future, his focus fixated on the term family. He seemed to misinterpret her intent, a smile breaking across his face as he gently shook Jiang Ling, exclaiming, "Family, we are one big family." Just as Jiang Ling began to feel that her close friend might be slightly influenced by her words, the nearby Ji Zunjie suddenly interjected, "Family? Little wild beauty. How about we become family too?" The other three shared a moment of confusion. Ji Zunjie tossed his permed bangs and added with a grin, "Join our dance troupe. Blood Sacrifice, Dreamy Glass Guild. I've just recognized our guild leader as my mother, and she's looking for another daughter. Her only requirement is that she must be beautiful. You would certainly catch her eye. Moreover, she mentioned that once we're family, she'll provide her daughter with the finest equipment." Jiang Ling and Lu Qi simultaneously retorted, "Get lost." However, Jiang Ye Nai He suddenly recalled a conversation with He Chu, who had once casually mentioned her gaming experience during school. He Chu had reminisced about forming families in games and recognizing each other as relatives, describing it as foolish yet imbued with a sense of innocence and purity. Everyone genuinely cared for one another and was willing to give anything. As the era of travel returns, how could one not experience the alternative lifestyle? Jiang Ye Nai He gestured an okay and remarked, "Sure, but there must be some prerequisites for recognizing mommy, right? I have never played the game you mentioned. You should guide me until I am familiar with it before we proceed." All right. The youthful beauty, revived after taking her medicine, joined the vigorous dance party with Ji Zunjie in the wee hours, where she encountered the leader of his blood-scarred Dream Lapis family, Liang Shang. A fully leveled female character adorned in resplendent gear, her presence was immediately commanding. This guild leader, seemingly nocturnal, was oblivious to the time, engrossed in an all-night gaming session at an internet CAF in some city. Before Jiang Ye Nai He could officially embark on her gaming journey after completing the novice tasks, Ji Zunjie, having just added her as a friend, gifted her 2 outfits. Jiang Ye Nai He was taken aback by the unexpected generosity. Although Lu Qi and Jiang Ling did not engage in such games, they observed with keen interest. Lu Qi expressed his astonishment, saying, "Jia, you, who are typically so frugal, actually gave Xiao Yu some gear." As she grew more acquainted with him, Jiang Ye Nai He discovered that Ji Zunjie's real name was Li Jia, and he was a former classmate of Lu Qi and Jiang Ling from middle school. After transitioning to high school, they attended the same school but were placed in different classes. His family was relatively well off, yet due to his personality, he was not as generous as Jiang Ling and Lu Qi. Thus, Li Jia's behavior was indeed peculiar. With a mischievous grin, Li Jia declared, "I'm about to recruit a stunning beauty into our guild. The boys in our guild will surely envy me." Lu Qi scoffed. "Didn't you mention before that your guild leader is a great beauty? An alternative beauty?" Jiang Ye Nai He felt a surge of curiosity. "Is that so? Let me take a look." When mentioning the president, Li Jia wore a proud expression, exclaiming how truly beautiful she was. Her photograph had even been printed on a notebook. As he spoke, he navigated through his gaudy and cluttered list, filled with garish symbols, to find a person and entered their QQ space. Jiang Ye Nai He leaned in, nearly blinded by the dazzling brilliance of the space, even from a distance. She could hear the old song The Funeral of the Rose by Su Song playing in Li Jia's headphones. In Chapter 20, A Chill and Mourning, Li Jia opened an album, complete with a question written in the same garish symbols. Jiang Ye Nai He scratched her head, admitting her inability to comprehend it. But Li Jia deftly switched to an input method and typed in a stream of symbols, gaining access. Upon seeing the plethora of female photographs, Jiang Ye Nai He gasped in astonishment. With frizzy hair, thick bangs, multicolored plastic hair clips, heavily lined eyes, and exaggerated eyelashes, she was surprisingly beautiful. Although this extravagant style completely masked the president's true complexion and facial features, she was undeniably attractive. Every era possesses its unique symbols of beauty, and if non-mainstream fashion embodied the essence of this president, it became clear why so many teenagers were enamored by it. Watching her in a daze, Li Jia beamed with pride, declaring that their president resembled a character straight out of a cartoon. Lu Qi and Jiang Ling also gathered to take a look. After a moment, Jiang Ling furrowed her brow and remarked, "Is that really her?" In translation, this implied that her beauty was so striking, it hardly resembled that of a reclusive internet addict. However, One cannot be so one-sided. Who says that homebuddies cannot be strikingly beautiful? Nevertheless, Jiang Ye Nai He could understand why Jiang Ling expressed such sentiments. Apart from the exceptionally high resolution of Liang Shang's photographs, every image captured her poses, whether innocent, charming, or alluring, seemed utterly natural. Having been an internet celebrity for 2 to 3 years, it was evident that Liang Shang possessed an extraordinary talent for striking poses. Such individuals, compared to gaming experts, resemble the influencers of this era. Indeed, they undoubtedly do. Li Jia confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest, "We VE had video calls. She looks exactly like this." Lu Qi inquired, "She is at max level, while you're merely a novice. Why would she engage in video calls with you?" "Humph. You don't understand." Li Jia chuckled, his smile stretching nearly to his earlobes. "Once I mentioned I was from Anqing, the president added me on QQ. She is of the same age as us and mentioned that she would be attending school in Anqing after the Spring Festival. I even told her that I am at Jiao Middle School, hoping she would transfer to our school." As Li Jia spoke, Jiang Ye Nai He took his mouse and continued perusing Liang Shang's photographs. This girl's images were heavily made up, with poses predominantly featuring pouted lips or sultry expressions, all while showcasing her innocent eyes. However, after gazing for a prolonged period, Jiang Ye Nai He felt a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered this visage before. Could it be that this president would soon become a sensation of this era, adored by non-mainstream admirers, only to be cherished by a different generation 20 years hence? At that moment, Jiang Ling interjected, "They are all close-up shots. Does she have any full-body pictures?" "Indeed, she does." After Li Jie spoke, he raised his hand to smooth his hair. However, he refrained from revealing the password to the album containing her full-body photos, fearing that a minor detail might lead to her identification. Nonetheless, she had shared her beauty in our guild chat. Indeed, she is a stunning beauty, attracting many admirers. Numerous male guild leaders from prominent families in the game hold genuine affection for her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "So many people genuinely like her." Li Jia looked at the girl, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, and remarked, "What are you surprised about? You have no shortage of male admirers, do you?" She certainly did not lack male attention. After all, the majority of her fans were male. Yet, she pondered, the concept of genuine affection seems somewhat exaggerated at our age, doesn't it? Indeed, we are only in our early teens. Discussing true feelings is rather amusing. Chapter 21. Embrace me suddenly. Jiang Ling earnestly countered her, stating, "It's not exaggerated." Jiang Yi blinked her large eyes in surprise, pondering if her father was envisioning someone named Zhang Jiehui when he said that. Lu Qi remarked, "Xiao Yu, if your father were alive, or even if he has ascended to heaven, he would still love you from there." She was bewildered. "Is that true?" Lu Qi replied with a gentle smile. "When you were still in your mother's womb, your father would lay his head on her belly every day, speaking to you, eagerly anticipating your arrival. Though he lived only 22 years, he accomplished much for you and your mother." At that moment, she wished to inquire further about just how much her father had done for them. Then He Chu approached, grumbling and complaining, rolling up her sleeves and boldly declaring her intent to confront the father of the classmate who had bullied her, vowing retribution. Subsequently, her queries were left unanswered, lingering in uncertainty even now. It appears that Uncle Lu Qi and her father share a close relationship, and the words spoken earlier were surely not mere fabrications. Moreover, those words imply that if her father loves her dearly, he must also harbor deep affection for her mother, right? Reflecting on this, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at her handsome, youthful father. "Dad, Jiang Ling, does this mean that you truly have feelings for a girl named Zhang Jiehui? I am uncertain whether my feelings can be deemed genuine, yet I am earnest." Jiang Ye Nai He pursed her lips, despite her conflicts with He Chu. She was ultimately born of He Chu's heartbeat, drawing sustenance from her, inherently leaning towards her mother. "I'm curious about what Zhang Jiehui looks like. When will you introduce me to her?" After the weekend, she said she wanted to take me out for a meal. "You should accompany Lu Qi as well." Just as Jiang Ye Nai He was about to respond, Lu Qi interjected, "Yes, I wholeheartedly agree." Jiang Ye Nai He puffed her cheeks and turned back to converse with Li Jie. Comrade Ji Zunjie intended to take her and President Liang Shang for a dance, and she was eager to participate, even swapping positions with Lu Qi for convenience. However, merely 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye Nai He wore a face of despair. The challenging game mode was bewildering. She could barely discern what the second button was, while Li Jie and the president managed flawless combos. Had she not witnessed Li Jie's astonishing speed firsthand, she might have suspected that these individuals were cheating. Despite Li Jie's swiftness, he was still mercilessly defeated by Liang Shang. After a few rounds, Li Jie remarked in the room, "Mommy, let us consider a more fundamental approach for my friend Nai Nai's first time playing." Indeed, in a bid to conform, Jiang Ye Nai He had adorned her dance group name with several unique symbols. Once Li Jie sent the message, there was a brief silence from Liang Shang before a response arrived. The name Nai Nai seems rather suggestive. Li Jie and Xiao Yu exchanged glances. Puzzled by the implication, Li Jie sent a message seeking clarification. Liang Shang replied, "Nai means love, doesn't he it?" Read it aloud together. Subsequently, both children felt their faces flush crimson. Jiang Ye Nai He, exasperated, quickly typed, "That is not the meaning. It's simply that my name contains the character Nai." Liang Shang responded with laughter. However, to avoid any future misinterpretations from others, Jiang Ye Nai He resolved to change her name. She took the renaming process seriously, oblivious to the fact that Li Jie had aimed his camera at her and swiftly captured numerous images, sharing them in their gaming group chat. Minutes later, Liang Shang, shedding his authoritative demeanor, transformed into a sycophant, insisting on recognizing the four-character girl as his daughter. For Jiang Ye Nai He, this was of little consequence, as these individuals were, by age, 20 years her senior. Moreover, after engaging in the game, she found it genuinely enjoyable, though she still regarded Liang Shang as rather lecherous. Jiang Ye Nai He requested Liang Shang to retain a guild spot for her, preferring to delay any familial recognition. Lu Qi and Jiang Ling found everything to be devoid of interest, each engrossed in their own film while nestling on the couch, drifting into slumber. When their father became motionless before them, Jiang Ye Nai He felt a sudden, inexplicable pang in her heart, compelling her to instinctively pinch Jiang Ling's nose, rousing him from his sleep. "What a nuisance!" Jiang Ling exclaimed, his voice resonating loudly, startling Xiao Yu on the other side. The awakened youth peered curiously around him. For the first time, Jiang Ye Nai He became acutely aware of the peculiar bond of blood. Regardless of Jiang Ling's demeanor in her presence or whether she approved of his actions, this boy evoked an instinctive affection within her, drawing her near. Just moments ago, she genuinely feared that Jiang Ling might merely be a yellowed, old photograph. As Jiang Ling expressed his annoyance, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Resting her hands on the back of the sofa and propping her chin on her palms, she resembled an endearing puppy. "Father, heaven has bestowed upon us this opportunity. Why not stay awake and converse with me? Do not presume that calling me father will earn you my favor," Jiang Ling replied, shifting his position. "What do you wish to discuss?" "I want you to hug me." Jiang Ling, still bleary-eyed, took a moment to comprehend her request, his eyes gradually clearing. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hug me. Get lost," he retorted, sulking. Perhaps her request was abrupt, but in the presence of a father she had never known, rationality eluded her. Pouting, she crossed her arms and gazed at her computer screen, while Jiang Ling, indifferent to her antics, turned away and resumed his slumber. Li Jie glanced at Jiang Xiji, then at the handsome boy, and pressed forward to inquire, "Have you developed feelings for our Linga?" "Get lost, he is my father," Li Jie replied, speechless. The nobleman observed as he retrieved a tissue from Jiang Ye Nai He's pile on the table, wiping his hands which were still damp. He then gently reached out to check the girl's forehead, confirming that she indeed had quite a fever. At this moment, the all-nighter was drawing to a close. Yet the snow continued to fall. Lu Qi, having been dragged out of bed, shivered, exclaiming, "Heavens, the weather forecast predicts 3 consecutive days of snow. Yesterday was merely the first day, and this afternoon we are expecting a blizzard." Stepping outside, Jiang Ye Nai He felt exhausted and pondered, "Where shall we go now? Is there a bed where I might rest properly?" Chapter 22. The young heroine Cixi, the young girl, exclaimed, "All right. I can finally take a glimpse of my father's house. Since my birth, I have never set foot in the Jiang household." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was taken aback. "You know where my house is?" "Of course." Jiang Ye Nai He replied, wrapping herself tightly. "Shall we not take a shortcut?" With a mother who only ever ordered takeout when hungry, she had honed her culinary skills in a fully automated and safe kitchen since middle school. After speaking, she stepped into the alley, with the 2 tall boys trailing behind her. The route to Lu Qi's home was not directly through the alley. It required navigating several twists and turns. As they walked, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi exchanged glances, silently swallowing their apprehension, for Jiang Ye Nai He was leading them correctly. This area was only constructed last year, and its complexity is such that without visiting the Lu family 10 or so times, one would hardly remember the way. Jiang Ling stood in a daze, his thoughts momentarily adrift, as he contemplated revisiting the absurd question that Jiang Ye Nai He had initially posed. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the girl turned a corner and encountered an alarming situation. Xiao Yu was kneeling on one knee, coughing up blood, while Su Yuze was enduring a brutal beating from a group of ruffians. The snow had thickened, and the crunching sound beneath their feet was unmistakable. Upon hearing the footsteps, Xiao Yu turned to meet the girl's gaze, but in the next instant, he swiftly averted his eyes. At that very moment, the girl suddenly yanked her zipper with determination and strode purposefully towards the thugs. As Jiang Ling and Lu Qi rounded the corner, they caught sight of Jiang Ye Nai He discarding her oversized down jacket and picking up a brick to charge at the towering ruffians. Xiao Yu, Lu Qi exclaimed. Stop! Jiang Ling shouted simultaneously. Just as the two boys called out in unison, Jiang Ye Nai He leaped into action, striking one of the thugs with the brick. A heavy thud echoed in the hearts of Xiao Yu, Jiang Ling, and Lu Qi, prompting them to rush forward, with Xiao Yu forcing himself to rise as well. However, halfway through their sprint, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi suddenly halted. The scene before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. That stunningly charismatic girl, who was both familiar and occasionally seemed slightly eccentric, executed her movements with grace and precision, swiftly overcoming the ruffians with ease. Before long, the ruffians lay on the ground, howling in agony. Jiang Ye Nai He helped Su Yuze to a side and noticed blood trickling from his mouth, his head battered. With gritted teeth, she unleashed a flurry of eloquent Chinese expletives upon the thugs. This remarkable girl drew the attention of both Lu Qi and Xiao Yu, who exchanged glances at the astonished Jiang Ling. Having witnessed Jiang Ling in a brawl before, they were struck by the uncanny resemblance. She resembled a male counterpart of Jiang Ling. If it weren't for Jiang Ling pulling her away earlier, she would have undoubtedly unleashed her fury upon these lowly scoundrels with lethal intent. Su Yuze, clutching his bleeding head, assessed the furious young woman and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, little heroine. Heroine. Jiang Ye Nai He could not restrain herself and delivered a swift kick to the nearest thug. I'm friends with Xiao Yu, and you are his friend. I will not allow anyone to bully him or his friends. Chapter 23. The successor of socialism, Xiao Yu, rising while clutching his stomach, was taken aback by her words. Jiang Ling, however, remained unfazed. She observed the fierce demeanor of the little tiger. You actually know martial arts? Oh. Jiang Ye Nai He rubbed her wrist. My mother forced me to learn, she said. When she was young, she had an idol whose father sent him to Songshan martial arts school, hoping he would thrive in society. He mastered several martial arts and excelled in both fighting and academics. Then my mother had me, always fearing that I would be bullied by boys. So she made me learn from her idol. I was sent to martial arts school at the age of 5, and it nearly broke me as a child. Jiang Ling furrowed her brow, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within her. The astonishment on Xiao Yu's face deepened as he trudged heavily towards Jiang Ye Nai He. Who was your mother's idol? He inquired. I don't know. My mother never mentioned a name, only referred to him as an uncle. I always felt it might be related to my grandmother. My mother once casually mentioned that her idol had gone to a distant place, which made my grandmother quite sorrowful. She usually doesn't share much about adult matters. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before refraining from further inquiries, simply stating, next time, I shall express my gratitude properly. Express gratitude for what? Lu Qi interjected loudly. You, Xiao Yu, are not worthy of her. Don't entertain any misguided thoughts. Jiang Ye Nai He shot Lu Qi an exasperated glance. In truth, Lu Qi had been quite helpful to her, and he too. But the reason she had been cold towards him was that he tended to meddle excessively, making her feel as though he wished to assume the role of a stepfather. Ignore his nonsense. We are all successors of socialism. A gust of wind swept up the snow from the wall nearby, creating a misty barrier between them, causing the silhouette of Xiao Yu to appear even more handsome. Lu Qi, unable to contain himself, shouted at Jiang Ling. Did you see that smile from Xiao Yu just now? Wasn't he provocative? Jiang Ling retorted, it's not aimed at me. Come on. We are successors of socialism, inheriting the glorious traditions of our revolutionary predecessors, loving our motherland, loving our people, with the bright red scarf fluttering on our chests. The sweet voice of the girl resonated through the snow-laden alley, neither too loud nor too soft. Jiang Ling walked beside her. Are you still in elementary school? In the alley just a wall away, a clear and melodious voice of youth softly sang. Fear not the hardships, fear not the foes. Su Yueze seemed to forget the pain coursing through him, smiling as he remarked, that girl truly sparkles like a bling-bling star. Xiao Yu raised his head and chuckled gently. as pure snowflakes landed upon his long eyelashes, making his beautiful eyes appear even darker and more luminous. Upon arriving at Lu Qi's residence, Jiang Ye Nai He comprehended why they sought refuge there for the night. It was because Lu Qi's parents had ventured to the south on business, leaving the house unoccupied. The older generation harbored considerable prejudice against computers and esports. If the youths were caught by their parents frequenting internet cafes into the early hours while secretly smoking, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the boys, Jiang Ye Nai He prepared them a breakfast that was not only delightful but also imbued with a sense of ritual, before indulging in a refreshing slumber. Chapter 24. The heart's ailment is beyond cure in Anqing. The roots of the Jiang family bore the weight of sorrow due to Jiang Ling's demise. Upon entering the community, Jiang Ye Nai He felt her heart racing with a hint of anxiety. In the present moment, she chose to focus on the here and now, thereafter. She aimed to leverage her mentally ill great-aunt's situation to secure a place to stay within the Jiang family, though she could not assure that her desires would be fulfilled. To her astonishment, as Jiang Ling opened the door, she found her great-aunt in a state of frenzy within the home. When Jiang Ye Nai He had previously encountered her great-aunt, she was unaware of the reasons behind her presence in Anqing, but at that time, the elderly woman was nearing 70, transformed into a wrinkled old lady, bearing little resemblance to the youthful beauty she once was. In 2007, the great-aunt should have been around 40, still capable of retaining her youthful appearance through dietary therapy and self-care. However, the middle-aged great-aunt astonished Jiang Ye Nai He. As Jiang had speculated, Jiang Xuemei, now 41, showed little sign of aging apart from some pronounced laugh lines. She possessed a pair of strikingly deep-set eyes and a high nose, exhibiting a more pronounced mixed heritage than Jiang Ling. He Chu, however, laughed heartily, declaring, "Not at all. My daughter carries the blood of a warrior nation." It was only later that Jiang Ye Nai He learned that her great-grandmother, the wife of Jiang Qingye, was of Russian descent. In the 1960s, Jiang Qingye, having emerged from a destitute family in Anqing, ventured northeast to work in the oil fields, where he met an expatriate employee and eventually fell in love with his daughter, marrying her. The first half of his life was fraught with hardship, and he lacked the means to remarry. Tragically, in his 40s, he injured his back while lifting heavy objects and was laid off a second time, subsisting on a meager subsidy that barely supported his family, as living conditions became untenable. The understanding Jiang Xuemei sought a marriage proposal from her in-laws, hoping to secure a dowry to alleviate the family's financial burdens. Little did she know, this marriage would plunge her into despair. Shortly after Jiang Xuemei's wedding, her husband Jiang Qingye's son, Jiang Ye Nai He's grandfather Jiang Xiefeng, dabbled in coal mining and struck it rich amidst the booming northern coal industry. Although wealth came to the family, it also brought legal repercussions for the unscrupulous in-laws, sending them where they belonged. Yet, Jiang Xuemei's emotional scars proved irreparable. She boasted a mane of thick, long hair, yet her temples were grayer than Jiang Qingye's, a testament to the profound sorrow she bore that had prematurely turned her hair white. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a deep sympathy for Jiang Xuemei, and her sudden arrival here also stirred her emotions. Observing the weeping Jiang Xuemei, her lips involuntarily began to move. Jiang Ling, watching the girl's unrestrained expression, felt a pang of sorrow within her heart. At that moment, Jiang Xuemei, who had been wailing alongside Jiang Qingye, caught sight of Jiang Ye Nai He. She hurriedly approached her. Mental health crises can sometimes lead individuals to harm others, and Jiang Ling feared that her aunt might inadvertently hurt her. As she stood silently in front of Jiang Ye Nai He, she was unceremoniously pushed aside by the approaching Jiang Xuemei. Standing before Jiang Ye Nai He, Jiang Xuemei scrutinized her for several seconds before suddenly bursting into an excited laugh, flailing her arms in a mix of joy and confusion. Nyo. This simple phrase conveyed the genuine love of a great-aunt for the daughter she had lost. Jiang Ye Nai He, being a person of gentle disposition, could not bear to witness such a heart-wrenching scene. She instantly crumbled. Jiang Qingye, observing the genuine tears of Jiang Ye Nai He, was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, having seen many faces in his lifetime, he possessed a keen eye for resemblance. Upon closely examining Jiang Ye Nai He, he astutely noted her 6 similarities to Jiang Ling, while his nephew also bore a likeness to his aunt, leading him to wonder if this young girl might indeed resemble Jiang Xuemei. Could it be that this girl was the granddaughter he had lost? In a flurry, he pulled Jiang Ling aside. "You rascal, who is that little girl?" "She claims to be my daughter from the future, Jiang Qingye." Subsequently, the elderly gentleman raised his hand and sharply poked Jiang Ling on the forehead. offering a few choice words in elegant Chinese. She truly said that. Jiang Ling evaded, calling me dad for quite some time. This point can be attested by Lu Qi. She is well aware of many matters concerning our family, particularly those regarding my aunt. She came to me precisely to seek my aunt as a guardian. Jiang Qingye paused for a moment, recalling a psychologist's assertion that mental illnesses can be hereditary, pondering whether his granddaughter had inherited Jiang Xuemei's condition. However, the old man remained conservative, poking Jiang Ling's forehead and asserting, when encountering individuals with unstable minds, the first course of action is to report them to the police. Has this matter been addressed by the authorities? In the past, Jiang Xuemei's in-laws had been exceedingly despicable, directly abandoning the child in a ravine. The best outcome would have been for a kind-hearted person to adopt her, while the worst was too dreadful to contemplate. Yet, despite the slim hope, the Jiang family never ceased their search for that child. Grandfather, please stop. Jiang Ling continued to evade her grandfather, questioning why they needed to involve the police. I have spent a day with her, and she is quite astute. Besides, what trouble could a girl possibly cause? She merely aims to swindle us out of some money. Jiang Qingye was poised to say more when a sweet, youthful voice interrupted them. Jiang Ye Nai He clearly addressed Jiang Xuemei, saying, "Mom, I have missed you so much during my time away from home." Although this little girl arrived under unclear circumstances, those words pierced through the tension that had enveloped the old man for over a decade. Jiang Xuemei's spirit shattered in an instant as she oscillated between laughter and tears, her speech becoming a chaotic blend. Yet, everyone present could comprehend her words. "Nyo, Mommy misses you too, so very much. The transformation of a girl as she matures is profound. My dear Nyo changes with each passing day, to the point where her mother scarcely recognizes her. Yet in her dreams, she remains ever close, almost indistinguishable. Is it cold outside? Are you hungry, my dear? Mother has brought you something to eat. Your uncle has procured large strawberries and oranges." Chapter 25. She truly resembles his little cotton-padded jacket. Jiang Ling, with an expression that conveyed he had long contemplated this situation, declared, "Grandfather, we need not fear. Yesterday, I, along with Lu Qi and many classmates, accompanied her at the internet CF, where countless eyes were upon her." The old man furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Jiang Ling continued, "Employing a nanny for my aunt is a mere formality. We shall regard her presence as a daughter for my aunt, treating her like a princess with the finest of delicacies. When her parents eventually appear, they will have little recourse, for we are merely offering her refuge." Jiang Qingye sighed and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. However, upon reaching the spiral staircase, the old man paused at a vantage point, observing the movements of Jiang Xuemei and Jiang Ye Nai He. In this generation, the pressure of competition is severe. Jiang Ye Nai He has classmates who have suffered from depression, some even attempting to take their own lives. Having delved into mental health issues, she has learned how to approach those in distress. In contrast, Jiang Xuemei inhabits a mental realm where she firmly believes her daughter Nyo has not truly departed. She has simply stepped out of her immediate presence. Indeed, she often fabricates numerous plausible reasons to rationalize Nyo's absence, such as initially convincing herself that her infant daughter was being kept from her by her mother-in-law. She cursed her in-laws daily, even though her mother-in-law and ex-husband were imprisoned for abandonment. After losing her grip on reality, she would often storm into her dilapidated in-laws' home, wreaking havoc. As time passed, and her missing daughter Nyo reached the age for primary school, she concocted a narrative that Nyo was not by her side due to poor grades and constant school transfers. During that time, Jiang Xuemei frequently lingered at the school gates, eagerly approaching any girl with big eyes to engage her with warmth. Reflecting on those moments, Jiang Ye Nai He deeply felt that had her cousin Nyo not been abandoned and had remained by Jiang Xuemei's side, she would have undoubtedly been a wonderful mother. Consequently, the sudden appearance of Jiang Ye Nai He would excite Jiang Xuemei, yet it would not be overwhelming for her to accept. True to form, once Jiang Ye Nai He was seated, the first words from her aunt were, "Nyo, where's your backpack? Let your mother see your textbooks and papers, and assess how you are faring in school." In an instant, the girl felt no longer moved. Was even crossing over from another realm not enough to escape inquiries about her grades? Jiang Ling then approached and sat beside Jiang Ye Nai He, saying, "Aunt, our final exams are still 10 days away. You can check my sister's papers then." With Jiang Ling's involvement, the conversation between Jiang Ye Nai He and Jiang Xuemei flowed much more smoothly, and soon the Jiang household was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. When the most barren of hearts began to sprout tender shoots, the mentally troubled individual could find stability. And Jiang Ye exhibited the demeanor of a perfectly normal and gentle elder. She peeled oranges for Jiang Ye Nai He and Jiang Ling, meticulously removing every strand of white pith. As she retrieved a fruit knife to peel the apple, Jiang Ling felt a surge of anxiety, fearing her aunt might suddenly lose control. However, Jiang Ye Nai He intervened, allowing Jiang Ye to handle the task instead. Ultimately, the two peeled apples found their way into the hands of the father and daughter. Jiang Ling refrained from eating, instead gazing at Jiang Ye Nai He, her nose tinged with sourness. This girl must be a celestial being sent to bring warmth to their home. Moreover, the thought of her calling him father made her resemble his little cotton-padded jacket in that moment. Chapter 26. The significance of a four-character name before long. Jiang Ye could no longer resist the pull of sleep and collapsed on the sofa in her pajamas. Subsequently, Jiang Qingyu settled his daughter and instructed Jiang Ling to take Jiang Ye Nai He to the study. The father and daughter shared an unspoken understanding regarding Jiang Chengye's intentions, having witnessed Jiang Ye Nai He's ability to stabilize Jiang Mei's condition. Jiang Ling candidly expressed her sentiment. If you are willing, this can be your home. Jiang Ye Nai He paused, gazing intently into Jiang Ling's beautiful eyes, and earnestly replied, "Can you promise me that you will behave, so that this place can always be my home?" Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, suddenly experiencing an odd sense of affectionate indulgence towards the girl before her. He couldn't help but raise his hand, running his fingers through her hair with a gentle ruffle. Yet, moments later, he waved his hand in disdain and remarked, "You should take a shower soon. Your hair is utterly greasy." Upon entering the study, Jiang Chengyi sat before a grand rosewood desk, flipping through an old family album. As the father and daughter approached, he was engrossed in a vintage photograph of a baby. Noticing their arrival, the elderly gentleman closed the album and regarded Jiang Ling with a kind smile, asking, "Dear girl, what is your name?" The young girl obediently stated, "Grandfather, my name is Jiang Ye Nai He. You can simply call me Jiang Xiaoyu." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression once again turned peculiar. The old man also paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You share the surname Jiang and are called Xiao Yu? Is there something amiss? Is there a problem with that?" Jiang Nai replied. At that moment, Jiang Ling let out a sigh and said, "My childhood alias was Jiang Yi." Instantly, the expression on Jiang Xi's face turned to one of astonishment. Allow her a moment to process this. Jiang Ling's original name was Jiang Yi, and she, too, was named Jiang Ye Nai He. Oh, and last night, Liang Shang mentioned that the character Nai means. At this thought, Jiang Ye Nai He couldn't help but chuckle, even feeling a tinge of emotion in her eyes. It turned out her name held such a meaning. Her parents were indeed a bit unconventional. Her laughter was peculiar, causing Jiang Ling's brows to furrow tightly. "Who exactly are you, and why do we have so many coincidences?" Jiang Ye Nai He sighed. "In 5 years, you will understand." "In 5 years?" Jiang Ling pondered, uncertain if he would truly know then. Jiang Ye Nai He gazed at her benevolent great-grandfather and her lively young father, swallowed hard, and suddenly grasped Jiang Ling's hand tightly. "Jiang Ling." Her earnestness caught Jiang Ling off guard. Afterward, she released Jiang Ling and deeply bowed before Jiang Qingye, saying, "Grandfather, I understand that you summoned Jiang Ling to inquire about me. Rest assured, no one is seeking me. In this world, I am but a phantom, lacking even a household registration or an identity card. I harbor no intention of causing harm to any of you, and there must be a blood connection between us. If you doubt my words, you may verify my retina at the police station or conduct a DNA test at the hospital. However, I presently have one earnest desire, to witness Jiang Ling celebrate her 22nd birthday. If she can navigate this era successfully, I implore you to allow me to remain here, to accompany my great-aunt, my mother and Jiang Ling. My father passed away on the night of his 22nd birthday. Great-grandfather, upon observing one's countenance, is a man of simple integrity. My great-aunt, despite her mental challenges, is generally affable, and although my father, Jiang Ling, may have been a wayward soul, he had many good friends, some of whom later became friends of his wife. Jiang Ye Nai He is certain that, had there been fewer tragedies in this household, it would undoubtedly be a warm and loving home. Since she, a visitor from the future, has the opportunity to be here, she wishes to attempt altering the sorrowful circumstances. Chapter 27. Moving into the Jiang residence, she has an inept mother who, aside from proving her intelligence in social gatherings, mahjong parlors, and beauty salons, has achieved little else. Approaching 40, she cannot cook, performs household chores poorly, lacks a stable job, cannot obtain a driver's license, and is unable to ride a bicycle. Yet, this seemingly inept mother has never married. Once, she misconstrued He Chu's decision not to marry as a means to revel in the adoration of older men and young heartthrobs, basking in the allure of her exquisite beauty. However, just moments ago, upon grasping the true meaning of her name, her perception of He Chu underwent a profound transformation. Miss He Chu had concealed numerous truths from her. She yearned to uncover the circumstances surrounding that dreadful mother-s encounter with her father, the events that transpired between them, and the rebellion they must have endured to bring her into this world so prematurely. Having seen such a vibrant father, she longed for the prospect of a harmonious family in the future. Contemplating all of this, she parted her lips, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Ye shifted his gaze to Jiang Ling, recognizing the myriad implications in the girl's words, which even this seasoned elder found perplexing. Yet, having traversed the vicissitudes of life, how could he fail to perceive a child's sentiments? He discerned the young girl's unabashed concern for his eldest grandson. With a sigh, the elderly man chuckled and rose, concealing the glimmer in his eyes. Xiao Yu, take the young lady to your room to play. It turned out that Jiang Ling was affectionately referred to as Xiao Yu at home, though she did not fully comprehend her grandfather's intent. She asked no further questions and led the girl away. However, it was not long before visitors arrived at the house. Upon seeing the police officers, Jiang Ling suddenly realized that she feared they were there to take Jiang Ye Nai He away. He did not want her to leave. Approximately half an hour later, after the police departed, Jiang Xiefeng and Jiang Qingye entered Jiang Ling's room. Both elders, in unspoken agreement, overlooked Jiang Ling, their unwavering gaze fixed upon the young girl. Their eyes held no hostility, but rather a profound and restrained emotion, making Jiang Ye Nai He feel quite bashful, unsure of where to direct her gaze. As the minutes slipped by, a glimmer of joy began to illuminate Jiang Xiefeng's tranquil countenance. He inquired, "My dear, do you know who I am?" Jiang Ye Nai He nodded, addressing him as grandfather. At that moment, the three of them fell into a momentary silence. "Ah, indeed." Jiang Xiefeng smiled once more, asking, "What do you call me?" "Perhaps uncle." "Very well." Jiang Xiefeng clapped his thigh with enthusiasm. "Now that you have called me uncle, no matter what secrets you hold, I am your uncle from this moment on. Should you encounter any needs or difficulties in life, do not hesitate to confide in your uncle. My only hope is that your mother's condition stabilizes and improves." Yet, within Jiang Ye Nai's heart, she felt no surprise at all, meeting relatives whom she had never encountered before. She sensed their intelligence and kindness. "All right," she replied, a radiant smile blooming on her face. Chapter 28. Let me die. This smile seemed to embarrass Jiang Xiefeng. Shortly after, Jiang Xiefeng and his son Jiang Qingye took their leave. Jiang Ling, perched upon his computer chair, scrutinized his daughter, who was sitting on the bed, her gaze fixated on the posters adorning the wall. When she sensed his gaze and turned her head, Jiang Ling's bright eyes sparkled as he remarked, "I understand why my father was so quick to take you in." "Why is that?" she asked. "My parents have always yearned for both a son and a daughter." Jiang Ling reminisced. "I recall that when I was young, my parents had plans to have a sister for me. Even in those financially constrained times, they had prepared to pay the fines for having a second child. However, considering my aunt's situation, they settled for just me. Now that you are here, my father's dream of having a daughter can finally be fulfilled." The home was permeated with a bittersweet happiness, and Jiang Ye Nai He grew increasingly curious about her parents' affairs. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "When you eventually marry and start a family, would you prefer to have both sons and daughters?" "I have no particular preference," Jiang Ling replied without hesitation. "As for having children, I believe it's best to heed the opinions of the woman, for she bears the greater burden in this matter." The young girl was on the verge of tears. How fortunate she felt to have such a wonderful father. She genuinely envied Miss He Chu. The more Jiang Ling looked at her, the more he found her pleasing to the eye, radiantly charming. This sentiment bore a resemblance to affection, yet it was not a conventional kind of liking. It subtly intertwined with the realization that he was indeed this young lady's father. During their all-night gaming sessions at the internet CAF, she had mentioned her age, which was strikingly similar to his own. He rested his hands on the back of the chair, chin resting on his knuckles, and mused, "Ye Nai He, you once called me Dad. What about your mother? You previously claimed that she is a combination of Lin Qingxia and Zhang Zi. Surely you jest. If she were truly that beautiful, she would undoubtedly have a chance at stardom." Jiang Ye Nai He was initially taken aback that he had addressed her by her full name, and her curiosity piqued further. Disappointed? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and replied, I never said I liked her. Marrying her is a complicated affair, one I am not contemplating at present. Jiang Ye Nai He was at a loss as to whether to commend her father for his sound principles or to criticize his pragmatism. After a brief pause, she commented, My mother's face could indeed grace the screen of a star, but beyond that, she intended to express that Ms. He Chu had little else to offer, but reconsidered, opting to refrain from such harsh judgment. After all, she was not one to seek the limelight. Her words were laced with a hint of guilt. Jiang Ling squinted and smiled, saying, That's quite nice. If my future wife is exceptionally beautiful, I would certainly be reluctant to let her act alongside male actors. I would feel jealous. Jiang Ye Nai He thought to herself, After your demise, she will be seen daily cozied up with your best friend. Yet I have not witnessed you springing from your coffin in anger. Subsequently, Jiang Ling scooted his chair closer to her. A flicker of nervousness and anticipation in his demeanor. So, what is your mother's name? Jiang Ye Nai He hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the spoilers of his life to Jiang Ling. However, at that moment, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Xuemei. To her surprise, she had awakened so early. The strength of children is indeed boundless, capable of overcoming even the constituents of sleep. Jiang Ye Nai He swiftly embraced her persona as Niu, preparing for another heartfelt encounter with Jiang Xuemei. Yet, Jiang Xuemei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Niu. Come, let us go to the study. I previously bought you a plethora of books. I hope they will aid you in your quest to be admitted to Peking University. Peking University? Jiang Ye Nai He thought. Let me perish. Chapter 29, The King of Gu. Jiang Xuemei was genuinely fond of her eldest daughter. She first bestowed a kiss before inquiring, What is it? Really? Jiang Xuemei was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes welling with tears of excitement. How wonderful, how wonderful. On her first night in the Jiang household, Jiang Ye Nai He felt immense happiness. Even though her father remained youthful, she experienced a different kind of paternal love. Moreover, due to Jiang Xuemei's constant imagining of Niu's presence, there indeed existed a bedroom for Niu in the Jiang home, complete with numerous outfits. That night, the four-character Niu comfortably settled in. She was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. However, there was one thing that Jiang Ye Nai He remained completely unaware of. Jiang Xuemei sat by her bedside, her fingers hesitant to touch the girl's face. Yet she repeatedly traced her features with her eyes, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She whispered to the slumbering maiden, My adorable little treasure. Have you transformed into a girl resembling Xiao Yu, a celestial angel sent to fulfill my wishes? Mental illness, aside from genetic factors, often afflicts those who possess excessive pride, heightened sensitivity, or remarkable intelligence, making them vulnerable to psychological afflictions following significant trauma. Thus, individuals grappling with mental health issues may articulate nonsensical thoughts with a semblance of logic, appearing to misinterpret everything, while deep within, they possess a clear understanding of the external world, regardless of whether their outward demeanor manifests as dullness, rage, or foolishness. It is merely a desperate attempt to escape the shadows of their past experiences. In the realm of reality, however, the matter of transferring schools was quite different. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Ling pinched her nose to rouse her from sleep. Get up. It's time for morning self-study. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Ye Nai He, much like Jiang Ling, would get irate when abruptly awakened from a deep sleep. I haven't even officially transferred yet. Why should I be attending morning self-study? The homeroom teacher is already aware, and today's morning self-study is his responsibility, so hurry up. No. Jiang Si, in a fit of frustration, tugged at her own hair. Why would a failing student like you be concerned about morning self-study? I may not want to go, but the person I like will be there, so hurry. Jiang Ye Nai He exclaimed, I despise this. At 6:50. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the morning self-study session, Lu Qi was already seated in the classroom of Class 184, Grade 2 of the 9th High School, stifling yawns. Nearby classmates, upon noticing his presence, expressed their astonishment. Old Lu actually came to morning self-study? It seemed he had been sent here by his parents. As the class time approached, Lu Qi took out his phone to call Jiang Ling. However, in a rare twist of fate, Jiang Ling did not answer the call today. Lu Qi felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that he had abandoned Zhang Jiahui for Jiang Si? That was not the case. It was merely that Jiang Ye Nai He had dawdled that morning, insisting on tying a spirited high ponytail while braiding numerous small strands atop her head. This had caused Jiang Ling to become increasingly anxious, ultimately leading to her forgetting her phone. At that moment, the two of them were strolling around the campus. nearing the entrance to the teaching building. The sleep-deprived girl was jolted awake by the brisk morning air as she stepped outside. Her curiosity piqued by her mother's alma mater from 2 decades past, glancing about with fascination. Suddenly, she spotted a tall, slender, and familiar figure ascending the steps of the hall ahead, Xiao Yu. She discreetly pretended to slip on the icy ground and hurried a few steps closer to Xiao Yu. Upon realizing his presence, she felt compelled to greet him, as they were, after all, friends. Yet, as she drew nearer, an inexplicable shyness overcame her. Jiang Ling, oblivious to the girl's inner turmoil, caught up and called out cheerfully, "Aren't you afraid of falling?" Today, she appeared even more youthful and radiant than before. Alas, what should have been a casual greeting became a source of heightened nervousness as she beheld his handsome face once again after a day apart, and noticed how, in the biting cold, he exposed his long neck, with his collarbones subtly visible. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow at her, a gesture the young lady readily comprehended as a form of greeting. Instantly, Jiang Ye Nai He felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. In the future, one term would aptly encapsulate Xiao Yu's essence, the king of sorcery. As she momentarily lost herself in thought, the school bell rang. Jiang Ling tugged at his daughter's collar, guiding her to take a left turn. They ascended 3 flights of stairs, and just as they rounded the corner, they encountered Xiao Yu emerging from the opposite direction. Jiang Ling proceeded a few steps before pushing open the classroom door, while Xiao Yu veered off, continuing to the classroom at the end of the corridor. Before entering the classroom, Jiang Ye Nai He surveyed the layout of the building. The structure was U-shaped, with Xiao Yu's class situated at the far right end of the U, designated as Class 180. This row contained 3 classes, 180, 181, and 182. In contrast, Jiang Ling's class was located at the top of the U, comprising 2 classes, 183 and 184, with staircases at either end. Consequently, if one ascended the staircase that Xiao Yu had taken, passing by one classroom would lead directly to Jiang Ling's class. Notably, each classroom boasted 2 entrances, allowing for flexibility in movement. Moreover, from the window seat adjacent to the corridor in Jiang Ling's class, one could catch a glimpse of Xiao Yu's classroom. Jiang Ye Nai He felt that her failure to exchange words with Xiao Yu was incongruous with her multifaceted, eloquent persona as a social media influencer. Thus, she resolved to take a different staircase after early self-study, hoping to encounter Xiao Yu once more and engage him in conversation with utmost composure. "Why are you dawdling so much?" Jiang Ling's voice, muffled by his clenched teeth, snapped her back to reality, prompting the young lady to hastily follow her father's lead into the classroom. Lu Qi, unable to connect the call, logged into the internet. Just as he was striving to access QQ, he suddenly heard a classmate's voice behind him. "Old Lu, old Jiang is here." In Chapter 30, "My mother awaits my admission to Peking University." Lu Qi raised his head, ready to express his annoyance, only to have his gaze unexpectedly drawn to Jiang Ling, who was accompanied by a striking girl with vibrant pink hair. Jiang Ling entered the classroom alongside an unfamiliar female student, and naturally, the attention of the 60-odd classmates gravitated towards the girl, even more so than towards the boys. Instantly, the chatter in the classroom escalated significantly. With an astonishingly beautiful face and a simple ponytail, she managed to stand out distinctly. Furthermore, she dared to flaunt her hair color so boldly, eschewing conventional bangs for a more natural look, which accentuated her smooth and full forehead. Jiang Ye Nai He, who had been accustomed to various gazes since childhood, surveyed her future classmates with poise. However, she noticed that the girls in the class either sported thick straight bangs or heavy sideswept bangs, or wore the rather stifling black bobo hairstyle, which made her frown slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was suddenly invigorated, his previous yawning forgotten as he excitedly stood up. "Little Yi?" "Lu Qi, good morning." She greeted him calmly. Elated, Lu Qi felt as if the sun would rise with the dawn of their study session. "Good morning. What brings you to our class?" Jiang Ling moved swiftly, arriving by Lu Qi's side. She nudged him further inside before declaring, "From today onwards, she will be our classmate." "Wow," Lu Qi exclaimed with delight, ruffling his hair. "This is wonderful." Jiang Ye Nai He sauntered over at a leisurely pace. The classroom desks were arranged into 3 large rows, with each row accommodating 3 students as desk partners. Lu Qi and Jiang Ling shared a desk, situated by the window in the third-to-last row, and since Jiang Ling had no one beside her, she transferred in to complete their trio. After she settled down, she remarked, "Indeed, my mother is eagerly awaiting my acceptance into Peking University." Lu Qi nearly burst into laughter. The students from 9th Middle School possessed a keen self-awareness. They believed their school could produce students who excelled academically, yet they were certain that their ordinary class would not be among them. Jiang Ling remained unfazed, advising him not to take her aunt's words too seriously. Ultimately, as long as she managed to attend any university, she would be content. Suddenly, the chatter in the classroom ceased, replaced by the rustling of pages. The homeroom teacher had arrived. Jiang Ye Nai He glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that her homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang Dili? Now in his 40s, Mr. Wang had not yet succumbed to complete baldness. He was a Chinese language teacher who enjoyed dabbling in calligraphy and traditional painting, embodying the essence of an arts enthusiast. He was quite supportive of her aspirations to become an internet celebrity, often visiting her live streams on weekends. If she wore something deemed inappropriate, Mr. Wang would kindly remind her to change in the comments section or send gifts to obscure her. All in all, he was a commendable teacher. After explaining, old Wang took a seat at the podium and flipped through the textbooks he had brought. Chapter 31, A Special Connection. Although he was still the same old teacher, the methods of instruction had undergone a profound transformation over the course of 20 years. Jiang Ye Nai He was puzzled by the meaning of this small group. Lu Qi clarified, the old teacher has established a complementary learning group. Each group consists of 3 members who supervise each other's studies and also share the responsibility of daily chores. Our class consists of 62 students, with the dividing line at 20. One top student pairs with one average student and one underperformer. The top 20 bookworms are reluctant to join our group, so we have been left out. Now that you have arrived, we are complete. Jiang Ye Nai He pondered for a moment and inquired, what was your last ranking? Lu Qi smiled. I fared decently, ranked 39, while Jiang Ling is at 62. Last place is acceptable, Jiang Ling remarked nonchalantly as he tossed his textbook aside. That's because I left several pages blank. If I had answered all the questions, I would have surely outperformed you. Not wanting to be overshadowed by Jiang Ling in front of the girl, Lu Qi was about to argue when old Wang suddenly interjected. Take out the 5th paper from the Huanggong exam. Complete it during morning self-study, and the class representative will collect it. No need to write an essay. After speaking, old Wang raised his eyes to look at Jiang Ling and the others, drawing the attention of the entire class. The most handsome boy in the class was seated next to a stunning girl, indeed a sight to behold. The new student's name is Jiang Ye Nai He. Old Wang remarked, surname Jiang, given name Ye Nai He for characters. The student with the 4 character name stood up and affirmed, yes, teacher. My name consists of 4 characters, Jiang as the surname, Yi for the field, Nai for helplessness, and He for rice. She enjoys watching stand-up comedy and crosstalk in her daily life, and when in a good mood, she often shares a few witty remarks. Her self-introduction is quite rare at this moment, and Lu Qi is unsure why he feels so delighted, nudging Jiang Ling with his elbow. Shui Dao He. Old Wang calls out, come here to collect a paper and complete it. Jiang Ye Nai He leaves her seat and walks towards the podium. Along the way, she overhears her classmates discussing her. Wow, a 4-character name with the single surname. Her parents are so trendy. Jiang Ye Nai He steals a glance at Jiang Ling. To be fair, her father is not at all mainstream, and his aesthetic, even 20 years ahead, leans towards minimalism. Moreover, He Chu at 40 still possesses the beauty of someone in their 20s, showcasing a naturally avant-garde sense of style. All things considered, her parents are indeed quite fashionable. Just then, another voice nearly causes Jiang Ye Nai He to trip. When I get married, I want to give my child a 4-character name too. Oh, the audacity. Although Jiang Ling is not adept at solving papers, he still demonstrates respect for his teacher, obediently retrieving the paper and spreading it out before pulling out a comic book and an MP3 player with headphones from his desk. Clearly, Lu Qi's upbringing is stricter. Despite his academic struggles, he diligently searches for correction fluid to properly answer the questions. Seeing that everyone has settled into the task at hand, old Wang stands up and says, class monitor and representative, check if anyone is cheating. I'll be heading to room 180 for a round. Room 180? That is Xiao Yu's class. She inquires, what is the homeroom teacher doing in room 180? Jiang Ling replies, the language arts class in 180 is also taught by our old teacher. They should be having their language arts morning self-study today, just like us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He felt as though she had traversed into another realm, her spirit somewhat unsettled. Why did her heart flutter at the mere mention of Xiao Yu? Even sharing an old Wang with him seemed to signify an extraordinary fate. Chapter 32. This girl is unusual time slipped away quietly, marked only by the friction of pencils against papers, until the bell rang, signaling the end of class. After a few moments spent collecting the exams, They were finally free to leave. The girl hadn't forgotten her intention to take the side staircase, as Jiang Ling wished to encounter Jiang Ye in a similar manner. Previously, the two had entered through the back door of the classroom, and now they intended to exit through the front. To their surprise, upon opening the door, they found Xiao Yu standing at the entrance of their classroom. Jiang Ye Nai He was at the forefront, nearly colliding with Xiao Yu, her heart racing violently. Struggling to suppress her inner turmoil, she managed to utter, "Xiao Yu." What a coincidence. Xiao Yu merely pressed his lips together and responded with a nonchalant, At that moment, Jiang Ling nudged the girl aside, eyeing Xiao Yu with suspicion, and inquired, "Why are you coming this way?" Xiao Yu cast a sideways glance at Jiang Ye Nai He before coldly retorting, "Why should I tell you?" As the tension between the two escalated, Lu Qi subtly pushed Jiang Ling, signaling him to focus ahead. There, at the corner connecting the classrooms, stood a girl of slightly taller stature, at least 168 centimeters. Her figure was well-proportioned, her skin fair, and while her features were delicate, they fell just short of true beauty. Her hair was styled in a layered and voluminous bob, clearly the result of meticulous grooming. She donned a red plaid-collared British sweater, complemented by a tailored white down jacket, snug-fitting jeans, and snow boots. A fluffy crossbody bag adorned her shoulder, exuding an aura of both innocence and academia. The visible quality of her attire indeed enhanced her elegance. It appeared that this was Jiang Ye. However, having seen Hechu's photographs from her 20s, it was apparent that even with her graceful appearance, Jiang Ye paled in comparison to Hechu. Yet, was Jiang Ye gazing at Jiang Ling or Xiao Yu? Upon spotting Jiang Ye, Jiang Ling cast a scornful smile at Xiao Yu, forcefully nudging him aside as he pulled the girl forward, calling out loudly, "Jiao." The girl felt disheartened. She had encountered Xiao Yu but missed the chance to connect. Unbeknownst to her, after their paths diverged, Xiao Yu lowered his head, displaying a look of frustration before quickening his pace, hands tucked in his pockets, skipping along. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye greeted Jiang Ling and Lu Qi with a gentle demeanor. Yet her gaze lingered on Jiang Ye Nai He. Perhaps the boys remained oblivious, but someone seasoned in the world of internet celebrities, with their keen perception, could sense the hint of unease and vigilance in Jiang Ye's eyes. This reaction was entirely understandable. With such a stellar reputation among the boys, it was inevitable that she had her share of admirers. A girl as popular as her, despite outwardly appearing modest, would inherently harbor pride and would not wish for any rival females to threaten her standing. However, the strikingly beautiful Jiang Ye Nai He seemed unfazed by Jiang Ye's gaze, dismissing the girl who fell short of Hechu in her eyes. While Jiang Ye might be seen as formidable by other girls, in her heart, she was not. Since she became an internet celebrity, the intrigues she has experienced are not merely the petty rivalries of young girls vying for the affection of boys. Rather, she is entangled in fierce competition for resources with various established influencers who surpass her in age and team strength. Moreover, at a certain level of beauty, who would still bother to vie for the attention of boys? Such trivial pursuits are the domain of ordinary girls. Jiang Ye, alongside Jiang Ling, descended further, engaging in conversation about the recent weather, advising them to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. This ostensibly caring remark towards old classmates subtly disregarded Jiang Ye Nai He's presence before the two young men. However, Jiang Cixi perceptively noticed Jiang Ye's lingering glances at her on numerous occasions. This further affirmed Jiang Cixi's suspicions. This seemingly unremarkable girl, who could nonetheless capture one's attention, was far from simple. Chapter 33. A master of psychological warfare. Xiao Yu has been ignoring me. I could not deliver this medicine. You should give it to him. If he forgives you, he might also acknowledge me. Jiang Ling's expression darkened at the thought of bestowing such fine medicine upon Xiao Yu, yet he accepted it, remarking that he was doing so on account of Xiao Yu's potential assistance with his studies. The young girl narrowed her eyes, feeling a twinge of jealousy at Jiang Ling's evident compliance towards Jiang Ye. She mentally unraveled the hidden implications of his words. It seemed that Jiang Ye had learned of Jiang Ling's earlier troubles with Xiao Yu, had grown upset, and subsequently clarified through QQ that her closeness to Xiao Yu was solely for academic purposes. In light of this context, Jiang Ling misinterprets Xiao Yu's relationship with Jiang Ye, leading her to bully Xiao Yu. Consequently, Xiao Yu declines to offer academic assistance to Jiang Ye, which understandably incites her anger. The logic is coherent, and this should represent the correct answer. However, despite Jiang Ling's concession, Lu Qi remains unconvinced, asserting, "Jie, while Xiao Yu excels academically, He is not the sole top student at our school, is he? Why must you seek his help when his reputation is so tarnished? Are you not aware of this? You simply do not understand, Lu Qi. Zhang Jiehui furrows her brow. Do you know how many points separate Xiao Yu from the second top student in the entire school? Lu Qi shakes his head. A staggering 70 points. Zhang Jiehui continues. The knowledge I struggle with is not mastered by the second best either. Only Xiao Yu possesses the capability. If he can maintain such impressive grades, even if he does not gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, he is surely destined for success at Fudan or Jiaodong University. The young lady puffs her cheeks, thinking to herself that she underestimates Xiao Yu. He is indeed capable of securing a place at Tsinghua. In her inner monologue, she acknowledges his status as a science prodigy, receiving accolades from both the city and the province. With a sigh, Zhang Jiehui prepares to respond gently, but Jiang Ling interjects, Jiehui. Surely there are many students at First High who outperform Xiao Yu academically. Why not remain there instead of transferring to Ninth High? In her thoughts, she reflects, in your cohort, not just in Anqing, but throughout the entire Qin province, there are no students with better grades than Xiao Yu. Yet, she finds herself increasingly curious about Zhang Jiehui's reason for transferring. A single expression and a few restrained words reveal the depth of her unavoidable predicament. Jiang Ye Nai He glances sideways, recognizing the psychological tactics at play. As they conversed, they arrived at the lobby of the teaching building, where a throng of students descended the stairs from the opposite side, yet there was no sign of Xiao Yu. Jiang Ye Nai He let out a quiet sigh. Feeling rather foolish, what was the source of this inexplicable sense of loss? This bewilderment caused her to drift away from the trio, one person walking to the side, kicking the thick layer of snow on the ground as they ambled along. Suddenly, a clear voice, infused with a hint of laughter, echoed from behind her. You've kicked snow onto me. A wave of surprise washed over her. What was happening? Logically, he should have left long ago. He had raised the collar of his thin jacket, concealing his chin, which only accentuated the elegance of his features. Chapter 34. Youth, my apologies. The girl responded, unable to suppress a gasp as she steadied her emotions. Fortunately, the cold air allowed her to exhale white puffs, effectively masking her true feelings. Xiao Yu walked beside her, inquiring, are you here to play with Jiang Ling, or? I've transferred here. The conversation flourished, and Jiang Ye Nai became considerably more animated. I'm in the same class as Jiang Ling. Oh. Previously, whenever she encountered Xiao Yu, he always seemed preoccupied. Now, walking side by side in such tranquility, she noticed an unusual aura around him, not one that incited fear, but rather one that evoked shyness. She appreciated a minimalist aesthetic, believing her father's style was already quite appealing. Yet Xiao Yu's ensemble of pure black, white, and gray felt even more comforting. There was even a faint scent of fresh grass lingering around him. Although she struggled to comprehend the source of her previous inexplicable sense of loss, one thought now occupied her mind. She ought to indulge in the sight of handsome men to rejuvenate her spirit. With a smile spreading across her face, she exclaimed, this way, we shall see each other quite often in the future. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, lowering his gaze to observe the lively girl, who was full of energy from the break of dawn, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhang Jiehui assumed that Xiao Yu's earlier interaction with Jiang Ye Nai He was merely a consequence of her playfully kicking snow onto him, but witnessing their ongoing conversation, even noting Xiao Yu's smile, shifted her perspective. She pursed her lips, her expression altering, and finally couldn't resist asking Jiang Ling in a hushed tone, by the way, who is that girl beside you? That's my cousin. Her name is Jiang Xiaoyi. Zhang Jiehui paused. I wasn't aware you had a cousin. Lu Qi moved to her other side, continuing to elucidate. She is from old Jiang's family. I found her. Oh, Zhang Jiehui nodded, raising a hand to her mouth, lowering her voice considerably. Does she know Xiao Yu? Yes. They met at the internet CAF a couple of nights ago. Something happened. Zhang Jiehui exhaled softly. So that's the case. Jiang Ling, I've been reflecting. Perhaps I should offer Xiao Yu the medicine. Considering the situation arose because of me, he might be indifferent due to my lack of sincerity, and with you present, it would alleviate any doubts you may have about me. Jiang Ling was not a naive individual. While Zhang Jiehui's reasoning was sound, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Nonetheless, he retrieved the medicine and returned it to Zhang Jiehui. Jiang Ye Nai He did not overhear their private conversation and focused on conversing with Xiao Yu. How is your health? Xiao Yu replied with an air of nonchalance. Youthful vigor, a good night's sleep suffices. The young girl was about to inquire if he felt cold, but suddenly, Zhang Jiehui preempted her. Xiao Yu, why do you always wear so little? You might catch a cold. Instantly, the smile on Xiao Yu's face faded, enveloped by an aura of rejection towards Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a pang of relief that she had refrained from asking. How could Xiao Yu not feel the chill? Why else would he pull his collar so high? Surely, if he had warmer clothes, he would wear them. At that moment, she dramatically bent down, diverting all attention towards herself. She was still clad in the outfit Jiang Ling had purchased for her. As she bent down, she simply rolled up the cuffs of her trousers and tugged at her socks. In doing so, she revealed a portion of her leg, enough to indicate that she was not wearing thermal leggings. Like Xiao Yu, she had also dressed lightly. Once she stood up, she seemed to be speaking to herself. Yet it resonated with everyone, breaking the awkward silence. These trousers are troublesome. They keep slipping down. When the waist drops, the legs follow, hiding my socks. My socks need to be visible to look good. At my previous school, it was quite fashionable to dress like this in winter. Chapter 35. Girls should dress warmer. Her socks were adorned with prints of charming maidens, undeniably more appealing when displayed. Xiao Yu lowered his face even further, understanding the girl's clever and warm gesture. The collar concealed his mouth, yet he gloomily engaged with the girl known for her four-character phrases. Aren't you feeling feverish, dressed so lightly? She replied. I fear that wearing thicker clothes in winter would make my legs appear stout. You dare to label that as stout? Xiao Yu observed her empty pant legs, clearly perplexed. Jiang Ye Nai He stuck out her tongue, feeling slightly pretentious, yet the sudden concern from him bridged the psychological distance between them. She leaned closer to Xiao Yu, casually fabricating an excuse. My family is too busy to tend to me, and I forgot to purchase warm clothing. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Yu raised his hand, brushing away the snow atop his head. Girls ought to dress warmly. His differential treatment was rather conspicuous. Jiang Ling initially sought to suppress his displeasure, but upon noticing Zhang Jiahui's trembling hand clutching the medicine and her discreet sniffle, he acted impulsively. Jiang Ling abruptly pulled Jiang Ye Nai He aside, confronting Xiao Yu with an arrogant tone. Did Jiahui speak to you, and you chose to ignore her? What gives you the right to concern yourself with my sister? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, his deep, dark gaze emanating a chilling coldness. I reserve the right to remain silent in the presence of unfamiliar individuals. Jiang Ling's fists clenched tightly, implying, are you suggesting that you are familiar with my sister? Indeed, Xiao Yu arched an eyebrow, glancing at him affirmatively. A friend. You have been classmates with Jiahui for half a year and claim to be unfamiliar, yet with her for a single day, you deem her a friend? Jiang Ling suddenly reached out, grasping Xiao Yu's collar. Are you looking for trouble? Xiao Yu cast a glance at his hand resting at the collar, his voice heavy with disdain. I exchanged a few words with her, and you sought someone to deal with me. I refrained from speaking to her. Yet you continue to pursue me. Jiang Ling, is it the girl's fault for rendering you spineless, or is it a matter of your own intellect? Upon finishing, he seized Jiang Ling's wrist, attempting to pry his hand away. Jiang Ye Nai He felt her heart race. Those words were truly eloquent. Jiang Ling had previously assumed that Zhang Jiahui's momentary sadness was a mere impulse, but now, with Xiao Yu's abrupt and indifferent reminder, he realized he indeed resembled a fool. With his pride wounded, he felt an urge to retaliate. Everyone at Jiuzhong was familiar with Zhang Jiahui, and through Jiang Ling, Xiao Yu had come to know her as well. These two young men had inadvertently elevated her to a figure of prominence within Jiuzhong, even placing her among the school's most admired. In the eyes of many students, although she was not exceptionally beautiful, she fell within the realm of attractiveness, complemented by her affluent background and academic prowess, ranking among the top 10 in the school. All these attributes combined rendered her an outstanding individual. Moreover, she was the first girl to incite a physical altercation between the two most handsome boys in Jiuzhong. Ordinary girls admired her, foolish ones sought to curry favor, and beautiful ones harbored disdain. Now, with all three prominent figures present, it appeared that the two school heartthrobs were about to clash once more over her, drawing a crowd of onlookers. At this moment, Jiang Ye Nai He noticed the glimmer in Zhang Jiahui's eyes. Despite her feigned concern that the two might actually come to blows, a smug satisfaction shone through her gaze, reveling in the discord between the two boys as a means to satiate her meager vanity. Such a girl, Jiang Ye Nai He held in contempt. She exhaled softly, positioning herself between the two handsome youths, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ling. With a serious expression and a hint of confusion, she inquired, Jiang Ling, doesn't Xiao Yu's neck feel particularly pleasant to touch, which is why you seem so keen on tugging at it? If you move any closer, you might just kiss him. Chapter 36. You truly are a devoted son. In that moment, The surroundings fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of the wind. Until Luqi's laughter rang out like the tolling of a bell, shattering the tense atmosphere. "You are quite the troublemaker," Jiang Ling retorted angrily, prompting the two youths to simultaneously and instinctively release each other. Xiao Yu busied himself with adjusting his collar, while Jiang Ling, in a vengeful gesture, wiped his hands on his daughter's sleeve to assert his innocence. Jiang Ye Nai He wore a triumphant smile as she remarked, "I've heard that some boys, when they like someone, tend to pick on them. Are you perhaps attracted to Xiao Yu's good looks?" Listening to this nonsensical chatter, Jiang Ling recognized that his daughter was trying to provide them an avenue for retreat. Upon reflection, he realized that his recent impulsive actions were all connected to Zhang Jiahui. Xiao Yu's earlier comments, though unflattering, carried a semblance of truth. His lack of principles was a personal flaw, or perhaps there was an issue with those around him that he had failed to notice. Moreover, he found himself increasingly perturbed by Zhang Jiahui's request to procure medicine for Xiao Yu. And as his affection for Zhang Jiahui began to wane, he discovered an unexpected fondness for this girl he had stumbled upon. He could not restrain himself from embracing the young girl, feigning a grip around her throat with his arm, while his hand continued to touzle her hair in a seemingly retaliatory manner. Yet, his voice, tinged with an exasperated chuckle, exclaimed, "Should you continue your nonsense, I might just withhold your meals." At the right moment, Xiao Yu raised his hand, bending his fingers playfully towards the girl, before striding forward. Both Jiang Ling and Xiao Yu, being the school heartthrobs, were not only equally handsome but also shared similar temperaments. They were both aloof, prone to bouts of irritation, and often appeared indifferent to those around them. However, their natures diverged significantly. Jiang Ling's sense of superiority led him to look down upon many, while Xiao Yu, burdened by the weight of incessant gossip, had effectively shut out the world around him. Consequently, during their initial days at school, neither had ever formed a close bond with any girl. Rumors about Jiang Ling's infatuation with Zhang Jiahui circulated, yet there was no evidence of them holding hands. Most tales revolved around how Jiang Ling treated her well, rejecting the advances of various school beauties on her behalf and dealing with troublesome boys. Yet now, there was a girl who, while engaging in physical contact with Jiang Ling, had managed to elicit a glimpse of warmth from Xiao Yu. Most astonishingly, it had even prevented them from quarreling. This was truly remarkable. Jiang Ling possessed considerable strength, and the girl, Jiang Ye Nai He, exclaimed, "Daddy, don't mess with my hair. My head can be severed, but my hairstyle must remain intact." "Daddy?" She referred to Jiang Ling as Daddy. Almost immediately after her words, Jiang Ling rushed to tidy her hair, showcasing a hint of affection. However, the girl pushed him away and swiftly grabbed a handful of snow from a nearby flower bed, shoving it down the back of Jiang Ling's neck, declaring, "Try to mess with my hair again." Jiang Ling, both icy and furious, exclaimed, "You truly are a devoted son." To which he replied, "Of course. If you manage to live to a ripe old age, I will certainly honor you well. You can just die of filial piety." As the two engaged in their playful banter, they gradually arrived at the school gate. At that moment, Xiao Yu happened to be exiting, and upon turning around to observe the juvenile antics of the father-daughter duo, a subtle smile graced his lips. During that era, Baidu Tieba was thriving. At this breakfast hour, a new post had emerged in the Anqing 9th Middle School forum, rapidly accumulating numerous replies. The title read, "Did anyone see Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling this morning in the front campus?" Chapter 37, A Plea for Deletion. Some individuals are not to be provoked. 1L. Who was that girl walking with Jiang Ling, Zhang Jiahui, and Luqi this morning? She seems to know Xiao Yu and is quite beautiful. Does anyone have more information about her? 2L. Agreed. 3L. No matter how beautiful she is, she is still a small-town girl. What does it matter to you? 4L. I'm not sure of the details, but she was at the Xingji Internet Cafe the night before last, hanging out with Jiang Ling, and even disrupted the match between Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling, causing Xiao Yu to lose. 5L. Is what you said true? Xiao Yu actually lost the match because of her, yet he still spoke to her? Is Xiao Yu trying to steal that girl away as a form of retaliation against Jiang Ling? Wasn't it rumored that Xiao Yu was getting close to Zhang Jiahui just to annoy Jiang Ling? 6L. 5L. I've heard that too. Xiao Yu is attracted to Zhang Jiahui because she comes from a wealthy family and appears innocent. Don't you think if Xiao Yu snatched the young lady from Jiang Ling, it would surely infuriate her? It was clearly Zhang Jiahui who had taken the initiative to seek out Xiao Yu after transferring to the school. Xiao Yu had not conversed with her even once. Who are you listening to that claims Xiao Yu has affection for her? Reply from 6L. You must like Xiao Yu to say that, right? Reply from 7L. I simply harbor a disdain for Zhang Jiahui. In a nested comment, on what grounds do you detest Jiang Ye? Is it because she is wealthier than you, or because she excels academically, or perhaps because she can engage in conversation with both Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling? While you cannot, in another nested comment, I advise you to delete this. Some individuals are not worth provoking. Lu Qi ate swiftly, finishing his meal before turning to his phone. Naturally, he found himself browsing the forum and stumbled upon this thread. To his surprise, discussions about them were unfolding on the school forum. Hearing this, Jiang Ye also took out her phone. She, Jiang Ling, and Lu Qi all possessed the same model of phone, likely acquired on the same day. Jiang Ling, who had not brought her phone, leaned closer to Jiang Ye to take a look, while Jiang Ye Nai He and Lu Qi shared the screen together. After perusing the first page, Jiang Ye Nai He notably scrutinized the ID of the courageous individual from 7L who dared to speak against Jiang Ye, named Youth and Dreams. She resolved to remember this bright-eyed warrior. Jiang Ye was evidently affected by these remarks. She bit down on her chopsticks. Her expression one of innocent grievance. I have never quarreled with anyone, and I don't even know this person. Why do they dislike me? Here it comes. The classic statement from the T-girl, striking precisely at the domineering sentiments of the straight men. Lu Qi immediately responded, Jiahui, don't overthink it. Haven't you seen that someone is defending you below? This person simply cannot tolerate other success and is driven by sheer jealousy. However, the statements made on the 5th and 6th floors hold truth. Xiao Yu is not a good person. You, along with Xiao Yu, should maintain your distance from him. Jiang Ye Nai He took a bite of her meat bun, unwilling to engage in conversation with this foolish individual. The person at the bottom, who spoke on behalf of Jiang Ye, declared that everything should be deleted. Some individuals are simply not worth provoking. Indeed, one cannot afford to offend Jiang Ye from a prominent family, yet it seems that one can easily slander the impoverished Xiao Yu. How utterly ironic. Her father certainly knows how to focus on the crux of the matter. She scratched her head and muttered, it's nothing. She had no intention of discussing such embarrassing affairs. Speak. Don't speak. Speak. Pay me, and I shall speak. How much? 1,000. No, give me 10,000. Lu Qi could no longer bear to listen. Are you a mythical creature? The reason Jiang Ye Nai He made such a statement was that she believed Jiang Ling would not truly pay her such a sum for a mere piece of information. Yet, she ultimately did not understand her father. Chapter 38. What nonsense is being spouted? Although Jiang Ling harbored biases against Xiao Yu, he did not wish to win in a manner as disgraceful as Xiao Yu did last time. He stood up. I do not have that much money on me right now. I will pay you this afternoon, but you must tell me now. You will tell me when you pay? All right. Jiang Ye did not press further and nodded in agreement. After their meal, Jiang Ling took his daughter's friend and headed to a nearby internet CAF. Jiang Ye Nai He was perplexed. There are only 20 minutes left until class. Why go to an internet CAF? Lu Qi replied, to check today's stocks. What? She thought she must have misheard. Stocks? Jiang Ling activated a device and, while searching for the computer, remarked, this summer, I began to dabble in stock trading. As of now, I have not asked my father for pocket money. All that I possess is earned from my investments. Presently, aside from a little cash for meals and internet usage, I have invested everything in stocks. I shall check shortly to see which shares are most advantageous to sell today. Lu Qi promptly nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. Do not be deceived by old Zhang's poor academic standing. His acumen in business is exceptional. I have profited significantly, thanks to him. Goodness, her father's earnings are far more sophisticated than hers, exclaimed the girl, overwhelmed with emotion as she grasped Jiang Ling's arm, adding, you mustn't perish. I am counting on you to become a wealthy magnate and serve as my financial benefactor. If Jiang Ling were to maintain her vitality, she would not merely aspire to be an internet celebrity, she yearned to be a princess. You absolute. Jiang Ling reacted with a hint of annoyance. Jiang Ye Nai He felt somewhat guilty. After leaving the internet CAF, she pulled Jiang Ling aside, stating, you must not skip classes. Let me tell you. Jiang Ling halted, responding, all right. That evening, I noticed your desire to win. I went over to Xiao Yu and took hold of his hand, and then, as she began to speak, Lu Qi was instantly electrified by the revelation, exclaiming, you held his hand? You actually held his hand. Ah. Lu Qi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Jiang Ling had indeed grasped Xiao Yu's hand. It dawned on him that Xiao Yu must have been so exhilarated by this unexpected contact that he lost focus and consequently fell short against them. He has become utterly destitute. Even after Xiao Yu caused him to lose several thousand yuan, he remains unfazed and even initiates conversation with Xiao Yu today. It is evident that he has developed feelings for her. Calm down. Jiang Ling restrained Lu Qi, momentarily disregarding the unfolding circumstances. As he was more preoccupied with Jiang Cizi, he inquired of his daughter, "He did not threaten you, did he?" "No," she replied. "We exchanged a few words when we encountered each other in the restroom." From what he conveyed, he seems to feel remorse for the last time he went against you in a rather ungracious manner. Jiang Cizi spoke half-truths. Thus, "I believe that Xiao Yu's defeat to you stems from his psychological failure and subsequent self-reflection. Just think about it. There were so many witnesses at that moment. How much chaos could I possibly create? It was merely a minor disruption, inconsequential really. If this were the reasoning, Jiang Ling could accept it. Recognizing one's mistakes and reflecting upon them is indeed commendable." Lu Qi continued to exclaim, "But Xiao Yu has touched her hand. What a pitiful display. Did you not hold hands with Niu in the courtyard when you were a child?" Jiang Ling kicked Lu Qi in the rear, impatiently stating, "They are not even in a romantic relationship." Lu Qi seized Jiang Ling by the neck, exclaiming, "Old Jiang, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, in an instant, the image of Xiao Yu's lips flashed in Jiang Ye Nai He's mind, causing her cheeks to flush with color. She then leapt up and grasped Jiang Ling by the neck. "Dad, what absurdity are you uttering?" Chapter 39. Call me Dad again, and I shall strike your head. Jiang Ling smiled with narrowed eyes as he led them toward the school, stepping into the classroom just as the bell rang for class. After a few minutes of delay, Old Wang entered the classroom and called out for Jiang Ye Nai He to go to the office and fetch her textbook. Jiang Ling restrained her, standing up to say, "Old Wang, I will go in her stead. The books are quite heavy. I wouldn't want to strain my daughter's delicate arms." Jiang Ye Nai He's eyes twinkled with joy. Having a father like this was truly wonderful. Old Wang's teaching style in the early 2000s was vastly different from that of 2023. Although Jiang Ye Nai He also completed exercises in the 2020s. The introduction of online classes and digital assessments left her somewhat bewildered about their current practices. It wasn't until the class representative handed her 2 papers that she noticed the striking, bold handwriting on the top paper, which did not belong to her or Jiang Ling. This situation was already familiar to everyone from the early 2000s. It was common to assist other classes with their papers while also utilizing them for class discussions, which helped in reflecting on one's own mistakes and reinforced memory of the subject matter. Just as she was about to ask Lu Qi if the class representative had mistakenly distributed the wrong paper, she flipped it over and saw the name Xiao Yu inscribed on it. "Xiao Yu's paper?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Are these from class 180? Lu Qi leaned over to take a look and remarked, "Oh, Xiao Yu is having a stroke of bad luck. What's this for?" She mused, taken aback by how naive he seemed in his youth. Jiang Ye Nai He attempted to snatch the paper back, but Lu Qi wouldn't relent. The paper was torn in the struggle. With a guilty expression, Lu Qi loosened his grip, and Jiang Ye Nai He jabbed him sharply with her elbow. Turning to Jiang Ling and asking, "Dad, could I have some tape?" The surrounding classmates watched in silence as the commotion unfolded. A stack of books lay before Jiang Xi. When Jiang Ling asked for tape from the back row, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Call Dad again, and I'll hammer your head." "Oh," Jiang Ye Nai He responded nonchalantly, too preoccupied to notice her own slip of the tongue. She gazed at the torn exam paper, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Although she was unaware of what Xiao Yu had done in the past, she had not witnessed any malice from him towards others in recent days. Even if he harbored shadows within, such is the nature of humanity, everyone possesses their darker sides. Moreover, with his sharp intellect, he must surely comprehend what holds paramount significance for him. What she observed was merely the prejudice of those around her, alongside the unrestrained animosity from irrelevant individuals directed at Xiao Yu. As she diligently repaired the exam paper with the tape borrowed from Jiang Ling, Old Wang had already inscribed the answers to the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions on the blackboard. Jiang Ye Nai He requested a red pen from Jiang Ling and meticulously began to verify the answers for Xiao Yu. Lu Qi, noticing her furrowed brow, cautiously inquired, "Xiao Yi, are you upset?" "Not at all," she replied, glancing at the blackboard while moving her pen. "I just feel that even if there are conflicts with others, it is unjust to act in such a manner. The exam paper is innocent. Does she owe an apology?" Chapter 40. Like a kitten that stole fish from his home. Yet, she would not compete with Lu Qi. Her rivalry lay solely with Jiang Ling, and she would not contend with Lu Qi either. In the past, when she watched films or read novels about time travel, the journey to the past could potentially alter the future, yet no one could guarantee such changes would indeed occur. In uncertain circumstances, she could not assure that her arrival would enable Jiang Ling to smoothly navigate his 22nd year. If fate dictated that she remained a posthumous child, then Lu Qi was indeed the one who had aided her, and he knew the most. Out of this bond, she resolved to support Lu Qi rather than oppose Jiang Ling. Thus, she reassured Lu Qi, "Very well, I want Jiang Ling's MP3. The MP3 is far too inexpensive." Lu Qi replied, "I shall purchase you a mobile phone. This new device that Lao Jiang and I acquired surpasses the MP3 in sound quality and boasts superior pixels. I will get you one." She recalled her first phone watch from kindergarten, a gift from Lu Qi, which offered far more features than those available on the market, ensuring her utmost safety while following the unreliable mother He Chu, thereby safeguarding her from potential kidnappers. She was prepared to agree when, unexpectedly, Jiang Ling expressed his displeasure. "Lu Qi, you've done all this. What am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, Jiang Ye Nai He burst into laughter. "Father and uncle, what are you laughing at?" Jiang Ling inquired. "If we were to play werewolf together and I were the wolf, I would certainly be the first to vote you out. After all, this was a great profit." Jiang Ling frowned slightly. "What is werewolf?" "It's nothing. Hurry and answer others' questions. Be cautious that Lao Wang does not discover our whispered banter." "How do you know he enjoys such banter?" The girl squinted, offering no reply. While Lu Qi and Jiang Ling exchanged glances, once again lost in contemplation, the answers came swiftly. Adhering to Lao Wang's instructions, they set aside composition and reading comprehension, with Xiao Yu making no errors at all, and she too encountered no mistakes, since she was already familiar with the material. Lao Wang's lecture went unheard as she meticulously flipped through her newly acquired textbook, pondering the differences it bore compared to 2 decades prior. 45 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the class representative approached to collect the papers, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Xiao Yu's test paper, which was conspicuously adorned with 2 strips of tape. Lu Qi, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "I tore it. Let Xiao Yu come find me." Meanwhile, Jiang Ye Nai He rose to her feet, stating her intention to visit the restroom. However, upon exiting the classroom, she did not descend the stairs but instead hastily made her way to class 180. Each classroom's windows were enveloped in a thick layer of frost, and Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, disinclined to venture outside, remained oblivious to the young girl's altered path. Despite the biting cold, many students lingered in the corridor to catch their breath. Jiang Ye Nai He, typically unperturbed by the gaze of others, now felt a twinge of timidity. Whether it was the corridor's narrowness or the proximity of others' stares that unnerved her, she could not tell. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she clenched her fists in a silent rallying of courage to steady her nerves. Upon reaching the entrance of class 180, she boldly peered inside, calling out, "Is Xiao Yu here?" The moment her words fell, she felt as if the dimly lit back corner of class 180 had suddenly brightened. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Yu's fair visage that had lifted. He then rose, hands in pockets, gracefully striding towards her. As he drew nearer, a subtle smile graced his face. "What do you need? Let us talk outside." The girl, flustered at the prospect of meeting his gaze, sidled to the doorframe and leaned against the wall. Xiao Yu stepped out, positioning himself beside her. "Go ahead," he encouraged. Jiang Ye Nai He. She lifted her gaze to steal a glance at him, only to lower it again, then raised it once more, resembling a kitten that had pilfered a fish from his household. Chapter 41, Tiny Joys MM. He responded to each of her words with an affirmative sound. "I accidentally tore your test paper." As she uttered this, she hesitated to meet Xiao Yu's gaze. Though not inherently shy or timid, she possessed a vulnerability, an aversion to making mistakes. Whenever she erred, her spirit would visibly deflate. "Oh." Xiao Yu showed little reaction. Yet the subtle narrowing of his long eyes suggested he did not believe she was responsible for the damage to his paper. Moreover, he rarely revisited completed tests. If it was torn, so be it. Unexpectedly, the girl continued, "Your class should help us check the answers. I also took the test last time. After it's distributed, I'll come find you, and you can give me my paper while I take the torn one back. Is that all right?" In the next moment, the boy's eyes widened slightly, revealing a flicker of surprise mingled with a hint of joy. Sure. In class 180, many were curious about his circumstances. Yet none dared to approach him, not even his deskmate. The scene was stark. In this class, he existed in a state of isolation. The second period for class 180 was Chinese. Mr. Wang entered, instructing the class representative and the academic committee member to distribute the test papers from class 184, with Xiao Yu fulfilling the role of the latter. The homeroom teacher of Class 180 valued Xiao Yu and understood his situation at school. Appointing him as the academic committee member was a subtle attempt to encourage his classmates to reach out to him and cultivate friendships. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Few were willing to forge a genuine connection with Xiao Yu, yet he was still compelled to undertake tasks he found unappealing. Upon receiving the exam paper, Xiao Yu did not rush to distribute it. Instead, he surveyed the names of his classmates in this section. Not spotting the four-character name, he addressed the class representative, suggesting a swap. Nobody in the class dared to provoke him. Despite his financial struggles, Xiao Yu excelled academically and possessed remarkable initiative, which made him quite formidable. Ignoring the gazes of his peers, he confidently grasped Jiang Ye Nai He's paper with his slender middle and ring fingers before commencing the distribution. Once seated, he cast a glance at her handwriting, his eyebrows subtly raised. While one might not classify Jiang Ye Nai He's writing as conventionally beautiful, it certainly possessed a unique charm. Her script leaned towards an artistic style, round and adorably whimsical, much like her persona. Without waiting for old Wang to jot down the answers, he casually retrieved a red pen and started marking Jiang Ye Nai He's responses. The initial questions were straightforward, and it was entirely expected that she would answer them correctly. However, upon reaching the back of the paper, where the reading comprehension section lay, he was taken aback. She had answered everything correctly, her performance even shining in the comprehension tasks. The exam set was not particularly easy, featuring numerous questions from outside the syllabus. One would need to be acquainted with external materials to answer them correctly. Nevertheless, it was reasonable to surmise that education 20 years hence would surpass their current system in comprehensiveness. To ensure the accuracy of his knowledge, he cross-referenced his answers against those on the blackboard, repeatedly confirming that Jiang Ye Nai He had indeed scored perfectly. Class 180 and Class 181 were the most distinguished classes at number 9 high school. Class 180 focused on the sciences, while Class 181 was dedicated to the humanities. These two classes encompassed the top 100 students who had registered for number 9 high school. Hence, when Class 184 received the exam papers for Class 180, old Wang did not elaborate further, fully aware that Class 180 would undoubtedly outperform Class 184. As a member of the intermediate class, the scores fluctuated significantly. Once the papers were nearly completed, Mr. Wang inquired, how many scored above 70? After the responses were given, Xiao Yu remarked, in Class 184. Jiang Ye Nai He answered all correctly. Chapter 42. Xiao Yu harbored a peculiar regard for her. This single statement sent ripples through the room, and all eyes turned toward Xiao Yu, with Zhang Jiahui appearing particularly astonished. Without raising his gaze, he continued to examine Jiang Ye Nai He's comprehension answers, adding, the answers for the reading comprehension section are quite commendable. I believe she could achieve full marks. To have answered all questions correctly and potentially secure full marks in reading comprehension signifies an extraordinary achievement. It implies that if her essay is equally proficient, she could rank among the top 5 in Chinese language scores at number 9 middle school. Mr. Wang, elated, swiftly approached, perusing the paper with increasing delight, exclaiming, indeed. His laughter erupted. I had no idea Jiang Ling had such an impressive cousin. Whispers filled the classroom, and amidst them, a few remarks caught Xiao Yu's attention. It appeared that the female student was related to Jiang Ling, which led to speculation about her connection with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's thoughts lingered. He regarded her with a unique sentiment. As he twirled the pen between his fingers, he suddenly paused, his gaze extending towards the window. Subsequently, Mr. Wang collected the papers and addressed the entire class. This paper does not require extensive discussion. Let us open our textbooks to page 132 and begin our preview. With that, he entrusted the paper to Xiao Yu and exited the classroom. For Wang, the Chinese language scores in Class 180 were satisfactory. However, as the head teacher of Class 184, he harbored a fervent hope that his class would produce an outstanding student. Observing the remarkable Chinese language performance of a particular student, he became curious about her achievements in other subjects. Although immediate results were not available, his decade-long experience as an educator allowed him to gauge students' understanding through their reactions during lessons. The second period for Class 184 was mathematics. As Wang approached, he noticed the mathematics teacher writing a problem on the blackboard. The teacher remarked, "This problem is quite challenging. Only about a dozen students across the school can solve it, mostly from the science classes. Only the top students from classes 181 and 182 are capable of tackling it. I noticed that our class performed well in the last math exam. Is there anyone willing to give it a try? After speaking, the teacher's gaze fell upon the class representative for mathematics. However, the representative looked bewildered, clearly unable to solve the problem, while the others averted their eyes. Fearing the teacher might call on them, the young lady examined the question and, after a moment of contemplation, found it surprising that such a problem could be deemed difficult in this era at number 9 middle school. She had encountered similar problems many times during her online lessons. Their difficulty level was merely 3 stars. With determination, she raised her hand. Lu Qi and Zhang Ling exchanged astonished glances, and Zhang Ling pulled her back, urging, "Don't overestimate yourself." Although the teacher had not seen her before, it is well known that educators appreciate students who engage with them. The mathematics teacher promptly responded, "Please come up and solve it, young lady." Jiang Ye Nai He had never used chalk before. As she took a piece to the blackboard, she hesitated and found herself unable to write, feeling somewhat embarrassed as faint snickers circulated among her peers, who presumed she was too nervous to articulate her thoughts. The mathematics teacher noticed that she held a new piece of chalk and promptly handed her another, having broken off a small section. "Use this." "Thank you, teacher." After receiving it, the young girl wrote a charming solution on the blackboard. She then paused to reflect on the problem. Some individuals harbor biases against attractive girls who dress flamboyantly, believing such girls should not excel academically. As she hesitated, a voice from the front row jeered softly, "What's next? Did you raise your hand just to draw attention?" This remark likely came from one of the top students in the class. The students behind did not catch the muttering, but the teacher did. Many leaned over their desks, making it difficult for the teacher to discern who had spoken, yet for her, raising one's hand signified a good student. The mathematics teacher struck the eraser against the blackboard. "I say, some of you in this class should speak up openly if you have something to say. Don't resort to petty antics beneath the surface. Our academic performance is average. At the very least, we must cultivate good character." Chapter 43, Paternity Test. Jiang Ye Nai He was completely oblivious. She merely glanced at the numbers in the problem. After a brief 10 seconds, her wrist moved swiftly, and lines of formulas flowed smoothly onto the blackboard. The mathematics teacher had been watching her since the first character was inscribed, and her calm demeanor gradually transformed into excitement and joy as more words appeared on the board. Such expressions were ample testament to the correctness of her work. Lu Qi exclaimed in astonishment, "She really knows how to do it." After the young girl pinned her answers, she did not set down the chalk but instead inquired, "Teacher, is it sufficient to write just one method of solving the problem?" The teacher was momentarily taken aback. "You possess other methods?" "3, in fact. Please write them all down." At this moment, everyone lifted their heads to gaze at the composed young lady at the podium. The mathematics teacher could hardly conceal the elation upon his face. This question, our top student has devised 3 distinct approaches. "My dear student, have you recently transferred here? Where did you study before?" Old Wang, peering through the window, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the teacher's words, as if his promising future hinged upon Jiang Ye Nai He's brilliance. Contemplating for a moment, she fabricated, "I am a transfer student from a county in Henan province. Our previous teacher was quite young and had a penchant for gathering challenging mathematical problems, so I happened to have solved this one beforehand. In the liberal arts class, having a student proficient in mathematics delighted the teacher, who kindly inquired about her full name, praising its elegance and her parents' accomplishments. At that moment, Zhang Ling, ranked last in the class, momentarily stepped into her father's shoes, feeling a twinge of shame. Lu Qi, in a state of astonishment, recalled Zhang's earlier statement during morning self-study, "I do not set my sights on Peking University." Jiang Ye Nai He settled down, languidly brushing the chalk dust from her hands, adding, "But one must aim for at least a 985 or 211, right?" Zhang Ling silently donned her headphones, leaving Lu Qi to endure the awkwardness alone. Xiao Yu, puzzled by the antics of this foolish teacher, looked up and replied, "Indeed." "Hiki." Old Wang smiled brightly and said, "I just took a stroll around 184. And that classmate of yours is solving that problem on the blackboard, having found 3 different solutions." Instantly, the elite class erupted in a clamor. Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the paper of the girl beside her, desperately suppressing a sense of inferiority that threatened to overwhelm her. Yet, those cold, clear eyes shimmered with a flickering light, unable to conceal the surprise she felt. Was she truly so remarkable? As school was nearing its end, a guest arrived at the Jiang household, personally welcomed by Jiang Xiefeng and his son, Jiang Qingye. The visitor was a physician from the Anqing Gene Identification Center, surnamed Zhuang. There was a matter that Jiang Ling and her father were unaware of. After leaving home for self-study in the morning, Jiang Xiefeng had picked up a strand of pink hair in the bathroom and taken it to the identification center. He had expedited a meeting with the esteemed Dr. Zhuang, eager to ascertain as swiftly as possible whether there was a blood relation between Jiang Ye Nai and himself. Jiang Xiefeng also considered using Jiang Shuimei's hair for the test, but hesitated at the thought of sifting through the long strands mixed with refuse. He feared provoking her into a fit if he attempted to pull her hair. Reflecting on the familial bond with his niece, he deemed it unnecessary to verify parentage. Establishing blood ties would suffice. Thus he opted for his own hair instead. Subsequently, Dr. Zhuang facilitated a fast track, and the results were available by midday. Chapter 44. The child of your family. Upon entering the home, Dr. Zhuang wasted no time with pleasantries. As he presented the results, he delivered a verbal confirmation to the Jiang family. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, you share a blood relation. Although the Jiang family had prepared themselves psychologically for the possibility of her being a family member, the exhilarating news left both father and son struggling to contain their emotions. Jiang Qingye held the list handed to him by Dr. Zhuang, tears welling in his aged eyes. That must be Maisie's Nyonyo. The more I look at the girl's round, glistening black eyes, the more they resemble Nyonyo's photo from her first month. Furthermore, adolescents often exhibit behaviors that are perplexing due to the pressures and physical changes they encounter. My child is 15 and has recently become particularly rebellious. She is dissatisfied with the name we bestowed upon her and insists on changing it, even opting for the surname Xia. Jiang Qingye dabbed at the corners of his eyes and chuckled lightly. Oh, these children of today. Moreover, Dr. Zhuang sighed, yet smiled as he continued. She has dyed her hair a vibrant orange, styled it into a wild hedgehog, and has even taken a girl 2 or 3 years her senior as a godmother, calling her mommy. It has nearly driven my wife to illness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingye recalled that his eldest grandson had once remarked that Nyonyo had called his father by a 4-character name. He also felt bewildered and somewhat resistant to her newly dyed pink hair. Listening to Dr. Zhuang, he firmly believed that his Nyonyo shared similar adolescent challenges as the doctor's child. Dr. Zhuang continued, therefore, Mr. Jiang and Uncle Jiang need not worry excessively. Considering what you mentioned about the circumstances of her initial disappearance, I strongly suspect that after being abandoned, she was fortuitously taken in by villagers nearby. However, her life may not have been easy. Perhaps she discovered she was not biologically related to her foster parents, who may have treated her poorly, thus thrusting her into the harsh realities of society at an early age. It is highly probable that she has recently severed ties with her guardians, perhaps due to a tragic loss of her family, leaving her, a mere child, in a state of solitude. This circumstance may have ignited her desire to seek her biological family. By a stroke of fate, she learned of Sister Shuimei's situation, finding it resonant with her own experiences. Thus, she endeavored to locate her relatives through your grandson, though she might not be entirely certain of her kinship with your family, raising suspicions of ulterior motives. Regardless of the child's intentions, the outcome is fortuitous. She is indeed a child of your family, and her safety and well-being are paramount. As for nurturing a bond with her, it is advisable to initially accommodate her interests and preferences, avoiding overly strict interference. Should any moral dilemmas arise, gentle guidance would be prudent. Other matters can be approached gradually. Jiang Xiefeng nodded repeatedly, turning to Jiang Qingye and remarking, Father, I can't help but wonder if Nyonyo's pink hair suggests she may have previously apprenticed at a barber shop. It must be said that Dr. Zhuang's analysis provided great comfort to the elder's spirit. With tears welling in his eyes, Jiang Qingye grasped the doctor's hands tightly, expressing, Dr. Zhuang, your insights are profoundly enlightening. I cannot thank you enough for your help. After school, Jiang Ling and Luqi casually tossed their books into their desks before rising to leave. However, Jiang Ye Nai dug out a pen and notebook from her desk, retrieving textbooks and reference materials for her post-class assignments. This was a study habit she had developed in an intensely competitive learning environment, where she felt compelled to allocate time for her studies even during breaks. Her 2 classmates, lacking in academic diligence, felt a sudden wave of inadequacy upon witnessing the serious demeanor of the studious young girl. Chapter 45. Jiang Ling loses favor upon returning to the Jiang residence. A delightful aroma filled the air. To celebrate the reunion with Nyonyo, the Jiang family prepared a grand feast for lunch, offering 3 varieties of dumplings. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling was perplexedly summoned by Jiang Xiefeng. When his father joyfully presented the results of a paternity test, Jiang Ling nearly collapsed in disbelief. What a rascal! Blessed by the deities, our ancestors have shown their grace. Jiang Xiefeng laughed heartily, playfully patting his son's shoulder before bounding off to find Nyonyo, humming an exhilarating Russian tune. Jiang Ling was entranced for an extended period, truly lost in thought. Eventually, he exhaled a traditional expletive. Flustered, he tossed the test results onto the table, murmuring to himself, "Cousin, it's just a cousin." He engaged in a mental exercise to prepare himself before heading to the living room. He refused to acknowledge the absurdity of traversing time and space. The longer the meal preparation took, the more time it consumed. As the family gathered, Jiang Ye Nai He sat at the coffee table, diligently studying with her books and notebook. This sight stirred excitement among the elder members of the Jiang family. "What a wonderful child!" they exclaimed. In stark contrast, Jiang Ling lounged on the sofa, casually scrolling through his phone, orange peels strewn all around him, eliciting their disdain. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jiang Xiefeng seized Jiang Ling and said, "Study with your sister." Jiang Ling begrudgingly questioned his daughter. "Are you pretending to study here because you're afraid of being disliked by the family? It's only been a day and a half since you've been home. And look at how things have changed." The daughter first gave him a significant eye roll and then inquired, "Have you ever experienced that feeling? Where no matter what you engage in, after a certain point it becomes tedious, leaving you uncertain of what else to pursue?" Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. She continued to ask, "If you consume something you dislike, and then indulge in something delectable, does the delightful fare not seem even more exquisite?" Jiang Ling nodded once more. The daughter then closed her eyes contemplatively, clasped Jiang Ling's shoulders with fervor, and exclaimed, "Then let us study. Engage in something you find unappealing for a while before diving into games and snacks. Your happiness will be doubled." Jiang Ling was left speechless, utterly moved by her diligence and maturity. Jiang Qingya was overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in his eyes. Moreover, Jiang Shuamei, who had previously been boisterous around the house, observed her studious sister with newfound tranquility, fearful of disturbing her. When the nanny called out that lunch was ready, the young girl promptly organized her study materials and eagerly rushed to the kitchen to assist in setting the table. Such actions had become second nature to her, executed with effortless grace. With a lackadaisical mother, one often finds a diligent daughter. The elders were both touched and sorrowful, unanimously agreeing that the early maturity of their four-character girl was the cause of her understanding nature. Thus, on that very midday, Jiang Ling found himself entirely bereft of affection in the Jiang household. Before heading to school in the afternoon, Jiang Shuemei prepared apples and large strawberries for her sister to enjoy after class. Jiang Qingye brought forth his cherished thermos to fill it with freshly squeezed orange juice for her. Jiang Xiefeng generously handed over several bills as pocket money for her. Jiang Ling interjected, "What about me? Watching out for your sister, be careful on the slippery roads to avoid falling." Jiang Ling was particularly irked. On the way, he had thoroughly devoured Jiang Ye Nai He's strawberries. Having stayed at the Jiang residence for over a day, the young girl suddenly realized that their household seemed to be missing a pivotal member. "Jiang Ling, where's my mother?" Jiang Ling paused slightly, wearing an expression that conveyed, "I thought you knew, but you didn't." And then he calmly explained, "My mother divorced my father and moved to the royal city." "Oh." The girl fell silent for a moment, then anxiously inquired, "Are you sad?" Chapter 46. A voice from another dimension. What is there to be sad about? Jiang Ling exhaled softly, the mist of his breath obscuring his handsome features, his tone remarkably serene. "Before I was born, both my paternal and maternal grandfathers were impoverished. My maternal grandmother married my mother off to my father for 3 sacks of flour. After swiftly transitioning from strangers to spouses, they realized they were not compatible, yet they persevered for my sake. Eventually, as our family fortunes improved and I grew older, I encouraged them to seek their own happiness. I've heard that my mother already has a boyfriend." Jiang Ye Nai He lowered her eyelashes. "Is this the reason you take relationships seriously?" "Precisely. I cannot repeat the mistakes of my parents. I find that kind of life excruciating, devoid of a future. I hope that in the future, I can genuinely love my wife." Upon uttering these words, the once arrogant young master displayed a shy demeanor, offering a bashful smile towards Jiang Ye Nai He. She too squinted her eyes and smiled. "Do you find me adorable? How delightful. Can one be anything but charming, especially when resembling me? It is often said that children born of loving parents possess an extraordinary allure." The young girl gazed upon the ancient city of Anqing, her words laden with emotion. "Thus you shall have your wish, dear father." Jiang Ling smiled gently and quipped, Shall I hammer you to pieces? The girl responded with a puzzled expression. Jiang Ling bent down and playfully fashioned a snowball in the snowy expanse. Let this serve as a reminder not to call me Dad if you cannot remember. With that, the snowball landed at his daughter's feet. Father, father. She laughed heartily as she dashed away. The scene of paternal affection persisted until they arrived at school, where the youthful father, after escorting her to the classroom, elegantly absconded from his duties. Once all was settled, she found herself comfortably seated in an unfamiliar classroom, her thoughts drifting to He Chu. As she pondered, a heaviness settled in her chest, prompting her to rest her head upon the desk, tears tracing a path down her nose. She wore a men's down jacket with deep pockets and zippers, into which she had placed her phone, never to retrieve it again. Eventually, she took out the now-dead device, wishing fervently that it could be charged. Even if it could not connect to the future 5G network, perhaps she could still view the photos and videos stored within. Oh, how she longed to see Miss He Chu. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, her fingers inadvertently pressed the power button, and the phone sprung to life. Her eyes widened as she beheld the lock screen, displaying the time as 2020, May 24th, year of the rooster, 20th day of the 4th month. She recalled that prior to her arrival, the time had been just past 2200 hours on the 24th. How could it be that time had leapt forward by 2 hours? Just as she discerned these words, her phone powered off. Subsequently, her sleep was tumultuous and disordered. In her ears echoed the teacher's voice, fluctuating in volume and interspersed with dialects from the classroom. Yet there was also another voice that seemed to emanate from an entirely different realm. Dong Zhongshu's ideological propositions are, Lu Qi contacted me yesterday. She does not wish for her son to continue down this path and desires to acknowledge her granddaughter, Xiao Yu, and has requested me to travel to the Netherlands. He Chu's voice was steady and gentle. To adapt to Emperor Wu of Han's need to strengthen central authority, he proposed the unification of the spring and autumn annals and the dismissal of the 100 schools, elevating Confucianism as the sole doctrine. All these years, he has clung to life, awaiting your mother and daughter to visit him. It was Lu Qi's voice, deep and hoarse, devoid of youth. Yet enduring this suffering for so long has pained us all. Thankfully, this world has a place where he may find relief. He proposed that all academic schools outside the 6 classics of Confucianism should be dismissed. I still recall him telling me before his coma not to worry, to ensure that our daughter is born well, and that he would come to us once he awakens. As He Chu spoke these words, her voice trembled, laced with laughter. He had promised me so many things that remain unfulfilled. He was to teach me how to ride a bicycle, lamenting my failure to pass the second subject of the driving test, and even claimed he would buy a training car to personally instruct me. He had also compiled an extensive list of items for my confinement, vowing to prepare and cook them for me himself. He Chu's voice gradually shattered amidst tears. I had always believed that the day would come when he would come to take me away, yet I told the child that he left at the age of 22. In a bid to strengthen royal authority, Dong Zhongshu advocated the divine right of kings. I remarked to the two of you, can you not skip class entirely? Jiang Ling and Lu Qi disregarded the furious history teacher and swaggered in through the door, drawing closer and closer to her. Their eyes met, and at that moment, Jiang Ling silently mouthed, Daughter, this should be a realm of dreams, not of reality. She raised her hand to her forehead, overwhelmed by a sudden urge to weep. Chapter 47. What I have, you also possess. Jiang Ling carried a small backpack, and as he removed it, he noticed the unusual redness around his daughter's eyes. Have you been crying? She quickly shook her head. I'm just tired, yawning. As he spoke, he handed her the backpack. Open it, and take a look. She was disinclined to engage with his earlier remark, silently unzipping the bag, only to discover a mobile phone and 10,000 yuan in cash. At this moment, Lu Qi sidestepped Jiang Ling and whispered, A gentleman's word is his bond. The phone was bought by your uncle, and the money is your father Jiang Ling's allowance. Great. Now she felt like crying even more. Jiang Ling continued. Your ID card hasn't been issued yet, so I used mine to get you a SIM card. Go ahead and install it. She nodded, slowly unwrapping the packaging, her mind racing with thoughts of the earlier conversation between He Chu and the middle-aged Lu Qi. Was that a figment of her imagination or reality? Had she truly seen the time of 8 o'clock on the evening of 2029? Or was she merely seeing things? Contemplating this, she had already produced the charger of the first iPhone in her hand. She stared blankly for a few seconds, her eyes shimmering with light. In the future, chargers for phones would undoubtedly come with adapters, although she wondered if such a time would arrive. Furthermore, creating an adapter was not overly complex. Perhaps she could locate a mobile repair shop to procure one, enabling her to use this charger to power her own phone. With this thought, a smile finally graced her face. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi observed her expression shift from a daze to a smile, and both of them couldn't help but smile in return. The boys, too, found themselves intrigued, increasingly charmed by this clever girl who was evasive about her origins. They even felt a foolish inclination to be duped by her, should she be a grand deceiver. "Are you happy?" Lu Qi inquired. "Indeed." Jiang Ling assisted her in activating the SIM card. "As long as you are with me for a day, what I possess, you shall possess as well." "Thank you, Dad." Jiang Ling, unable to contain herself, playfully flicked her daughter's forehead. Later, when classes ended and it was time to eat, Jiang Ye Nai He sought an excuse to independently visit a nearby mobile store to inquire about the adapter. Many stores outright stated they had none, while a few young men in the shops feigned the ability to procure one. However, after instilling her with hope, they merely began to ask her various questions, their true intent being to strike up a conversation with her. Thus, she was left disappointed and had to temporarily abandon her thoughts of charging her phone. The next day, when the Chinese test papers were distributed, Jiang Ye Nai He felt less constrained as she ran towards class 180 after the lesson. The last time she saw Xiao Yu, he was seated at the far right of the last row in the center. With an air of excitement, she approached the entrance of class 180, her gaze fixed on her target. However, to her surprise, she found Zhang Jiahui beside Xiao Yu's desk, leaning over a stack of reference books, her head bowed, and her profile suggested she was not in high spirits. Xiao Yu was slumped over his desk. Without realizing it, she pouted, feeling that her timing was off and contemplating a retreat. Just then, a voice filled with enthusiasm called from behind, "Classmate, are you looking for Xiao Yu?" To her astonishment, she noticed tears in the eyes of the affluent girl, her expression one of grievance, as if she had been wronged by Xiao Yu. Upon recognizing her, Xiao Yu promptly straightened up, retrieved a paper from the desk, and left his seat, bypassing Zhang Jiahui as he strode towards Jiang Ye Nai He. The girl smiled at Xiao Yu, raising the paper in her hand. "I'm here to fulfill my promise." She paused, then replied, "All right, let's go." "Huh?" Jiang Ye Nai He checked her phone and remarked, "Class is about to start. Where are you going?" Chapter 48, The Dandy and His Pride. As he uttered those words and was about to step out the door, Zhang Jiahui's voice rang out in the classroom. "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so reckless." The affluent girl's voice trembled, betraying her effort to suppress tears. Xiao Yu did not respond. Instead, he adjusted his collar to cover his chin, lowered his head, and decisively moved forward. The girl hurried after him, asking, "What happened between you two?" "Nothing." Xiao Yu's voice remained cold, echoing like the stillness of a mountain cave, accompanied by the soft trickle of a mountain stream. At this moment, the corridor was bustling with people, including Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, who stood smoking at the entrance of their classroom. As they walked and conversed, an irate figure approached, eyes wide as saucers. Just as Jiang Ye Nai He was about to respond, a sobbing voice pierced through from behind. Zhang Jiahui exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, is it really appropriate to treat your classmates in such a manner?" Xiao Yu halted, not due to Zhang Jiahui's words, but because she spotted the fury radiating from Jiang Ling. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her own fist. Tilting her head defiantly, she lifted her chin and replied with palpable irritation, "I refuse your presumptuous goodwill." No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Jiahui let out a muffled sob behind her. The crowd in the corridor continued to swell, with students from nearby classes emerging to witness the unfolding drama. "I swear I will make you pay." Jiang Ling raised his fist, ready to strike, but Jiang Ye Nai He swiftly grasped his wrist, imploring, "Do not lay a hand on Xiao Yu." "How dare you?" Jiang Ling glared at his daughter, unable to comprehend why she was defending someone who had reduced another to tears. Yes, she made her cry, and so what? Jiang Ye Nai He's eyes hardened as she replied, "That is a matter between Zhang Jiahui and Xiao Yu, and has nothing to do with you, Jiang Ling." As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew tense. In ninth high school, even the troublemakers in the senior year would think twice before speaking to Jiang Ling in such a manner. As the young girl remained silent, she remarked, "So many people are aware of your affection for her, yet there has been no progress between the two of you. What gives you the right to stand up for her?" At this juncture, Jiang Ye Nai's long braid was suddenly yanked by Jiang Ling. "What on earth are you saying in front of so many people? Are you seeking to maintain your facade of superiority?" At that moment, Xiao Yu contemplated intervening, but Lu Qi stepped in front of him, furrowing his brow and wearing a stern expression. Jiang Ye Nai, feeling her hair being forcefully held, lamented that her meticulously cared-for ends, tended to since 5 in the morning, were now in disarray. Even if you were Jiang Ling. She inhaled deeply and shouted, "You cannot pull a girl's hair." Then, to the astonishment of all present, the towering boy, standing at 183 meters, was unexpectedly thrown over the girl's shoulder, landing clumsily on the ground. Following that, she delivered a punch to her father's abdomen, declaring, "My head may be at risk, but anyone who touches my hair will face dire consequences." Jiang Ling winced in pain, struggling to rise, as she observed her handsome father flailing on the ground. The adrenaline from her violent outburst began to dissipate, and she realized she had defied her own father. She hurriedly rushed to assist him, exclaiming in a fluster, "Dad, Dad, are you all right?" The onlookers were utterly baffled. Even Lu Qi, caught in this unexpected turn of events, felt an unusual closeness to Xiao Yu, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly ambiguous. What had begun as a scene reminiscent of a gangster film swiftly transformed into a comedic skit with Jiang Ye Nai's 2 desperate calls of dad. Chapter 49. Neither acceptance nor rejection, however. After Jiang Ye Nai He made this subtle statement as a pioneer, a few girls whispered, clearly intending for Jiang Ling to hear. "If someone were to pursue me, I would certainly clarify my intentions and maintain my distance." Who could argue otherwise? After all, we are all human beings, not mere fish. Yet, some individuals possess different principles. They prefer to be the moon, requiring all the shining boys to adore them like stars. Zhang Jiahui clutched the hem of her clothing, her sobs vanishing in an instant, yet her fair complexion gradually flushed crimson in the cold wind. As the atmosphere swiftly morphed into a comedic scene, Xiao Yu pinched the bridge of his nose and, avoiding Lu Qi, gently patted the girl's shoulder. "Let's go." Just as he straightened up, he was abruptly seized by Lu Qi. Uncle Lu was about to utter a domineering and charming remark, but unexpectedly, the girl holding on to Jiang Ling shouted, "Let Xiao Yu go." Thus, the situation extended further. Nearby, an audacious soul chuckled, only to be met with Jiang Ling's furious wrath. "How dare you laugh? Are you seeking death? Just listen to the nonsense you've said about your own daughter." Jiang Ling caught a glimpse of Zhang Jiahui still standing there in a daze. Even the girl who once radiated brilliance now appeared dim and disheveled. Yet, he felt no pity. While those idle remarks may have been trifling, they were not entirely unfounded. In the past 6 months, regardless of whether he sent messages or contacted her on QQ, he had repeatedly asked Zhang Jiahui if she would consider being in a relationship with him. She would respond with lengthy discourses, neither accepting nor rejecting his advances. Just when he felt exasperated and wished to limit their communication, she would send him good-night messages in the evening and bring him breakfast in the morning. While their conversations were plentiful, they often meandered, ultimately failing to alter their relationship status. His daughter awakened him from his reverie. Even if one were to diligently nurture a dead seed, it would never blossom. Approaching matters with earnestness and foolishness are 2 entirely different concepts. Zhang Jiahui's visage could not possibly yield to Jiang Ye Nai He. Observing that Jiang Ling had not come to comfort her, Zhang Jiahui's already distorted expression morphed further, revealing disbelief rather than mere grievance. She was undeniably beautiful. It was not only the boys who longed for her to visit their class to see Xiao Yu, but I too wished for more glimpses of her. I believed her beauty surpassed that of Han Yu by leaps and bounds. Suddenly hearing Han Yu's name, her expression soured further, even more than Jiang Ling's disregard for her. Meanwhile, in class 184, Jiang Ling, irked, brushed off the dust from his down jacket and admonished his daughter, warning her never to cause him embarrassment in public again. The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. The girl, gazing at Xiao Yu's test paper, interrupted her father's words with a powerful song. "Hey, the stars align with the Big Dipper, a bowl of wine for life and death." Jiang Ling. Lu Qi chimed in enthusiastically. "When one sees injustice, one must speak up. When action is needed, one must act," boldly traversing the 9 provinces. Uncle and nephew, in unison boldly traversing the 9 provinces. Chapter 50. The wealthy and beautiful in the next moment. Jiang Ling's fist descended upon the heads of his friend and his girlfriend. Silence. "To be honest, old Jiang." Lu Qi rubbed his head and replied earnestly, "It was clearly Jiahui who liked you first. Besides, there are certainly couples in our school who engage in secret romances. Why hasn't she accepted you?" Jiang Ye Nai He rolled her eyes, recognizing the delayed maturity of boys compared to girls. She merely sees Jiang Ling as a backup, she thought, choosing to remain silent as she observed just how oblivious these 2 boys could be. With a hint of mischief, she added, "Perhaps classmate Zhang Jiahui believes that dating in high school is too early, fearing being caught by teachers and worried about academic pressure. Who knows? Maybe once high school is over, she'll clarify things with Jiang Ling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling suddenly laughed. It had been over 2 years since their graduation from junior high, and Jiang Ye Nai had concocted numerous excuses. Yet she had never mentioned fearing the impact on her studies or being caught by teachers. But she had not. Why was he smiling? Jiang Ye Nai He was somewhat bewildered by his laughter. What are you laughing at? He gazed into her sparkling, doe-like eyes, and though their shapes were not identical, her expression bore his imprint. Indeed, what was he laughing at? In that moment, he felt that the girl before him was the most beautiful he had ever encountered in his life. As he pondered this sentiment, Lu Qi exclaimed, "We found the answer." Jiang Ling slowly turned his head. What do you mean? Jiang Ye Nai He arched an eyebrow, realizing that the stack of books on Xiao Yu's desk had been purchased by Zhang Jiahui. The wealthy and beautiful truly lived extravagantly. Lifting his gaze from his phone, Lu Qi wore a complex expression. Jiahui, seldom rejected by others, felt a pang of embarrassment and resorted to a playful plea for Xiao Yu to accept her. At that moment, Jiang Ling exhibited little reaction, merely inquiring, "Then what?" Xiao Yu responded, "That kind of expression may work on Jiang Ling, but it only disgusts me." As the entire class looked on, leading Jiahui to burst into tears, Jiang Ye Nai He furrowed her delicate brows and expressed her opinion. "In this case, I stand by Xiao Yu. Everyone has the right to refuse, and it is only fair that people have their preferences." Lu Qi remained silent, eager to hear Jiang Ling's thoughts. After a brief pause, Jiang Ling casually remarked, "For her, Zhang Jiahui, I have uttered far harsher words to girls. What Xiao Yu said is quite mild. It's impossible for every boy in the world to be enamored with Zhang Jiahui alone. She isn't all that remarkable." The 4-character girl was pleasantly surprised, realizing that her father possessed a remarkable capacity for understanding, awakening to the truth. "I concur." Lu Qi immediately chimed in. There's someone better than Jiahui right beside us, even superior to Hanyu." Upon uttering this, Lu Qi realized he had spoken too freely and promptly bowed his head, flipping through his immaculate book. "Hanyu?" Jiang Ye Nai He narrowed her eyes, intrigued by this new character, as Lu Qi had never mentioned him before. Without further comment, Lu Qi remained silent, while Jiang Ling shifted the subject. "This afternoon, the billiard hall of Zhuamingliang is opening. They want us to come for a meal." Lu Qi replied, "Sure, let's go." It mattered not if she remained silent. As long as she stayed long enough, they would eventually meet. However, who exactly was Zhuamingliang? Chapter 51. Reminds me of someone I know at midday. Following her father and uncles, Jiang Ye Nai He arrived at their destination and met Zhuamingliang. He was a young man of imposing stature with a buzz cut, a skull tattoo adorning his neck, yet his countenance suggested he was barely older than Jiang Ling. She subtly inquired, and her suspicions were confirmed. Zhuamingliang was a freshman at a local third-tier university in Anqing, hailing from a well-to-do family that owned a steel mill. He nominally attended classes, spending his days mingling with various affluent offspring and individuals of dubious repute. Recently, Zhuamingliang had become enamored with billiards, prompting him to open his own pool hall. Jiang Ling's acquaintance with him was casual, more of a superficial connection, but with an eye toward cultivating future business relationships, he maintained contact. When Zhuamingliang laid eyes on Jiang Ye Nai He, a glint of interest sparked in his world-wise eyes, as if proclaiming, "I find you intriguing." Jiang Ye Nai He caught the signal and discreetly turned away, avoiding direct engagement. Zhuamingliang raised an eyebrow and inquired of Jiang Ling, "Old Jiang, is this your new flame?" Jiang Ling, though unable to decipher women, understood men. He stated unequivocally, "She is off limits. She's my sister." No. It's just that this young beauty bears a striking resemblance to someone I know." Zhuamingliang quickly flattered. "So she's our sister." Zhuamingliang's sudden obsequiousness toward the younger Jiang Ling was startling, leading Jiang Ye Nai He to realize her father's playboy persona was more complex than she had assumed. Later, several other individuals of a similar ilk approached Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, and they all shared a common trait, a palpable sense of deference toward the two. As the group of young men stood talking, she gleaned a sense of their dealings. The reason lies in the fact that among these individuals, although there are indeed affluent ones, they pale in comparison to the Jiang and Lu families. Lu Qi's family is well known to her. Lu Qi is originally from the south. His grandfather led the family northward from a small region to engage in real estate, progressively expanding their ventures until they secured a significant position in Anqing. As for the Jiang family, she had previously only known that Jiang Xiefeng was a coal magnate. In circles discussing coal tycoons, they are often regarded as wealthy and extravagant, yet the extent of their wealth remains a topic of speculation. Some claim that coal barons are not excessively wealthy and that their fortunes are exaggerated, while others assert that a coal tycoon can afford to spend billions on a wedding. Curiosity led her to inquire with her father, Jiang Ye Nai He, and she discovered that by 2007, Jiang Xiafeng had not only acquired blocks in 3 or 4 first-tier cities but had also purchased land and villas by the seaside, a ranch along the Rhine in the Netherlands, and a bank in Great Britain. In Jiang Ling's words, "I am uncertain about the true extent of my family's wealth. Yet upon conversing with the wealthy individuals I know, I realize that none surpasses my family's fortune." "Then you too must be the wealthiest in our school, right?" Jiang Ling replied. "The students are aware that we lack for nothing and know my family owns coal mines, but they are oblivious to our actual circumstances." Lu Qi, with his hands in his pockets, candidly stated, "Indeed, I am still unaware of my family's total wealth. I've never lacked for money since childhood. Since it is not a concern, who is curious about the exact figures? Furthermore, my family encourages us to maintain a low profile, so when asked at school, we simply say our family is involved in construction, leading them to believe my father is a diligent and capable contractor." This left Jiang Ye Nai He utterly bewildered. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging, "The only mine they are aware of in my family is the modest 5 million yuan one in Yuan County. Having faced hardships, we are prudent with our finances. They believe our family is limited to this meager fortune, though we are better off than many." Lu Qi remarked, "Only a few outsiders have a glimpse of our true circumstances, but who has the leisure to discuss others? They merely boast of their own households." Jiang Ye Nai He felt a tumult of emotions, regretting that she had previously asked for too little money. At that moment, it seemed there was some commotion in the billiard hall, and as Ming Yang called out, "Shall we head inside?" Inside the billiard hall, the atmosphere was lively, with both men and women gathered around a table. However, coincidentally, Xiao Yu stood among the crowd alongside one of his previous incompetent teammates, his expression dark and laden with disappointment. The teammate clung to his arm, anxiously pleading, "You go, please help me. I beg you." In Chapter 52, she could not bear to witness what she had endured. Jiang Ling raised her chin, inquiring, "What is going on?" Mingliang pointed to a girl dressed in an alternative style, saying, "There's a girl who has had her eye on that handsome fellow from your school, Xiao Yu. She coerced her friend into luring him here." Jiang Ye Nai He glanced over and noted that although the girl's attire was rather unrefined, the quality of her clothing suggested a comfortable background. She appeared to be a flamboyant and assertive university student. Mingliang then indicated another girl in a similar style. And it turned out that as soon as Xiao Yu arrived, the first girl's friend also fell for him at first sight. Now, the two girls had turned against each other, proposing a billiard match. The winner would have the opportunity to date Xiao Yu on Christmas Eve. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He discreetly took out her phone and activated the recording function. She then moved closer to Mingliang and inquired, "Brother, could you please repeat what you just said about how the sisters summoned Xiao Yu?" Mingliang, assuming she had not heard clearly, reiterated his previous statement. Jiang Ye Nai He further probed, "And how did those two sisters coerce the other boy?" With a disdainful smile, Mingliang replied, "That boy dropped out to work in order to support his sister's education. He had just received his paycheck, intending to pay her tuition, when those two sisters snatched his money." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He calmly saved the recording, her fists clenched as memories from the past resurfaced. She possessed a relic of Jiang Ling, a scarf that Jiang Ling had once worn. It was a gift from He Chu to celebrate her admission to the key class of Jiao Zhong, retrieved from the safe. Later, during her first year of high school, someone had stolen that scarf and threatened her with menial tasks. She had endured the experience of being coerced through targeting others' vulnerabilities, and it was something she could not tolerate. She stepped outside, and Jiang Ling, sensing her distress, grabbed her arm and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Lu Qi also intervened, declaring, "Stay out of it." She shot him a glare, asserting, "Xiao Yu is my friend." With that, she broke free from her father and uncle. Lu Qi attempted to follow, but Jiang Ling restrained him, saying, "Let us see what she intends to do." At that moment, Xiao Yu coldly brushed away the hand of the inferior individual clinging to his arm, slightly shook his sleeve, and directed an indifferent gaze toward the nonconformist A and B. He then remarked flatly, "You may compete." Two girls immediately seized their cues, while Xiao Yu's words were not yet complete. "Moreover, I am not well acquainted with this person. My being lured out this time was merely a stroke of chance. Next time, Even if you dismantle his home, I shall not come. I promise to meet the victor on the evening of the 24th, and I will provide an additional contact. In the future, if there are matters to address, do not involve others, just reach out to me directly. The two girls were elated, ready to agree, when suddenly a melodious voice interrupted. Wait. Xiao Yu's long eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing the voice, and as everyone searched, Jiang Ye Nai He emerged from the crowd, standing opposite Xiao Yu. Witnessing Xiao Yu's astonishment, she imitated the way he had greeted her on their first day of school, raising her brows playfully and pouting her lips. Her charming demeanor striking a chord deep within the boy's heart. Turning to the two girls, she said, "Sisters, I heard you wish to compete in billiards for a chance to date a handsome guy, am I right?" Noticing the sudden appearance of the beautiful girl, adopted an imposing demeanor. "Where did you spring from? Do not concern yourself with my origins." Jiang Ye Nai He boldly perched herself on the billiard table, her expression equally audacious. "Today marks the grand opening of Brothers' new establishment. If you're going to compete, bring an extra person. This will not only bring good fortune to Ming Liang's shop, but also ensure fairness. Surely, you would not want your opponent to resort to underhanded tactics, would you?" O was acutely aware that anyone summoned by Zhuo Mingyang was far from ordinary. Initially, she had chided Jiang Ye Nai He for her petite stature, but now, observing her seated at the billiard table, Zhuo Mingyang refrained from making any hasty remarks. It became evident that friends who could create such chaos were mere acquaintances. B, perhaps lacking the billiard skills of A and feeling like an interloper, believed her chances with Xiao Yu were futile. She did not wish for A to succeed and thus stepped forward. "I agree." The atmosphere became increasingly lively as the three girls prepared for a billiard match. Some boys remarked that Xiao Yu's ability to attract such spirited competition among three girls was quite a feat yet. The predominant voices were harsh. Being good-looking is worthless without wealth. To the girls, he resembles a gigolo. Such sentiments echoed throughout the billiard hall, with Lu Qi even jesting. To be honest, if Xiao Yu were to seek a wealthy woman, he would undoubtedly be in high demand. Zhang Ling raised an eyebrow, smirking haughtily. The inexperienced players dared not meet Xiao Yu's gaze. Their words and expressions were like daggers, each one striking at his dignity. Chapter 53. Bearing the weight of comparison with a sense of justification, Xiao Yu, however, felt little emotional upheaval. He quietly observed Jiang Ye Nai He, admiring her ethereal beauty, which oscillated between shrewdness and arrogance. As she leaped off the table, she playfully made a cute face at Jiang Ling and Lu Qi gradually. Others faded from his field of vision. All that remained in his sight were the girl and the two privileged, spoiled youths. At that moment, a wild and desperate thought surged within him. He yearned to be one of those who could lavish money freely, as it would bring him closer to her. Upon her fair, elongated neck, the prominent Adam's apple rolled heavily, again and again. Jiang Ling cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yu, positioning himself at the forefront of the crowd, fixated on Jiang Ye Nai He. He was indifferent to the motives behind his daughter's actions. He relished the chaos, reveling in the exhilarating thrill it brought. He increasingly perceived her resemblance to himself, particularly in her boldness. In fact, he wondered whether her intent was to engage in billiards or to wield the cue as a weapon. Once, he had found himself at odds with someone, seeking resolution through a basketball game, only to act impulsively and smash the opponent's head against the backboard. However, he was overthinking. Jiang Ye Nai He genuinely wished to compete. After all, billiards was a sport in which she excelled. Her initial foray into billiards had been during the summer after her entrance exams, when He Chu took her to play. Yet, He Chu, being rather inept, had ended up tearing the tablecloth, which she found amusing and inadvertently honed her skills. Observing the two girls awkwardly gripping their cues, she was confident that she could easily outplay them. Indeed, A, self-assured in her billiards prowess, was the first to take the stage, serving with great success, potting 3 balls from 4 attempts. Instantly, the air around A was filled with cheers. Xiao Yu refrained from approaching, his emotions swirling in complexity. Previously, when she had stood up for him against injustice, he had rationalized it as her guilt disrupting his game, thus prompting her assistance. But what excuse could he find this time? Since his earliest memories, even the sanctuary of home had failed to shield him, instead inflicting upon him pain and turmoil. Over time, he had become unaccustomed to the feeling of being protected, let alone the sudden intrusion of another's guardianship. At this moment, he felt a twinge of unease within. Listening to the sounds, it performed admirably. Although he was reluctant to approach such a girl, he felt a sense of relief. Even if the situation was humiliating and dark, bearing it alone somehow brought him comfort. However, before A could fully revel in his triumph, Jiang Ye Nai He executed a stunning shot, leaving the audience utterly astonished. He lifted his gaze to see the girl casting a provocative smirk at A. Both sweet and spirited, then, with her cue in tow, she calculated her angle and struck again, achieving another remarkable shot. Xiao Yu swallowed hard, his heart racing even more. The radiance of the girl stirred his instincts as a male, evoking both admiration and a rather disheartening thought. How he wished he had never met her. For it made him acutely aware of his own insecurities. The outcome was inevitable. Jiang Ye Nai He claimed a resounding victory, leaving the two girls questioning their very existence. Chapter 54. A glimmering future ahead. Oh yes. The girl joyfully leaped and gestured scissors towards Jiang Ling and Lu Qi at that moment. Jiang Ling felt a peculiar pride. More so than in any competition he had ever won. His daughter truly brought him honor. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, overwhelmed by her presence, sought refuge in a dimmer corner, squatting down and pressing his fingers to his temples. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Jiang Ye Nai He did not approach him first. Instead, she turned to the two girls. Her voice cold as she declared, "I won. Now hand over the money you took from others." The defeated girls, feeling the sting of humiliation, defiantly retorted. That match was merely about the right to date Xiao Yu. The money was not included. No way. Jiang Ye Nai He let out a cold laugh, addressing her sisters. "You are of age now, aren't you? Stealing money is akin to robbery. Do you even comprehend the years you could face if apprehended?" With that, she pulled out her phone, stating, "I heard every word you uttered here, and I even discreetly recorded and photographed it. Do you wish for me to report this?" Instantly, the atmosphere was filled with shock. Who would have anticipated such a move from her? Indeed, it was crucial. 20 years hence, how many recordings have surfaced on Weibo exposing the misdeeds of villains? She, too, is a public figure, while she does not wish harm upon others. She must remain vigilant against those who might wish to harm her. Though the audio she captured was of Zhumingyang, she would never recklessly present it without his consent, as that would be impolite. Therefore, armed with evidence, she chose to first deceive these two nonconformists. "You dare to record? Do you know who protects us?" A clearly agitated A took the bait. "I do not know who it is that shields you." Jiang Ye Nai He's voice rose an octave. "But I am aware that our great leader hails from humble beginnings, born into socialism. What feudal class are you espousing? You wield your power like a dog relying on a tiger's might. Your ancestors amassed virtue not to allow you to exploit the hard-earned money of others, but to ensure your life creates value." Xiao Yu paused, his heart stirred. Her words were like the last rays of sunlight waiting in the deep of night, instantly dismantling all the gloom within him. Time and again, she surprised him, illuminating his path with brilliance. Previously, they spoke of core values, and now she invoked socialism, brimming with energy, dispelling his feelings of inadequacy. Such words rendered the two girls utterly speechless. The inexperienced individual stood beside Xiao Yu, having been brought here to have his dignity and plight torn apart for the amusement of those in high places. He was coerced into dragging the innocent Xiao Yu into this mockery, which caused him immense anguish and helplessness. Now, a radiant and youthful maiden stood among them, uttering such words. The inexperienced one covered his face, his shoulders trembling incessantly, and said to Xiao Yu, "Brother Yu, I am truly sorry. This time, and last time, I cheated as well. I apologize for implicating you." In their first CS competition, it was not Xiao Yu who had cheated. With the matter drawing to a close, Xiao Yu gently patted the inexperienced one's shoulder, advising him to maintain distance and to communicate any issues through Yuze. The inexperienced one wept more violently, having understood Xiao Yu's implication. Xiao Yu did not perceive this as his friend dragging him down. Instead, he felt that it was his own actions that had ensnared his friend in this predicament. The confrontation between Jiang Ye Nai He and AB still echoed. Yet Xiao Yu quietly departed. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi were also stirred by their daughter, reminding them that they were but budding rebels against their homeland. The successors of socialism, Jiang Ling proclaimed, counting to 3, that if they did not present the money, they could expect to spend time in jail. Lu Qi fiddled with his phone, appearing ready to call the authorities at any moment. Chapter 55, Xiao Yu, alone and vulnerable with family members stepping in. Jiang Ye Nai He felt reassured, then added, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Yu is my friend. After this incident passes, you elderly ladies must refrain from harboring any designs on him." AB was left bewildered. "You are friends? What kind of competition is this? Wouldn't it be better to threaten with police involvement directly?" Wait a moment. Who is the old lady? The young girl has turned into an old rogue. Her hands are itching, eager to dominate the weak. I shall make you all concede willingly. Jiang Ling felt a sense of pride. After all, she is indeed his daughter. But wait, why does he so readily accept this in his heart? Lu Qi transformed into a devoted admirer and hurriedly presented a box of Wangzai milk as a tribute. Jiang Ye Nai He accepted it and then proceeded to seek out Xiao Yu, only to find a mere novice. Where is Xiao Yu? After speaking, the novice realized this was not the place for him, and, after expressing his gratitude several times, departed. Jiang Ye Nai He gazed at the retreating figure of the novice, feeling a pang of loneliness. Did he leave without uttering a word? Could it be that her actions also repulsed Xiao Yu? Lu Qi approached, observing the girl lost in thought, and said, "It's not that old Jiang and I look down on anyone. We are familiar with those from less fortunate backgrounds. Yet, those individuals possess friends. As for Xiao Yu, I have only seen him interact with Su Yueza. He has no other companions. Do you know why? It is because he is rather cold-hearted. If you assist him, he may not appreciate it and might even harbor resentment towards you. Take Jia Hui's situation, for instance. She pressured him to accept the study materials she purchased, even resorting to coaxing. Perhaps it was somewhat inappropriate, but her intentions were good, weren't they? Did Xiao Yu really need to make a girl cry? Jiang Ye Nai He felt even more bewildered. Is Lu Qi truly correct, or is her own intuition valid? At that moment, Jiang Ling approached, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as they moved forward. Do not concern yourself with Xiao Yu's thoughts. What matters is that you feel at peace with your conscience. Although Xiao Yu's rejection of Jia Hui may have been inappropriate, her tears are somewhat amusing. When I initially declined her gift, she did not cry, yet Xiao Yu's refusal has elicited tears. Does she harbor feelings for Xiao Yu, or is it me she fancies? Indeed, I find myself able to empathize with Xiao Yu. He is presently a solitary figure, and it is commendable that he has managed to complete his high school education. Forming friendships requires a certain capital, which he lacks. The young girl, instead of finding solace in her father's words, feels increasingly oppressed. This predicament leaves her at a loss for words the next time she encounters Xiao Yu. On that afternoon, she arrived early in the classroom, her gaze fixated on the direction of class 180. She observed numerous individuals coming and going, yet Xiao Yu remained absent. Days turned into a succession of normal school mornings. And even as she formed bonds with a few vivacious girls in the restroom, she failed to cross paths with the young man again. However, through her newfound acquaintances, curiosity about her previous interactions with Xiao Yu arose, leading her to uncover more about him. She recalled the first afternoon of military training in their freshman year, where Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling gained notoriety for their striking looks. Jiang Ling, a mixed-race beauty, and Xiao Yu appeared as if they had stepped out of an ancient romantic tale. It was said that during their freshman year, the trash bins of class 180 were filled with love letters penned by girls for Xiao Yu. But once his past became known, such expressions of affection ceased. What is this past, one might wonder? It is rumored that Xiao Yu's father was once involved in a violent lifestyle, a man of the streets. And it is said that while there are days of inflicting harm, there are also days of suffering. Tragically, Xiao Yu's father met his demise as a result of his own reckless behavior. Furthermore, his mother is said to have been extraordinarily beautiful. After his father's death, she abandoned Xiao Yu to pursue a life with wealthier suitors. Ah, is that so? I have heard it said that his mother fled due to unbearable domestic violence, compelled to leave Xiao Yu behind. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ye Nai He felt a subtle ache in her heart. Regardless of the veracity of these statements, one truth remained: Xiao Yu was utterly alone. While this evoked sympathy, it must be noted that Xiao Yu harbored violent tendencies. His most notorious incident involved a brawl with delinquents prior to his height increase, where he nearly fatally injured one of them. Being a minor, he faced no consequences. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding his mother rendered him particularly sensitive towards women, almost exhibiting hostility. Indeed, he had never demonstrated significant kindness towards them. Adults often assert that a father with violent inclinations is likely to raise a son with similar traits. In the summer of this year, there were reports of him forcibly throwing a girl into a KTV, a venue frequented by unsavory characters. The fate of that girl remains unfathomable. Since that incident, while there may have been those who admired Xiao Yu, none dared confess their feelings. Everyone maintained their distance upon encountering him. In this era, Jiang Ye Nai He had encountered many individuals who, 20 years hence, would have transformed into genuine adults, traversing similar circles. Confronted with such people, even those like Jiang Ling, whom she had never met, evoked a sense of familiarity, overshadowed by the implicit hierarchy of elder and junior. However, regarding Xiao Yu, she felt no such connection. If she were to consider herself a traveler through time, then Xiao Yu was merely a peer encountered along her journey, and that was the simplicity of it. The idle gossip surrounding him not only failed to deter her from the notion of befriending him, but rather ignited an even greater curiosity within her. She found herself intrigued by his perspective on her family, and she pondered the expressions that would grace his pristine, delicate face during the tumultuous moments that plagued his own household. All her doubts and inner turmoil were concealed deep within her heart. As the weekend approached, Jiang Ye, feeling particularly stable in spirit, suggested a shopping excursion, prompting her to part ways with Jiang Ling. However, on Sunday evening, while Jiang Ling was engrossed in a game at home, engaged in voice chat with his teammates, she overheard a remark. It seems that Xiao Yu won't be able to maintain his top rank in the upcoming exams. He has been pulling all-nighters since Wednesday night, skipping classes to play online during the afternoons and dozing off in the mornings. Jiang Ling scoffed. What has suddenly drawn him into such obsession? Who knows? Perhaps he has realized that excelling academically holds little value, and he finds solace in flaunting his prowess in gaming. On Monday morning during self-study, as she and Jiang Ling settled into their seats, Lu Qi yawned and inquired of Jiang Ling, "What gift are you preparing for Jia Hui this Christmas Eve?" Jiang Ling, fiddling with his MP3 player, having downloaded several new songs, responded as he previewed them, "This year, I shall change the recipient of my Christmas Eve gift." With that, he cast a glance at his own daughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye Nai He sat in a daze, appearing still half asleep, gazing blankly at the blackboard. The frail class monitor diligently fulfilled her responsibilities, despite the fact that a portion of the class would not comply with their assigned duties. She meticulously noted the date and the group responsible for the day's chores. She remained transfixed, her eyes following the yellow chalk as it inscribed 12:24 on the board. During the last encounter at Zhumingliang's place, Xiao Yu promised to go on a date tonight after winning a billiards match. Jiang Ling, not one to be easily flustered, noticed that ever since the incident at the billiards hall, she had become rather dazed. He pondered for a moment and placed a headphone in her ear. The familiar melody played softly. She murmured, "Ayumi Hamasaki, if memory serves me right," announced her hearing loss in her left ear around New Year's Day in 2008, and then released a song you particularly adore, "My All," a tune my mother has cherished for over a decade. Her voice was barely audible, known only to Jiang Ling. His father paused for a moment, then quietly took out his phone to search for information about Ayumi Hamasaki. Finding no entries related to a new album or anything about her ears. Should her words hold true after New Year's, it would imply that her account was not mere fabrication. Suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of this unsettling reality, he felt a tightness in his throat. Both Lu Qi and his daughter turned to look at him, inquiring if he had caught a cold. "Not a cold," he replied. "It's just that he hasn't even held a girl's hand yet." And out of nowhere appears a daughter of his own age. What a fright. This morning, old Wang had carelessly allowed the class to doze off instead of reciting their lessons, launching into discussions of philosophy amidst their lethargy. Jiang Ling found himself unable to focus on Jiang Ye Nai He's thoughts. He kept stealing glances at the beautiful girl beside him, shamefully imagining what kind of wife he might have in the future. After daydreaming for a considerable time without resolution, he resumed flipping through his comic books, resigned to fate. The piercing school bell rang abruptly, signaling the end of class. Lu Qi twisted his neck and rose, pondering aloud. What did we have for breakfast this morning? Spicy soup, old tofu, or lamb palma? Suddenly, a soft voice belonging to a girl interrupted. Jiang Ling, Lu Qi, it's your turn for duty today. You must clean the blackboard. Jiang Ling replied, I want kanji. Jiang Ye Nai He exchanged a glance with the unfortunate class monitor and muttered softly, I'll take care of it. After attending classes for so many days, the girl had often trailed behind her father and uncle, experiencing solitude only when she knelt to tie her shoelaces or adjust her pants. This time, however, she did not immediately follow Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, who deliberately chose to distance themselves from her. On this peaceful night, they hoped to present her with gifts and wished to confer in her absence. This was Jiang Ye Nai He's first time cleaning the blackboard. By 2029, chalk had long been obsolete at the 9th middle school. As she wiped, she waved away the chalk dust that settled on her face, internally cursing her father and uncle. Before long, another tall figure appeared at the classroom door. The girls who were about to exit froze in place, unsure of what to do. The girl murmured to herself, certain her hair was dusted with chalk. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching her side. Before she could turn her small head, a cool and elegant hand brushed against her fingertips, snatching the eraser from her grasp. The boy, clad in black, with porcelain skin and a strikingly solitary appearance, casually held the eraser with one hand while the other rested in his pocket. In an instant, he had wiped away more than half of the chalkboard. "Xiao Yu," she whispered. The boy replied, momentarily caught off guard. For a brief moment, both were taken aback. Was Xiao Yu doing their duty for them? Old Ginger, his motives are impure. As he spoke, Lu Qi dashed out, just as the blackboard was wiped clean. Xiao Yu glanced at Lu Qi in that fleeting moment, casually tossing the eraser onto the podium, creating quite a commotion. The sound resonated in the hearts of the girls, not with fear, but with a fluttering excitement. There was an alluring charm about his nonchalant demeanor. When his gaze met Jiang Ye Nai He's, the gloom that had lingered in the girls' hearts dissipated in an instant. Chapter 57. Xiao Yu surprises again Xiao Yu. When she called his name once more, her lovely face resembled the radiant sun emerging after a gloomy day, making it hard to gaze too long yet filling one with joy. He raised his hand to brush the chalk dust from his tousled hair, flashed a half-smile at her, and stepped down from the podium. "I'm off." His actions spoke volumes. They were still friends. Last week's class was cancelled due to snow, and this time, before class commenced, all the students gathered under the flagpole at the behest of the sports committee. However, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, being the academic underachievers they were, certainly could not adhere to the rules and had already sneaked off to smoke in the restroom. Before the teacher arrived, no one stood in line properly. Jiang Yi and several female classmates huddled together, noticing unfamiliar girls continuously passing by them. Among them was a sociable girl named Ma Lingling, who was quite attractive, had a pleasant personality, and loved to have fun, getting along well with Lu Qi and Jiang Ling. After watching several groups of girls depart, Ma Lingling remarked, "Xiao Yi, those girls all once penned love letters to Xiao Yu. One of them was the most beautiful in the first year of high school. And I heard she attended the same middle school as Xiao Yu. She transferred to 9th High just for him. They must be here to see you." The young girl squinted her eyes, already accustomed to the situation. "Is that so? Should I strike a pose to give them a better view?" As she spoke, she recalled a panda emoji she often used in the future, placing one hand on her hip and the other on her head, striking a rather silly pose, and even making a funny face. Ma Lingling burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Xiao Yi, you can't be this amusing. You are a beauty." What was this? She had previously filmed ridiculous videos with some internet celebrities, and her fans seriously inquired whether she had any desire to find a partner. This only fueled her addiction as she flailed her arms, shouting, "Ultraman, transform. I am the great monster you seek." Just then, Xiao Yu and a few tall boys from their class happened to pass by, and a wave of soft laughter ensued. Instantly, she recognized Xiao Yu clearing his throat amidst the laughter and caught a glimpse of his suppressed mirth. Her face flushed crimson, and she hurried a few steps to call out to him, "Xiao Yu, stop right there." With her rosy cheeks, she indignantly questioned, "Were you just laughing at me?" Witnessing her playful antics, Xiao Yu initially felt a slight urge to laugh, but upon her inquiry, he couldn't help but break into a smile. The sun shone brightly, illuminating his neat, white teeth and the slightly fierce phoenix eyes that, when devoid of expression, resembled gentle ripples of warmth. How silly, he thought. After speaking, he lifted his chin and extended his long fingers from his sleeve, mimicking a gunshot towards her head, then departed with a smile. His words and actions seemed imbued with a distinct fondness. Ah, Xiao Yu can indeed exhibit such behavior. Jiang Ye Nai He found herself momentarily stunned, her classmates' excited voices fading into the background, leaving only the sound of her increasingly rapid heartbeat. Such a casual gesture, devoid of any pretense, yet so delightful. A young man of such charm truly exists. Ah, the girl, caught up in her own theatrics, shuddered playfully, feigning injury and collapsing into Ma Lingling's embrace, exclaiming, "I've been defeated by Ultraman." Ma Lingling, finding it utterly amusing, responded, "Now I understand why Xiao Yu befriends you. You are far more entertaining than the other beauties at our school." Chapter 58. Birds of a Feather. Meanwhile, unnoticed by them, Zhang Jiahui and several other girls had gathered together. Among them, one tall girl with a high ponytail stood out. She was slightly more refined in appearance than Zhang Jiahui, lacking the thick bangs that most girls sported, revealing a smooth forehead adorned with a lovely hairband. Dressed in a white woolen long coat, she accentuated her long neck, exuding an air reminiscent of a dancer. At that moment, her expression was serious, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ye Nai He. Zhang Jiahui glanced at her, a fleeting look of satisfaction crossing her face as she remarked, Jiang Ling's cousin, is quite impressive. During the week you were absent. She not only befriended Xiao Yu, but also received great kindness from Lu Qi. He even gifted her a phone. Upon hearing the name Lu Qi, the girl cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jiehui, then fell silent, deliberately veering towards the area where the elite class congregated amidst the lively atmosphere. Jiang Ye Nai He was still engaged in light-hearted banter with her classmates. Classmate A, the bright moonlight before my window. Classmate B, I suspect it's frost upon the ground. Ma Lingling, I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon. Jiang Ye Nai He, I am Guodi Gang. Laughter erupted among the classmates. You actually watched Guodi Gang perform crosstalk. You share a hobby with my dad. Xiao Yi, come over to my house for dinner next time. My dad will surely adore you, huh? Amidst their playful laughter, Ma Lingling patted a few shoulders. Hey, look, that stunning beauty has arrived for class. Jiang Ye Nai He glanced over, and her eyes sparkled. She was astonished to discover such an exceptionally graceful girl in this school. Who could she be? After a week, she noted that she had yet to encounter anyone so striking at Jiuzhong. The school belle Hanyu, Ma Lingling informed. She is from class 180 in the first year, and after the division into arts and sciences in the second year, she moved to class 181, ranking 5th in the entire grade. The academic rankings for the first and second years at Jiuzhong were based on a unified examination model, so even after the division, the rankings remained consistent. However, that is Hanyu. Indeed, it certainly sounds impressive. Then, Ma Lingling conspiratorially leaned closer to Jiang Ye Nai's ear and whispered, Did you know Lu Qi pursued her all the way from middle school to Jiuzhong? The whole school knows about it. No way. How could she possibly know? The allure of beauty effortlessly ignited a flurry of gossip among the surrounding girls. Although those who fawn over Zhang Jiehui assert that Xiao Yu harbors feelings for her, others contend that Zhang Jiehui approaches Xiao Yu out of jealousy towards Hanyu. Jiang Ye Nai He perked up her ears and listened intently. Some classmates, fearing that Jiang Ye Nai He was entirely oblivious, took it upon themselves to explain. Hanyu, Zhang Jiehui, and your brother all attended Mingda Middle School. During the first and second years, Hanyu had not yet developed, thus failing to rival Zhang Jiehui in popularity. However, he was not without admirers, for his looks surpassed Zhang Jiehui's, and he had studied dance since childhood, exuding a graceful demeanor. Who could have predicted that Hanyu would experience a sudden growth spurt in the third year, transforming into a beautiful swan? Many who had previously admired Zhang Jiehui shifted their affections to Hanyu, inciting Zhang Jiehui's frustration, leading her to constantly compare herself to Hanyu. Jiang Ye Nai He was aware that Mingda Middle School was once a prestigious private institution in Anqing, with exorbitant tuition fees attracting only the affluent. By 2029, it had evolved into an international middle school. After the high school entrance examination, Zhang Jiehui presumed Hanyu would enroll in the best school. Thus she opted for the same. However, Hanyu chose to attend the nearby Jiu Middle School, while Lu Qi initially enrolled in Air Middle School. Upon hearing that Hanyu was at Jiu Middle School, he transferred. After military training, Lu Qi publicly serenaded Hanyu to confess his affections. Though Hanyu declined, it was evident to all that Lu Qi was enamored with her, and Hanyu treated him quite well, leaving almost no one to pursue her, as many believed the two were destined to be together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He grasped the crux of the matter. Hanyu had rejected Lu Qi, yet still treated him kindly? Was she merely toying with his affections? This bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Jiehui's overtures towards Xiao Yu and her murky relationship with her father. Birds of a feather. Chapter 59. The hidden truth behind the conflict. However, the seemingly innocent classmates around her were not as perceptive. It had only been a couple of months since the start of their first year, yet Xiao Yu and Hanyu had become deskmates, spending their breaks together. Consequently, Hanyu's relationship with Lu Qi had grown distant. Remarkably, Hanyu's impressive achievement of ranking 5th in the entire grade was largely attributed to Xiao Yu's guidance. A sense of discomfort welled up within CZ. Did Xiao Yu harbor feelings for Hanyu? It was indeed puzzling. Ever since Hanyu secured a spot among the top 10 in the school, Xiao Yu had ceased to engage with her. And it was predominantly Hanyu who initiated their interactions. Conversely, Lu Qi's animosity stemmed from his close association with Hanyu. Initially, he had approached Xiao Yu politely, inquiring whether she had feelings for Hanyu. Presumably, Xiao Yu had denied any feelings, prompting Lu Qi to assertively suggest that she maintain her distance from Hanyu. However, Xiao Yu ignored his warning, inciting Lu Qi's ire. Yet, Lu Qi's confrontations were not directly due to Hanyu. Rather, they involved casual games of basketball and attempts to undermine Xiao Yu. It was perplexing to fathom Xiao Yu's motivations. Nevertheless, after Lu Qi's pursuits of Han Yu proved futile, numerous other suitors began to emerge, drawn to her. Jiang Ye Nai He furrowed her brow, sensing a deeper, conflicting sentiment in Xiao Yu's attitude towards Han Yu as described by her classmates. While Lu Qi typically refrained from stirring trouble, Jiang Ling was not as restrained. She could no longer tolerate the situation, especially since Zhang Jiahui had clashed with Xiao Yu multiple times. The most severe incident resulting in an alleged plot to injure Xiao Yu gravely. Jiang Ye Nai He was suddenly struck by a chill. Had she not descended from the heavens that day, witnessing her father and their entourage, she might have truly believed it was possible. These ignorant and arrogant juvenile science. As Jiang Ling's daughter, she felt an obligation to educate them against teetering on the brink of illegality for the sake of unrelated individuals. Meanwhile, her classmates continued their chatter. One could say that the only girl Xiao Yu had ever come close to was Han Yu. Back in their first year of high school, many girls had disparaged Han Yu on the forum, fearing that she might genuinely enter a relationship with Xiao Yu. It seemed Han Yu had a fondness for Xiao Yu. When they progressed to the second year, Lu Qi confessed to her once more, and it was quite apparent that she had rejected him, citing a preference for academic achievement over mere appearance. Yet, with his sense of superiority, he would undoubtedly refrain from confessing to Xiao Yu. She was likely waiting for Xiao Yu to make the first move. Jiang Ye Nai He nodded in agreement. Indeed, it feels as though they are merely a step away from revealing Xiao Yu's ID number. The forward girl could only sigh. Her father and uncle were far more reliable when it came to gaming, and it was wiser not to engage in any early romance with clever girls, for they would surely be outmatched. However, she was aware of the fates of Jiang Ling and Lu Qi. While the situation between Xiao Yu and Han Yu left her feeling somewhat sour, akin to tasting pickled vegetables. Shortly thereafter, an announcement from a teacher instructed them to line up properly, and their idle chatter ceased. Following the solemn flag-raising ceremony, a student representative delivered a speech. And today's representative was Han Yu. With her grace, beauty, and academic prowess, even in a city like Anqing, where dialect often overshadowed Mandarin, her pronunciation stood out remarkably. Jiang Ye Nai He conceded that she was indeed worthy of being the school belle, which explained Zhang Jiahui's jealousy. However, a deeper pang of sorrow welled within her, igniting her curiosity about whether there had been any girls in the brief life of Xiao Yu, and if so, whether it could have been Han Yu. Chapter 60. Chinese people and foreign festivals. On their way to the classroom, they walked alongside girls from other classes, who were also engaged in hushed discussions. Han Yu chose to come to school today, undoubtedly for tonight's event. Jiang Ye Nai He quietly inquired of Ma Ling if there were any activities planned for the evening. Ma Ling replied, "No. It's just that our school has a peculiar regulation. Every year on New Year's Day, the first and second year students do not hold a celebration, reserving it for the graduating third-year students to conduct properly." Jiang Ye Nai He was aware of this, as it had been the same for the past 20 years. The artistic expressions of the first and second years were all saved for the spring sports meet of the following year. Most of the boys and girls would prepare candies and apples, then after evening study sessions, gift them to friends they cherished or were close to. In her first year, Han Yu stood out, receiving the most small gifts. However, this custom faded over the 20 years that followed. Particularly after Xiao Yu failed to mention the promise made last time, the enthusiasm waned further. Ma Ling chuckled. "Why are you so flustered? Since you transferred here, you must pose a threat to Han Yu and Zhang Jiahui. I believe you surpass both of them. The girls who are close to them are rather hypocritical and vain. Yet the girls in our class who have spoken with you genuinely admire you." Jiang Ye Nai He raised an eyebrow, accepting it as it was. The two did not participate in the break exercises, instead standing by the windowsill and conversing for quite some time. Although Xiao Yu displayed little emotion, Han Yu beamed like a blossoming flower. Jiang Ye Nai He momentarily paused, her cheeks puffing out before she removed the candy from her mouth. "Oh, matcha flavor," she mused, not particularly fond of it, and promptly discarded it. Nearby, a group of girls from class 185 were engaged in casual conversation. Since Han Yu returned to school, the posts on the forum claiming Xiao Yu likes Zhang Jiahui have all been deleted. One remarked, "Indeed, if Xiao Yu truly has someone he fancies, Han Yu is certainly a more likely candidate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He suddenly became aware of several gazes directed at her. Turning her head, she noticed the girls from the adjacent class immediately averting their eyes. Having recently befriended Jiang Ye Nai He, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi had accompanied her to classes for a week. Now that the trio had grown familiar with one another, The underachievers had resumed their habit of skipping classes. In the afternoon, they escorted Jiang Ye Nai He to her classroom, slipping away just before the class bell rang. Jiang Ye Nai He scoffed. Jiang Ling's earnestness towards Zhang Jiahui was hardly impressive and could not compare to the allure of gaming. Initially, the girl had approached this place with a carefree, wandering spirit, but after some contemplation, she resolved to dedicate herself to her studies. As she attentively listened to the lectures, time seemed to fly by. When the bell rang once more, her deskmate in the front row suggested they grab a meal before heading out to play. And it dawned on her that classes had already ended. Leaning back lazily against her desk, she decided to take out her phone and call Jiang Ling. Just then, Ma Ling came bouncing over. Xiao Yu, are you going to the internet CAF to find Jiang Ling? The girl paused in surprise. Are you heading to the internet CAF? If you're going, let's go together. I want to play games. Our Dance Revolution family is having a gathering today. In the realm of the dance game, she had played just once with the esteemed Zhizun Jie and had not touched it since. It left her wondering whether Liang Shang, who wished to adopt her as his daughter, still remembered her. Well, it mattered little. She was not hungry and decided to indulge in a bit of play. Thus, she rose to adjust her attire and began to tidy her textbooks. At that very moment, a soft tapping sound emanated from the neighboring window. She lifted her gaze and was momentarily taken aback. It was Xiao Yu. Her heart raced slightly, and she ceased her tidying, rushing outside instead. Xiao Yu had undergone a transformation. He was clad in a striking ensemble, gray high-top sneakers, black cargo pants, and a white gray hooded sweatshirt, all topped off with a loose-fitting black down jacket, complemented by a black canvas bag slung across his shoulder. His handsome face was partially concealed by a medical mask. A radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Ye Nai He's face, one that brought joy and satisfaction to her spirit. Xiao Yu's taste in fashion resonated deeply with her. In that moment, she fully grasped the profound regret expressed by the girls in her class when they gazed upon his graduation photo, lamenting the notion that he had existed before they were born. She felt immensely fortunate to witness the living presence of Xiao Yu. With a hint of infatuation, she inquired, "Did you come to see me for something?" Xiao Yu furrowed his brows, his gaze drifting to one side. "I came to fulfill a promise." Perhaps it was the mask that lent his voice an even more magnetic quality, rendering it alluring. The girl paused, realizing the implication of his words. And a fleeting blush graced her delicate, porcelain-like cheeks, enhancing the liveliness of her deep, dark eyes. "All right," she responded with enthusiasm. "Give me 2 minutes, let me tidy up." Even on the weekend, she purchased a powdery brown eyebrow tint and a commendable hair mask, enhancing the allure of both her eyebrows and hair color. Ma Lingling stood at the center of the classroom doorway, glancing at the waiting Xiao Yu outside. Then observing the girl who was hurriedly packing her bag and subtly adjusting her long hair. When Jiang Ye Nai He positioned herself opposite Xiao Yu, she had just uttered a word when Ma Lingling leaned in, interrupting, "Xiao Yu, are you going on a date with Xiao Yu tonight?" In that instant, the surrounding classmates seemed to freeze, all eyes turning towards the pair. Simultaneously, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi's conversation, steeped in traditional culture, echoed from around the corner. And moments later, they stood facing them. Xiao Yu let out a soft sound, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Ye Nai He took 3 seconds. And upon noticing Jiang Ling cradling a roasted sweet potato, a brilliant idea struck her. She then stood directly opposite Ma Lingling. Her toes pointed at hers. "Do you know what transpired on December 24th, 1950? As her words fell, the expressions of those around them reflected sheer disbelief. Chapter 61. Comrade Xiao Yu versus Comrade Xiao Jiang. Ma Lingling leaned back slightly, suddenly feeling bashful being so close to such a beautiful girl. I don't know. On December 24th, 1950, on Christmas Eve in Asian time, the valiant 10th Army of the Republic of China evacuated from Xingnan port. And the following day, the Volunteer Army occupied Xingnan, marking the conclusion of the nearly month-long Battle of Chosin Reservoir. As she spoke, she cast a radiant glance around the room, her gaze suddenly landing on a figure, Han Yu. A peculiar sense of triumph washed over her, perhaps a reminiscence of revolutionary victories. She maintained her composure and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Battle of Chosin Reservoir? The ice sculpture company, do you know of it?" Ma Lingling nodded, affirming her knowledge. "Therefore, on this commemorative day, Xiao Yu and I have arranged to visit the Revolutionary Museum." At this juncture, she looked up at Xiao Yu. "Right, Comrade Xiao Yu? Comrade?" Xiao Yu furrowed his brow tightly, suppressing a smile. He then nodded, the corners of his lips subtly rising beneath his mask. "Indeed, Comrade Xiao Jiang." "Comrade Xiao Jiang?" It was the first time anyone had referred to her in such a manner. She swiftly turned back to Ma Lingling. And so it is, we shall go. I hope you remember history and never forget General MacArthur's audacious proclamations. Ma Lingling, persuaded, gazed at her with admiration. Xiao Yu. Did you achieve a perfect score in history before? The girl walked ahead with Xiao Yu. Well, it was passable, but I certainly scored full marks in moral education. Lu Qi, utterly charmed by the two, gulped as he brushed past them, saying, Xiao Yi, let me copy your history notes for the final exam. Jiang Ye Nai He nodded. Of course, I'll let you copy. I'm off now, you two enjoy yourselves. Then, she confidently informed her father, see you at home tonight. Zhang Ling was almost convinced. Had it not been for the sight of Xiao Yu's sudden earnest demeanor this afternoon, he delivered a light punch to Lu Qi, exclaiming, Are you foolish? They are undoubtedly on a date. Let us follow them. Just as they turned on their heels, two girls brushed past Lu Qi, leaving a faint fragrance in their wake. Lu Qi's expression shifted instantaneously. Han Yu and her friend disregarded them, hastily calling out to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. With a sweet smile, Han Yu inquired, Could you lend me your notes now? I have something for you too. There's no time. If you're in a hurry, ask someone else, came the cold response, accompanied by a glance that barely acknowledged her presence, extinguishing the joy on Han Yu's face. At that moment, someone approached from ahead, and Xiao Yu, meeting the oncoming student, effortlessly tugged on the four-character phrase, continuing forward without pause. Lu Qi and Jiang Ling stood at the corridor's edge, observing the transformation of Han Yu's expression. Lu Qi withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Jiang Ling. As he lit his cigarette, he brushed past Han Yu, a smirk playing on his lips. Han Yu's eyes widened, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Qi, who are you talking about? At that instant, a familiar figure flashed by the window of Class 180. Moments later, Zhang Jiahui hurriedly descended the stairs, clutching the chain of her bag. Han Yu, feeling the sting of embarrassment, watched as her eyes slowly reddened. Her friend scrutinized Jiang Ye Nai He's silhouette, sarcastically remarking, What is appealing about such a girl? Dressed in a manner that is neither masculine nor feminine. She is clearly a high school student, yet has dyed her hair pink. Doesn't their homeroom teacher intervene? As an internet celebrity, Jiang Ye Nai He had donned an array of diverse styles and adorned herself meticulously countless times before the camera. This profession led her to favor wearing androgynous, loose-fitting clothing in her private life. Furthermore, among public figures with fans, who truly cares about the number of suitors they have behind the scenes? It's all rather tiresome. Suddenly, a furious voice pierced through the air. What kind of wretched toad are you, making such a ruckus here? Jiang Ling's irate tone startled the girl, causing her to shudder and grasp onto Han Yu for support. Jiang Ling glared at her, eyes brimming with disdain. Considering the past, I won't scold you this time. But dare to utter such words again, and see what happens. Meanwhile, Lu Qi regarded Han Yu with unabashed disappointment, casually tossing a remark as he passed her. I must have been blind before. Xiao Yu and Jiang Ye Nai He walked side by side, maintaining a half-meter distance, followed by a throng of individuals, each with their own thoughts. Jiang Ye Nai He paid no mind to them. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged within her, peculiar yet delightful. Lu Qi was the first to express his discontent. Is Xiao Yu really opposing us? I'm pursuing Han Yu, yet he draws near her. You're after Zhang Jiahui, and he spreads rumors about her. Now that Xiao Yi has arrived, he has gone off on a date with her. Old Jiang, I must take him down. Although Jiang Ling felt somewhat displeased after being playfully teased by his daughter, he regained his composure. It's different, regardless of what others have said in the past. Have you ever seen Xiao Yu take the initiative to approach Han Yu and Zhang Jiahui? This time, Xiao Yu is behaving quite unlike herself. Let us observe before forming any judgments. Xiao Yu considered Jiang Ye Nai's ability to come up with such reasoning to be truly remarkable. With a smile, she remarked, Your grasp of history is commendable. Not really. The young girl shyly scratched her cheek, exhaling softly. It's just that when I was at my previous school, I celebrated our nation's birthday. Oh no, I meant to say, in anticipation of the upcoming Olympics, I revisited history and watched a plethora of historical documentaries. Before her journey through time, she had just viewed a film about the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, starring an idol whose name matched her own, and found it quite captivating. Xiao Yu nodded. The year 2029 marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the nation, which will indeed be celebrated. However, it is rare to find a girl who can truly comprehend history to such an extent. Thus, she is distinctly different from other girls. She possesses genuine national pride, which serves as a testament to her sincerity and frankness. As the conversation unfolded, the young girl eagerly shared, during times of sorrow, I found solace in studying history. The development of our country is nothing short of a remarkable resurgence. It is incredibly inspiring and fills one with pride. It makes one feel fortunate to live in such a nation, brimming with infinite possibilities. Over the years, Xiao Yu had exerted himself in pursuit of a better life, often unable to contemplate grand ideals. Yet, in recent days, the presence of this young girl beside him made him feel that living in such a world indeed offers boundless opportunities. The girl turned her head, her eyes widening slightly. Are you feeling unwell? At this moment, the circumstances differ from those of the past. An additional means of virus transmission has emerged, necessitating a constant supply of masks. When someone suddenly dons a mask, it is highly likely they are suffering from a cold. However, it is not merely a cold. Xiao Yu's nasal tone has become more pronounced than before, accompanied by a discomfort in his throat. Upon finishing his words, the youth's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyelashes fluttering. He was deceiving her. Chapter 62. The path was treacherously slippery, and as she held on to him, she recalled what Jiang Ling's friend had mentioned, that he had been pulling all-nighters for several consecutive days. No matter how youthful one's body may be, it cannot withstand such strain. She was curious about what he had been up to. It surely was not as simple as playing games. Yet, she hesitated to inquire, fearing that after hearing about Xiao Yu's circumstances, she might inadvertently upset his already fragile emotions. Xiao Yu felt a flutter at her concern, yet he was acutely aware of his discomfort. In the end, apart from Su Yuezhi's care for him, he dared not hope for tenderness from anyone else. Nonetheless, he could not suppress the fluttering within him. The youth slowly blinked, his hand discreetly reaching into his bag to retrieve an impeccably smooth, flawless apple. To Jiang Ye Nai He's astonishment, he offered it to her, as it was said to be a tradition. The surprise was exceedingly abrupt. However, for those trailing behind them, it was sheer shock. Xiao Yu was bestowing an apple upon someone, and he was doing so openly. Moreover, the recipient was neither the high school first-year belle nor the second-year students Han Yu and Zhang Jiahui. When the girl accepted the apple, she instinctively glanced back. Ignoring the horrified gazes of the other girls, she only noticed Jiang Ling's eyes, which were nearly aflame with fury. How terrifying! Ah, indeed. Under the intimidating gaze of her father, she exclaimed, remembered during the Korean War, when the logistics route was severed, and a single apple made its arduous journey to the volunteers? That solitary apple was shared among so many. With that, she glanced around and dashed to the flower bed, where she executed a rather audacious act reminiscent of a grand sand sculpture. Placing the apple upon a stone, she split it in half with her bare hands. Jiang Ling and the surrounding classmates instinctively took a step back, fearing that their heads might meet a similar fate as the apple, absurd as it was. Then, she picked up the two halves, wiped the bottoms on her clothing, and offered one half to Xiao Yu, proclaiming, as comrades in the same camp, let us share. Xiao Yu's emotions were a tangled web, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. He was reluctant to accept, not the least bit inclined. He feared that in the next moment, she would whisk him away to join a rebellion or enlist in the army to liberate distant lands. Yet, he found himself accepting it nonetheless, and amidst the crunching sounds of her biting into the apple, he took a bite as well. The whimsical girl munched happily while squinting at Xiao Yu with a smile, inquiring, "Are you hungry now?" Xiao Yu paused, refrained from answering, and countered with a question. "Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry," she declared. "Neither am I," he replied. The girl's large eyes twinkled as she suggested, "Let us visit the museum first. And when night falls, we can have dinner, shall we?" Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. With their plans set, the girl joyfully leaped, only to forget that the ground beneath her was a treacherous patch of ice. She stumbled beside Xiao Yu and fell onto her backside, sliding forward half a meter. Instantly, the girls who were disheartened by Xiao Yu's nonchalant gesture of sharing the apple erupted into laughter. The old father, burdened with a complex array of emotions, paused momentarily upon witnessing the scene before him. He suddenly perceived that his foolish daughter was indeed quite naive. Accompanying her felt like a waste of time and a futile endeavor. Lu Qi could not contain his laughter. Is she truly afraid of being noticed by others? How utterly foolish. A premonition struck him that Xiao Yu was destined to stumble significantly because of our little Yi, which would serve as a means to vent his frustrations. Vent frustrations? Jiang Ye Nai He called me dad, yet Xiao Yu, who had sworn brotherhood with her, also referred to me as dad? Jiang Ling pivoted on her toes. I'm not following anymore. Let's go play some games. Jiang Ye Nai He, too, must have recognized her own folly. This moment was even more absurd than her earlier impersonation of Ultraman. Xiao Yu would surely find this hilarious. However, Xiao Yu did not laugh this time. He hurried over to lift her up and glanced at her shoes. She was still wearing the shoes from her time travel, but they lacked any slip-resistant features. She had already grasped his hand once. Yet, Xiao Yu's current actions rendered her face even more flushed. She sensed a profound respect from him, along with a genuine concern, and a shyness akin to her own. Lowering her gaze, she suddenly found herself unable to look at him, obediently clutching at his sleeve. The girls trailing behind them were momentarily rendered speechless with laughter. Han Yu took a deep breath, fished her phone from her pocket, and after a minute of fiddling, dialed a number. As she conversed on the phone, she pulled her friends past Xiao Yu and CZ. Unbeknownst to Han Yu, while she was preoccupied with her phone, not far behind her, Jiang Ye Hui walked alone, also pulling out her phone, directing it towards the young couple at the front. Xiao Yu's gaze fell, his eyes quietly resting on his right hand. He felt a twinge of curiosity about the warmth of her hand, which gripped his sleeve, allowing his fingertips to detect a gentle warmth. Jiang Ye Nai He slowed her pace in eating the apple, intrigued by the structure of Xiao Yu's body. Despite being bundled up in layers, his hands remained surprisingly cool. In truth, when friendships deepen, one can discuss anything freely, much like she did with Ma Lingling. However, in the presence of Xiao Yu, she was invariably enveloped by a bashful reserve. What drove her to distraction was Xiao Yu's silence. Lost in her thoughts and distractedly walking, she paid little heed to the road. Suddenly, a large motorcycle sped towards her on the icy pavement, and in that instant, Xiao Yu thrust aside her sleeve, grasping her wrist and pulling her to his side, his hand resting firmly on her shoulder. The young girl was rendered speechless. They found themselves on a narrow road devoid of streetlights, yet bustling with traffic, where Xiao Yu continued to guide her, nibbling on the apple, his gaze diligently scanning their surroundings. The Red Museum in City was quite distant from Jiuzhong, and they paused at a bus stop. She had previously noted that many subway lines in this era of City remained unfinished. The museum had stood steadfastly in the same location for 20 years, but she was uncertain which bus to take. As she examined the routes, Xiao Yu shivered lightly, his tall frame swaying slightly, prompting a nearby uncle waiting for the bus to steady him. It was evident he was suffering from a cold, perhaps a severe one. Suddenly, Jiang Ye Nai He realized something. It was quite late, and the museum should have closed its doors. He adjusted his collar. Is there anywhere else you wish to go? The young girl's eyes flickered as she actually thought of a place. An excellent street known as Li Yuan Street graces Anqing. In the 1920s, it was a favored haunt of hers, albeit one she frequented alone. Established in 2007 for the Olympic Games, Li Yuan Street primarily showcases folk culture, with its main entertainment revolving around traditional opera performances, drawing mostly the elderly. However, she was enamored with the art of crosstalk and traditional theater. On a serendipitous visit, she discovered not only theatrical performances but also an array of peculiar little shops and charming, reasonably priced eateries and taverns. In addition to the older patrons, many young intellectuals also frequented the area, leading it to become one of her beloved locales. Chapter 63. Sugar. Moreover, Li Yuan Street is conveniently located not far from Jiuzhou, just a 10-minute walk away. With a slight smile, she suggested, "Shall I take you to a place?" Although each era bears its own symbols, the beauty of culture and art remains timeless. On a night filled with the melodies of Christmas carols, Jiang Ye Nai He escorted Xiao Yu to the entrance of Li Yuan Street, where the faint strains of Peking opera could be distinctly heard in the distance. A gentle breeze swept by, making Xiao Yu feel the chill more acutely. He subtly tightened his collar. The allure of traditional opera brought a sense of comfort to the young girl, prompting her to open up the conversation. "Xiao Yu, what are your hobbies?" "Reading." After responding, the boy's gaze lingered on her hair. Though he had not previously paid much attention to girls, he recalled that there were hardly any with their hair down at school. Her long, curly, pink hair was a rarity in all of Anqing. She resembled the youthful idols found in the Japanese and Korean magazines purchased by her deskmate, beautiful, vibrant, and avant-garde. He truly did not anticipate that she would bring him to such a place. "What about you?" he inquired. "I particularly enjoy listening to crosstalk and traditional opera." Her spirited voice caused the boy's eyes to widen slightly in surprise. Indeed, he had not expected that. When she began to express her preferences enthusiastically, she spoke animatedly. She stood a head and a half shorter than Xiao Yu, who, while listening, lowered his gaze to admire her animated demeanor. In that moment, he noticed a striking feature on her face. Her eyebrows, finer than before, were a deep shade of pink. This hue harmonized far better with her pink hair than black would have. The boy coughed softly a few times, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling in his dark eyes. In this culturally rich setting, it felt as though he was strolling alongside her through the streets of a comic book, with her as the uniquely crafted heroine destined for greatness. And what role did he play in this narrative? As she spoke at length, the girl became aware of Xiao Yu's unwavering gaze fixed upon her face. She paused, blinking her large eyes. Xiao Yu, is there something on my face? He replied, blinking back, his chin slightly nodding. What? Your features. Xiao Yu's casual remark had the effect of igniting a blush across her cheeks. At that moment, she resembled a heated electric rod, radiating warmth at the slightest touch. She lifted her hand to cool her face, only to realize it was not cool at all. Contemplating Xiao Yu's implication, she wondered if he had indeed been observing her face all along. Why was he looking at her so intently? The thought swirled. No longer able to think, her face grew increasingly flushed, prompting her to visit the restroom for a splash of cold water to rejuvenate her senses. Xiao Yu, would you mind waiting for me here while I step away? The young girl dashed ahead, while he donned his mask and ventured towards the shop. It was chilly, and seeking warmth, he entered the store. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the evening, this establishment exuded a serene tranquility. The proprietor, a young man in his 20s, was engrossed in watching a football match on his computer. Some candy? He furrowed his brow, recalling a school tradition that required not only an apple but also sweets. He sauntered over and immediately spotted a beautifully packaged lollipop. The packaging was exquisite, adorned with a pink unicorn, and through the plastic film, he could see the candy within. The outer layer was not mere plastic wrap, but a splendid sugar shell. This particular confection seemed perfect for her. He picked it up and approached the counter. This one. Please. The young man glanced at it and smiled. You have excellent taste. That LLB 90. The price was reasonable, though not particularly cheap for a single piece of candy. Without hesitation, he turned his back, retrieved a crisp banknote from his pocket, and paid. As he received his change, the shopkeeper generously added 2 extra pieces of white rabbit candy. Jiang Ye Nai He had been gone for quite some time. After washing her face, she circled around to purchase 2 drinks. Instantly, she recognized that the device in his hand was a Samsung phone with a sliding design. Jiang Ling mentioned that this model had been released the previous year, yet even this year, it would still cost over 2,000. If the rumors were true that Xiao Yu was impoverished, with many demands on his finances, it seemed unlikely he would invest in a phone of such expense. It appeared that many matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Suddenly, one of the headphones was removed from his ear. He turned his head just in time to see the girl brushing aside her long hair to adorn her left ear with the headphone. The pink strands grazed her smooth, fair chin and her elongated neck, causing a subtle movement in the boy's Adam's apple. In the next moment, the girl's voice of surprise echoed beside him. You're listening to English. Let's improve our speaking skills. With that, Xiao Yu declared as he turned off his phone, removed the headphone, and tossed it into his bag. The girl extended a blue cup towards him, suggesting, my English is quite decent. Would you like to practice conversations with me? Xiao Yu smiled, accepted the drink she had purchased, and pulled a small object from his pocket, placing it into her still outstretched hand. Sure. Jiang Ye Nai He was taken aback, cradling the drink in her arms while examining the object in her palm. At first glance, it was stunning. What a refreshing packaging. She tilted her head and carefully opened it, studying the delicate lollipop, and her surprise deepened. Wow, what a beautiful lipstick. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, then furrowed his brow, questioning, is this lipstick? Given her profession, Jiang Ye Nai He naturally dabbled in cosmetics. Previously, she had promoted various affordable yet quality products, having personally evaluated and recommended the best ones. She found the small switch and, with a swift motion, the lipstick candy portion lifted, revealing a sweet, sparkling strawberry red. Oh my, I absolutely adore this. Her previously calm face flushed again with excitement. She cradled her face in her hands, gazing at Xiao Yu with a mix of shyness and joy. Have you given gifts to girls before? You have such an impeccable taste. No, he replied simply. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, articulating a straightforward inquiry. So, this ISNT candy? The surrounding air was filled with the cheerful laughter of young girls, who quickly corrected him. No, this is lipstick. In chapter 64, it becomes evident that she appears quite sweet. Xiao Yu reminisced about the time in his first year of high school when he shared a desk with Han Yu. She had a penchant for applying lip balm while he explained the lessons to her. He found those overtly trivial gestures rather bothersome. However, as he recalled that girl, he merely perceived her as quite popular at school, merely dabbing on some colorless lip balm. In the mind of a youth, Lipstick seemed an accessory reserved for adult women, something he believed was unnecessary for himself. Yet she quickly shook her head, asserting, "It's quite useful. I really like lipstick." I used to have. She spread her arms wide, illustrating the sheer volume of lip product she once possessed. But receiving this uniquely shaped, handmade lipstick for the first time is simply wonderful. Although Jiang Ye Nai He had few true friends in her original world, she frequently exchanged gifts with acquaintances in the influencer sphere to garner attention, including male influencers. Regarding gift exchanges, as long as she accepted a gift, she would generously express her appreciation for it. She genuinely liked receiving gifts. Finding the drink in her hands cumbersome, she handed it to Xiao Yu and pulled out her phone, using its dark screen as a mirror to apply a generous layer of lipstick. Xiao Yu watched her with a rapidly escalating heartbeat, pondering her enthusiasm. She seemed so easily pleased. A smile crept onto his lips as he contemplated how effortlessly he could care for her. How strange, he mused, that he was indulging in such chaotic thoughts. Indeed, it is lipstick, transforming her lips into a delicate shade of pink, yet it remains understated. Wearing it to school poses no concern. She pressed her lips together several times to ensure an impeccable application, pouting before breaking into a grin and asking, "Does it look lovely? Does it make my teeth appear whiter and my face brighter?" Her complexion and teeth were already fair, rendering his perception of any change quite indistinct. However, it did enhance her sweetness. Xiao Yu coughed a few times, feeling that his thoughts on the matter were somewhat perilous. He turned to walk ahead, dismissively uttering, "So silly. What is so silly about it?" She caught up with him. "You're the silly one. You can't even distinguish between candy and lipstick." He replied earnestly, "I have no need for either, nor do I consume them, so why should I bother making the distinction? If you never pursue a girlfriend, what if she wants lipstick that resembles candy or candy that resembles lipstick? Wouldn't you need to tell them apart?" "Ah," Jiang Ye Nai He interrupted, exasperated. "You are so straightforward. How is it you know everything? Pray tell, Comrade Xiao Yu, is there anything in the realm of examination-oriented education that you are not proficient at?" The youth paused, a smile dancing in his eyes. He retrieved a special treat, a large white rabbit candy, from his pocket. Swiftly unwrapping it and placing it in the girl's slightly parted mouth, Jiang Ye Nai hesitated, recognizing it as milk candy. To her astonishment, the boy's demeanor was as gentle as a spring breeze. "Romance feels distant for me, so for now, I can only tell you that candy brings joy." As the sweet confection melted in her mouth, Jiang Ye Nai He felt that Xiao Yu brought her even more happiness than the candy itself. Yet, why is it that when he mentions his disinterest in romantic relationships, a slight discomfort stirs within her? Perhaps it is the profound regret she feels for his fate. Since coming to know him, she ardently wishes for his well-being, yearning for someone to accompany him. The untimely demise of such a talented and handsome young man is indeed a tremendous loss. She suppresses these chaotic thoughts and skips alongside him, playfully declaring, "But I have no candy to offer, so I cannot bring you joy." Observing his foolish demeanor brings her a certain delight. Chapter 65. A Group Photo. Xiao Yu, she exclaimed, half laughing, half angry, stamping her foot. "How could you be this kind of person? What kind of person did you think I was?" He retorted. She had assumed him to be reclusive, eccentric, cold, and prone to violent outbursts, easily irritated. However, she discovered that, although he possessed a certain aloofness, he could also smile, engage in earnest banter, and clumsily select a gift that a girl would cherish. These seemingly common traits of many boys only served to make Xiao Yu feel that he was uniquely special in her heart, radiating brilliance. "I thought you were unapproachable and would disdain me." Her eyes sparkled as she walked backward in front of him. "After all, I am the cousin of Zhang Lang, the one who teased you. At the billiards hall last time, you left without a word, leaving me saddened, thinking I had acted rashly." He lowered his mask and took a sip from the drink she offered, the warmth spreading from his stomach throughout his body. "You are you, and he is he." Pausing, a depth settled in his dark eyes. "There is no research indicating that a family will all be the same." His words seemed directed at her, yet they also felt like a quiet reflection to himself. Indeed, indeed. The astute young lady, at that moment, failed to grasp the deeper implications of his words. As they conversed, they arrived at the street bustling with performance stages, where a maestro from the realm of traditional arts was promoting his new work. 2 decades later, this esteemed artist would be celebrated for his virtue and skill, and Jiang Ye Nai He held him in high regard. As the maestro spoke, she pulled out her phone to capture a few images of him, then tugged at Xiao Yu, prompting him to step into the light. Xiao Yu, momentarily bewildered, inquired, "What are you doing?" "Taking a photo, checking in." After which, the young girl raised her phone, capturing a snapshot with the maestro as the backdrop. Now safely stored in her album, she opened it to show him, asking if it looked good. Her smile was radiant as he glanced at the image. His face slightly turned. It appeared quite well. Amidst a flutter of emotions, a whimsical thought took root in his mind. He was curious about what the world of the future would look like. What sort of existence would this girl embody in that time? How many friends would surround her? Would there be someone like him, accompanying her on outings? Listening to her animated chatter and watching her apply lipstick? Moreover, he was acutely aware that understanding the future landscape through her could potentially pave a prosperous path for himself. Yet, his heart was consumed by a singular thought. Would he have met her in the future? He felt a sense of relief that she, despite being 20 years his junior, appeared in the same temporal space as him. "I'll send it to you," he exclaimed as he reached for his phone. Jiang Ye Nai He blinked, remembering something. "Xiao Yu, do you recall what else you mentioned last time?" He smiled, his eyes curving playfully. "Contact information." The young girl opened her mouth, revealing a set of pearly whites. "You originally promised a stranger one. Look, we attend the same school. Could you possibly give me another?" He retrieved his phone and opened a text message. "Your phone number, I shall send it to you." Subsequently, a message from an unknown sender containing a QQ contact arrived in Jiang Yena's inbox. She swiftly sent him the photos she had just taken via multimedia message. He was almost replacing Zhang Ling. After saving his phone number, she gestured towards the side. "There is beef meatball noodle soup over there. Let us go eat. I wish to add a couple of spoonfuls of chili." For a fleeting moment, Xiao Yu questioned whether she thought he was financially constrained and was attempting to save him money. Yet, turning back, she wore an apologetic expression and added, "Oh dear, I forgot to ask if you enjoy noodles." Upon saying this, he noticed her swallow. She genuinely craved the meal and was famished. Chapter 66. Coincidence. No, this place lacks a restaurant. How could she know there is beef meatball noodle soup? Suddenly, delicate blossoms unfurled within his heart, and he realized there must be an exceptional noodle shop thriving even 20 years later, one she had visited and wished to share with him. The most delightful aspect of the evening was that when he was earnest, she was equally sincere. He was enamored. At that moment, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Yet the more he secretly reveled, the more his physical discomfort intensified, headaches, difficulty breathing. He had experienced this sensation before, not just once. Each instance occurred during moments of heightened emotion, whether joy or despair, an overwhelming surge accompanied by an inexplicable sense of anxiety. He desperately stifled it, unwilling to let her perceive his turmoil. Upon arriving at the restaurant described by the four-character girl, one is greeted by generously portioned noodles at an affordable price, authentically prepared spicy condiments crafted by the local shopkeeper, and the delightful local soda. Xiao Yu's dining etiquette is remarkably refined, leaving an impression that his upbringing must have been exceptional. How did Xiao Yu grow into such a handsome young man, despite the numerous criticisms he faces? Jiang Ye Nai He, unable to withstand the spiciness, stuck out her tongue, her petite face flushed, as watering from the pungency. However, Xiao Yu was oblivious to her plight. As his conditions steadily deteriorated, he grew increasingly feverish within the establishment. At this early hour, merely 8 o'clock, and with his face concealed for the evening, Jiang Ye Nai He remained unaware of his discomfort. She wished to present Xiao Yu with a gift, yet desired to keep it a secret from him. Concocting a clumsy excuse to visit the restroom, asking him to wait near the stage, she presumed he would occupy himself with rest, and, recalling their previous encounter, intended to cover his eyes playfully, only to be met with the alarming heat radiating from his forehead. "You have a fever?" the girl exclaimed in terror. And Xiao Yu lifted his gaze. His naturally captivating eyes, imbued with a serene coolness, appeared dazed, and he no longer feigned strength, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Resembling an obedient puppy, tilting his head, he extended his hand, and she promptly pulled him up. Despite her diminutive stature, her strength was astonishing, instilling a sense of security. Yet, Xiao Yu's condition worsened, his vision blurred, and he experienced severe palpitations. Desperate to shield Jiang Ye Nai He from the gravity of his illness, he discreetly texted Su Yuze, requesting that he wait near his home. The young girl was in a state of anxious urgency, unaware of how long she had been walking. At last, Xiao Yu halted before a crosswalk, raising his hand to point across the street to a brightly lit residential complex, saying, "I've arrived. It's getting late. Let's save the visit for next time." As she lifted her gaze to survey the surrounding buildings, she was suddenly struck with astonishment. The very community where Xiao Yu resided was, astonishingly, the same one where her family would live 20 years hence. What an incredible coincidence. Her family's home was purchased in 2025, a time when she had accompanied Xiao Yu to view property listings. The sales representative had mentioned that this area was relatively new, having only been developed into a residential zone at the turn of the millennium. However, due to its advantageous location, it underwent complete demolition and redevelopment in 2022, transforming into upscale duplex residences. Even though property prices in 2007 could not compare to those in the future, it was evident that, regardless of Xiao Yu's current circumstances, he must have lived in relative comfort at least while his parents were still around. Overwhelmed by the revelation, she remained silent. Xiao Yu waved his hand in front of her eyes. What are you thinking about? Perhaps sensing her contemplation, he added, once I feel better, you can come over to play. At present, he felt he could not properly entertain her. Chapter 67. Old Habits. Xiao Yu lowered his gaze. If you forget the way, just ask me. I will guide you. Her heart raced again. Initially, her intention had been merely to see him safely to the ground floor, especially considering the late hour. She worried that Xiao Yu might find it unsafe for a girl to leave alone at night. Yet now, her curiosity was piqued, as this place felt more familiar to her than the Jiang residence. However, she obediently nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Remember to take your medicine. All right. A simple farewell transpired as the two individuals turned their backs to each other and departed. After a brief moment of hesitation, weighing the choice between sending her off tonight or tomorrow, she resolved to do it tonight. With a swift pivot, she dashed across the street, plunging into the dimly lit area beneath the apartment complex. Suddenly enveloped in darkness, she struggled to discern her surroundings. As she reached for her phone to illuminate the path ahead, she caught sight of two figures approaching. These shadows appeared to have stumbled upon something on the ground, halting in their tracks. A startled woman's voice pierced the silence. Why is there a child lying here? Immediately, another woman responded, Oh dear, isn't this that child? Which child? The grandson of that old wicked woman who died last month. The son of the man who was murdered. Oh, I've heard of him. Isn't his daughter-in-law quite beautiful? Left the child to become a mistress? Just as the women were exchanging these words, a furious young voice erupted, chattering away at this late hour. Do you not fear having your tongues twisted by ghosts? As the gossiping women turned in astonishment, a figure crouched beside them, lifting the fallen youth. Panic tinged her voice. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. The two women paused, then continued their whispered speculations as Jiang Ye Nai He slipped away. Yet Xiao Yu remained utterly still. It hadn't been long since she had heard increasingly unkind whispers about him. The last time she had fainted, she awoke to his face. Now, in her frantic desperation, she pinched his philtrum, hoping he would awaken and see her. But Xiao Yu did not stir. Her heart raced with trepidation. Acutely aware that this young man could only live to the age of 22, she feared that he might encounter some perilous situation at this very moment. Struggling, she hoisted the tall youth onto her back, and as she reached for her phone to call for an ambulance as a precaution, she suddenly felt a lightness behind her. At that moment, she heard Su Yuez's voice. Let me take over. With assistance at hand, her anxiety slightly eased, yet her tear ducts swelled with emotion. Su, brother Su. She took a deep breath. Should I call for an ambulance? An ambulance? Su Yueza, carrying Xiao Yu on his back, chuckled softly. It's nothing serious. He has his old ailment. He'll come around soon. She continued to breathe deeply, unable to fathom why an overwhelming urge to weep had surged within her. She was terrified. In the days since her arrival in this era, life had been relatively pleasant, yet she could not forget that beneath these delightful moments lay the shadow of untimely deaths. Old ailment? She asked, suppressing her emotions. Yes, Su Yueza replied calmly, a tranquility that gradually soothed her as well. After everything that had transpired in his family, he was hesitant to visit a hospital and remained unaware of the specifics. So, where shall we take him now? Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Yueza paused. They had now stepped into the light, and he gazed into her eyes. His doe-like eyes sparkled with sincerity and depth of feeling. After a long moment, he asked, I heard from you that you two have become friends? The girl nodded earnestly. Yes. He inquired further, what made you want to befriend him? Uncertain of her own reasoning, she found herself at a loss for words. Reflecting on her encounter with Xiao Yu, she puffed her cheeks and mused, it's simply a feeling. I just want to get to know him. If I must articulate it, perhaps it's merely a matter of attraction. Upon finishing her thought, the girl pressed her lips into a smile, her youthful face adorably round despite the hint of sadness that lingered in her expression. She had overheard the remarks made by those individuals earlier. How did she perceive them? Xiao Yu's gentle demeanor struck Jiang Ye Nai He as reminiscent of a successful future self. In that moment, as Jiang Ye Nai He connected Xiao Yu's inquiries, she realized his underlying concerns. He seemed anxious that her intentions in befriending Xiao Yu might not be pure. Was it perhaps due to her association with Jiang Ling? Contemplating this, she replied, "I am indeed curious about the veracity of those claims. Yet I possess both intellect and empathy. I hold my own perspective on Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu shifted Xiao Yu slightly on his back and remarked nonchalantly, "Some of it is true. His father's passing was quite tumultuous, and he had a history of brawling." The girl swallowed hard and inquired, "And what of the truths behind the falsehoods?" The tales surrounding him had grown increasingly ominous, laden with rumors suggesting he was entangled in criminal activities that led to his father's demise. In reality, it was the accomplices of the murderer who harbored malicious intent towards him before their apprehension. These nefarious figures disregarded the law, seeking to eradicate the Xiao lineage. On that fateful day, amidst torrential rain, two men who had been stalking him for days dragged him to a desolate restroom in the suburbs. In that desperate moment, he seized a weapon from one of them in an act of self-defense, buying himself precious time to escape. Had he not run swiftly, he would have perished either in the restroom or on the street. Upon reaching the entrance of the police station, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Two officers approached, but failed to lift him. As his friend, I was summoned to assist with his account. A particularly robust police officer attempted to embrace him, yet he was unable to quell the tremors that racked his body. He claimed he was cold from the rain, but at merely 16, fear still gripped him. However, his father's case was convoluted, and no resolution had yet emerged. It was a tremendous challenge for him to emerge from the shadows of those events. But with the loss of his parents and support, the malevolent relatives of the perpetrators maliciously slandered him, hoping to ruin his life. Jiang Ye Nai He felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Indeed, significant criminal cases require time to yield results, and should there be any corruption or misconduct involved, the outcome for the murderer is likely to be disheartening. The notion of surviving such peril was something she could hardly fathom, while Xiao Yu had undeniably endured it. Chapter 68. To protect Jiang Ling for a day is to protect Xiao Yu for a day. Yu's mother was a wonderful person, and he bore a striking resemblance to her. She was exceedingly beautiful, which led his domineering father to harbor unfounded suspicions of her fidelity, resulting in countless instances of domestic violence. Yu grew up in an environment where he and his mother endured beatings together. Had it not been for his grandmother force-feeding his mother poison, nearly resulting in her death, she would not have abandoned Yu. Jiang Ye Nai He clenched her fists, her tear ducts swelling, feeling a profound sorrow that was laced with irony. The two women who referred to Xiao Yu's grandmother as a poisonous old woman were undoubtedly aware of her malevolent deeds. Yet, even so, they brazenly spread rumors about Xiao Yu's mother. A dysfunctional family can inflict profound emotional wounds on a child. Last month, his grandmother pilfered the jewelry his mother had left behind, seeking refuge with his aunt, only to meet with an accident on the mountain path. He and I arranged the funeral. None of those she had hoped to rely on even bothered to attend. Perhaps fate intervened, for these successive events have left him solitary, yet liberated, free to live as he chooses. At this juncture, Xiao Yu sighed. "Do you comprehend why I'm confiding in you to such an extent?" The young woman shook her head. Yu harbored a sense of aversion towards accomplished girls because a particularly outstanding girl coerced Yu into actively pursuing her, exploiting her family's connections to compel him to tutor her. He declined, but the following day, the girl's grandfather arrived, issuing a stern warning. If he refused to tutor her, he would ensure he could no longer pursue his studies in Anqing. Xiao Yu had no choice but to acquiesce, assisting the girl in achieving a position among the top 10 students in the entire grade before the matter was resolved. Jiang Ye Nai He was taken aback. This must be referring to Han Yu. So that was Xiao Yu's motive for approaching Han Yu earlier. Yet, having known you for only a few days, he dedicated himself to practicing with a professional Dota team in Anqing for 50 hours, at a rate of 180 per hour, all for the sake of going out with you once. In truth, that professional team had hoped to recruit him as a professional esports player, but he declined, desiring to attend university. For the past few days, aside from school hours, he has barely managed to sleep 3 to 4 hours each day. Perhaps this is the underlying cause of his recent illness. He mentioned that your family is well off and feared disappointing you, so he aspired to earn more money. Thus, Xiao Yu is far from the person portrayed in rumors. As long as he desires, the individual who can ensure his family's well-being with a single meal possesses countless ways to indulge himself, such as pursuing a career in esports. The young girl blinked, and tears that had lingered near her tear ducts cascaded down her cheeks. The bond of friendship that had unexpectedly blossomed between her and Xiao Yu was more touching than she had anticipated, yet it bore an immense weight. Upon seeing you tonight, I must confess, Yu indeed possesses remarkable discernment. Since he places his trust in you, he is unlikely to share certain matters due to his nature, but for me, the presence of someone willing to approach him is a comfort, and as a friend, I feel it is prudent to offer a few explanations on his behalf. Regardless of whether you choose to clarify, I will still interact with him. After all, your words may not always reflect the truth. What if he is indeed less than admirable, and you are inadvertently misleading me? Hence, I am not easily swayed by another's account. For what purpose do I possess my own intellect and perception? Su Yueza smiled, a smile full of reassurance, but he added, please refrain from addressing me as you. I am merely 3 years your senior. Yet, the young girl quietly wiped her eyes. In that moment, a resolute thought took root in her heart. She resolved that as long as she inhabited this era, she would protect Jiangling for a day, and in turn, safeguard Xiao Yu for that same day. Su Yueza carried him on his back, while the young girl followed closely beside, leading them to his mobile phone shop. The establishment he rented was modest in size, yet fully equipped. The front sold phones, while the rear served as a living area. The bed inside was a generous 1 meter and 50 centimeters wide, sufficient for both Xiao Yu and them to rest comfortably tonight. However, just as Su Yueza had settled Xiao Yu in, a customer entered seeking to purchase a mobile phone. At this moment, he was reluctant to entertain customers, yet could not tarnish his reputation, so he had no choice but to oblige. Fortunately, Jiang Ye Nai He was present. Although she was unaware of Xiao Yu's physical condition, she was determined to assist him in any way possible. After obtaining Su Yueza's permission to utilize the room's amenities, she carefully removed Xiao Yu's coat and diligently applied warm water to lower his temperature. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Yu began to stir. Appearing to be ensnared in a nightmare, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his hands instinctively tugging the blanket towards his neck. He was cold. After a moment's reflection, she approached Su Yueza and inquired softly whether there were any antipyretics available. Su Yueza hesitated, and his subsequent expression revealed that there were none. Without waiting for his response, she dashed outside. Being in a predicament was not a matter of great concern, as long as the heavens smiled upon them. A glimmer of hope would inevitably illuminate their path, just as that beautiful girl had inexplicably referred to him as President Su, and how she had rushed through the night for the young man. This scenario was different from the future she sought. She had searched for quite some time outside. So long, in fact, that Su Yueza had sold a mobile phone and managed to procure an antipyretic for Xiao Yu to take. Over an hour had passed, and it was nearing 10 o'clock. The breathless young woman burst into Su Yueza's shop, which he had yet to close. Her nose and ears were flushed with cold, and she clutched a plastic bag from a pharmacy filled with various medications. Xiao Yu sat at the counter with a cooling patch on his forehead, his delicate, fair hands busily manipulating a collection of small electronic components, occasionally igniting sparks in the process. Upon locking gazes, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. She was astonished to see him awake. He lowered his head and coughed a few times, the discomfort in his throat exacerbated by the unexpected surprise. Jiang Ye Nai He visibly exhaled in relief. He had awakened. She hastened towards him, and under the cold, stark light, her eyes sparkled with an ethereal gleam. The boy's heart raced within his chest, causing him a sense of unease. He felt a twinge of guilt, yet was predominantly moved, as Su Yueza had already informed him that she was the one who discovered him unconscious. Su Yueza emerged from behind, promptly offering her a cup of warm water, awkwardly remarking, I thought we were out of fever medication, but I managed to find an ibuprofen and a cooling patch. It's all right, as long as he is awake, she replied, approaching Xiao Yu's side. Silently, she set the medications aside, feigning a calm demeanor as she observed the items in his hands. Why aren't you resting? What are you doing? I took the medication and lay down for a bit. I regained some strength, Xiao Yu admitted, avoiding her gaze as he focused intently on his tasks. There are customers here getting their phones repaired. I'm assisting. Chapter 69. The notable beauty of Anqing. Su Yueza handed her the water, reiterating, I don't handle digital device repairs here. It's thanks to Yu's expertise that I've managed to earn some extra income. This statement prompted Jiang Ye Nai He to recall a previously shelved thought. By the way, Xiao Yu. She lifted the warm water to her lips for a gentle sip. Have you ever heard of a charger adapter? The boy paused, her future smartphone flashing through his mind. He lifted his gaze to her, At that moment, both were leaning over the counter, their heads pressed together more closely than during mealtime. His ears felt inexplicably warm, prompting him to hastily lower his head. What do you intend to do? Didn't you see one of my previous electronic gadgets? Jiang Ye Nai He said, her large eyes darting as she fabricated a tale. That was crafted by an engineer abroad and gifted to me. I've misplaced the charger and cannot find a replacement. It would be quite troublesome to seek out the person overseas. Xiao Yu feigned ignorance of her deception and inquired, does it contain a battery? Indeed. She replied with enthusiasm. Then bring it to me later, and I shall assist you, Xiao Yu stated calmly, exuding an air of capability. Jiang Ye Nai He clenched her small fist in excitement, exclaiming, wow, Xiao Yu, you are incredible. Xiao Yu exhibited little reaction, merely startled by her straightforward compliment. The girl then fell silent, focusing on her drink. When her phone rang unexpectedly, it was Jiang Ling. Hello. She answered. Beside her, Xiao Yu cast a lazy glance at Jiang Ye Nai He's phone, too disinterested to comment. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Yu watched as Jiang Ye Nai He and Jiang Ling left, entangled in playful banter. Xiuzhe, seated next to Xiao Yu, squinted with a smile and remarked, the wild girl is truly unlike other girls. She is undeniably beautiful yet lacks the pretentiousness and fragility often associated with attractive women. She resembles a boy, making her quite easy to get along with. Xiao Yu noted this as well. Since their first encounter, she had consistently worn male attire. However, recalling the rosy tint on her lips, he felt a sudden rush of warmth to his cheeks. She was in no way boyish. Jiang Ling pulled her into his room and solemnly inquired, what did you do with Xiao Yu tonight? Did you hold hands? Hold hands? Nonsense. The girl thought of the moment when she had taken Xiao Yu's hand, her expression unwavering and her heart steady. We share a bond of revolutionary friendship. Tonight, we are going to Li Yuan Street to meet the master of traditional opera and listen to Peking opera. She added, by the way, weren't you following me? How come you don't know? Jiang Ling's expression froze. After all, the equipment in the game was far more significant. I am your brother, not a pervert. With arms crossed, Jiang Ling maintained his composure and asserted, let me tell you, even if it's about dating, you cannot be with Xiao Yu. He has issues. What problems does Xiao Yu have? Have you not noticed that every girl in school who has ever been called out has some ambiguous relationship with him? What could that possibly indicate? Indeed, without understanding the underlying circumstances, one could comprehend Jiang Ling's bias against Xiao Yu. However, she would not be like a gossip monger, constantly discussing rumors. She waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, I will keep Xiao Yu in check for you. You and Lu Qi can focus on pursuing Zhang and Han. The school flowers. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Are you seriously mocking me and Lu Qi? The girl hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. Dad. Some girls, while seemingly innocent on the surface, if you feel something is off about them, it indicates they surely have their own problems, just hidden from you. Understand? In the next moment, a man's knitted hat was placed over Jiang Ye Nai He's face. Don't call me Dad. Got it, fine. Jiang Ling felt that this girl was specifically coming to his home to annoy him. Another scarf flew onto Jiang Ye Nai He's face. Just as the father and daughter were engaged in a playful exchange of objects for several rounds, the door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Xiefeng's head peeked in, blinking at the two and announcing, there is no need to rise early tomorrow. We are heading to Beijing. Jiang Ling responded, what are we going to Beijing for? To have your aunt examined, Zhang Xiefeng replied, his gaze assessing his granddaughter, and to buy Nyo a few lovely outfits. She can't keep wearing your brother's clothes. Jiang Ye Nai He glanced down at the male attire she was wearing, momentarily at a loss for words. However, recalling that she had never delivered the gift she had prepared for Xiao Yu, she resolved to select something even more exquisite. Later, before she took a shower, the somewhat well-known beauty in Cheng added Xiao Yu on QQ. At that time, it was already past 11, and she did not expect Xiao Yu would agree tonight, assuming he would retire early due to his discomfort. To her surprise, when she checked her phone after showering, she discovered that Xiao Yu had accepted her request within mere minutes and even sent a rolling eyes emoji. She then set her phone down to tidy her bed and lay down. After a moment, she picked it up again. Xiao Yu messaged, your username is quite impressive. A sheepish yet endearing smile involuntarily blossomed on the girl's face. It's just a little impressive, she replied. By the way, are you still awake? Xiao Yu replied, I'm about to sleep. Are you feeling better? Why are you still awake so late? You have early self-study tomorrow. You must be short on sleep. Xiao Yu responded, I'm taking a leave tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will also take a day off to accompany my mother to the doctor. Xiao Yu replied, all right, good night. Jiang Ye Nai He tugged at the blanket, her large eyes blinking. "Good night, Xiao Yu." At that moment, Xiao Yu lazily leaned against the pillow on Su Yuze's bed. Scrolling through their sparse messages, his gaze lingering on the final goodnight. A subtle smile graced his lips, radiating warmth. Su Yuze was tidying up, and upon witnessing his captivating smile, she mused about what he had discussed with her that could elicit such joy. Xiao Yu sat up animatedly, arms crossed over her knees. Resting her chin on her arms, her eyes widening to conceal the folds of her double eyelids, exuding an adorable charm. She wished me good night. In the future, good night would merely serve as a conventional closure to their conversations. Yet in the past, it was a delicate pink door to the hearts of the reserved. Su Yuze paused and teased, "Did you not return the sentiment?" Xiao Yu promptly buried her head, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "I couldn't. It felt too awkward." Isn't that something only couples say? Chapter 70. Invisible yet perceptible. It was December 31st, and the holidays were about to commence. Even the early morning recitations of the top class had notably diminished. Neither Jiang Ye Nai He nor Jiang Ling had attended class today. In recent days, Xiao Yu had been lacking in spirit during lessons, despite having recovered from her cold. The thought of not having contacted Jiang Ye Nai He for several days only deepened her despondency. She refrained from reaching out to him, while he, entangled in a web of unexpressed emotions, also did not take the initiative. Yet, he had invisibly adjusted his QQ status to be visible only to her. There exists a singular QQ list grouped together, in which he has added an additional category entitled Girl, yet has transferred only one female into it. Jiang Ling's absence led Lu Qi to the entrance of class 182, where he engaged in conversation with other friends. A few girls inquired, "Lu Qi, is Jiang Ling not returning to class until after New Year's? The apple we sent him on Christmas Eve is nearly spoiled." Lu Qi, consumed by envy, thought to himself, who returns to class before New Year's when one has the luxury of taking leave to enjoy leisure? At that opportune moment, Han Yu and Zhang Jiahui, accompanied by several other girls, happened to pass by. Han Yu, with her composed demeanor and dignified posture, remained the graceful school belle. Zhang Jiahui, adorned with a pleasant expression and a clean, gentle appearance, embodied sweetness as the charming school beauty. As Lu Qi, smoking, cast a glance at Han Yu, a flicker of astonishment seemed to pass through his gaze. In the absence of Jiang Ye Nai He, the two girls felt a certain lightness in their hearts, as everything appeared to revert to its former state. However, their interactions with Xiao Yu had dwindled, and they had not observed him engaging with any other girls. Just as this delightful atmosphere flourished, a sudden exclamation from class 184 shattered the moment. "Xiao Yi, you actually came to class." Instantly, the cheerful ambience shattered, drawing everyone's attention. With a lively and youthful voice, a vibrant figure entered the dreary academic building, captivating all who beheld her. Her once cherry blossom pink hair had transformed into a radiant rose gold, styled into an enchanting princess-like updo. Beneath the outer layer of a white fitted coat, a delicate pink knit dress is revealed, complemented by a pair of beige riding boots adorning her feet. She carries an oversized, adorable rabbit-shaped bag. This ensemble, reminiscent of strawberry ice cream, drapes elegantly over her form, accentuating her already stunning visage. With lips as red as cherries and teeth as white as pearls, she appears even more like a figure from a painting. In fact, she surpasses many female celebrities seen on television. Han Yu and Zhang Jiahui exchanged knowing gasps, their hearts heavy with a sense of inadequacy. Their own attire was already quite appealing, yet in the presence of Jiang Ye Nai, who donned feminine attire today, they felt like mere bystanders. Her beauty was so striking that numerous individuals rushed into the classroom, beckoning those who had not yet emerged to behold the fairy. The fairy herself had greeted Ma Lingling, and just as Lu Qi stood up, the girl dashed past him like the wind, heading towards room 180, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Following closely was Jiang Ling, her face etched with anger. Lu Qi pursued Jiang Ling, commenting, "Has Xiao Yi returned from the capital with aspirations of becoming a star? What nonsense. My father dressed her up. It's all so gaudy and unrefined." Chapter 71. "You're ugly and bad," Lu Qi retorted. "Do you really think of yourself as her father? This is no better than wearing men's clothing." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was diligently focused on an English exam in the classroom when suddenly, a call rang out from the doorway. "Xiao Yu." His hand froze for a moment, and he abruptly lifted his head, his heart racing uncontrollably. Their gazes met from a distance, and the girl raised her arm to wave. Upon leaving his seat, he stumbled slightly, despite the flat ground beneath him, reminiscent of his first experience in an internet CAF. Upon reaching the entrance and standing face to face with her, He was enveloped by a delicate scent of milk emanating from her. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed the familiar hue gracing her lips. A sensation of exhilaration surged within him, as if his heart were about to burst. Jiang Ye Nai He realized that he had noticed her wearing the lipstick he had gifted her, tilting her head adorably as she asked with unabashed confidence. "Do I look pretty today?" Xiao Yu felt as though his heart might explode. She looked stunning beyond measure. Yet, how could he possibly articulate such straightforward honesty? Remain calm. Steady yourself. It's not a dire situation. As he feigned composure, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi approached with raised brows and fierce expressions. Han Yu's group displayed varying reactions, while Zhang Jiahui, upon spotting Jiang Ling, slightly turned away to check her reflection on her phone. Though her fingers seemed to be suspiciously maneuvering over the screen. Suddenly, someone piped up, "How shameless." It was the same girl who had previously defended Han Yu. Jiang Ye Nai He retorted with a cold smile. "Brother, this school is owned by others. One must speak in accordance with their wishes." Zhang Jiahui quickly intervened. Assisting the girl while addressing Jiang Ye Nai He, "Don't be angry. My classmate didn't mean it." The moment Han Yu heard this, his expression soured as he bit his lip, yet he remained speechless. Xiao Yu glanced at the group of girls, then back at the suddenly irate young woman before him, as if understanding the underlying context. In accordance with their wishes, Xiao Yu responded with a gentle smile. "So, you are ugly and mischievous." Jiang Ye Nai He was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi exchanged glances, their fists itching with the desire to confront Xiao Yu more than ever before. Xiao Yu's mood stabilized as she nonchalantly conversed with the two individuals. "The holiday starts today, so why are we still attending class?" After speaking, she rummaged through her bag and soon extracted an exquisite deep blue gift box adorned with a starry motif. For a moment, he contemplated accepting it, yet felt a twinge of pressure. Although he was capable of disregarding much of the gossip swirling around him, his emotions were not entirely immune to influence. While he would prefer to hear less, he was undeniably inclined to listen more when it came to her. Observing the girl's eager expression, he decisively extended a hand and accepted the gift, fearing her disappointment if he did not. This time, Jiang Ye Nai He was confident that the carefully chosen gift would delight Xiao Yu and encouraged, "Go ahead and open it. I had it custom-made." After dealing with the loquacious girl, Jiang Ling swaggered over to Xiao Yu, arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. During their days in BJ, his daughter had consistently ensured he did not see the gifts she prepared for others, and he had surmised she would create something for Xiao Yu, leaving him curious about what peculiar item she would present. Chapter 72. I think you will like it too. Having been at odds with Jiang Ling for over a year, Xiao Yu had grown accustomed to it, recalling how Jiang Ling had previously sought him out over trivial matters concerning a few girls. He smirked slightly and deftly opened the box. To his surprise, inside was a deep blue leather notebook embossed with the golden phrase, "The Great Wall is indeed as solid as iron. Now, step forward and start anew," accompanied by a simple steel pen devoid of any embellishments. It appeared valuable yet unpretentious. Jiang Ling was taken aback. Was that all? She had expected something laden with hints, akin to the gifts other girls had given him. However, Xiao Yu genuinely appreciated it. The quote was splendid, yet it was not over. The young girl urged him again, prompting him to open the notebook and take a look. Xiao Yu lifted his gaze, perplexed, and cautiously turned to the first page, his pupils quivering. Affixed within was a group photograph they had taken previously. Jiang Ling, noticing something amiss, began to approach. But Xiao Yu swiftly closed the notebook and secured the box, exclaiming, "I truly adore this. I believe you will as well." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, embodying their revolutionary friendship. Sunlight cascaded upon the youthful, exquisite features of the boy, as he smiled, his eyes crinkling, the shadows of his eyelashes casting delicate patterns upon his cheeks. Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qi felt a pang of disappointment. He was not unattractive, and he treated her well. Why did she not consider him? In an instant, Uncle Lu was captivated, exclaiming, "How did you know I enjoy collecting figurines?" Jiang Ye Nai He furrowed her brow. If there was one area where she and her parents shared no generational gap, it was their mutual fondness for collecting figurines and watching anime. After all, they were family. How could they not know? Hee. This must be more expensive than what I got for Xiao Yu, right? Before Jiang Ye Nai He could respond, Lu Qi continued, "It must surely be pricier than his. What could a tattered notebook and a cheap pen possibly be worth? 200 at most." The girl discreetly stuck out her tongue. Indeed, the notebook was of little value, merely around 10 yuan, but the fountain pen was a Mont Blanc, costing over 5,000, purchased with her father's money. Yet these straightforward boys likely wouldn't recognize its worth. She had contemplated whether gifting Xiao Yu something of such value might lead him to overthink things. However, upon reflection, the circumstances were unique. Xiao Yu was her first friend from the future, arriving in this bygone era. He was, in fact, her very first male friend in the true sense throughout her 17 years of life. She wished to present him with a gift of lasting significance. To this end, she inscribed a small note beneath the pen. Once they had all departed, Han Yu took a deep breath and remarked to Jiang Ye, "It seems that this year, Jiang Ling has not prepared a gift for you." Xiao Yu retrieved the pen from the gift box and noticed a tiny note, delicately inscribed with a fine tip. "Being friends means a lifetime, and I hope to assist you in signing many names." He furrowed his brow, pondering her unnecessary gesture. Instinctively, he adjusted the pen, realizing something was amiss. The quality of this pen was astonishingly exquisite. Understanding dawned upon him. In an instant, his youthful expression blended a sense of humility with joy. If it were to last a lifetime, it indeed warranted such value. As Jiang Ye entered the classroom, she caught sight of his subtle actions from afar, a flicker of ire passing through her eyes. At noon, as the trio known as the Three Swordsmen exited the classroom, Jiang Ye called out, "Jiang Ling." Her voice, sweet yet tinged with remorse, revealed her sentiments. Jiang Ling, who had not been in contact with her in recent days, appeared indifferent, responding flatly, "What is it?" Jiang Ye bit her lip, glancing at Jiang Ye Nai He. "Last time, I almost provoked you into a fight. I sincerely apologize, and I am grateful to Xiao Yu for intervening." Jiang Ye Nai He smiled slightly as she accepted the gift. However, she swiftly produced a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Ye along with the present, stating, "To be friends, all it takes is sharing candy." The vulnerability displayed by a girl holds a formidable impact on a boy's heart, especially when remnants of past affections linger. Jiang Ling's gaze softened as she remarked, "Do not hastily offer gifts. Let us walk together." Jiang Ye glanced at the surplus candies in her hand, her temples pulsing, and could only respond with a smile. She then deliberately positioned herself beside Jiang Ye Nai He, engaging in conversations about various topics among the girls as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the campus, they fortuitously encountered Han Yu, who emerged from the opposite side. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yehui's smile remained sweet, yet it bore an added touch of triumph. While Han Yu, with a stern expression, quickened his pace to surpass them. Instantly, the classroom buzzed with theories. With the holiday approaching, why are we convening a meeting? After approximately 20 minutes, the 24 classes of the second year assembled in the campus. While the first and third year students leaned out of their windows to observe the commotion emanating from the teaching building, each class's current subject teacher was present, and the homeroom teacher of class 180, alongside old Wang, stood before the educators. The male director of education, aged over 40, had one hand clasped behind his back and held a large megaphone in the other, standing on the flag platform. With a tense demeanor, he shouted at those who were not standing in line properly. After a while, once all classes had formed orderly lines and murmurs had ceased, the director of education, suddenly aflame with fury, bellowed, "The reason we are holding this meeting this afternoon is due to certain incidents concerning our grade." Instantly, murmurs erupted once more. Silence. The director continued to shout, "I have received reports via envelopes regarding certain students from our grade who are dating and going on after-school outings. This is a serious matter." As he spoke, the hand behind him rose, revealing several photographs he held. The director of education cast a sweeping glance over all the students, then lowered his gaze to the photograph in his hand, stating, "Xiao Yu from class 180, Jiang Ye from class 184. Is Nai He present? Step forward." At these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and numerous students leaned out of the windows of the teaching building to catch a glimpse below. Chapter 73. How audacious of her! Students from class 180 and surrounding classes all turned their attention to the last row of class 180, where a strikingly handsome young man stood out as the tallest in the class. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows instinctively and bit his lip as he stepped forward. Class 184 exhibited a similar reaction, with Jiang Ling and Lu Qi wearing equally displeased expressions. Had those two truly concealed their budding romance from them? Jiang Ye Nai He and Ma Lingling stood in a row, with Ma Lingling displaying a face of disbelief. "You two are really together?" The girl did not respond. Her small face was flushed with indignation as she strode forward with purpose. Having faced the scrutiny of public opinion countless times, she was unfazed. As Xiao Yu and Nai He stood before the director of education, Xiao Yu cast a glance at the beautiful girl opposite him, feeling a flicker of delight within. It seemed that even the slightest indication of their relationship being closer than that with others brought him joy, despite the impending reprimand. The director first scrutinized Jiang Ye Nai He, displaying a degree of leniency towards the girl. He then approached Xiao Yu, his voice rising with anger. Explain the situation. With that, he thrust the microphone toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu maintained an impeccable demeanor, casually standing with his hands in his pockets, exuding an extraordinary charisma. However, he grimaced at the saliva-splattered microphone, tilting his head back slightly and replying indifferently, "There's no situation. What is there to discuss?" His tone was exceedingly dismissive. He and she indeed did not share such a relationship, and he feared that she might unwittingly attract trouble due to him, hence his desire to clarify matters. However, paradoxically, in his quest to sever ties, he absurdly hoped that others might genuinely misinterpret their connection. This contradiction stirred a perplexing turmoil within him. Just as the head teacher was about to unleash his ire, the young girl suddenly spoke with remarkable composure. "Teacher, may I see the photographs?" Her earnestness caused the head teacher to furrow his brow as he handed them over. There were 3 in total, each possessing commendable resolution. The first captured her and Xiao Yu at the school's entrance, with her grasping his sleeve from behind. The second depicted them crossing the street, Xiao Yu supporting her shoulder. And the third showcased her presenting a gift to Xiao Yu in front of class 180 that morning. The head teacher inquired, "Do you have something to say?" The girl raised an eyebrow and nodded. The teacher handed her the loudspeaker. Grasping the device, she surveyed the vicinity of classes 180 to 183 and let out a dismissive scoff. Then, her voice, modulated and resonant, echoed around. These photographs were taken with a mobile phone. By investigating the camera specifications of all current smartphones and analyzing the images, I can deduce the distance between the camera and us, thus pinpointing the location of the photographer. Therefore, I wish to address all students. While I cannot recall who passed by me in the past few days, I can indeed remember who was with me this morning. By employing a process of elimination, we can identify who reported us. Her declaration left the audience in stunned silence. Even Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated her seriousness and gravity. After all, her willingness to forge a genuine friendship with someone like him already reflected a profound spirit of benevolence. In class 180, Jiang Ye Nai He suddenly blinked rapidly, then raised her head, calming her previously flustered emotions. Xiao Yu's gaze deepened in understanding. The joy that had graced his features moments ago vanished entirely. Her words suggested that she had experienced similar incidents with other boys, which was entirely natural. How could it be otherwise when exceptional young men were drawn to her? Her resolute statement rendered the dean momentarily speechless, her demeanor reflecting an unassailable integrity that made the teachers uneasy. "Are you implying that someone is deliberately tarnishing your reputation?" The dean inquired seriously. She looked at him with bright eyes and asked, "Sir, may I pose a question?" Her earnestness left the teacher with little room to object. "Ask away." "You must have caught quite a few early romances, right?" "Indeed." Upon receiving confirmation, the young girl presented the first photograph, explaining to the dean, "When we see an adorable kitten or puppy, we naturally wish to pet them. This act of contact is a form of expressing affection." Her audacity was astonishing, causing many boys to swallow hard. How bold she was. Xiao Yu clenched his hands in his pockets, his heart racing with excitement. Jiang Ye Nai He remained composed yet visibly upset as she produced a second photograph. "During heavy traffic, when we narrowly escaped danger, one of our classmates lent us a hand. Isn't this an embodiment of mutual assistance? Just because it was a boy offering help, must it be labeled as early romance? If the one aiding me were a young soldier, would the accuser still dare to label it as such?" Subsequently, there was the third photograph. It is now a new era, where girls and boys can be friends. And presenting a gift to encourage learning is no longer something to be ashamed of. After stating this, she handed the photograph to the increasingly bewildered principal and retrieved her phone, swiping to reveal a picture of a renowned opera master. "Teacher, look. This is where Xiao Yu and I went the other night to see the opera master perform live. This is the maestro." She then swiped to show a photo taken in Beijing. "This is a gift I had custom-made near Tiananmen while I was on leave. One for Xiao Yu and others as well. The gift for Xiao Yu is stationery. If I were in love, I certainly would not give stationery. I would undoubtedly present him with a photo album of myself, allowing him to admire me from every angle, growing increasingly fond of me, ensuring he remains devoted." Laughter erupted from the crowd. How could she manage to be so earnestly indignant, yet amusing? Jiang Ling felt a mix of laughter and anger, yet relief washed over her. Thankfully, there was no such affair. It was true that he had pursued a girl at this school, but in his heart, no one could measure up to his sister. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's Adam's apple subtly bobbed as he pondered whether she truly possessed her own photo album, yearning for it. Ultimately, though I am still young, I understand that if a relationship is truly established, making it public immediately is a sign of responsibility towards one another. Therefore, if I were to experience early romance, I would ensure that everyone knows, rather than letting the news reach you through others' lips. Xiao Tong's pupils trembled slightly from the very day he met her. She was a girl of remarkable brightness, yet her brilliance only illuminated the awkwardness within his heart. Her loudspeaker continued to address all the students, articulating every word. Furthermore, secretly filming is illegal. If I pursue this matter, I have the right to file a civil lawsuit against the student for invasion of my and Xiao Yu's right to reputation and image, as well as for harming our physical and mental well-being. The head of the education department was momentarily at a loss for words, swallowing hard several times without managing to speak. At that moment, the homeroom teacher of class 180 stepped forward. I asserted, Xiao Yu from our class would certainly never engage in early romantic relationships. Old Wang also advanced, stating, indeed, while anonymous reporting of misconduct is not wrong, malicious accusations without understanding the situation are an affront to fellow students and utterly disgraceful. Chapter 74. It must be all about you but, the head of the education department stammered. It seemed he realized the individual who penned the report could not be offended. So he maintained a stern expression while seeking other points of contention. Even if early romance is a misunderstanding, just look at you, young lady. You are the only one in the entire school with pink hair. What kind of decorum is that? Regarding her hair, Jiang Ye Nai He held her head high, flipping her meticulously cared for long hair. Teacher, what is wrong with my pink hair? We are taught to embrace our individuality. I have neither committed any wrongdoing nor caused any trouble. What crime does my hair color constitute? The head of the education department retorted, how will you prove it? In school, it is certainly your grades that speak. Jiang Ye Nai He stood tall, her voice resonant and her gaze unwavering. If I rank in the top 10 of the entire school in the final exam, will you have nothing further to say? The surrounding crowd erupted into a greater clamor, with some expressing admiration, others murmuring in disbelief, and a few mocking her. The top 10 of the entire school. Even the head of the education department chuckled. Having taught for many years, he noted that the top students were typically unpretentious, with few like the girl before him, adorned in vibrant attire. Very well. Let us be clear. Starting today, if you secure a position within the top 10 of your grade, you may freely express your individuality, and I shall not interfere. However, young lady, heed my words. The final examination is scheduled for January 13th, and it is but a few days hence. Should you fail to meet this goal, not only will you be required to write a self-reflection, but I will also have to record a demerit against you. There is little to be gained from further discussion. She inquired, Teacher, may we regroup? Dismissed. As the students mingled, engaging in boisterous chatter, Xiao Yu took only a few steps when a melodious and sweet voice called out from behind. Xiao Yu. She fluttered her large eyes, releasing a breath of relief, her gaze curving into a crescent moon. You scared me. I thought we would no longer be friends. In that moment, he yearned to articulate his feelings. He wished to convey that if she looked into his eyes, she would find herself reflected within them. Amidst the myriad of emotions coursing through him, there existed a fondness, an affection that illuminated his understanding of his feelings for her. The excitement within him surged like molten lava, bubbling and boiling, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of anxiety and restlessness. His emotional turmoil swiftly transformed into the palpitation of his heart, his palms growing clammy. Yet, it mattered little. As long as he did not experience the discomfort akin to fever or malaise, a brief retreat from the source of his unease would suffice. Though his expression became involuntarily subdued, he managed a soft response, even in the face of sudden discomfort. He found solace in the fact that they could still remain friends, sparing her from the repercussions of his turmoil. Fearing that she might discover his fault, he hastily departed. Jiang Ye Nai He found herself momentarily bewildered, sensing that he suddenly no longer wished to engage with her. Just then, Jiang Ling dispelled her chaotic thoughts. He approached and draped his arm over her shoulder, bellowing angrily at those around him. Whoever dares to slander my sister, I shall rearrange their limbs, regardless of gender. No sooner had he finished his outburst than a book came crashing down upon his back without mercy. He turned in anger, only to instantaneously adopt a submissive demeanor upon seeing Lao Ban. Lao Wang cast a disdainful glance in his direction before immediately turning to Jiang Ye Nai He with a beaming smile. Classmate Nai He, your speech was splendid. Come, let us visit the office. With a grin, he posed a question to Lao Wang. What is the purpose of the office visit? To provide you with a set of midterm exam papers. Spend the next few days at home working on them. I wish to see if you can secure a place within the top 10 of your grade for the final. The girl promptly nodded, her lips instinctively forming a grateful smile. Thank you, Lao Wang. Lao Wang was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. Haha, splendid. The school had begun its early holiday, and the streets were filled with youths rushing towards internet cafes. This era marked the golden age of internet cafes, bustling with business to the extent that one would have to queue to access the internet. Jiang Ye Nai finished packing her bag and slung it over her shoulder while waiting for Ma Lingling, who was heading to the restroom. The two had decided to go dance at the rhythm game arcade, while Jiang Ling and Lu Qi had already gone ahead to secure their spots. The girl languidly leaned against the railing, her gaze occasionally scanning below for Ma Lingling's silhouette or glancing towards Class 180. She was particularly concerned about Xiao Yu's demeanor when he left, which inexplicably left her feeling despondent and dispirited, as her recent assertiveness led to rumors about their relationship. Causing distress for Xiao Yu, he walked without a backpack, casually holding a physics exam preparation book, his pace slightly quicker than others, perhaps due to his long legs. It seemed as though he despised making eye contact, his head always slightly bowed, gazing at the ground. Yet, such a posture accentuated the elegance of his slender jawline. If the weather turned cold, the delicate patterns of veins would be visible on his fair skin, a captivating sight. Had he smiled at her when he departed earlier, she would undoubtedly have disregarded the surrounding crowd to call out to him now. But at this moment, she felt timid and hastily pulled out her phone, feigning ignorance of his presence. The newly released smartphone offered little entertainment. Unable even to scroll through short videos, she aimlessly stared at the browser, imagining where Xiao Yu might be heading. A slant of the setting sun swept across his forehead, casting a warm orange hue upon his long eyelashes, highlighting his Barbie-like delicacy and three-dimensional charm. The girl's doe-like eyes widened in astonishment, yet no words escaped her lips. Xiao Yu, however, glanced at her cumbersome backpack and offered, I'll carry it for you. A smile spread across her face before her brain had a chance to process it, and she accepted without hesitation, removing the bag. The tall and slender youth casually slung her backpack over one shoulder. Was he now leaving, or was he waiting for someone? A young man was conversing with her. It was rumored that he had declined an invitation from a professional team, which was reluctant to let him go, possibly fearing he might sign with another team. Thus, they were persistently trying to engage him as a practice partner. Recently, the world of esports has been thriving. As they spoke, they happened to turn a corner and spotted Xiao Yu. Ma Lingling's eyes lit up as she skipped over to Jiang Ye Nai He, glancing at Xiao Yu and quietly asking, is he going to join us as well? Chapter 75. An unexpected sense of possession towards Xiao Yu. Even Ma Lingling, a member of the atmosphere team, felt a twinge of shyness in the presence of Xiao Yu. I'll escort you. He wasn't participating. After Ma Lingling retrieved her backpack, the three of them descended the stairs. Jiang Yi, recalling Ma Lingling's earlier words, cast another glance at Xiao Yu and inquired, are you serious about this? Declining a professional team seems like a significant loss. The future of the esports industry appears promising. An esports prodigy, if coupled with good looks and effectively packaged, could possess greater commercial value than even a celebrity. In saying this, she subtly aimed to gauge Xiao Yu's thoughts. Given the earlier revelation from Su Yueza, it was evident that the individual in question was indeed Xiao Yu. Moreover, as she articulated this sentiment, she suddenly realized that Xiao Yu was akin to a treasure buried beneath the sand. As soon as his talents found a platform, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Is that an exaggeration? Ma Lingling exclaimed, her eyes wide. More valuable than a celebrity? Wow, that means he would be a star. In an instant, Ma Lingling was convinced. Little Yi, it is said that the renowned player once frequented the starry internet CAF. Perhaps we might catch a glimpse of him there. The beautiful girl previously requested my QQ, hoping to get acquainted in advance, promising to treat me to a meal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu discreetly cleared her throat. She raised her head, gently tugging her backpack onto her shoulder, and casually offered her reasoning. I won't go. I prefer to avoid the limelight. With a playful tone, she added, if you become famous in gaming, with your looks, you'll undoubtedly attract attention. By then, you'll know all the female celebrities and idols in the entertainment industry. Will you still be friends with me? You'll probably be overwhelmed with choices for a girlfriend. Xiao Yu smiled, her lips curving in amusement. The girl raised her eyebrows, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She had previously sensed Xiao Yu's disinterest in dating. But now that she seemed intrigued, it stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, calling out, "Xiao Yu." They halted and turned to see the aloof Han Yu, adorned with a radiant smile, her purity captivating. Xiao Yu remained silent but handed her book to her. Han Yu accepted it with a smile and sweetly said, "Thank you." Xiao Yu did not respond, lowering her head to concentrate on descending the stairs. Yet the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Ma Lingling longed to sneak a glance at Xiao Yu and Han Yu, but dared not. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye Nai He, who had previously managed the situation with the teacher effortlessly, felt her mood shift drastically in that instant, her previously joyous demeanor abruptly cooling. Han Yu had once threatened Xiao Yu using her family's influence. Why then was she lending her a book? Had they reconciled without Su Yu's knowledge? However, if we speak of reconciliation, why does Xiao Yu remain so distant towards Han Yu, scarcely exchanging a few words? Jiang Ye Nai He's thoughts gradually entwined into a convoluted knot, leading her to an absurd and capricious conclusion. She is unwilling to allow Xiao Yu to draw near to other girls. She finds herself perplexed by this sentiment. Having just clarified their relationship, yet now grappling with feelings of possessiveness toward Xiao Yu. Though she comprehends her emotions, she cannot quell this disquieting sense of irritation. She yearns to distance herself from the two behind her, believing that out of sight might restore her composure. Descending 2 more steps, she turns to Xiao Yu, feigning politeness, and apologetically states, "Xiao Yu, I suddenly need to use the restroom. I have something in my bag that I require. I will manage it myself. You and your other friends may proceed." She endeavors to conceal her ulterior motives. The phrase "other friends" reverberates in Xiao Yu's mind, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Yet he utters no further words and hands her the bag. "Hurry, I can't hold it any longer," she murmurs, tugging at Ma Lingling as they skip away, swiftly creating distance between themselves and Xiao Yu and Han Yu. Jiang Ye Nai He is bewildered by her own feelings, yet Han Yu appears to sense something amiss, even though Xiao Yu does not cast a glance her way. The graceful Han School belle gently remarks, "I am quite curious who reported your association with Jiang Ye Nai He. It seems to have weighed heavily on her mind. If she has no interest in our school's boys, being labeled as involved in early romance would indeed be bothersome. The book need not be returned." He finally exchanges a word with Han Yu, his strides growing more pronounced. Subsequently, he descended to the 2nd floor but did not continue down the staircase. Instead, he traversed the corridor on the 2nd floor to the stairs on the opposite side, parting ways with Han Yu. Upon reaching the campus, Han Yu observed Xiao Yu hastily making her way to the men's restroom, her expression tense as she took several deep breaths. Jiang Ye Nai He, after dashing into the women's restroom, did not actually attend to her needs, but rather took out her phone to check the time. Ma Lingling, puzzled, whispered, "Xiao Yi, why aren't you using the restroom? What are you doing?" After a brief pause, she seemed to grasp something, inquiring, "Are you perhaps creating an opportunity for Xiao Yu and Han Yu? Or do you not wish for them to interact, hence intentionally avoiding them?" "No," Jiang Ye Nai He replied, her gaze fixed on the seconds ticking away on her phone, concerned about further gossip. She felt it prudent to maintain her distance from Xiao Yu. The Navi Ma Lingling finally understood. And after the two of them spent 10 minutes in the restroom stifling their laughter, they emerged to find that Xiao Yu and Han Yu had indeed vanished. However, her mood had soured even further, leading her to feel an inexplicable urge to lash out. Outside the school, there was a small shop, and she tugged Ma Lingling inside. A few minutes later, they emerged, each with an ice cream in hand. The icy treat instantly calmed her down considerably. She was unbothered by the thought of a brain freeze, savoring each bite as she and Ma Lingling engaged in a more lively conversation. Speaking of the dance troupe, "I once met the president of a guild who wanted to adopt me as his goddaughter." "What guild is that?" "Blood Wound, Dream Glass." "You actually know the president of that guild." When it comes to Ma Lingling's passion for the dance game, she is remarkably loquacious. That president, Liang Shang, is indeed quite popular in the dance community. I've heard she is a stunning beauty from our own Anqing, though she currently resides elsewhere. As they chatted, a figure not far behind them caught the attention of many, remaining as captivating as ever. Chapter 76. Jiang Ye Nai He is the sole exception. Xiao Yu gazed from a distance at the girl enjoying ice cream in the midst of winter. Gradually, his gaze shifted to Ma Lingling. In a moment of clumsiness, she smeared the crispy coating of her ice cream onto her clothing, prompting Jiang Ye Nai He to swiftly retrieve a tissue from his pocket, tenderly wiping it away. He then lifted his face, flushed from the cold wind, smiling at Ma Lingling. The fragmented light within the depths of his phoenix-like eyes began to frost over, struggling amidst the gentle warmth. One perplexing thought nagged at Xiao Yu's mind. Why did she suddenly distance herself as soon as Han Yu approached? And why, after stepping away, did she appear so joyous with others, leaving him feeling suffocated and at a loss? On that unexpectedly desolate autumn day, a graceful and gentle woman was busily engaged in the kitchen just as dawn broke. That day marked her son's birthday. After the summer vacation, her son had shot up in height, yet remained quite slender. She worried that without proper nourishment, he might develop an unattractive physique. Ever since he was little, many girls had followed him around. To ensure he encounters a life better than her own in the future, she must diligently nurture his small frame. Just the day before, she had purchased chicken, duck, and fish, freshly slaughtered and prepared, keeping herself busy throughout the morning. As the new year approaches and my son prepares to enter high school, he rises early each morning, striving for academic excellence. While I ponder what dish to prepare, I hear his voice, now transformed, clear and resonant. Mom, I'm off to school. Have you put on the sweater I knitted for you? I have. Then comes the sound of the door opening and closing. That morning, a light rain fell, casting a pall over the entire city of Anqing. Yet the somber atmosphere could not dampen his spirits, for it was his birthday. His so-called father shattered a table laden with a sumptuous feast, while his so-called grandmother sat on the sofa, lamenting the misfortunes that plagued their household. She pointed to the floor, cursing the wasteful and immoral, accusing her of indulging in frivolities learned from dubious men, all in the name of celebrating a birthday. His mother, with disheveled hair and visible bruises on her face, had lips tinged with blue, frothing white as she convulsed, desperately reaching for the phone just out of her grasp, yet never able to seize it. Mom, let us take you to the hospital, he urged, as his mother succumbed to pesticide poisoning and required gastric lavage. However, during that day's classes, he was utterly absent, and as soon as school ended, he rushed to the hospital, only to find his mother was gone. A blinding light flooded the room, distorting his vision, while everything around him seemed to crumble amidst the chaos, engulfing him in despair that tightened around his throat like a vice. It was then he noticed the photograph of him and his mother in his room, his half of the image gently torn away. Trembling, he grasped the house phone and dialed a number, but there was no answer, still no answer. Mother, the youthful voice, tinged with a raw magnetism, finally broke into a heart-wrenching sob as he cried out in despair to the mechanical tones that echoed back, "You don't want me." He had been resolutely cast aside. That feeling, amidst the arduous struggle for survival over the passage of time, had faded from his memory. Yet, at this very moment, Jiang Ye Nai He rekindled that sensation within him. She expressed a desire to befriend him, but now, with another by her side, it seemed she no longer wished for his presence. In the solitude of his fractured heart, wandering through the days and nights, he had scrutinized his many mistakes, ultimately concluding that his very existence was a fundamental error. He lowered his head once more, surrounded by the ebb and flow of people, each with diverse expressions. Yet he felt utterly out of place. Were it not for a faint, lingering attachment that sustained him, he mused, he might have decisively severed his ties with this world. A group of girls clad in the uniforms of another high school approached him, their eyes lighting up at the sight of his striking features, eager to draw near. However, with a fleeting glance, a cold glint in his eyes immediately dissuaded them. He was acutely aware that many feared him. His violent and brooding demeanor was not a facet of his character, but rather the sole means he possessed to shield his fragility. He was not the kind of person who would adopt an air of superiority, thinking, "If you don't want me, then neither do I." Rather, he was the type who, if you had once welcomed him into your life and then cast him aside, would willingly lay bare his heart, kneeling and pleading for you to take him back. Would you not? Thus, he never approached women lightly, for he feared that their innate softness could unravel the fragile emotions he desperately craved to nurture with love. Jiang Ye Nai He stood as a unique exception among them. To reach the interstellar internet CAF, one must traverse a narrow alley lined with shops, where loitering ruffians often gathered outside a barber shop. A sizable speaker at the entrance blared a popular tune from that year. I disguised myself, without a trace, hoping to be near you. As Jiang Ye Nai He and Ma Lingling exchanged laughter and banter, they inevitably collided with a group of boys of varying ages. By chance, her gaze met that of one of them, prompting the entire group to turn towards her. A boy sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a popular South Korean idol whistled, "Hey, beautiful, where are you headed?" Yet, Jiang Ye Nai He remained unfazed, tugging Ma Lingling along while coolly replying, "Up ahead." However, just a few steps later, her path was obstructed. "Leave your number before you go." She halted. Noticing the passers-by around her, it was not just the two of them, but given the boys' demeanor, it was evident they only targeted the more striking girls on this street. Jiang Ye Nai He glanced at the ruffian, about to quip, "Are you offering to make keys?" But before the words could fully form, her shoulder bag was tugged by someone. A low, menacing voice brushed past her ear, directed at the ruffian. The boy's handsome face took on an alluring fierceness, akin to a shattered piece of exquisite jade. Upon seeing him, the ruffian's expression shifted, and he mumbled in fear, retreating to the side. Xiao Yu focused his gaze on Jiang Ye Nai He's eyes, weighing her bag in his hands, and declared, "Let me carry that." Despite her usual fearlessness in provoking trouble, she found herself intimidated by Xiao Yu at that moment. Her arms surrendered beneath his ominous presence as she obediently retrieved her backpack from its strap, allowing him to effortlessly drape it over his shoulder. He guided her away from the area that instilled trepidation in the young girls. The background music continued to play, and her heart no longer sought refuge from the notes that traversed 5 millennia, serving as a catalyst for emotions. These melodies possessed the power to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, striking the heart and imbuing simple phrases with diverse meanings and different hearts. They moved swiftly. Xiao Yu's indifferent voice was distinctly separate from the song in the background. "I waited for you, yet you did not notice." Chapter 77. The Discerning and Kind-Hearted Xiao Yu. The girl paused, her heartbeat slightly erratic. "You did not leave with Han Yu, but instead waited for me? We are not friends." He did not look at her. He merely tightened his grip on the strap of her backpack, the veins on the back of his hand becoming more pronounced. "Not friends?" Her previous discontent evaporated instantly. As she observed, "She seemed quite fond of you. She treats everyone that way." Once a boy's hair grows long, its distinctiveness becomes apparent. He lowered his head, allowing the strands to obscure his gaze, yet they could not conceal the starlit brilliance in his eyes. Having owed her a favor, he gifted her a book. Owed her a favor? Xiao Yu remained silent, and Jiang Ye Nai He cast a glance at Ma Lingling, who, understanding the unspoken, refrained from probing further. Yet, a shiver coursed through her, as the ice cream in her hand suddenly felt unbearably cold. She switched to a soft, deliberate whisper. "Why do you feel the need to explain yourself to me?" I'm not bothered." "I am," he replied. "You are my only friend of the opposite sex." At this point, he turned his head. "I lack the resources to cultivate multiple friendships with the opposite sex." Nonsense. For he clearly possessed such resources. His striking beauty alone afforded him that privilege. Yet, the seriousness and restraint in his expression caused her to suddenly awaken to a deeper meaning in his words. But what could it be? Her heart raced, and though she tried to conceal her smile, she found no means to do so. "You mentioned it, so it's just me," she declared, her tone rising unabashedly. "If any girls approach you in the future and you find it bothersome, just let them come to me. As your sole friend of the opposite sex, I will undoubtedly resolve it perfectly for you." "How does that sound?" He murmured, pressing his lips together, subtly puffing his cheeks. A fleeting wave of relaxation flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yu resembled a child fresh from kindergarten, claiming to be mature. Yet her little emotions flared up and dissipated just as swiftly. She retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and offered it to him. "Would you like some?" The boy accepted it, casually tearing open the wrapper and placing the candy in his mouth. He pushed the lollipop with his tongue, shaping it against his cheek. As the streetlights illuminated the surroundings, he slightly lifted his gaze, and his dark pupils sparkled with brilliance. At this moment, Ma Lingling began to grasp the situation. As Xiao Yu disposed of the candy wrapper in the trash bin, the boisterous girl, under the impression that her voice was inconspicuous, remarked, "You previously stated you wanted to maintain a distance from Xiao Yu, yet now you are offering him candy. Confess, were you not resentful of Han Yu for seeking Xiao Yu that you fled to the restroom? What nonsense are you spouting?" She stammered. "Did you not hear Xiao Yu say? I am his only girlfriend, or rather, his female friend. Dare you claim my assumptions are incorrect?" You confronted the head of discipline. "Would you shy away from Han Yu?" I simply feel our energies are incompatible." These exchanges reached the ears of the youth who had just discarded the candy wrapper. The feeling of alienation dissipated. Upon reaching the entrance of the internet CAF, Ma Lingling encountered a middle school classmate who was now attending high school elsewhere and engaged in conversation. Xiao Yu and Jiang Ye Nai He stood beneath the poplar tree at the foot of the CAF, observing the ebb and flow of vehicles and pedestrians. Xiao Yu removed the candy from his mouth, letting it drop casually. Prior to the division of classes in the second year, there had been a discussion among the girls in his class about his mother, prompting Han Yu to slap one of them. This was a debt of gratitude he had owed, aside from Yuze. Suddenly, he elucidated the reason behind his gift of a reference book to Han Yu. Due to the past threats from Han Yu's grandfather, he had maintained an indifferent demeanor towards her. However, owing to her kindness, he would offer assistance when necessary. Such is the discerning and benevolent nature of Xiao Yu. He gazed at her, his eyes slowly blinking. Yet recently, I find myself indebted to you. She smiled even more sweetly. Strangers speak of favors, while friends do not concern themselves with such matters. Ma Lingling approached, and Xiao Yu uttered no further words. Let us go. She raised her hand in a gesture of farewell to him. Clearly, one had forgotten to carry her backpack, while the other was oblivious to the existence of his own. On her way to the internet CAF in search of Jiang Ye Nai He encountered a multitude of gazes, reminiscent of the way ministers regard an emperor. Ma Lingling whispered in her ear, Xiao Yi, you must have made a name for yourself this afternoon. The moment I log on, I will check the forum. You are surely being discussed. With a half-hearted smile, Jiang Ye Nai He feigned interest. It mattered little to her. She had long grown accustomed to seeing her name plastered across various websites and felt no curiosity about it. Finding Zhang Ling was not a challenge. After turning a corner, she spotted him beneath the air conditioning unit. He stood behind a couch, leaning forward as he manipulated the computer. The young girl was puzzled by his posture while gaming, but as she drew closer, she noticed that Zhang Jiahui was seated on the couch, leaning to one side, thus granting Jiang Ling the space to demonstrate the game. The screen displayed the vibrant graphics of a dancing game. They circled around to Jiang Ling's side, realizing he was showing Zhang Jiahui how to play. He was navigating a song of moderate difficulty, yet the controls were not particularly beginner-friendly, featuring reverse keys. Previously, Jiang Ye Nai He had struggled with this aspect, so much so that she had contemplated discarding her hands in frustration. 2 seats beside Zhang Jiahui were vacant, seemingly reserved for her and Ma Lingling. Behind them sat Lu Qi, Li Jie, and another empty chair, upon which lay Jiang Ling's jacket. At that moment, the daughter was curious about her father's gaming prowess and wished to observe this round. Unexpectedly, a voice boomed from behind them. Xiao Nai? She nodded and offered Li Jie an awkward yet polite smile. Hello, young Master Jie? Li Jie chuckled foolishly. I have seen you numerous times at school these days, but you were always with that Xiao Yu, so I didn't have the courage to speak to you. Had it not been for your impressive clarification this afternoon, I would have assumed you were romantically involved with him. I appreciate your ability to voice your thoughts. The aristocratic Jie did not grasp her meaning and adjusted his rather tousled bangs. Would you like to join us? My mother is online. Jiang Ye Nai He explained to Ma Lingling. The president of the Dream Liuli Guild is his mother. Ma Lingling grinned widely. Take me along. After sitting down, Ma Lingling skillfully logged into QQ, and Jiang Ye Nai He followed suit. Chapter 78. My first day on Qzone. Ma Lingling was inundated with a plethora of QQ messages, staring at her list of just 10 contacts, feeling a sudden pang of melancholy. Initially, there were not even 10. She had added a few girls from her class to reach that number. At that moment, a gentle voice from Jiang Ling interjected. This is how you play? Xiao Yi is just starting too. Just look at her. Zhang Jiahui, shedding her previous reserve, leaned over to glance at Jiang Ye Nai He's screen, noticing that the girl hadn't even opened the game yet. Zhang Jiahui awkwardly smiled at her and donned her headphones to play on her own. All right, wait a moment. My family group is chatting. It seems we are about to engage in a dance battle with another guild, Li Jie remarked, his fingers flying rapidly over the keyboard. So busy. While waiting, she scrolled through her QQ friends and suddenly noticed that Xiao Yu had updated his space. Curious about what Xiao Yu had posted in her space, she eagerly clicked to enter. To her astonishment, it was a system log titled My Qzone Day 1. He had only just opened his QQ space, with the date indicating it was established on the 30th. By 2006, the functionality of the space was already quite sophisticated. Most who registered for QQ would have created a space by then. Why had Xiao Yu only just opened hers? Glancing back at Ma Lingling, she observed this individual engrossed in chatting on QQ while simultaneously perusing a non-mainstream material website to copy a message template for leaving comments in other spaces. Her interest peaked as she clicked on Xiao Yu's message board. To her surprise, there were numerous messages, most from female avatars. She couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Regardless of the rumors surrounding Xiao Yu, many were quite sincere, enchanted by her exterior. The earliest message, dated the 30th, was written in an all too familiar style of Martian language. However, as she scrolled through. One particular message caught her eye. What is the answer to the album? She promptly clicked on it and discovered that he had indeed created an album containing 6 photos. The question posed was, what kind of plan is this? What did this mean? Could it be that Xiao Yu from 2007 was already aware of the meme regarding future grass? Subsequently, the future girl pragmatically typed grass. Aha, not quite. Afterward, she intended to ask Ma Lingling to send her the copied template for leaving comments in spaces so she could do the same for Xiao Yu. However, Li Jia called out to her, Xiao Nai, come on, we are preparing for battle. Indeed, we shall engage in team mode with the Imperial Guild. Selecting members from each guild in ascending order of strength for a series of 5 matches, with the first to secure 3 victories emerging triumphant. The vanquished guild must either purchase equipment for the victors or forge a romantic bond with members of the opposing guild. After my last gaming session with Liang Shang, she was relegated to the lowest tier of our guild. A romantic relationship? I had never heard of such a concept in this game. Can one actually wed within it? I have yet to fully grasp the intricacies of its mechanics. Zhizun Jie is utterly captivated. Indeed, this dance of combat is merely a ploy by the guild leader, Lung Mo, to pursue my mother romantically. That scoundrel is quite affluent. He has been ardently courting my mother, having spent an entire day proclaiming his affections with grandiose announcements amounting to 10,000 yuan. I must protect my mother. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a pang of disbelief. Zhizun Jie had clearly succumbed to a severe case of adolescent fantasy, exhibiting symptoms of late-stage shamart aristocracy, hopelessly incurable. Yet, the mention of wealth briefly piqued the interest of the 2 young men engrossed in CS, only to return to their subdued demeanor. For one was the son of a contractor, and the other hailed from a modest mining family, neither truly affluent. While the non-mainstream handsome fellow held little allure for her, it did for Ma Lingling. Xiao Yi, I heard that Lang Mo is the heartthrob of the senior class at Xizhong, coming from a family that designs clothing. Those who have seen him say he dresses like a celebrity. She managed to rein in the infatuated Ma Lingling and inquired of Li Jia, by playing this game. Do you mean to take me along? Indeed, we need to accompany someone weaker, and that would be you. The remark was not particularly harmful, yet it was laden with insult. At that moment, Liang Shang called out to her in the game, Xiao Nai, come and play. She felt a chill at the mention of the cool, haunting presence, not forgetting the terror instilled by her words. However, unable to resist the warmth of camaraderie, Jiang Ye Nai He reluctantly joined the fray. Prior to the competition, she was added to a group by Li Jie, comprised of just over 20 members. The group leader was a girl with a striking avatar, noted as Meng Lu Li, anti-ghost princess. Below her, the administrator was Meng Lu Li, princess, cool haunt. Li Jia explained that this was a dance battle group, with the leader serving as the vice president of the guild, a close friend of Cool Haunt, 2 years her senior, who had dropped out of vocational school to work in the South. The term auntie referred to her position as vice president, as well as her familial role. The guild leader was dubbed princess for being the most beautiful girl in the family. The current members were all individuals who had previously engaged in dance battles. To join, one merely needed to note their guild affiliation alongside their nickname. Jiang Ye Nai He had no desire to change her name, but Supreme Jia altered it to Meng Lu Li, goddaughter, Little Nai. Goddaughter? Jiang Ye Nai He felt her blood pressure rise. What on earth did that mean? It meant goddaughter. She composed herself and changed her name to Meng Lu Li, Duchess, Little Nai, then announced in the group, I am the goddaughter of the princess. Is it acceptable to call me Duchess? Though it was all rather silly, it sounded better than goddaughter. Immediately, Cool Haunt chimed in. Sure, Nai Nai. Ghost Princess. Welcome, goddaughter. Jiang Ye Nai He was overcome with goosebumps. Akin to Tang Sung entering the Little Thunder Sound Temple, utterly unaware of the demons and monsters surrounding her. As she sought an emoji to express her feelings, a sudden cough caught her attention. Cool Haunt had added her. Although Liang Shang gives off an unconventional vibe, her online moniker is rather ordinary. Consisting simply of 2 characters, Ku Ren. Members gradually entered the group, and upon the arrival of a user named Lung Mo, Gui Ji became even more animated. Welcome. Lung Xiao. Lung Xiao responded with a smiling emoji. Let us get started. In the first round, Liang Shang teamed up with her and another female member from the guild. Initially, Jiang Ye Nai He was brimming with enthusiasm for the competition. Ultimately, however, she spectacularly hindered Liang Shang, who was performing exceptionally well. Once the game concluded, members from Meng Lu Li emerged with comments. President, could it be that your adopted daughter is playing for the first time? I haven't seen someone so inept in ages. So useless. Among them were also members from the Huang Chao. Post a picture. The losing girl must post a picture. Liang Shang remarked. Nai Nai. Since you scored the lowest, you should share a photo. Feeling embarrassed for dragging everyone down, Jiang Ye Nai He was somewhat discomposed. Fortunately, she had taken a few selfies after applying makeup earlier. Chapter 79. No limits. She even couldn't resist her habit of photo editing, enhancing her pictures on Photoshop to achieve a trendy look reminiscent of a certain internet celebrity. Although that style of editing drew some criticism, it was undoubtedly an improvement over the aesthetics of the 2007 era. She then selected 5 images to upload to her QQ space for safekeeping. She also secured her album with a password. Quite simple. The question was 11, and the answer was 2. After sending a message in the group to hold on for a moment, she went to her space to find the photos, only to discover that her QQ space, including the album, had already been viewed by Xiao Yu. She was the one who initiated all of this on the 28th, and there are traces of his visit in the album, dated the 30th. Furthermore, he even left a simple comment beneath the album, a sleepy emoji. Had he perused her profile after opening his account? Xiao Yu's proactive nature always inexplicably delighted her. With a smile, she casually copied one of her photos and confidently tossed it into the group chat before closing the space webpage. Then, narrowing her eyes with a smug expression, she thought to herself, "Am I not beautiful? Come, praise me." Moments later, the comments rolled in. What is this? Just an internet picture. If Anqing had such a beauty, our cold young master would surely know. Using a web picture to deceive us is quite pointless. Jiang Ye Nai He felt utterly perplexed. She believed that such a celestial being was simply too exquisite for that group of frogs at the bottom of the well to appreciate. Yet, Liang Shang defended her in the group. I believe Xiao Nai truly looks like this. It mattered little. Disbelief was preferable. After all, they belonged to different eras, and their aesthetics had a generational gap. In the second round, she would still be included, as there was no one in the Dream Lily Guild who performed worse than her. They switched the formation, with Liang Shang leading once again. Jiang Ye Nai He rolled up her sleeves, determined to make progress this time, at the very least to trample on the weaklings from the dynasty. However, upon entering the room and seeing the song chosen by the dynasty, Jiang Ye Nai He exploded. The most challenging song. Damn it. She couldn't help but let out a string of expletives, then rubbed her palms together, setting the music as if preparing for battle, ready to achieve victory. Behind them, people were continuously milling about, as the holiday had begun and crowds were plentiful. Soon, a figure stood behind Jiang Ye Nai He. She sensed it but paid little heed, although she noticed that Ma Ling and Zhang Jiahui on either side were frequently glancing back. Regardless of who it was, her focus was entirely consumed by the fierce desire to win. The game commenced without delay. The beginning was promising. She managed to score. However, when the keys for the second round appeared, her fingers nearly became entangled, and soon thereafter, she found herself at a loss. She couldn't afford to lose. Yet her skills were lacking. Ultimately, in desperation, she resolved to cheat. Dad, brother, Jiangling, come and help me. Jiangling, engrossed in tossing grenades, paid her no mind. His long fingers danced swiftly yet effortlessly across the keys, filling her ears with the gratifying sounds of success. She tilted her head slightly, and there was Xiao Yu's handsome face just beside her, a mere fist's distance away. His arms stretched around her, encasing her like a chick. If she leaned back even slightly, her head would brush against his chest. Suddenly, she found herself frozen, her heartbeat quickening in sync with the sounds emanating from her headphones. She dared not glance around, focusing solely on the nimble fingers gliding over the keyboard. As the game dazzled with vibrant lights, her ranking soared to third place, trailing only behind Liang Shang and Lung Mo. The group chat erupted immediately. Emperor's throne. Dreaming Lioli's little Nai must be cheating. Emperor's little demon. Exactly. She was so weak before, and now she's so strong. Having witnessed the truth, Li Jie anxiously asked the girl, "The group has figured it out. What should we do? This isn't good, is it?" Li Jie cast another glance at Xiao Yu and inquired about his strategy for the next round. Jiang Ye Nai He, with a rather shameless request, implored Xiao Yu. "We have only played twice today. Could you play 3 more games for me?" Xiao Yu, lowering his gaze to meet her expectant eyes, smiled gently. "Very well, I shall yield my seat to you." "No need for that," she replied, as Xiao Yu removed her backpack from his shoulder and placed it beside her. Upon seeing the bag, Jiang Ye Nai He realized that Xiao Yu had come to deliver it to her. Nevertheless, she stood up, asserting, "You sit down. I will perch on the armrest and enjoy a piece of candy." With this declaration, Xiao Yu did not protest further. The gaming lounge's sofa chairs were equipped with wheels, and he smoothly slid into one. Jiang Ye Nai He settled herself on the armrest to his left, leaning against Ma Lingling. She then produced several pieces of candy, not neglecting to offer one to Zhang Jiahui, who was engrossed in his game. Despite their agreement, Li Jie continued to murmur, "If you play later, you'll still give yourself away." He rolled his eyes but obediently assisted Jiang Ye Nai He in fabricating evidence in the group chat. A quick glance revealed that Lung Mo was about to share a photograph. Jiang Ye Nai He promptly nudged Ma Lingling, "Hurry. Lung Xiao is about to post a picture." Ma Lingling, who was in the midst of a game, immediately set it aside to peer over. After a few more exchanges, a high-definition photo materialized in the group chat. Jiang Ye Nai He eagerly reached for the mouse to click it open, while Xiao Yu leaned back to grant her more space. Yet her petite frame leaned almost precariously into his embrace. His breath hitched. But Jiang Ye Nai He remained blissfully unaware, completely absorbed in viewing Lung Mo's photograph. The length of his face was acceptable, yet his hairstyle and attire were far more striking. His hair stood up like a hedgehog, adorned with heavy side bangs, reaching a conservative height of 5 centimeters. He had dyed his hair a chestnut brown, and his clothing was flamboyant, clearly an imitation of the contemporary Korean wave. Jiang Ye Nai found it utterly difficult to accept. Ma Lingling cradled her face in her hands, exclaiming, "Wow, he's so handsome." "What?" Jiang Ye Nai, mimicking an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone, mused that he paled in comparison to her father and Xiao Yu, not even coming close to Lu Qi. Noticing her dissent, Ma Lingling inquired, "Xiao Yi, what type of boy do you like?" At that moment, Jiang Ye Nai had not contemplated much and blurted out, "In any case, I cannot accept someone whose hair resembles a duster. Just imagine if you married a guy like that, and he liked to sleep with his head covered. When you wake up in the morning looking for the duster, would you be able to tell his head apart from it?" Chapter 80. But he would regard her as his own son. Ma Lingling paused, desperately shaking Jiang Ye Nai He. "I'm disillusioned. You owe me a handsome guy?" Xiao Yu leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress a chuckle. She was truly endearingly foolish. Suddenly, the girl's south face came into close proximity, her smile radiant. Yet her words were directed at Ma Lingling. "Isn't the handsome guy sitting right next to you? Be bold and look at him." A multitude of girls in the group were extolling Lung Mo, while Liang Shang simply stated, "Let us play a game." Clearly, she held no interest in this nonconformist noble. After starting the game anew, Xiao Yu's demeanor was far more relaxed than during his previous encounters with CS. What appeared to be a challenging game for her seemed as effortless to Xiao Yu as a simple match of Connect 4. Previously, he had met a prominent figure in the esports realm during a fast-paced event, who remarked that there are prodigies in the gaming world who can effortlessly excel at any game they choose. Xiao Yu was undoubtedly one of those individuals. His reflexes were swift, occasionally requiring him to wait for a key to respond. However, in order to maintain the fade of a hapless girl, he deliberately allowed a few opportunities to slip away. In the subsequent 3 rounds, he consistently secured 3rd place, thereby concluding the match on her behalf and sparing Liang Shang from an unwanted union with Lung Mo. As the rounds progressed, his habitual gaming tendencies resurfaced. With his arm instinctively resting against the armrest, his left elbow inadvertently leaning on Jiang Ye Nai He's thigh. Task complete, he made his departure. Jiang Ye Nai He was caught off guard by this sudden physical contact, momentarily disoriented. Oh. Both of them felt a surge of anxiety, oblivious to Jiang Ling rising from his seat and witnessing the entire scene. Jiang Ye Nai He settled back down, her hand shyly brushing against her flushed face. Heat. In an instant, her cheeks felt unbearably warm. As Xiao Yu exited the internet CAF, the cool breeze did little to quell the turmoil within him. Just as he took a deep breath to regain his composure, Jiang Ling's voice, laced with anger, echoed from behind. "Do not let me catch you overstepping again." He couldn't help but notice how strikingly similar Jiang Ye Nai He and Jiang Ling appeared, yet their essences were worlds apart. In every confrontation with Jiang Ling, this youth only served to illuminate the shadows lurking behind him. However, knowing Jiang Ye Nai He allowed him to glimpse the dawn. Jiang Ling. The mist obscured his gaze. "I shall care for her more than you do." Presently, Jiang Ling regards her merely as a cousin, yet he shall perceive her as his own son. Jiang Ling licked his tongue against his teeth, biting his lip as he forcefully struck a punch against Xiao Yu's left chest, exclaiming, "Do you truly possess the right?" Xiao Yu staggered back several steps. Yet he displayed no intention of retaliating. For Xiao Zhang's sake, I shall not harm you again, he stated, rubbing his left chest before turning away. Jiang Ling's wrist still throbbed, as he had exerted every ounce of strength he had, leaving his wrist painfully jarred. However, Xiao Yu's reaction left him bewildered. He had always remembered the reason behind their public animosity. Vanity resides in every heart, although he often disregarded many girls. The attention from them would occasionally evoke a sense of pleasure. At the beginning of their first year in high school, someone snatched away his vanity, Xiao Yu. When their paths crossed, he could not help but steal a few glances. Xiao Yu was indeed striking, with features as delicate as a girl's, but devoid of any effeminacy. The first confrontation occurred during the summer of their first year, at a basketball match organized by the school. He and a few friends from middle school formed a team to face Xiao Yu's. During the game, a collision ensued, resulting in one of his friend's tailbone being fractured, who then pointed accusingly at Xiao Yu, claiming it was his fault. Yet Xiao Yu offered no explanation, coldly retorting, "If you can't play, then leave." Thus, that basketball match devolved into a physical altercation. Initially, he did not engage Xiao Yu directly, but instead seized the head of another impertinent teammate from Xiao Yu's side and violently slammed it against the backboard. His actions provoked Xiao Yu, who astonishingly overpowered him and dislocated his arm. Thus, a deep-seated grudge was born. Subsequently, friends informed him about Xiao Yu's background. His father was involved in the underworld, his mother lacked self-respect, and he had a tendency towards violence, nearly beating someone to death in a brawl with delinquents. The boys remarked that Xiao Yu excelled in academics solely to impress girls and to mask his numerous misdeeds. They labeled Xiao Yu as a hypocritical villain deserving of his family's ruin. Initially, he chose to remain silent regarding these rumors, as they were mere hearsay, their truth difficult to discern. His concern was straightforward. Xiao Yu had dislocated his arm, and he sought to return the favor by incapacitating Xiao Yu in kind. Throughout his life, he had only dislocated others' arms and had never suffered such humiliation himself. Later, he and his friends entered a CS competition with great confidence in securing the championship, only to face Xiao Yu again, who resorted to cheating. Following that, Lu Qi pursued Han Yu, but Xiao Yu abruptly intervened, complicating matters with Han Yu and leaving Lu Qi feeling perturbed. These incidents were sufficient to ignite a profound disdain for Xiao Yu within him, leading him to believe that his misfortunes were well-deserved. In time, Jiang Ye transferred to their school, and rumors began to circulate about Xiao Yu and his crush, further fueling his desire to trample such a person beneath his feet and to dislocate his arm. He anticipated the night he could finally exact his revenge on Xiao Yu. But unexpectedly, a girl descended from the heavens. Jiang Ye Nai He's arrival awakened him to the realization that Xiao Yu might not be as despicable as the rumors suggested, and that Jiang Ye and Han Yu were perhaps not as admirable as they had seemed. Jiang Ye has persistently engaged in a tug-of-war with him, while Han Yu has pursued Lu Qi for 2 years. It was only when Xiao Yu appeared that he finally resolved to draw a line with Lu Qi. Although his feelings for Jiang Ye have undeniably waned, he continues to interact with her patiently, recalling their past as classmates. In contrast, since meeting Jiang Ye Nai He, Xiao Yu has not cast a glance at the girls who previously spread rumors about him. His apparent indifference may seem contemptible, yet it appears that his attitude towards Jiang Ye Nai He embodies true seriousness. In the presence of the current Xiao Yu, Jiang Ling seems somewhat juvenile. After having a cigarette below, Jiang Ling ascended. Jiang Ye Nai He concluded her match with Ma Ling Ling, and Zhang Jiehui joined in, resulting in an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere among the three girls. Jiang Ling gazed at them for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and turned to the still engaged Lu Qi. He approached, patted him, and beckoned him aside. Lu Qi took a moment to smoke a cigarette as well. "What's up? I'm about to win. Do you have feelings for my sister?" Lu Qi was taken aback, choking on his smoke. "Why would you ask me that out of the blue?" Jiang Ling fixed his gaze into Lu Qi's eyes. "Speak quickly." Chapter 81. How long will you stay in our era? There is definitely some attraction, after all. She is truly beautiful. What normal man doesn't he appreciate a beauty? Lu Qi patted his chest, but rest assured, I have no intentions of dating her. Even now. Thinking of Han Yu doesn't he sit well with me. So do you think Xiao Yu likes her? I have no idea. Lu Qi felt quite displeased when it came to Xiao Yu. If only I could discern his thoughts, I would be closer to freedom. After expressing his feelings, Lu Qi grew increasingly aware of Jiang Ling's peculiar behavior. Old Jiang, what is your situation with Xiao Yu now? I also have a sister, a biological one at that. And I have never been as exaggerated as you are about her interactions with male classmates. Jiang Ling hung his head, lost in contemplation. As Lu Qi smoked his last cigarette, a sudden realization struck him. He leaned closer, whispering in astonishment. Could it be that she is truly your future daughter? He was uncertain. However, his concern for Jiang Ye Nai He had indeed transcended the bounds of a typical sibling relationship in a remarkably short time. Suddenly, he recalled something Jiang Ye Nai He had mentioned earlier, her hand nervously gripping Lu Qi's arm. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Indeed. She had said that on New Year's Day, Yumi Hamasaki would release a new album. Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. If all this is true. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, his expression weighed down with gravity. Then it means I will have a daughter who is exceptionally beautiful, outstanding, and will undoubtedly bring me pride. Lu Qi, bewildered, remarked. After contemplating for so long, you seem to have almost accepted it and are now boasting about it to me. Aren't you? Leaning against the wall, Jiang Ling rested his chin on his hand, uttering even more audacious words. What level of excellence do you think my wife and I must possess to have such a daughter? Goodness. What if it turns out to be a case of two negatives making a positive? And thus, a comedic scene unfolded in the internet CAF. With Jiang Ling pursuing Lu Qi, yet failing to land a single kick. January 1st, 2008, night. Lu Qi's parents were away on a business trip, so he went to stay at Jiang Ling's house. Jiang Ye Nai He was diligently working on her assignments in the study, while Jiang Ling was engrossed in a video game, and Lu Qi was lost in the world of comics. After some time, Jiang Ling, feeling fatigued from his gaming session, decided to take a break and play a song. By chance, he opened a music player, and the homepage flashed a photo of a Yumi Hamasaki. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced, and his hands went numb. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed, "Old Lu, come over here." Jiang Ye Nai He was deeply focused on her work when suddenly, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi burst into the room. She glanced up momentarily before returning to her tasks, saying, "If it's about playing Do Di Shu, wait half an hour. I just have 3 major problems left." Jiang Ling and Lu Qi exchanged a glance, and then he moved around to the desk, slamming his hands down on the surface with fervor. "Ayumi Hamasaki has released a new album. You were right." "Yes," she replied coolly, continuing her calculations. "I'm working on significant problems. Please don't disturb me." Jiang Ling's heart continued to race as he gathered his emotions and declared, "Call me Daddy." "Daddy," she replied without looking up. "Can you let me finish first?" "I believe you," he insisted again, his voice resonating with an undertone of trembling. "You are my daughter from the future." In that instant, the girl paused her writing, lifting her gaze. Jiang Ling's beautiful, deep-set eyes sparkled, his eyelashes fluttering intensely. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before Jiang Ling moved beside her chair, pulling her up, and, before she could react, enveloped her in a strong embrace. The girl was taken aback, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by his belief in her existence. This gesture stemmed from that night of their initial all-nighter, where she had expressed her desire for him to hold her close. Having been here for half a month, she had grown accustomed to life without Ichu. Alongside the youth, Jiang Ling. However, she found herself unexpectedly moved by one of Jiang Ling's gestures. Her nose tinged with a sudden ache as she murmured, "Dad." It was truly remarkable. Upon accepting the moment, her utterance of dad instilled in him an instinctive sense of duty. He released her from his grasp, perplexed. "Why is this happening? What brings you here?" "I had a quarrel with my mother and went out to race, and then inexplicably ended up here." Her explanation was simpler than the one she had initially given Lu Qi, yet it was not far from the truth. "You went racing? You still engage in racing?" "Not." "You argued with your mother?" Jiang Ling felt as if he were in a bizarre film. "And what about me?" "You." Jiang Ye Nai He pressed her lips together, hesitant to reveal the truth. "I've been away for quite some time. The reason for my argument with my mother is that you adults never inform me of your matters. I feel utterly frustrated by my lack of understanding." "Well." Jiang Ling took her seat, a hint of crimson coloring his cheeks as he awkwardly asked, "Could you tell me about your mother?" Lu Qi joined them. "What about me? What does my wife look like? Is she more beautiful than our school's flower, Hanyu?" "Enough already," Jiang Ye Nai He urged, pulling Jiang Ling up and pushing both of them toward the door. "Can't you leave some surprises for yourselves? Please, do not disturb me while I work on my papers." "Surprise?" Lu Qi and Jiang Ling exchanged excited glances, their faces alight with enthusiasm. "If it's a surprise, it must mean that the future wife will be even better than the girl we currently admire." "Wait, Xiao Yu, hold on." Lu Qi leaned against the door frame and inquired, "How long will you stay in our era?" She had pondered this question, yet lacked a definitive answer. In truth, her words were veiled. This topic weighed heavily on her, but she was unafraid. What she must do now is cherish this second chance at life, to live earnestly, and to strive to alter the future. She took pride in her unwavering resolve to face any challenge boldly. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope to break through the haze, she would dare to attempt it, if the future could indeed be transformed. And if Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling could survive, then she would simply need to warn Jiang Ling not to ride out on May 24, 2029, thus avoiding the incident that would ensure her survival. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qi mused, "So, in a few years, you will depart from us. But we will witness a young infant. Xiao Yi, grow to your age. You will always be by our side." Jiang Ye Nai He nodded in affirmation. Jiang Ling's expression suddenly deepened. Then, how old will I be when I become a father? Chapter 82. Have you encountered Xiao Yu in the future? Jiang Ye Nai He paused, calculating hastily. According to her mother, she was conceived at the age of 21, which would make her father approximately 21 at that time. She could not guarantee the accuracy of this statement. Even He Chu was uncertain of her own birthday, although she recalled being quite young. 21. Jiang Ling stumbled momentarily. No way, I refuse to believe that. Can I truly be that reckless? I once even have graduated from university at 21. I can't even obtain a marriage certificate. Lu Qi cast a glance at him and remarked, Lao Jiang, do you think your grades are sufficient to secure a place in university? What if, upon turning 20, your father organizes a banquet for you to marry? Thus, the playful chase between Jiang Ling and Lu Qi resumed in the study. Jiang Ye Nai He, feeling exasperated, interjected, "You two, go outside and play. I need to focus on my exam." "What exam?" Jiang Ling retorted, snatching her pen away. "Do you think I, your father, can stand idly by while my daughter is burdened by her studies? Come on, let us have some fun." "I refuse." "You will." Jiang Ling boldly claimed her seat, a triumphant look on her face. "In the future, our family will surely possess at least 100 billion in assets, enough for you to live comfortably for several lifetimes. There's no need for you to strive. Just enjoy life with your father." Jiang Ye Nai He rolled her eyes and formed an S and B with her lips, muttering, "You and my mother are truly a match made in heaven." Upon mentioning his wife, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled once more. "A match made in heaven, indeed. However, your large round eyes seem to resemble your mother more than me. Besides, is it truly a good thing to mend ties with those who are no longer relevant to your life? There remains a 20-year gap between us. Even if we were to meet in the future, you would still be a high school student while we would be in our 40s. Just thinking about it is quite terrifying." The atmosphere grew heavy with silence as a name lingered in the hearts of the three. Jiang Ling's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. "In the future, have you ever met Xiao Yu?" She shook her head, her hands unconsciously tightening into fists. Jiang Ling discerned her sudden despondency, and a faint, chilly smile graced his lips. His words, though spoken by one of his tender years, bore a cruel and profound truth. Grades oftentimes signify little. Currently, he stood worlds apart from us. Even in 3 centuries, he would remain unreachable. The future, who can say in what obscure corner or with what woman he will meticulously count the mundane expenses of life. Implicitly, they would inhabit the same space, yet belong to utterly different realms. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a lump in her throat. Even if, 2 decades hence, Su Yueza ascended to the ranks of the top 50 on the Huron Global Rich List, the Lu family, to which Lu Qi belonged, would have already expanded its dominion across the globe during Su Yueza's entrepreneurial journey. As for the Jiang family, it was said that her grandparents were also traversing the world. In a society ruled by capital, invisible wealth abounds. Even upon witnessing Su Yueza's rise at the age of 30, Lu Qi exhibited little reaction, merely remarking that he was a talented individual, diligent and adept at seizing opportunities presented by the times, with no further commentary. In their youth, Jiang Ling and Su Yueza were at odds, as were Xiao Yu and Lu Qi. Yet, 20 years later, with Jiang Ling and Xiao Yu having departed this world, Su Yueza had already become a figure of high society, yet had never crossed paths with Lu Qi. The chemistry was disparate. Individuals whose magnetic fields do not align find it exceedingly difficult to coexist. As she found herself in the new year of 2008, she could fantasize about a second chance in 2029, envisioning Jiang Ling as a formidable magnate, leading a blissful life with He Chu and their family. Yet, when she closed her eyes, the only image that surfaced was that of Xiao Yu, the elderly patriarch of over 60, presenting her with an eternally youthful old photograph. She could not fathom a new future for Xiao Yu. She had never feared anything until recently, when she witnessed Xiao Yu suddenly collapse, and an overwhelming dread enveloped her. A sharp pain began to spread within her heart. Having lived merely a decade or so, she had yet to encounter many of life's storms and lessons. Her actions were always guided by her innermost feelings, doing whatever brought her comfort. In this moment, she felt an urgent need to see Xiao Yu to find solace. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her troubling emotions and urged Jiang Ling and Lu Qi to leave. Whatever it is, we can discuss it later. Let me finish my exam. As a human being, while money holds significance, other aspects are equally vital. One must treat every moment of life with seriousness to truly realize its worth. Moreover, who are you to critique Xiao Yu? This world is filled with boys who are not only wealthy and handsome, but also excelling in academics and possessing diverse talents. Who do you think you are? Who do I think I am? Jiang Ling exclaimed, unable to tolerate his daughter's dismissal of his authority. I am the father. Well, now that you know, goodbye. I won't see you out. Thus, he remained at Su Yuez's place to repair mobile phones and learning devices. Anqing was vast, and there were girls who knew nothing of him, having never heard the rumors surrounding his name. They were simply enchanted by his stunning appearance, going to great lengths to damage their electronic gadgets just to seek his repair services. Although he had expressed his stance before Jiang Ling yesterday, he ultimately recoiled from that punch, and by today, nearing its end, he had yet to message her. In truth, he found himself awkwardly hoping that she would reach out to him first. The sensation of being cared for and remembered felt to him like oxygen inhaled during suffocation. His phone indeed rang, and it was her, the one who perpetually occupied his thoughts, regardless of his endeavors. Suddenly, his previously cold and sullen expression brightened with a hint of vitality. Hello. Happy New Year, Xiao Yu. The girl's voice was vibrant and full of energy. Where are you? I'm at Yueza. What are you doing? Repairing phones. Are you busy? Xiao Yu glanced at the several devices still on his workbench and replied, not busy. Nearby, Su Yueza and the customers exchanged bewildered glances. Can I come over to chat for a bit? Sure. It was now 9 in the evening. She had taken the initiative, and after feeling a sense of satisfaction, Xiao Yu hesitated, thinking it might be unwise for her to come over at night due to safety concerns. However, recalling her former prowess in handling trouble, he reassured himself that she likely wouldn't encounter any danger easily. After a few moments of internal conflict, he said, Don't come over. I'll come find you. But the line had already gone dead. Jiang Ye Nai He had not heard him. At that moment, Xiao Yu was engulfed by a sense of guilt and anxiety, feeling he had made a poor judgment, indeed, a very poor one. Chapter 83. Xiao Yu's 6 missed calls. Subsequently, he found himself unable to concentrate on his tasks, stepping outside with his phone to call her again. Su Yueza sensed something was amiss and followed him out, asking, What's wrong? Weren't you fine just a moment ago? Xiao Yu fell silent, his voice laden with remorse as he murmured, I shouldn't have agreed to let her come over at this hour. Am I being selfish? Have I made a mistake? Such thoughts caused a sudden jolt in Su Yuez's heart. While others may not fully comprehend Xiao Yu, he possessed a profound understanding of him. Whenever confronted with matters or individuals of great significance, his emotions would become exceedingly sensitive. A sudden and drastic shift in his feelings often led to an unsettling sense of palpitations, a phenomenon that had recurred numerous times over the past 2 years. In fact, during the most severe episodes, he had experienced physiological discomfort severe enough to induce a state of shock. He harbored doubts that Xiao Yu's recent fainting was solely due to illness. It might also have been triggered by an overwhelming sense of joy that incited anxiety. Xiao Yu's inner turmoil revolved around the thought, I am so elated today, but will I be able to experience this again tomorrow? The essence of this situation lay in his profound fear of losing the people and things he desperately wished to hold on to. Although he sometimes managed to alleviate Xiao Yu's distress, the emotional resonance he felt from male companionship was inherently different from that of female companionship. Moreover, he instinctively sensed that Xiao Yu's feelings for Xiao Yi transcended mere friendship. No, Su Yueza said, gripping his shoulder. What a clever girl Xiao Yi is. Her decision to seek you out now must have been carefully considered. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu exhaled deeply. Let's fix my phone tomorrow. She might be on her way and hasn't heard my call. I'll wait for her here. Su Yueza remained silent, contemplating for a long while before speaking earnestly. Do you wish to engage with Xiao Yi in a relaxed manner? Yes. Then heed my advice. Tomorrow, we shall visit a psychologist. Xiao Yu was taken aback, his brows knitting together as he looked at Su Yueza with a sense of grievance. I must go. I recently inquired about this, and Su Yueza's attitude is quite resolute. Your condition may indicate anxiety, which, if severe, could disrupt your daily life. What about your university aspirations? Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, crouching down to grasp his hair. After a prolonged silence, he responded in a muffled tone. Jiang Ye had visited BJ for medical attention recently. And with the aid of medication and the company of Jiang Ye Nai, she is now in a much more stable state. Moreover, great-grandfather Jiang Ye is not at home. He might be playing chess at a neighbor's house. She hastily ended the call and left the study. The reason she did not hear Xiao Yu's subsequent call was that she had silenced her phone while working on an exam. Little did she know that Xiao Yu was already aware of everything, yet from her perspective, she feared that he might sense something amiss. The Jiang family home is somewhat distant from Su Yuez's mobile phone store, and she quietly made her way to the basement garage. She discovered her fondness for riding motorcycles is inherited from Jiang Ling. The garage housed several of Jiang Ling's motorcycles. Though it seemed he had only ridden them a few times, each one newer than the last. After all, riding solo can be rather foolish. And she often rides because she is part of a motorcycle club that takes to the streets during their free time. She carefully selected the 2006 Kawasaki ZX-14R. The helmet and keys were in a small room within the garage. She went over to retrieve them and equipped herself. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, fearing punishment for smoking at home, retreated to the courtyard. As the two individuals inhaled their cigarettes, a sudden buzzing sound erupted, immediately followed by the sight of a troublesome young girl elegantly leaning over a powerful motorcycle, speeding out of the courtyard in a flash. Moments later, the two boys exclaimed in unison, "What the?" Despite the comforting presence of Su Yueza, who waited alongside him, time seemed to stretch endlessly, and Xiao Yu's anxiety intensified. His hands clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Just as he lifted his gaze, a blinding beam of white light shot past him, and a heavy motorcycle came to a halt beside him. A vibrant female voice echoed, "Xiao Yu, what are you doing outside?" Su Yueza stared, astonished, at the girl perched on the motorcycle. When Xiao Yu turned to her, she was removing her helmet, tossing her long hair back. Even in the night, she appeared as enchanting as a brave fairy emerging from the shadows, wielding magic and weapons. In an instant, his anxious heart was completely at ease. Su Yueza stood up first, exclaiming, "How cool, Xiao Yu. You can ride this too." Jiang Ye Nai He smiled and replied, "That's not all. I can also drive a go-kart and ride horses. My mom says my name fits me perfectly. I'm quite wild." Xiao Yu slowly rose, feeling relieved as he said, "Come inside." "Sure." The girl energetically leaped off the bike and joined them in the store. The customers had already left, and a small television in the shop was broadcasting a New Year's Eve gala. The girl sat down, instinctively pulling out her phone to check the time, only to notice 6 missed calls from Xiao Yu. For a moment, she was taken aback. "Xiao Yu, why did you call me so many times?" Upon witnessing her safe arrival, he resumed his usual relaxed demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I shall prepare something to eat for you, provided you're hungry." The young girl did not hesitate to respond, "I want candy." A moment of surprise flickered across Xiao Yu's face, quickly followed by Su Yuez's interjection, "You two chat. I will go buy some." With that, he dashed out. Xiao Yu pulled a chair for her, inquiring, "What brings you to seek me out at this hour?" After his question, Jiang Ye Nai He averted her gaze, a blush of guilt coloring her cheeks, and replied, "Well, Uncle and my mom have gone out to play mahjong, Grandpa is off to play chess, and Jiang Ling and Lu Qi are engrossed in their games. I'm rather bored, all alone." Xiao Yu perched on a tall stool, his legs slightly apart, hands resting at the edge of his seat. His gaze fixed on her face as he listened intently. Yet, the substance of her words seemed trivial. What truly mattered was that he had seen her during the New Year, and she was still vibrant and full of life. However, the intensity of his gaze made her increasingly uneasy, fearing he might detect the falsehood in her words. Raising her chin defiantly, she added, "In the past, I used to stay up during New Year's as well, as I was quite afraid of being bored alone." "Will you be staying up this evening?" he inquired. Chapter 84. A voice unlike this era. Jiang Ye Nai He was uncertain of his subsequent thoughts, and with no other choice, she nodded resolutely. "Yes, I will. Why don't you sleep?" He probed further. "I'll keep you company," she replied. "Besides, I want to get a head start on next semester's books." He, too, was solemnly fabricating a lie. The girls silently marveled. Indeed, the title of top scholar was not easily won. "Very well," she conceded. She nodded thoughtfully. However, at this moment, she found herself at a loss for conversation. After a brief contemplation, she retrieved her future phone and handed it to Xiao Yu. "Could you help me charge this?" she inquired. Xiao Yu accepted the device and rose to navigate behind the counter. Casting a glance at her, he asked, May I disassemble this? The girl, who had a penchant for crosstalk performances, instantly immersed herself in the unfolding scenario. With a nod, she replied, "Feel free to do as you wish." Today, her spirits were elevated, and witnessing the vibrant Xiao Yu brought her immense satisfaction. In that brief interlude, Xiao Yu adeptly disassembled the future phone, meticulously examining its internal structure, confirming the presence of a battery. After a moment of contemplation, he rummaged through the drawer beneath the counter, emerging with a universal charger, 2 prongs, and a couple of wires. With a deft maneuver, he connected the prongs to the battery, and in the next heartbeat, the universal charger began to flicker to life. "All done," he proclaimed. "Wow," she exclaimed in astonishment. "This is legendary. A universal charger can charge this? Xiao Yu, your intellect is truly remarkable." Xiao Yu smiled gently. "It seems it needs some time to charge. You might want to leave it here. I will return it to you once it's ready." She had anticipated that charging a future phone would be a daunting task, yet Xiao Yu resolved it in mere minutes. The thought crossed her mind. If he accidentally cracked her password and glimpsed the contents of her device, he would undoubtedly discover that she was not from this era. That was absolutely unacceptable. This was something Xiao Yu could not be allowed to know just yet. "It's fine. I'm not in a rush to leave. As long as it powers on a bit, that's sufficient." As she spoke, she dashed to the counter and seated herself beside Xiao Yu, her true intention to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring he wouldn't glance at his phone upon powering it on, as it would inevitably display the brand logo. Her sudden proximity caught the young man off guard, and he felt a hint of surprise. She gazed at his face, her expression beaming with delight. "Xiao Yu, you are truly remarkable. I just remembered, there is something I would like your assistance with." With that, she propped her arms on the counter, resting her head on her arms, conveniently obscuring the phone charging nearby. Xiao Yu subtly shifted his arm aside, puzzled. Recently, he had been cautious about getting too close to her, as it made him anxious. The girl continued, "My teacher provided me with a set of midterm exam papers that I am currently working on. The physics you are studying differs from mine in many aspects, and there are several concepts I do not quite understand. Once our teacher has graded the papers, may I ask you about the mistakes?" "Of course," he replied. The universal charger unexpectedly charged at a sluggish pace, and after exchanging a couple of sentences, Jiang Ye Nai He noticed the phone's screen flicker to life, powering on. Fortunately, the Apple logo escaped Xiao Yu's notice, and as the screen dimmed once more, she exhaled in relief. However, almost immediately, she began to experience a ringing in her ears. Despite tapping her head in an attempt to alleviate it, the sound only grew louder. Could it be that her recent indulgence in oranges had caused her to feel unwell? Contemplating her discomfort, she gathered her belongings and bid farewell to Xiao Yu and Su Yuze. The motorcycle roared once again through the streets of the old Anqing, and as Xiao Yu observed the cool and audacious figure of the girl departing, his spirits lifted considerably. It felt wonderful to be needed by her. He turned to Su Yuze and remarked, "Brother, let's go take a look. I believe I am doing quite well." Su Yuezha remained silent, merely nodding his head. Nevertheless, he resolved that he must eventually take him to see a psychologist. Just as he had recently managed to improve his relationship with Xiaoya, he found himself engulfed in anxiety. He feared that as he grew increasingly attached to her, their friendship might transform into a burden and a shackle for both parties. Jiang Ye Nai He's persistent tinnitus rendered her unable to hear the sounds around her. Fortunately, in this era, regulations were not particularly stringent, allowing her to remove her helmet. The rush of wind against her head was somewhat soothing, prompting her to veer onto the ring road, hoping to drive a little longer. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of a train whistle, the ringing in her head intensified, causing a sensation of pressure, yet immediately after, an unusual voice resonated in her mind, distinct from the sounds of this era. "I sold all the stocks and shares that Jiang Ling left me, intending to establish a foundation in his name." It was her mother again. Jiang Ye Nai He abruptly slammed on the brakes. But this was no place to stop. She could only reduce her speed. This time, she comprehended the words with even greater clarity than during her lessons, and her mind felt remarkably alert. With no vehicles ahead, she took out her phone to check the time and was startled by what she saw. After Xiao Yu had properly set up her phone, she had carelessly stowed it away without glancing at the time. Now, the display read, 8:46, May 21st, Monday. This time was certainly not artificially set. "It's nothing." Chu offered a faint smile, tinged with a hint of melancholy. The money he left her had sustained her for over a decade. It was high time she took action herself. Xiaoya would turn 18 in 2 months, at which point she would have someone to oversee her. I wish to engage in some endeavors while also exploring the world outside. Alongside the legacy of Jiang Ye Nai, he felt her heart gradually descend into chaos. Could it be that as soon as this mobile device regained power, she would be able to perceive the events that had transpired on the displayed dates? Moreover, what did He Chu and Uncle Lu mean? Was He Chu's lack of employment due to the substantial shares and stock investments left to her by Zhongling? If one could master the intricacies of stocks, warrants, and futures, then profiting in any market would be akin to plucking fruit from a tree, exceedingly effortless. Zhongling possessed a remarkable talent for investments. If he were to make astute investments after turning 20, gifting the proceeds to He Chu, those earnings could indeed sustain her affluent lifestyle. Chapter 85. Had she truly returned? After being blacklisted, when she sought financial support from He Chu, the response was that all funds had been invested, presumably into establishing a foundation. Her mind was in disarray, her hands gripping the handlebars with determination, while she attentively listened to the echoes from another realm. The cacophony of bustling traffic, the clattering of mahjong tiles, the clinking of glasses and toasts, along with the initial ringing noise, persisted for an extended duration. Just as the tumult began to induce a headache, crucial information emerged. A stern, weathered matriarch's voice broke through. "Do you know why I reached out to you?" Then came He Chu's icy retort. "I do not know. Please speak plainly." Since yesterday, Ling Er had been weeping. Her tone was devoid of warmth, as though stripped of all emotion. "It is time to grant him peace. A week from now, I have decided to provide him with euthanasia. You should bring the child to bid him farewell." Jiang Ye Nai He felt her pupils constrict in shock. Euthanasia? Although He Chu had never mentioned the divorce of her grandparents, she did mention that her grandmother seemed to have been living in the Netherlands, where she runs a dairy conglomerate. The Netherlands, much like New Zealand, boasts a prosperous livestock industry, and it is also a nation where euthanasia is legal. So, were both He Chu and Lu Qi deceiving her? Had her father truly passed away, or had he transformed into something that necessitated euthanasia? What on earth had transpired? Such dialogue was abruptly interrupted by the chaotic noise surrounding her, only to be followed by her disdainful remarks about He Chu's choice of a pink dress. She vividly recalled the incident that occurred on May 20th at noon, when He Chu insisted on donning a youthful pink dress to join Lu Qi and others for drinks, seeking some sort of ceremonial experience. At that moment, she felt her father had already departed from this world, and the thought of He Chu celebrating with other men infuriated her, leading to a fierce argument with her mother. How peculiar. Just a moment ago, she had glanced at the time, which read May 21st. How could it revert to an event from May 20th? She reached for her phone with one hand and checked again, only to find the time had changed to 11:32, May 20th, Sunday. It seemed as if time from the future was flowing backward, rapidly, like a film of future events being played at an accelerated pace of hundreds of times. Yet she was still bound by the normal passage of a day and night, a full 24 hours, drawing nearer to the future. Her mind was ensnared in these enigmas when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed nearby. "Attention! Road construction ahead." In an instant, her mind went blank. Was this voice emanating from the present or the future? Time was running out. In that fleeting moment, a brilliantly illuminated, expansive highway appeared before her. A flamboyant Lamborghini, adorned with images of Sailor Moon, sped past her with remarkable swiftness. It was none other than her archenemy, Gu Zhishuan's car. It was May 20th, 2029. On that day, Gu Zhishuan had driven through the streets, garnering a brief surge of online attention. In an instant, she and her vehicle surged forward into the air. In the final second, her desperate scream echoed. No. The sounds of two distinct splashes pierced the air. Submerged in water, it relentlessly poured into her ears, nose, and mouth, inflicting excruciating pain. The instinct for survival propelled her to frantically thrash against the icy river, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally emerged, clawing her way onto the bank. The frigid air invaded every pore of her body, swiftly awakening her senses. Surveying her surroundings, she felt a bone-chilling cold seep into her very marrow, and her heart sank deeper into dread. In that moment, she overlooked the fact that she had just narrowly escaped death. Instead, her fear stemmed from the haunting thought of never seeing Jiangling and Xiao Yu again. Her gaze fixated on the southeast, where the well-preserved ancient city walls of Anqing stood in the distance, offering no clarity as to the time or place. The sensation she experienced was akin to a fate worse than death. Yet, she retained her composure, reaching into her pockets to retrieve her two mobile phones, hoping one might still connect. Alas, Both had succumbed to water damage, seemingly lifeless. Her last flicker of hope extinguished, her eyes became vacant, as if the icy water and biting wind had siphoned her very spirit from her chest. Time became an elusive concept. Suddenly, a youthful, piercing voice called out from behind, "Jiang Ye Nai He." She turned her head in a daze. Then she saw Jiang Ling and Lu Qi rushing towards her at full speed. In that moment, a chill ran through her heart. When Jiang Ling reached her, her legs weakened, and she collapsed into his arms, breathlessly uttering, "Dad." The wind whistled through the stillness of the air. After a brief moment, the atmosphere was filled with the girl's terrified cries. "Dad, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again." After she rode her bike away, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi had instructed the family driver to follow her. However, they lost track of her and wandered along Anqing Road, during which Jiang Ling, in a fit of frustration, called her. Following her trail, they were met with a scene that could shatter one's nerves. She had dashed off the broken road. Now, as a father, he was equally shaken. He held her tightly with one arm, while the other removed his down jacket to wrap around her, his voice trembling. "You could have told me if you wanted to speed. Do you think my custom-made bike for a tall guy can be ridden by a shorty like you? It's no wonder you got scared." No, she was not afraid of that. What terrified her was the thought of coming to this era without being able to save them. Later, as Jiang Ling took her into the car, she shivered in the air conditioning, yet her mind lingered on what had just transpired. She was certain that the scene she witnessed before falling into the river was no mere illusion. It was indeed the year 2029. Gu Zhishuan was a rising internet celebrity on the Clumsy Cat app developed by the Fastpaw competitor company, 2 years her senior, also from Anqing, sharing similar attributes. But with fewer fans, she often opposed her. She even suspected that the person digging up dirt on her and Su Yuezo was none other than Gu Zhishuan. Before her journey through time, there were whispers of impending changes in the leadership of Su Technology, suggesting that Su Yuezo would step down to his secondary role. In such circumstances, competitors would undoubtedly take action, significantly impacting Su Technology. Gu Zhishuan had previously been implicated in unsavory rumors concerning her ties with senior executives at Binmao. If that were the case, her slandering Su Yuezo would be a masterstroke, achieving 2 objectives at once. Contemplating this, she retrieved her iPhone 22 and pressed the power button. The screen flickered momentarily before fading into darkness. This did not appear to be a result of water damage. Rather, it seemed to indicate a lack of power. A sudden realization struck her. Could it be that this phone, while still possessing a charge, was capable of bridging 2 dimensions? Among the subjects she had studied, physics had always been her weakest, yet she recalled with keen interest a notion her physics teacher had once mentioned, in Einstein's theory of general relativity. The essence of gravity lies in the curvature of spacetime. In the realm of theories concerning time travel, the concept of spacetime curvature holds a significant place. The very reason a small device like a mobile phone can function anywhere is due to the myriad waves emitted by satellites orbiting the Earth. Might it be that the gravitational forces between 2 dimensions influence these waves, resulting in her unexpected experience? Nevertheless, the study of time travel is the domain of scientists. However, at present, for the sake of her safety, as well as that of Jiang Ling and Xiao Yu, she felt compelled to recharge her phone and boldly experiment further. She returned to the Jiang residence. Draped in a change of attire, she nestled into the sofa as Jiang Ling admonished her for half an hour, a reprimand that even her grandfather Jiang Xiefeng and grandaunt Jiang Xuemei could not deter. She offered no resistance, instead smiling through her tears, realizing that having a father brought about such emotions. Enduring criticism became a form of happiness. When Jiang Ling finally calmed down, she seized the opportunity to continue enjoying the company of Lu Qi, leaning against Jiang Ling and wrapping her arms around his, yearning for that closeness. "Get off me," Jiang Ling exclaimed with disdain. "My wife hasn't even hugged me yet, and here you are." Yet Jiang Ye Nai He clung to him like an unyielding adhesive, insisting, "Let me hold you for a bit." Her curiosity about the tale of Jiang Ling and He Chu was nearly overwhelming. It dawned on her that her mother was not as lacking as she had imagined before her birth. Her father had provided her mother with ample resources to ensure a comfortable life for them both. This academically challenged individual was simply remarkable. Jiang Ling exhaled deeply. Turning to Lu Qi for assistance, she is suddenly so clingy, she must have lost her mind. "Think of something." Lu Qi commandeered Jiang Ling's computer, engrossed in Naruto Shippuden, remarking, "Fatherly love and filial piety, how splendid." In due course, Jiang Ye Nai He was elegantly struck down by a cold for 2 days, but managed to complete her assignments while recuperating at home. Upon returning to school, Old Wang summoned all the subject teachers for an afternoon to grade her work, yet he refrained from disclosing her exact score, merely assuring her, "Prepare boldly for the final exam." Jiang Ye Nai He could discern that securing a place among the top 10 in her grade was undoubtedly within her reach. By the year 2029, the school had abolished grade rankings. However, she still excelled academically. Moreover, the competitive atmosphere was intensifying, and she had already mastered many of the concepts typically taught in the senior year. Thus, when she achieved a spot among the top 10 at the renowned 9th Middle School, she found it unsurprising. Yet, in recent days, an incident had unfolded within the school. An anonymous account posted on the school's forum, the person spreading rumors about Xiao Yu and Jiang Ye Nai He being in a romantic relationship is Han Yu. At the moment Jiang Ye Nai He discovered this post, she was engaged in a test with Ma Lingling and several other girls, using a magazine as a reference. One of them, distracted by her phone, called the others over to take a look. The first comment was dedicated to Baidu, while the second read, "Han Yu is not as wonderful as you think. She is merely putting on an act." During middle school, Han Yu ignored the boys in her class during the day, but would charmingly engage in phone conversations at night. Is this not an example of playing hard to get? She has always looked down on Lu Qi initially. She did not turn him down decisively, thinking it was generous that he pursued her. However, she later rejected him resolutely once her deskmate became Xiao Yu and she became acquainted with wealthier boys. Lu Qi, in terms of appearance, family background, and academic performance, simply did not capture the attention of the illustrious Han Yu. Upon reading this, she felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Han Yu's family background. A classmate informed her that Han Yu's grandfather worked in the Education Bureau and was currently the principal of Mingda Middle School, with both parents possessing advanced degrees. Given such a familial disposition, it was no wonder that she could intimidate someone as unassuming as Xiao Yu. Yet, when compared to the immensely affluent Lu family, the Han family appeared rather insignificant. Jiang Yin's expression was subtly intricate, leaving one to ponder how Han Yu would react upon discovering the true circumstances of the Lu family. It is well known that during her first year, Xiao Yu only associated with Han Yu. Now, with Jiang Ye transferring in and excelling in every regard, even establishing a transparent friendship with Xiao Yu, jealousy has inevitably arisen. On the morning of the 31st, students 180, 181, 182, and 183 witnessed Jiang Ling reprimanding one of her lackeys for insulting Jiang Ye. Moreover, one must question why Xiao Yu, who initially grew close to her, ceased to engage with her later on. Could it be that Xiao Yu discerned her unworthiness? Once this post was published, it rapidly became the focal point of gossip throughout the school, revealing the darker sides of many individuals. Some were indifferent to the veracity of the claims. They simply wished to see Han Yu's downfall. An avalanche of comments ensued, echoing a singular sentiment. That makes sense, I agree. Faced with the tarnishing of her reputation, Han Yu took it upon herself to register an account and respond, yet her words were sparse. Who are you? How have I wronged you to warrant such slander? Her voice, unmistakably hers, asserted, these allegations are false and fabricated. I shall report this. The anonymous user retorted, hurry up. Ultimately, no reports surfaced, and the anonymous posts mysteriously vanished, though the user persistently reposted, eager that no one would miss the unfolding drama. The posts in which they tear each other apart are far from limited. Han Yu, unable to provide evidence to support her claims, resorted to creating several fake accounts to praise her supposed good deeds in an attempt to salvage her reputation. However, it proved futile, as someone had turned against her. One account commented, I used to be friends with Han Yu, and my family knows people in relevant departments. Let me expose the truth. Originally, Xiao Yu tutored her, and it was Han Yu who tearfully begged her grandfather to threaten Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu refused to assist her, she would ensure Xiao Yu could no longer attend school. This post was truly explosive. Han Yu was revealed to be such a person, Ma Lingling exclaimed, suddenly understanding Xiao Yu's seemingly inexplicable reaction. Jiang Ye Nai He could see that the entire thread was merely a case of dogs biting dogs. Yet she felt grateful to the student who had turned against Han Yu. She appreciated the clarification regarding Xiao Yu. Ma Lingling's voice caught the attention of Lu Qi, who had been dozing at his desk. He abruptly lifted his head. What happened to Han Yu? Ma Lingling rushed over and handed him her phone, while Jiang Ling, who was listening to music, leaned in to take a look. A few minutes later, Jiang Ling wore a calm expression, even nodding along, as he listened to the song My All. It was delightful, yet he couldn't quite understand why his daughter claimed it was her absolute favorite. Meanwhile, Lu Qi's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he might spill ink. Jiang Ling, undeterred, asked, "What are you feeling?" Chapter 87. What kind of celestial youth is this? Lu Qi turned back to face the wall, lamenting, "I once liked that kind of person." Feeling like a complete fool. What a humiliation. In just a day's time, Han Yu's reputation at school plummeted dramatically. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi later took turns refreshing the post on their phones, eager to uncover any new revelations. To their surprise, there was indeed more to discover. But this time, it was Jiang Ling who found herself in a complex emotional state. However, Zhang Jiehui did not confront her in the forum. Instead, she cornered Han Yu outside class 181 after school, tearfully and indignantly questioning her. "We have been classmates since middle school and have never quarreled. I have never offended you. Just because others speak ill of you, does that grant you the right to slander me? Everyone knows you've been upset lately about Xiao Yu and Xiao Yi getting close." Amidst their confrontation, Xiao Yu, who had been frequently mentioned in the post, unexpectedly appeared. Zhang Jiehui seized Xiao Yu's sleeve, crying as she implored, "Xiao Yu, the forum claims that you were compelled by Han Yu to tutor her in your first year. Is this true?" Just as Xiao Yu was about to leave in silence, Jiang Ye Nai He called out from the classroom door, "Xiao Yu, did you know you're trending on the forum again?" With a serious demeanor, Jiang Ye Nai He asked, "Have you ever been forced to do something in the past?" This vague inquiry was laden with implications, leaving anyone who heard it to presume that there was indeed some truth to the rumors. Jiang Ye Nai He smiled slyly, joining Xiao Yu with a playful yet sweet tone. "Don't worry, if anything like this happens again, this baby will stand by you." "Baby?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly, responding affirmatively. Their exchange quickly spread among their classmates, igniting a flurry of whispers. After the evening study session, Han Yu found herself isolated by the entire school, walking alone with tears streaming down her face. Those who passed her now seemed emboldened to add insult to injury, openly expressing their disdain. At that moment, Jiang Ling inquired of her daughter, "Do you know who reported her?" Jiang Ye Nai He raised her arm and cradled her head, casually responding, "It's simple. If this post cannot be deleted, or if the anonymous individual persistently reposts it after deletion, it indicates that the poster is utterly unafraid of Han Yu. Should Han Yu seek revenge, she will undoubtedly target that anonymous account and dig up dirt on them. So, we shall see which female student becomes the next target of attack." Jiang Ling and Lu Qi were taken aback. "How do you understand this so well?" The young girl proudly replied, "Well, I am to become a prominent streamer in the future. Before coming here, industry leaders and popular stars sought me out for short films and music videos. If I were inclined to attend Beijing or Zhongxi, making my debut as an artist would be effortless. One must be savvy in the art of conflict to navigate this world." The notion of stardom seemed to swell Jiang Ling's pride, and she playfully nudged Lu Qi, saying, "Are you envious?" Lu Qi, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "Little Yi, how will my child turn out? You wouldn't know, having not given birth." Jiang Ling burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, indeed." Following the resolution of this incident, the looming final exams approached. Determined to assert herself, Jiang Ye Nai He dedicated herself to her studies, rising early and returning late each day. However, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi's focus lay on the winter break that would follow the exams, a time when studying became virtually impossible, leading to even more audacious truancy. Each evening, the girl would find herself alone, waiting for Xiao Yu, who would escort her to the vicinity of the Jiang residence. On the eve of the final examinations, as the evening study session concluded, Jiang Ye Nai He stepped out of the classroom to find Xiao Yu waiting at the door, backpack slung over one shoulder and a roll of documents in hand. In recent days, everyone had grown accustomed to Xiao Yu's presence in class 184, or Jiang Ye Nai He's in class 180. As they walked down the stairs together, Xiao Yu suddenly posed a question. "Would you like to know how many points you scored on your midterm exam?" Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Do you really know?" she inquired eagerly. Xiao Yu smiled gently, revealing, "Our homeroom teacher mentioned that you scored 30 points fewer than I did in physics and mathematics." The girl felt a surge of excitement. "Am I really that impressive?" Xiao Yu's smile widened. "Would you like to make a remarkable impression next time?" Naturally, she yearned for that, envisioning the principal's astonished expression. He handed her the documents, saying, "Memorize these tonight, and you will secure the top position in your grade." Upon glancing at the papers, she realized they contained Xiao Yu's predictions for the physics exam, meticulously pinned on several sheets of A4 paper. "Me, the top student?" Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively, "And after each exam, come to me to compare answers." "But why?" she wondered. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You will find out in due time." A week passed, and on the morning of the flag-raising ceremony. The purpose of Xiao Yu's actions became clear. I truly did not expect our class 184's Jiang Ye Nai He to be so remarkable. The principal gazed at the array of results, his expression one of astonishment. With a total score of 750, she achieved 703 points, placing her at the pinnacle of the entire grade. The other students were left utterly bewildered. What a remarkable girl this is. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi could only think that they had not fully awakened and were experiencing auditory hallucinations. They were reluctant to acknowledge the considerable disparity between themselves and Jiang Ye Nai He. Additionally, many gazes were directed toward Class 180. In search of the previous year's top student, Xiao Yu. Whispers floated through the air. How did Xiao Yu perform this time? I heard he often skipped classes. His results might not be very good. Amidst such murmurs, the director pointed toward Class 180, indignantly stating, Xiao Yu, it has come to our teacher's attention that you and Jiang Ye Nai He are friends. Are you being deliberate in this matter? In our final exam, which was biology, your teacher reported that you left the first 10 multiple-choice questions unanswered. You also neglected the final essay question. It was so simple that even an average student could answer it correctly. Are you truly unable? Moreover, let us set aside the essay question. The first 5 multiple-choice questions were essentially gift questions, and yet you chose not to answer them. You certainly have a knack for controlling your scores, managing to be just 1 point behind her, scoring 702 and placing second in the grade. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the students varied widely. What sort of extraordinary youth is this? Although he was being reprimanded, Xiao Yu lowered his head, stifling a laugh. Chapter 88. Should one say he is afraid? Jiang Ling's emotions were complex and conflicted. He found himself at a loss regarding how to perceive Xiao Yu. On one hand, he genuinely admired him for helping his daughter achieve the top rank. Yet on the other hand, he felt he was even more infuriating than before. Although the director was scolding him, having another exceptional student in the school was beneficial for the institution. The teacher continued, Next, I will announce the ranks from 3 to 10, fulfilling my promise to Jiang Ye Nai He. Feel free to express yourselves. However, this time, Han Yu remains in the top 10, but Zhang Jiahui has fallen out. The victory brings immense joy to the young girl, yet as the top student, she feels a tinge of loneliness at her elevated position. After the announcement, she grasped Xiao Yu's arm and said, Next time, you should take first place. I want to see you standing proudly at the pinnacle. The boy paused for a moment and replied, All right. She even posed as if celebrating her triumph, leading the way to a restaurant for a grand feast. Jiang Xuemei was so elated that her previously stable emotions nearly spiraled out of control. But Jiang Yina managed to soothe her in time. However, after the celebration, Jiang Ling became the target of the family's reproach. Observing the dismal grades that placed him among the bottom 10 in the entire school, Jiang Xiefeng lamented, Nyo, how could we let your brother miss out on university? Even a third-tier university would suffice. Jiang Yena furrowed her brow in contemplation and remarked, Uncle, if we salvage my brother's grades, there might still be hope. But a prestigious university is out of reach. However, if he were to pursue a different path, perhaps he could attend an undergraduate institution. What path? As an arts student, the cultural scores are lower. Just as Jiang Xiefeng saw a glimmer of hope, Jiang Ling extinguished it. What a ridiculous idea. Studying arts is grueling work. We only need one person in the family to attend a prestigious university. I'll just pay for a third-tier one. Thus, a scene of paternal affection unfolded in the private room, yet it did not alter Jiang Ling's unwillingness to study. Time flew by, and before long, the winter break arrived. Before the holiday, Jiang Ye Nai He sought out Xiao Yu, requesting his assistance once more to examine her mobile phone. Her Apple 22 had sustained water damage, resulting in a compromised battery, making it impossible to charge it using previous methods. Regarding the matter of time travel, after some contemplation, she decided it could wait. Leaving the phone in Xiao Yu's care, trusting that he would attend to it whenever he found the time. After the holiday commenced, Jiang Xiefeng took his entire family to Hainan for a winter retreat. Jiang Ling, recalling the anxiety of his daughter riding a motorcycle, resolved to learn to drive. Intending to keep a watchful eye on her, he had just celebrated his 18th birthday while Jiang Ye Nai He, having obtained her identification card through her father's arrangements based on a lost relative's birthday, was nearly 40 days younger than him and would also turn 18 after the winter break. Once settled in Hainan, Jiang Ling promptly enrolled her in a driving school, aspiring to secure her license within a month. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu continued his routine existence, engrossed in his studies, assisting Su Yueza with the business. and occasionally indulging in gaming at an internet CAF to earn some quick money. Initially, he and Jiang Ye Nai He exchanged greetings online almost daily, until 2 weeks later. She posted a series of photographs in her space, captioned, "New friends." The images showcased her in a white sundress and swimsuit, alongside Jiang Ling, Lu Qi, and two tall, handsome foreign men on the beach. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi were more modestly attired in t-shirts and beach shorts, while the foreign gentlemen were shirtless, displaying their muscular physiques, one of whom had an arm casually draped over Jiang Ye Nai's shoulder. Comments beneath the post included, "Wow, Ye Nai He, your figure is stunning. Who are those two handsome foreign guys?" When Xiao Yu saw it, he was engrossed in a gaming CAF, assisting others in leveling up their games. After prolonged exposure to the computer screen, he found himself succumbing to a disorienting haze. The stark contrast of that moment plunged him into an abyss of despair. She increasingly resembled his son, radiant and fervent. Yet, how could he overlook the fact that the sun is distanced from humanity? While she illuminated the lives of some, she also mingled with other brilliant lights. Most disheartening was her mention of new friends. There was nothing amiss in her forming connections with new male acquaintances. The fault lay with him for placing her in a uniquely significant position in his heart, rendering her his exception. Now, he felt particularly despondent, realizing he was merely one among many in her life. His insecurities could no longer be contained. The game remained unfinished. He not only logged off, but also removed his SIM card, discarding it into the gutter, severing all ties with the outside world. That day, Xiao Yu was entranced in a trance. Did anyone else smile more brightly than when she was before him? Had anyone else shared intimate moments with her? Did they meet daily, and for extended periods? What bold words might those forthright foreigners have whispered to her, words that could make one's heart race? Did she cherish those moments? As these thoughts consumed him, his mind echoed with the sweet sound of her voice calling his name. By nightfall, the moonlight filtered through the window, casting the silhouettes of furniture onto the walls, their shapes appearing cold and menacing. The foul stench from the leaky ceiling of the makeshift toilet filled the air, as two burly men with menacing expressions cornered him in the restroom. Before him lay a kitchen knife, mere centimeters away from mercilessly striking his head. The heavens roared, and as lightning flashed, he glimpsed his reflection in the blade. The rain had left him in a disheveled state, with bruised fingerprints encircling his neck. His hand clutched tightly onto the wrist of the assailant brandishing the weapon, exerting every ounce of strength to keep the blade away from his face. Damn it! How could such a small child possess such formidable strength? The demon clenched its jaw, resembling a famished wolf, eager to rend him to pieces, lamenting that it should have brought another knife. "I'll fetch a brick," another demon proclaimed, releasing him yet continuing to spew threats amidst the torrential downpour. "After all this time tonight, I'll ensure he has chopped into bits and discarded in the cesspit." Even as he continued to resist, the demon swore it could extract his confessions right there. He could not die, not here, not at this moment. Driven by the primal instinct to survive, he twisted the knife-wielding hand of the demon against itself. Clang! The weapon clattered to the ground as he pinched himself, spurring himself into a desperate sprint. He had no sense of how long he ran. Upon reaching a place illuminated by righteousness, he collapsed, utterly drained. Unable to lift his head. Was he afraid? What was there to fear? In the midst of danger, he feared the pain of the impending strike. What was he to fear afterward? As memories flooded back, he felt a pang in his heart, breathless and suffocated. He dreaded that despite his struggle for survival, he would be as forgotten as a ghost, with no one to remember him. Chapter 89. You have treated me well, yet I still wish for another little ginger. In this year, he yearned to be remembered by someone. He longed to converse with her, to hear her voice. However, in moments of such impulse, the idyllic image of her with others relentlessly scorches his self-doubt and the dignity he strives to uphold through his own efforts. Both psychologically and physically unwell, coupled with the self-imposed deadlock he has created, he endures torment until the late hours of the night, having not consumed a morsel of food, nor even a drop of water. Between the hours of 1 and 2 in the morning, he dozed off on the sofa, only to be abruptly awakened, as if from a nightmare. Xiao Yu's home is not lacking. In fact, it is rather pleasant. The space, adorned in simple yet subtly European white tones, boasts quality furniture and a generous area, with the master bedroom and balcony featuring large windows that allow abundant light. Yet, now he resides there alone, and it feels desolate. He sits up, lost in thought, gazing out the window for an extended period, before suddenly clutching his hair, curling up tightly in despair. In the vastness of the room, in the dead of night, his hoarse sobs fill the silence. What may appear trivial to others, utterly unworthy of sorrow, is, in fact, a culmination of years of suppressed emotions, akin to a series of powder kegs, ready to explode at the slightest spark. He yearns to be cherished exclusively by the one he holds dear, wishing to possess her entirely. Yet, he remains acutely aware of the pathological nature of such feelings. Should she discover them, she would likely distance herself from him. Thus, he stubbornly severed all ties. If you can accommodate someone like me in your life, initially embracing me, only to later cast me aside, I would lay bare my heart before you, kneeling in supplication for your affection. If someone else can take my place in your life, then what right do I, in my wretched state, have to approach you while still offering my heart? On that afternoon, Jiang Ye Nai He sent him a message on QQ. The photos she posted were a mere reflection of social interaction. Prompted by Jiang Ling and Lu Chi's own shares, and even those two foreign handsome men had showcased them on Twitter. It was merely a conventional social exchange. The term friend seemed to have become a universal expression, capable of obfuscating any abnormal relationship. Even when she stood alongside her nemesis for the camera, she could effortlessly declare, "We are friends." Later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dreamlike glow over the sea, she inscribed Xiao Yu's name in the sand. She lay down, seeking an artistic angle for a photograph, which she subsequently sent to him, inquiring, "Shall we watch the sea together in the future?" She mused that Xiao Yu was likely preoccupied, not giving it much thought. However, since sending that message, she found herself increasingly glued to her phone. After a tiring day of frolicking with Jiang Ling and others, she soon succumbed to sleep, only to awaken abruptly. It was that unsettling feeling of having something on her mind, causing her subconscious to stir restlessly. Upon waking, she instinctively reached for her phone beneath her pillow. Yet this time, it was absent. In the days that followed, sleep eluded her, and she found herself staring blankly into the dawn. She attempted to call Xiao Yu, but the sound of his phone being turned off instantly escalated her anxiety. How could his phone possibly be off? Steady yourself, don't panic. It was merely 7 in the morning. Perhaps he was still asleep, or his phone had run out of battery and he had forgotten to charge it. The Jiang family's property in Hainan was a seaside villa, and through the ornate European-style fence, one could behold the ocean. Early in the morning, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi arrived, eager to invite her and her newly acquainted friends for a shopping excursion, yet she felt utterly disinterested. However, she soon regretted not accompanying Jiang Ling for an outing, as the experience of waiting alone at home felt utterly excruciating. The hours dragged on like years until finally, at 10 in the morning, she promptly dialed Xiao Yu's number, only to be met with the disheartening sound of a powered-off phone. She had never anticipated that the inability to reach Xiao Yu would strike her with such profound force, leaving her breathless and engulfed in a sense of suffocation. Without attempting to contact Xiao Yu again, she turned to Su Yueza on QQ. "Jiang Yueza, is Xiao Yu with you?" "Su, he is not here today. He wasn't here yesterday either." "What is the matter?" After a brief pause of 2 minutes, Su Yueza added, "I'll go check on him at his place. I hope he isn't sick again." "Sick?" She lay languidly on the sumptuous sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. While the change of scenery in Hainan brought her some joy, a lingering dissatisfaction gnawed at her because she could no longer see Xiao Yu at her whim. Yet, leaving Anqing was indeed the right choice. Had she not taken that step, she would never have realized just how significant Xiao Yu had become to her. She had been missing him all along. Gradually, she closed her eyes and remained still for a few minutes. Then, with a surge of determination, she rose and dashed to her bedroom. In under 10 minutes, clad in a t-shirt and fitted jeans, she grabbed a long down jacket that she had worn before coming to Hainan. She swiftly made her way to the coffee table in the living room, left a note, and decisively stepped out of the house. By noon, the doorbell at Xiao Yu's home rang incessantly. After languishing on the sofa for an entire night and day, Xiao Yu, in a daze, finally rose and opened the door. Xiao Yu's eyes were a vivid red, his fair complexion lacking the flush of vitality due to insufficient rest, rendering him as pale as parchment. After weeping the previous night, the prominence of his double eyelids became even more pronounced. Su Yueza, visibly anxious, scrutinized him from head to toe. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "I feel unwell." "Where does it hurt?" "In my heart." "Have you eaten?" Xiao Yu shook his head. Su Yueza's throat constricted as he urged, "Let us go to my place for a meal, and afterward, we shall visit a doctor." Xiao Yu offered no resistance. After descending 2 flights of stairs alongside Su Yueza, he suddenly remarked, "Am I particularly inadequate? What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? What has caused your heartache? You have treated me with such kindness, yet I still yearn for another. a little Jiang. His voice was subdued, his tone humble. Suyueza exhaled deeply, stating, "Some possess cherished loved ones and still desire numerous friends, even multiple partners. Desiring one little Jiang is quite normal. Who amongst us would ever complain about an abundance of love? If you desire 100, that is equally reasonable. I don't want that many. Just one will suffice. But I cannot attain even that. The flight from Sanya to Anqing takes 3 hours, accounting for check-in and travel time." Jiang Ye Nai He boarded her flight at noon, arriving at Suyueza's mobile phone store by 4:30 in the afternoon. She hurriedly pushed the door open, only to find a stranger, a young man of similar age to Suyueza, tending the shop. She paused momentarily and politely inquired, "Excuse me, is Yueza not here?" "Yueza has accompanied a friend to the hospital." "The hospital?" Chapter 90. It is quite charming for a boy to cry occasionally. The young man, upon seeing a beautiful girl, became quite enthusiastic and engaged in a lively conversation. Indeed, it seems that his friend is grappling with some mental health issues, which have recently worsened. He left around 2 o'clock. How surprising that such a handsome young man could be facing such challenges. Jiang Ye Nai was filled with urgency. "Good sir, do you happen to know which hospital he went to?" "Let me think. Ah, yes. It's the affiliated hospital of an university." The university affiliated hospital is a mere half-hour's drive from here. If they were to proceed slowly and then linger at the hospital, there was a chance she might encounter them. Resolving this in her mind, she hailed a taxi and set off towards the university affiliated hospital. Once again seated in the taxi, she allowed her weary body to relax slightly, yet her heart grew heavier. If Xiao Yu were indeed struggling with mental health issues, she would not be the least bit surprised. Following incidents of depression reported at school, the principal had invited psychological experts to conduct a lecture. The specialist elucidated that adolescents are inherently sensitive, and if they endure any form of trauma, they are prone to complications. However, what is truly alarming is not the existence of these issues, but rather the absence of understanding and timely intervention from those around them, which can lead to a detrimental cycle. Particularly in an era that often dismisses mental health concerns, many individuals may suffer in silence, unable or unwilling to acknowledge their struggles, as mental illness remains stigmatized in the eyes of a significant portion of society. When individuals grappling with mental health issues fail to receive timely assistance and treatment, their conditions can deteriorate to the point where they are unable to think or live normally, ultimately becoming a burden to those around them. The inevitable conclusion is that they are confined to a psychiatric hospital. It is commendable that Xiao Yu is able to seek medical help. She must go to the hospital, listen to Xiao Yu's specific concerns, and offer her assistance. She arrived at the hospital with remarkable speed, only to unexpectedly encounter Suyueza and Xiao Yu as they exited the elevator. The two were momentarily taken aback by her sudden appearance, as it was hard to fathom how she could have traveled from Hainan to Anqing in a single afternoon. However, the girl did not linger on her emotions. She noticed a stack of documents in Suyueza's hands and tentatively reached for them, prompting him to hand them over. It was a diagnosis of Xiao Yu's condition, and upon hastily scanning the lengthy text, she was struck with shock. The diagnosis was severe, major depression, acute anxiety, and paranoid state. This was not a question, but a definitive conclusion. A wave of profound sorrow washed over her, and her eyes suddenly reddened. Behind the elevator was a secluded cleaning area, where Xiao Yu stood in a state of confusion, overwhelmed and disoriented. She grasped his arm tightly. "What are you hiding from?" Xiao Yu averted his gaze, not wanting to face her. He was uncertain how to express his feelings to her. It was one thing for her to learn of his dire family circumstances, but the revelation of his shattered mental state was another burden entirely. "Let go of me," he uttered in a hoarse, icy voice. "Xiao Yu." Suddenly her voice trembled. Perhaps due to the scantiness of her attire, her hand gripping his arm quivered as well. May I embrace you?" she asked him, her voice thick with the impending tears. Her dark pupils fixated on the medical record in her grasp, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. I am aware of this. I have sought to understand." "Xiao Yu." As she spoke, she unexpectedly began to wipe away her tears, not quite knowing why. "I do not inquire about your past or the secrets you harbor within. As long as you are unwilling to share, I shall remain silent." Yet, she thought to herself, feeling foolish, for it was not her who was ailing. Why did she feel akin to one who suffered from depression? "In the future, if you find yourself in need, could you confide in me?" Once the floodgates were opened, her tears became uncontrollable. She continued, her voice choked with emotion. "And when you find joy, could you also share that happiness with me? When you feel sorrow, could you express your sadness? What do you like? Or what do you detest? Could you tell me all these things? It is not easy, after all, to possess a beautiful mouth. Cannot we converse a little more? Perhaps Xiao Yu is not inherently taciturn, but rather, mental afflictions often extinguish one's desire to engage in dialogue. Xiao Yu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his eyes reddening once more as he bowed his head to stifle a sniffle. This subtle gesture did not escape the girl's notice. She took a step closer, thinking that it was perfectly all right for him to cry. After all, a boy who occasionally sheds tears can be quite endearing. Upon finishing her words, her tears flowed even more abundantly. What was she even saying? After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yu, with a nasal tone, softly articulated, "How did you come here?" She hastily wiped the tears from her face. "I couldn't reach you. I was terrified, worried, sick." For several years, he had constructed layers of defenses around his heart, which was riddled with scars, and had yet to allow her a glimpse. Yet now, she need not look. She had utterly shattered the shells he had built, firmly clutching his heart, which was fraught with pain, unease, and an ardent longing for love. The sensitive and fragile youth understood that he could not escape. Just how worried was he? He pressed his lips together, feeling a surge of joy. Happiness had become a luxury for him in recent years, and thus, when it came, it felt overwhelmingly intense. No matter how many medications the doctor prescribed, none compared to the swift impact of her words. "Fool!" she exclaimed, wiping her tears, releasing him and shaking her arms, before enveloping him in a warm embrace. The boy's chest appeared broad yet was wonderfully comforting, allowing her to easily encircle him. Xiao Yu's heart raced violently as he gazed down at her fuzzy head. Her hair had grown, the roots revealing her original color, which suited her beautifully, reminiscent of black wood in April adorned with blooming cherry blossoms. Suddenly, a cleaning staff wheeled in a cart, startling Jiang Ye Nai He, causing her to release him, overwhelmed with shyness. With her head bowed, she handed the medical report to Xiao Yu. "Did the doctor prescribe you any medication?" Upon arriving at Su Yu's, Xiao Yu felt a sense of relief, and after taking the medication, he fell into a slumber, aided by the sedative properties. After he fell asleep, Su Yu quietly explained a few things to Jiang Ye Nai He. The doctor's recommendation was that Xiao Yu required hospitalization for treatment. Many individuals suffering from severe mental health issues struggle to engage in normal learning activities. However, he manages to maintain commendable academic performance. This phenomenon, in the eyes of his doctors, is not a positive sign, as it suggests he is exhausting his last vestiges of mental stability. Chapter 91. What virtue does he possess? And how remarkably fortunate he is. The root of his psychological disorders stems from an indifferent familial environment. The circumstances surrounding the marriage of Xiao Yu's parents are intricate, often characterized by his father's coercion. His mother was not accepted by the Xiao family, and Xiao Yu's birth was met with no blessings, even leading to suspicions from paternal relatives regarding his legitimacy. His mother endured unequal treatment at home, while he faced relentless criticism from family members who lacked affection for him. These relatives, bound to him by blood, influenced his perceptions, causing him to develop an acute fear of making mistakes in their presence, thus fostering anxiety. His depression is rooted in the loss of his family, the direct deprivation of love, the terror of confronting imminent death, and the helplessness against malicious rumors. Consequently, his most pressing issue is a profound fear of abandonment. He is consumed by thoughts of longing for affection, yet struggles to adapt to the idea of receiving it. He hesitates to accept kindness and warmth, fearing that he may become accustomed to it, only to lose it suddenly, which he could not bear. After hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He found an answer within herself. Ultimately, Xiao Yu is simply starved for love and companionship. Xiao Yu slept for 3 hours. Upon waking and finding Jiang Ye Nai He absent, his eyes reflected a frantic sense of having lost a precious treasure. Su Yu quickly raised his hand to gesture towards the door, whispering, "She has tea left." She is outside talking on the phone with her brother. After a conversation with Su Yu, she pulled Ma Lingling out to serve as a decoy in front of Jiang Ling. At that moment, Ma Lingling coughed and performed energetically, exclaiming, "Oh, Jiang Ling, thank goodness for Xiao Yi. Otherwise, I truly would have perished at home. I even fainted." Jiang Ling remained infuriated, uttering 100 phrases of traditional wisdom before warning her daughter, "By the day after tomorrow at the latest, I expect to see you at Sanya Airport. It is imperative." Subduing Jiang Ling required considerable effort from both individuals. Jiang Ye Nai He, with her right index and middle fingers, pretended to puff out smoke, teasing, "Isn't it just a flash? Look how worried he is." Ma Lingling sighed. "I can understand Jiang Ling's concern for you, but your worry for Xiao Yu. to the extent of flitting about aimlessly, is beyond my comprehension. Exhaling softly, a delicate white mist formed in the cool air as she shared a glance with Ma Lingling without speaking. You still have feelings for him, don't you? If something were to happen to him, you would surely weep, wouldn't you? Her heart felt like a delicate cage, entrapping a timid fawn. She refrained from answering directly, instead narrowing her eyes and suggesting, "Let us go sing and enjoy some drinks, shall we?" Ma Lingling grasped her implication and quickly nodded in agreement. Upon entering the establishment, they found Xiao Yu assisting Su Yueza in organizing the newly arrived smartphones. It was peculiar. Despite their closer rapport, he had grown more reserved. Jiang Ye Nai He, however, boldly took a seat at the counter, propping her chin on her hands while admiring his refined features. "Xiao Yu, have you turned 18 yet?" "November 8th, 1989, he replied. "I have just reached 18. The young woman raised an eyebrow playfully, then let us drink and sing. After speaking, she quickly changed her tone. "You've taken your medicine, so you can't drink. Why not sing instead, Xiao Yu frowned. "What can we sing with just the few of us?" Ma Lingling chimed in. "We can invite more people. There are plenty at the internet CAF. With a snap of her fingers, she urged, "Go gather them quickly." Turning to Su Yuezha, she asked, "Are you coming, Yuezha?" Su Yuezha chuckled. "I think I'll pass. I have to tend to the shop." "All right then." This was Xiao Yu's first visit to a KTV. In the past, he had no interest in entertainment, nor did he have companions to share in such activities. He settled into the darkest corner, hands in his pockets, legs casually spread, his gaze following the lively antics of the exuberant Xiao Jiang. That evening, Ma Lingling had invited exactly 10 people, including some boys, all of whom were on good terms with Jiang Ling. Li Jie was among them. Although Xiao Yu was present, he had automatically faded into the background, allowing others to relax as well. The guests were primarily the life of the party, and the atmosphere quickly became vibrant, especially Li Jie, the nonconformist, who, noticing several attractive girls in attendance, and with Jiang Ling and Lu Qi absent, seized the opportunity to showcase himself and claim the spotlight. However, the girls who had shown up were passionate about singing and were not intimidated by Li Jie, challenging his dominance at the microphone. Jiang Ye Nai He did not sing. She merely sought a warm spot to cultivate a lively atmosphere for Xiao Yu. She sensed that his unexpected visit to the doctor was likely the result of some sudden emotional upheaval, and he was in dire need of a mood lift. Thus, she enlisted Ma Lingling to engage in games, ensuring the ambience remained spirited. Her actions had a profound effect on Xiao Yu. Though he neither sang nor drank, he found himself drawn into the game by Jiang Ye Nai He, sharing laughter amidst the revelry. The warmth of the private room, with its ample heating and air conditioning, rendered wearing short sleeves quite comfortable. However, Jiang Ye Nai He felt a chill, aware that she might be coming down with a cold. Fearing that her condition might disrupt the enjoyment of others, she consumed copious amounts of fruit wine to warm herself. By the time the gathering concluded, she was pleasantly tipsy. Her mind remained clear, albeit somewhat airy. As the year drew to a close, the temperatures of late winter began to rise, the wind no longer biting as it had been. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening when she noticed a long-haired man standing nearby, serenading passers-by with an electronic keyboard. She approached slowly, pausing at a distance where others began to gather, some of whom joined in with the song. The man was performing a familiar tune, one that piqued her interest. It struck her that she had spent the evening engrossed in games and drinks, without singing a single note herself. Casting a glance at the quietly observant Xiao Yu, she fished 2 bills from her pocket and stepped forward, placing the money in the man's keyboard case. "Excuse me, may I sing a song?" she inquired, her voice light and slightly unsteady. The man chuckled and stepped aside, granting her access. She swayed slightly as she approached, her classmates wide-eyed and whispering, undoubtedly convinced she had overindulged. With her hands spread open, fingers poised over the keys, she took a moment to gather her thoughts before seamlessly joining the melody the man had played. A tender, flowing tone emanated from the microphone, carried by the gentle breeze. "Even if the whole world turns away from you, I shall remain by your side," she sang, her gaze lowered, pouring her heart into the performance. And the crowd fell silent, captivated by her sincerity. The classmates were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the treasure of a girl they had come to know, whose talents seemed boundless. Xiao Yuyang lifted his chin, his eyes trembling in disbelief. What merit did he possess? How fortunate could he be? She was rushing towards him. Jiang Ye Nai He had caught a cold. Under the influence of alcohol, she soon collapsed onto a stone bench, refusing to move any further. Chapter 92, Little Jiang. "I really like you." She was aware that she had been swept away by him. Upon opening the door, Xiao Yu found her squinting as she surveyed her surroundings. The moonlight flooded through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating half of the living room. She mumbled, "Xiao Yu, your home is so bright. It must be quite comfortable for a midday nap." In an instant, the concept of home held a different significance for him. "You'll feel it tomorrow." The boy's bedroom mirrored his personality, simple yet impeccably clean. The bed, adorned with a white and ocean blue headboard, was a modest single bed measuring 1.5 meters, accompanied by a pristine mat beside it. The wardrobe and desk complemented the headboard, with the desk positioned by the window, meticulously organized and adorned with numerous bookmarks amidst the study materials. The girl appeared to be utterly exhausted, her coat and shoes having been removed by Xiao Yu. As he gently placed her on the bed, his arm brushed against her foot. Coming from the south, she wore thin mint green knee-high socks and breathable white sports shoes. Unprepared for the chill of winter, her feet were icy. After covering her with a blanket, he left the room for a while. Jiang Ye Nai He was on the verge of drifting into slumber, yet she felt a stirring near her feet, followed by the comforting warmth of a hot water bottle being placed beneath them. Her petite head burrowed into the quilt like a little kitten. How could Xiao Yu be so tender? I recall that during my childhood, it was my grandmother who attended to my every need. The inept He Chu focused more on participation than on actual care. In the 4th grade, when my grandmother went to another city, I began to cultivate my independence. Moreover, with improved living conditions in the future, He Chu never relied on her own hands for matters that could be solved with money. Such meticulous thoughtfulness was something that the inept He Chu could scarcely conceive. The air around was filled with the faint scent of grass emanating from Xiao Yu, and the quilt held not only the fragrance of grass, but also other subtle aromas, as if it bore the essence of him after a refreshing bath. Suddenly, I recalled the emotional queries posed by Ma Lingling. In truth, I could have nodded in acknowledgement long ago. After Xiao Yu finished tidying up, he sat on the mat, illuminating a physics Olympiad workbook with a small flashlight. I knew that with him by my side, I could sleep soundly and dream sweetly. I lost track of time. Eventually, the young man felt drowsy. He set down his pen and book, leaning his head on his arm atop the bed, watching the girl whose breathing was steady in slumber. He puffed his cheeks playfully and softly murmured, "Xiao Jiang, I really like you." The air fell silent for about 10 seconds before the silly girl abruptly kicked off the quilt, mumbling, "5 champions, 666. Xiao Yu blinked, slowly rising to cover her with the quilt once more, a helpless smile curling at the corners of his lips. Truly foolish. Another morning dawned. Jiang Ye Nai He naturally awoke, every cell in her body languid and numb, devoid of the discomfort of a hangover, but rather enveloped in the cozy reluctance to rise. Had it not been for the unfamiliar surroundings, she might have believed she was in her own home in the year 2029. After residing in a place for an extended period, it seems as though a magnetic field emerges between a person and their environment. She lingered for a few moments before rising from the bed and noticed a pair of pale pink cotton slippers by the bedside, likely belonging to Xiao Yu's mother. Upon descending from the bed and opening the door, she caught sight of Xiao Yu, curled up on the chaise longue, sound asleep under a deep blue-striped blanket. She scratched her head. Although she had never inquired about Xiao Yu's exact height, she knew Jiang Ling was 184 centimeters tall, and Xiao Yu was slightly taller, presumably around 186 centimeters. Such a towering figure. Yet here he was, sleeping on the sofa in a manner that was both pitiable and aesthetically pleasing, stirring a natural feminine instinct within her. Just the sight of him caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Shifting her focus, she politely explored his home. She suspected that Xiao Yu might have obsessive-compulsive tendencies and a mild aversion to dirt. His abode was impeccably clean, with every item meticulously arranged and colors harmoniously coordinated. However, there were no photographs of his parents, nor any of himself. The unused bedroom had been transformed into a study, housing a piano, entirely covered by a long dust cover. Whose instrument could this be? Was it Xiao Yu's? While her perception of Xiao Yu had softened, she still found him to possess a cool demeanor with a hint of mischief. It was difficult to envision what his temperament would be like while playing the piano. As she passed the bookshelf, she noticed several trophies and certificates, yet devoid of photographs. One trophy caught her eye, the champion of the Qin Province Youth Sanda tournament, dated 2004. She also possesses a trophy of the same kind, albeit one from 2025, 21 years later than his. After a brief glance around, she made her way to the restroom. The lavatory was well lit, its decor remaining elegantly simple and pristine in white. Upon opening the door, sunlight cascaded upon her. The door faced the toilet, with the sink to the right, accompanied by a washing machine beside it. To the right, there was a semi-enclosed shower partition. Turning back to the mirror, she noticed a neatly arranged assortment of items atop the washing machine. Along with a handwritten note from Xiao Yu, "Toiletries and pajamas are my mother's." There was a gray-handled toothbrush, a translucent rinsing cup, a white towel, and matching pump bottles of body wash and shampoo, alongside a set of pale pink pajamas. She found herself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, she became curious about the nature of Xiao Yu's mother, who, despite having such unsatisfactory paternal relatives, managed to raise Xiao Yu to be so considerate and gentle, attending to every detail. After spending over half an hour bathing, she emerged to find Xiao Yu still asleep. She lingered in the living room for a moment before stealthily approaching the sofa and crouching down. Xiao Yu curled up tightly, resembling a wronged puppy. Her gaze gradually shifted to his face, which bore not a single blemish. Even the contours of his visage flowed with remarkable grace. His eyelashes were long and thick. A singular word came to mind: exquisite. After some contemplation, she took out her phone and modified Xiao Yu's QQ nickname to Xiao Crybaby Eyelash Prince Exquisite Yu. Having completed the change, she found herself feeling rather bored. When would Xiao Yu awaken? What should she do in the meantime? His gaze gradually fell upon Xiao Yu's dark and lustrous hair. In his mind's eye, it seemed as though a small dog was staring at him, as if it would extend its tongue and slobber on his face in the next instant. With a sudden start, he opened his eyes, only to find Jiang Ye Nai He clutching her phone tightly, her wide eyes fixed upon him. He blinked in surprise, and she blinked back, her eyes widening even further before she cast a fleeting glance towards his head. "Is there something on my head?" The moment Xiao Yu reached up from beneath the covers to touch his scalp, he noticed the girl suddenly displaying a flustered expression akin to that of a small hamster. Then he felt it. Jiang Ye Nai He had playfully tied 2 green onions atop his head. Her eyes were round and innocent, conveying a sense of, "I may have erred, but you cannot be angry with me." Xiao Yu was not angry. Rather, he was intrigued. How had she managed such a remarkable feat? He recalled that her father, Jiang Ling, seemed rather reserved in the presence of the opposite sex. Chapter 93. Angry, very angry, exceedingly angry. He remained silent, prompting Jiang Ye Nai He to concede. "I was wrong." He removed the 2 hair ties from his head and extended his hand. She pursed her lips, hesitating to extend her hand, fearing he might strike her in retaliation. With a sigh, Xiao Yu turned her hand over and placed the 2 hair ties in her palm. "What time is it?" 12:46, she replied, momentarily taken aback. "You're not angry with me?" Observing her adorably dazed expression, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes playfully. "Angry, very angry, exceedingly angry." After saying this, he threw off the covers and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Her face lit up with a smile. "Are you going to cook for me?" "Otherwise what? I can eat anything." She cheerfully followed him, exclaiming, "I will lend you a hand." Arriving at the refrigerator, Xiao Yu opened it, and she silently gasped in surprise, forming an O shape with her mouth. He had arranged the vegetables neatly, with half of the produce and meat wrapped in cling film. She stole another glance at the young man, whose tall figure appeared warm under the sunlight, his fair skin glowing. Indeed, the boys of her parents' generation are remarkably exceptional. Living with someone like him would surely be exceedingly comfortable. He took out the meat and said, "I'll make you some stir-fried pork." "Stir-fried pork? Sounds great." She delighted in this dish. Her grandmother made it exceptionally well, surpassing even the best restaurants. However, before she could assist, a shocking call from Jiang Ling interrupted her. It took her over an hour to handle the situation with Jiang Ling. When she returned to the kitchen, Xiao Yu had already prepared a simple lunch and set it on the dining table. With just the 2 of them, he had cooked 2 dishes, stir-fried pork and celery with dried tofu. Perhaps being a tall young man naturally exuded a sense of security, causing her to nearly overlook that he had just turned 18. Seated across from him, she gazed at the delectable home-cooked dishes, momentarily lost in thought. If the future remained unchanged, and if she were not here today, would he have to endure years of solitude, ultimately leading to a premature end to his youthful life? The future old Wang spoke of his fate with uncertainty, carrying the weight of hearsay. Individuals endowed with exceptional intelligence often possess the ability to perceive matters with remarkable clarity. However, an acute understanding of life can sometimes lead to a devastating despair, resulting in a relinquishment of both existence and the world itself. She currently ponders that Xiao Yu may not have met an untimely demise at the hands of others. Perhaps it is merely the aging Wang from 2 decades hence who has mistakenly conflated the fate of Xiao Yu's father with that of Xiao Yu himself. Moreover, She contemplates that if no one cares for him, loves him, or offers him hope, Xiao Yu might easily succumb to despair. In stark contrast, the late Jiang Ling, despite his own youth, enjoyed far greater happiness. He was surrounded by a family that cherished and supported him, free from the burdens of daily sustenance, and even had a wife and children at an early age. Reflecting on these thoughts fills her with an increasing sense of panic, a disquiet that seems to reverberate through her very being. In truth, she trembles, though she remains unaware of it. Xiao Yu, noticing the subtle tremors in her frame, silently pushes her bowl of rice toward her and gently places his hand against her forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Perhaps you have caught a cold? Fortunately, she has not shed any tears, merely stifling a sniffle, which indeed resembles the onset of a cold. It must be. Xiao Yu nods. Let us eat first. Obediently, she picks up her chopsticks, taking a mouthful of rice to suppress her emotions before sampling his culinary skills. As she places a slice of meat in her mouth and chews once, she suddenly looks up at Xiao Yu in disbelief. Her reaction startles him, and he furrows his brow. Is it not to your liking? It is extraordinarily delicious, she exclaims, a wave of astonishment washing over her. It is not merely good. The flavor is an exact replica of her grandmother's cooking. Something feels amiss. The location of Xiao Yu's home mirrors that of her future abode, and now the taste of the dishes he prepares is indistinguishable from those made by her beloved grandmother. Suddenly, she recalled an uncle mentioned by He Chu, her idol who had traveled to a distant place. Whenever He Chu brought up that uncle, her grandmother would become sorrowful. Moreover, He Chu had remarked that her idol's father was involved in unsavory circles and hoped he would cultivate some self-defense skills, thus sending him to the Songshan martial arts school. This seemed to resonate with Xiao Yu. Her heart raced faster. Could it be? She took another couple of bites of her meal and said, Xiao Yu, may I ask you something? Sure, he replied. I visited other rooms in your house and noticed a trophy for Sanda champion in the study. Where did you learn Sanda? Her pupils quivered slightly as she continued. I also saw a piano in your house. Can you play it? Yes, he answered, in an attempt to conceal her internal astonishment. She hastily resumed eating. Indeed, that useless idol of He Chu was most likely Xiao Yu. Throughout her life, she had lived in the shadow of someone, the idol of He Chu. Her mother had insisted she learn the skills possessed by her idol, while she had sought specialized teachers for everything else. The piano, however, was taught by her grandmother. Was there a connection between Xiao Yu, He Chu, and her grandmother? Could Xiao Yu possibly be a relative of her grandmother? Might he share a bloodline with He Chu? Oh heavens! Could she too be related to Xiao Yu? No. That seems unlikely. If there were truly a blood relationship, He Chu would not refer to her idol as an uncle. She would surely say your maternal uncle. After all, uncle denotes a relative from the paternal side. Despite He Chu's other shortcomings, she was quite adept at discerning familial relations. She even knew how to address her third aunt's cousin's maternal uncle. What if, in a moment of exasperation, an uncle were to utter such words, leaving He Chu too weary to provide a lengthy explanation? Oh, please, no. The boy who stirs her heart is her long-lost uncle. What a terrifying romantic drama this is. Cough, cough. She was almost choked by the very thought, her mind racing with panic. Time, please hurry along. She can scarcely wait to reunite with her inept mother. Ms. He Chu, come forth and clarify this for me. Xiao Yu quickly rose, a smile gracing his face as he went to fetch her some water. He was quite pleased to see her eat so hastily that she nearly choked. As long as she relished his culinary skills, that was sufficient for him. Take your time. All right, I shall. However, Jiang Ling remained skeptical that she was genuinely seeking Ma Lingling, insisting she appear in Sanya by nightfall. In the afternoon, Xiao Yu accompanied her to the airport. In the vast terminal, a multitude of passengers bustled about, with some in summer attire and others donned in winter coats. Jiang Ye Nai He was not alone in this peculiar sight. In such a densely populated locale, he too felt an innate discomfort, accompanied by a tinge of inferiority. She could traverse freely between the snow-laden north and the perpetually spring-like south, while he could not. Yet, just before she was to board, he called out to her, "Little Jiang." He stepped closer, adjusting her hat, which had become askew. With an air of calmness, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder to fix it. At that moment, as the girl shyly averted her gaze, he suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace, tighter than she had ever held him. Her small head nestled against his chest, where she could feel the strong and rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. "Thank you," he said. "See you in spring." She was off to the warm embrace of Hainan. Yet her spring awaited her in city. Chapter 94, Jiangsu and Hua, shall we gaze upon the sea together? His anticipation was palpable. Thus, he resolved to exert himself even more. The driving examination system of the 2000s lacked the refinement of future iterations. After successfully passing the theoretical test, the Jiang father and daughter duo practiced maneuvering for 8 hours a day, ultimately conquering the practical driving test in just 7 days. The third examination was merely a matter of performance, and both were audacious individuals, swiftly obtaining their driving licenses. 1 week before the commencement of the new term, Xiao Yu unexpectedly encountered Jiang Ling and Lu Qi at an internet CAF, with the intention of inquiring after their gaming session. He was taken aback 2 hours later when Jiang Ye Nai He posted an update. It was a photograph of her navigating a tricycle along a rural gravel road, clad in an elderly purple floral cotton jacket, donning burlap gloves, her pink hair wrapped in a vibrant green scarf. She nonchalantly tucked her hands into her sleeves while crossing her legs. Her cotton shoes, with layered soles, faced the camera, adorned with what appeared to be a pellet of sheep dung. Behind her, she sat in the driver's seat of a blue Shearfoam tricycle, with a vast expanse of golden corn stretching behind her. In that moment, the fluttering excitement of their reunion within Xiao Yu's heart was extinguished by her ludicrous appearance. Seemingly beyond resurrection, Xiao Yu thought. He eagerly awaited to see just how absurd she could become next. Yet, the silly girl proved that there was no limit to her absurdity. On the day of the new term, a significant drop in temperature swept across the north. Nonetheless, on the first day of school, everyone adorned themselves exquisitely, even if it was merely to catch a few glances from the object of their secret affection. However, Jiang Ye Nai He donned an elderly cotton coat adorned with opulent golden flowers in a rich purple hue, paired with tapered camouflage trousers and a pair of hand-stitched black cotton shoes. She ambled alone through the campus, her large backpack slung over her shoulders. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi walked ahead of her, maintaining a distance of 5 meters. When she sprinted to catch up, Jiang Ling noticed and swiftly pulled Lu Qi away. Fearing that his illustrious reputation might be tarnished by this foolish girl, Lu Qi inquired, "Are you really not waiting for Xiao Yi?" Jiang Ling gritted his teeth. This silly girl, better off without her. Lu Qi, perplexed, wondered, does she not realize that she recently topped the poll for campus beauty on the forum? Why is she choosing this path of self-sabotage? Some were astonished while others mocked her, yet she remained unfazed. Having been an internet sensation for so long, she had grown numb to all reactions. As she ascended the staircase, she inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Yu and 2 boys from their class descending, each carrying a stack of homework. Xiao Yu had gotten a haircut, looking even more polished than before, his masculine features accentuated. Clad in a light green cotton jacket over a crisp white shirt, his beige straight-leg trousers and light-colored sneakers exuded youthful charm. Abandoning the drab black, white, and gray palette, he appeared more handsome than ever, radiant and striking. This transformation was a suggestion from his therapist, who advised him to wear lighter colors to uplift his spirits, which might also attract the affections of a spirited young lady, aiding his mental struggles. However, what truly occupied Xiao Yu's thoughts was the latter suggestion. He longed for her admiration. Her eyes sparkled as she instinctively switched to admiration mode upon seeing him. "Xiao Yu, where are you headed?" Yet, the handsome lad stood there, momentarily stunned, replying, "I am delivering winter vacation homework." Did she really come to school dressed in such a bewildering manner? After such a long absence, didn't she wish to present herself beautifully for a chance encounter and a few exchanged words? Xiao Jiang appeared utterly unconcerned with his opinions, seemingly driven by a genuine desire to forge a friendship with him. Though Xiao Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, he had been diligently adhering to his medication lately, which had rendered his emotions quite stable, diminishing the shadows of pessimism. Her indifference towards him mattered little. He resolved to exert a little more effort. He hesitated, taking in her appearance with a thoughtful gaze, and silently remarked on the uniqueness of her attire. The young girl tossed her braided hair and cheerfully exclaimed, "It was freezing at Ling O's hometown, and her grandmother took me to the market to buy this. It's so warm." She resembled a simple, kind-hearted village elder, enthusiastically lifting the hem of her garment to reveal a cozy orange lining. Her endearing naivety only grew more charming with each glance. He blinked, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. "Well, as long as it's warm, I shall take my leave now." "All right," she replied, extending her hand in a cheerful wave. He immediately noticed the dry, dark red patch on the back of her hand, near her thumb, a likely reaction from tending to crops. Was this intentional? It felt rather clever. Today she dressed so quaintly, only to surprise everyone with an exquisite look tomorrow. Goodness. She would surely capture the admiration of all the boys in school. With her beauty as her ally, it had to be deliberate. It is not as such. I heard from someone in class 184 that she assisted Ma Lingling's grandparents with shucking corn and grinding grain last week. She did not bring warm clothing. So her grandmother took her to the market to purchase an outfit. The elderly, lacking an understanding of fashion, selected something of good quality and warmth. I find her quite admirable, showing genuine respect for her elders, rather than merely donning a FAA day in the village for a day or two. She truly embraced the experience. Nonsense. Would a wealthy person go to the village to shuck corn? Yet, there are photographs. Perhaps they were staged for effect. Have you seen it? In the online poll for school beauty, she ranks first. I think she ought to be village beauty instead. Indeed. Although Han Yu may not seem particularly commendable at the moment, she possesses a blend of academic excellence, good looks, and a well-off background, alongside being multi-talented and impeccably dressed every day, exuding grace. This is what a school beauty should embody. Naturally, Jiang Ling is also displeased and, on the first day of school, approached his daughter alone with impure intentions. Xiao Yu ignored him and turned to his daughter, saying, "Let me see your hand." Jiang Ye Nai He was taken aback. When did he notice? She shyly extended her hand, explaining, "It's nothing serious, just an allergy to corn silk." "I know," he replied, retrieving a round tin of herbal, hormone-free ointment and a tube of hand cream from his pocket. At that moment, more astonished than Jiang Ye Nai He was Jiang Ling, her father. He had previously felt a pang of concern upon seeing his daughter's hand, but assuming she could manage it with her wealth, he had refrained from worrying. Although he felt guilty toward his daughter, he was even more inclined to confront Xiao Yu. Jiang Ye Nai He joyfully caught the gift, inquiring when it was prepared. "It's for you. Stop asking so many questions," Xiao Yu replied with a smile, playfully curling his fingers before heading to class. The news of Xiao Yu gifting hand cream to little Jiang quickly spread. Chapter 95. I will secretly give birth to a daughter, stunning everyone. Many girls, heartbroken yet admiring, felt that Xiao Yu had triumphed over Jiang Ling, becoming the most handsome in the school. Who could resist the meticulous care of a handsome man? But was it that Xiao Yu was inherently gentle, or had he always been indifferent until meeting Jiang Ye Nai He? He reassured himself it was nothing. In 4 or 5 years, she would transform into a little baby, and Xiao Yu would be waiting for her cries. She simply found the clothing comfortable and appealing. This spring, Xiao Yu once again became the focal point of the entire school in academics. In the spring of 2007, he secured first place in the National High School Physics Olympiad, and this year, he was selected for the APHO national team, destined for intensive training in Yuching. The APHO, the Asian Physics Olympiad, is not only a competition for the academically gifted, but also a platform for the nation to strive for honor. Xiao Yu emerged as one of the top 3 from over 300 high schools in Qin province, with 310,000 high school students, alongside 2 others from the prestigious Anqing No. 1 High School and the affiliated school of an university. This achievement became a matter of utmost importance for the teachers of No. 9 High School if Xiao Yu were to win an award. The school's standing in higher education would soar. Consequently, all expenses for Xiao Yu's training and competition would be covered by the school, allowing him to focus solely on the contest. Meanwhile, No. 9 High School also had its own activities. After Xiao Yu's departure, Jiang Ye Nai He experienced a profound understanding of loneliness for the first time. The absence of Xiao Yu on campus left her heart feeling perpetually hollow. In pursuit of a brighter future, Xiao Yu dedicated herself to her studies, sacrificing numerous leisure activities, determined not to fall too far behind. Spring brought with it an atmosphere of ambition, intertwined with the sweet scent of budding romance. The senior girl, who was quite renowned at school for her striking beauty, was notably introverted and preferred solitude, embodying the essence of a truly aloof girl. When He Ziyi first arrived at Jiuzhou, many had mentioned her name in the campus beauty discussion threads, but her understated demeanor led others to gradually refrain from bothering her. No one anticipated that she would audaciously confess her feelings for Jiang Ling while entangled in rumors with Zhang Jiahui. Yet, it was understandable. With merely 3 months until graduation, silence would likely lead to missed opportunities. Even a senior who maintained a good rapport with Jiang Ling spoke up for his peers. "Old Jiang, it must be fate. Your cousin's name contains he. You should be with Ziyi." In this moment, Lu Qi recalled how non-mainstream individuals often playfully twisted "I love you" into "Ao-Nai-Nai." And connecting it to Jiang Ling's previous name, he surmised, "Xiao Yi, does your name imply that your father loves your mother? Is your mother perhaps He Ziyi?" Her eyes are quite expressive, and her complexion is fair. Jiang Ye Nai He broke into a cold sweat, eager to dispel any potential misunderstandings. She hastily fabricated an explanation. The he in my name signifies seedling. Nai He represents the sprouts in the fields, symbolizing my hope to grow robustly. It is not related to He Ziyi. Moreover, the surname He is rather uncommon in other regions, yet there are quite a few in our neighboring counties and cities. She even enlisted the help of the spirited Ma Lingling, who pointed out how many girls with the surname He attend our school. There are dozens. Interestingly, in the first year, there is even a girl named He Chu Chu who has a crush on Jiang Ling. Startled, Jiang Ye Nai hurried to catch a glimpse during the break, relieved to find she was not her mother. Jiang Ling, however, felt no attraction towards He Zi and gracefully declined her advances. Yet, his rejection of the beautiful senior only intensified the bond he shared with Zhang Jiehui, leading to multiple posts on the forum speculating when Zhang Jiehui would finally make her move on Jiang Ling. Upon seeing these threads, Jiang Ling merely scoffed, thinking, let them speculate as they wish. My secret ambition is to quietly bring forth a daughter who will astonish everyone. As the days passed, life continued amidst the rigors of mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, and geography. In the final semester of their second year, many began to contemplate their futures. Some aimed to excel in the college entrance examination, making sacrifices to enroll in better high schools, while others transitioned from smaller towns. The flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the willow branches swayed gracefully. Jiang Ye Nai languidly listened as Ma Lingling and several female classmates animatedly discussed the recently serialized Tiny Times from the magazine. She mused over the tragic ending where all the protagonists perished in flames, and the sight of her classmates deeply engrossed only fueled her dark amusement. However, when they spoke of their aspirations for campus life, her thoughts drifted to Xiao Yu. Having participated in the APHO, he had already ventured beyond Anqing. She was curious about what his university life would entail in a broader world, and whether he would encounter remarkable classmates or attract the admiration of many outstanding girls. With his abilities and appearance, he might very well turn his university years into his own glorious era. Yet, she had yet to contemplate where she would go after her senior year. Suddenly, a wave of dejection and confusion washed over her. After a minute or two, Ma Lingling and the others abruptly ceased their conversation, as did their classmates nearby, all gazing in shock towards a particular direction. Only Jiang Xiji, lost in her own thoughts, remained oblivious. She turned around, and confirmation struck her. There he was. The radiant expression on her face was one of sheer excitement. Xiao Yu. The boy in the white shirt stood out brilliantly in the sunlight, flashing a gentle smile as he greeted her. Little Jiang. He tilted his chin, beckoning her to look at his chest. Lowering her gaze, she was astonished. A gold medal. She had known he would achieve it. His long, gentle eyes sparkled like flowing water as he softly declared, "This is for you." For her. Such a meaningful medal bestowed upon her. It made her acutely aware that she was indeed a cherished friend of Xiao Yu. Swelling with pride, she confidently accepted it under the watchful eyes of the entire school. Then I shall graciously accept it. Soon, curious classmates swarmed around to admire the gold medal, including Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, who glowered as they took a peek. That brilliance, which rightfully belonged to Xiao Yu, was instead bestowed upon the girl he adored. While he stood as a mere observer, watching her bask in the affection of the crowd, smiling with delight. Chapter 96. How could this possibly be her mother? Lu Qi scoffed. Damn it, Xiao Yu is indeed formidable. Out of millions of high school students nationwide, only 8 were selected to compete against the best physics students from across Asia, and he is one of them. Lu Qi. The value of that medal does not lie in whether it is pure gold or merely gilded. Alas, I regret not having studied diligently. Otherwise, the glory of serving the country would have been mine, not that of Xiao Yu. Jiang Ling. I don't care. He is simply trying to seduce my daughter. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and then chuckled darkly. Little Yi knows all too well that she will eventually leave. She is undoubtedly aware of it in her heart. Let him try to entice her. It would be a miracle if he succeeded. Jiang Ling thought for a moment and then smiled. Although I generally despise girls who toy with boys' feelings, I now fervently wish my daughter were that kind of person, one who leads boys around in circles while remaining untouched herself. If chaos ensues, I will shield her. Lu Qi paused, and then their juvenile, reckless thoughts aligned. If I had a daughter, I would think the same. As Jiang Ye Nai He basked in the glory belonging to Xiao Yu among her classmates, she felt quite pleased, but it was rather awkward with the teachers. When the school staff sought to admire the medal, they bypassed Xiao Yu and flocked to class 184 to find her. Some young teachers even teased her, asking, "Why did Xiao Yu give you this medal, Nai He?" Who knows? Could it be that Xiao Yu has a crush on her? Perhaps it is merely to provoke me. the illustrious top student with inflated accolades, to participate in some competition. She replied. The principal was even more delighted than Xiao Yu herself, as this would likely attract some exceptional new students next semester. To encourage academic excellence, the principal generously awarded Xiao Yu a monetary reward from his own pocket. As for Xiao Yu himself, he maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. The moment the weekend passed, he hurried off to an internet CAF. Perhaps this is what it means to be a prodigy. Life returned to its usual rhythm. In Jiang Ye Nai he was once again able to see Xiao Yu every day. A few days later, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky. Yesterday, Mr. Wang assigned the task of memorizing classical Chinese literature, and many students were cramming at the last minute. Time, ever mischievous, slips away in the blink of an eye. Just when one wishes for it to slow down, the piercing sound of the class bell jolted some students into despair as Mr. Wang entered the room. However, trailing behind him was a new classmate who instantly captured the attention of the entire class. Her hair was a voluminous, lion-like mane of brown curls, and her bangs obscured most of her face, leaving only a small portion visible. Despite this, her eyes were adorned with thick eyeliner, which, while initially appearing unproblematic, revealed its uneven application upon closer inspection. A thick layer of foundation rendered her complexion a ghastly white. In addition to this, she wore an oversized rose-pink sweatshirt. Her hands tucked into the sleeves, and her backpack, with delicate straps, hung limply from her elbow, resting against her lower back. She sported black ripped leggings, with red canvas shoes exposing green socks, standing awkwardly with her feet turned inward. While the school had its fair share of nonconformists, none quite resembled her. Many could not suppress their laughter, yet Jiang Ye Nai he found no humor in the situation. Despite the differences, this was indeed Liang Shang. Ever since adding Liang Shang on QQ, she had frequently posted selfies in her space, and just the day before, she had shared a picture in that very pink outfit. She had truly transferred to 9th middle school. At the appropriate moment, Old Wang rapped the blackboard eraser. Silence. This is our new female classmate for this semester. I expect everyone to get along well with her. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door swung open, prompting the entire class to erupt in laughter. Jiang Ling. Old Wang bellowed immediately. What kind of behavior is that? Do you want me to call your father? Jiang Ling steadied herself and, alongside Lu Qi, approached their seats while avoiding Liang Shang. As she drew near to Jiang Ye Nai He, she casually inquired, What on earth is that? Her daughter, feeling exasperated, replied, A transfer student. Just as Jiang Ling and Lu Qi settled in, their curiosity piqued by Liang Shang on stage, Old Wang suddenly directed Liang Shang, He Chu, please take a seat in the 4th row from the back. What? Upon hearing the name mentioned by Old Wang, Jiang Ye Nai He froze for a few seconds. Regaining her composure, she asked Jiang Ling, Dad, what did Old Wang say this new classmate's name was? Jiang Ling chuckled unabashedly. He Chu. The name is quite ordinary, but her appearance is utterly ghastly. Lu Qi joined in the laughter. Old Jiang, yet another he in the mix. Shut up, don't tease me, Jiang Ling retorted. Inside Jiang Ye Nai he felt an overwhelming surge of disbelief. In the spring of 2008, a girl named He Chu appeared in Jiang Ling's class. Other than her mother, she could conjure no other figures in her mind. Could this Liang Shang actually be her family's He Chu? Goodness, I can't recognize her at all. That thick eyeliner and lion's mane hairstyle completely obscured her facial features and eye contours. What kind of century-old mystery is this? Yet photographs are static, and most of Liang Shang's selfies are pouting shots, offering no clues to her mouth shape. Upon encountering the living, I was struck by how much her mouth resembled that of my mother. She raised her hand and pressed her fingers into her mouth, fearing that she might not be able to bear the thought of biting her tongue to end it all. How could this be her mother? How could her mother be so cold and lifeless? Moreover, Old Wang had assigned He Chu to the seat directly in front of Jiang Ling. He Chu approached her future desk mate and said, Classmate, could you please tidy up your books? As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Ye Nai he bit her own tongue in pain. Who is she, and where is she? Why does He Chu's voice sound so repulsive? As if she is deliberately adopting a childish tone? Jiang Ling and Lu Qi exchanged mocking glances. Once He Chu settled down, Jiang Ye Nai he steadied her emotions and grasped Jiang Ling's hand with her other hand. Dad, am I cold? You're perfectly warm, Jiang Ling replied, glancing sideways, bewildered by her odd behavior. No, I just feel that my hand is cold. It wasn't cold, it was fear. In that moment, she even imagined that she had never been born and would vanish at any moment. How blind must Jiang Ling be to ignite a spark of affection with someone like He Chu? Not only did Jiang Ling, the school heartthrob, disdain her, but she too found such a mother intolerable. He Chu's penchant for the non-mainstream was something she could respect, but this excessive pretense of cuteness was truly unsettling. Chapter 97. Could it be that she had misjudged everything before? She absolutely refused to acknowledge that this was her mother. The arrogant young master, Jiang Ling, who usually looked down on others, now regarded He Chu as if she were a monkey at a circus. He snatched the note from her, unfolding it. Though He Chu's demeanor was quite eccentric, her handwriting was unexpectedly elegant. Are you Xiao Nai? Jiang Ling remembered the coldness of the past. Before the daughter passed the note, he patted He Chu's shoulder first. He Chu turned around, and Jiang Ling, gazing at her ghostly visage, stifled a laugh. So, you were Liang Shang? At this moment, Old Wang had already commenced his lecture. Jiang Ling's voice was hushed, audible only to their row and He Chu. He Chu pursed her pale lips and glanced at Jiang Ye Nai He. Just as the daughter was about to clarify, Jiang Ling, with a distinct lack of respect, remarked, I've seen your photo. You look different from it. How long did you edit that picture? How did you transform from a ghostly figure into a beauty? Teach me. Would you? Despite his disdain, the daughter would not permit her father to mistreat her mother. She was on the verge of expressing her annoyance when He Chu, with a smile, playfully replied in an exaggeratedly childlike tone, I'll teach you during computer class. Upon finishing her sentence, she even puffed out her cheeks in a theatrical manner. Not only Jiang Ling, but even the daughter felt a shiver run down her spine. Jiang Ling quickly lifted his book to shield his eyes, fearing that prolonged exposure might lead to nightmares. Jiang Ye Nai He felt suffocated. It was hard to imagine the future developments after such a tumultuous initial encounter between her parents. The daughter reluctantly passed the note along, though she sensed that Lu Qi and Jiang Ling wouldn't be so frivolous as to discuss He Chu's status in the dance troupe. She still cautioned them not to meddle. As the subsequent lessons unfolded, she found it impossible to concentrate, her ears attuned to Jiang Ling and Lu Qi's critiques and jests about non-mainstream culture and the sham art phenomenon, while her eyes remained fixated on He Chu's every action. He Chu was not paying attention in class. She either pulled out a non-mainstream notebook to jot down notes or took out her phone to chat on QQ. She was truly infuriated. Jiang Ling, He Chu has no grievances with you. You mock her, and on top of that, you invade her privacy. Don't you think your character is questionable and your manners appalling? Is this how your father taught you to treat others? Perhaps she understood why He Chu had transferred to this class. It might be that Old Wang was indifferent to He Chu's attire and accepted her as she was. Jiang Ling was displeased. If you don't want to look, then don't. But if you keep talking like that, all right. I respect the elderly and cherish the young, Jiang Ling grumbled, pulling out a comic book. As the class was about to begin, He Chu was the last to enter the classroom. However, from the moment she stepped inside, the expressions of the students in the front row shifted dramatically. A foul odor emanated from her, and many gazes turned more peculiar and disdainful. As she walked further in, the stench enveloped the entire class, prompting several students to wave their books in an attempt to dispel it. Jiang Ye Nai He was bewildered. She couldn't bear the notion that the odor was emanating from He Chu, while Lu Qi had already risen to open the window. Her deskmate was reluctant to let her take her seat. Just as He Chu was about to speak, Jiang Ling abruptly adopted a pompous demeanor and shouted, Are you incapable of taking care of yourself? Did you soil your pants? You filled the classroom with this stench. Don't you have any self-awareness? Get out. Jiang Ye Nai He recognized the root of Jiang Ling's fury. After spending time with her father, she realized that although he was not good at household chores, he always kept things impeccably tidy, had a penchant for grooming, and enjoyed wearing perfume. He did have a habit of secretly smoking, yet he changed his clothes daily, ensuring he always smelled delightful. Even at home, if their grandfather consumed something foul, this unfilial son would throw a fit. In summary, at the tender age of 18, she already embodies the characteristics of a domineering figure. She can tolerate unpleasant odors, yet she cannot abide foul smells. Although Jiang Ling's words to He Chu were rather excessive, the atrocious stench permeating the classroom truly affects others. Jiang Ye Nai He rose and pondered for a moment before inquiring, He Chu, is there anything I can assist you with? She began to suspect that He Chu might be suffering from some ailment that hindered her ability to care for herself. Otherwise, she could not fathom how a future mother could be so odorous. It was simply unbearable. Her deskmate promptly handed her a pen along with other items. He Chu stepped outside, standing in the corridor, yet the rancid smell within the classroom lingered stubbornly. An increasing number of classmates unabashedly mocked He Chu, their words far from kind. After some contemplation, she too picked up her textbook and made her way out. Jiang Ling shouted, Where are you going? Jiang Ye Nai He exhaled deeply, remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, a teacher approached, intending to ask something, but was deterred by the foul odor. Understandingly, the teacher praised Jiang Ye Nai He, stating, "Not only does Nai He excel academically, but she also cares for her classmates. Others should learn from her." Jiang Ye Nai He had no time for such remarks. She cast a glance at Chu, observing her intently. Chu seemed utterly indifferent to the disdain of her classmates and did not appear to find her own odor embarrassing. She calmly perused her book, unable to contain herself. Her friend remarked, "Chu, where does that smell come from?" She addressed Chu's name with ease, a reflection of their future friendship during which they would often call each other by name when not arguing. This particular familiarity ignited Jiang Ye Nai He's frustration. Chu had always been the same from childhood to adulthood. Matters she wished to remain unspoken could never be extracted from her. Burdened with a heavy heart, she endured until the class concluded, only to find that the teacher had extended the lesson. Students from neighboring classes, upon exiting their classrooms, were astonished to see her standing outside. Xiao Yu also emerged from class 180 and, upon noticing her, hurried over, only to be repelled by an unpleasant odor. Steadying himself, he approached her, glanced at Chu, and inquired of Xiao Jiang, "Did you two have a fight?" Jiang Ye Nai He, perplexed by how he reached such a conclusion, shook her head. "No, nothing happened." However, she quickly pondered the possibility that Xiao Yu might know Chu. Once he confirmed there was no altercation, Xiao Yu averted his gaze from Chu and simply stated, "All right, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." Had she misjudged him? As she contemplated this, Chu, unusually, spoke up, "Are you and Xiao Yu dating?" The four words left Jiang Ye Nai He momentarily stunned. "You know Xiao Yu?" "Of course," Chu replied with a smile. "Before I arrived, I scoured the forum for the 9th middle school. Your discussions there are quite fervent. So that's how you know him," she mused. But before she could ask further, the teacher announced the end of class. Chu did not enter the classroom, but walked away instead. Jiang Ye Nai He placed her book on the windowsill and, along with Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, who were among the first to exit, trailed behind Chu. The odor emanating from her was overwhelmingly foul, reminiscent of someone who had just been pulled from a cesspool. Classmates passing by hurriedly covered their noses and fled her vicinity. And coupled with her exaggerated appearance, the air was rife with whispers about her. Amidst a heavy heart, Jiang Ye Nai found herself consumed by curiosity regarding the relationship between Jiang Ling and Chu. Upon reaching the school gate, Jiang Ling unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Zhuo Mingyang and a few of his companions were perched on a stone bench across the entrance, smoking, their gazes fixated on Chu. Did they know each other? Zhuo Mingyang furrowed his brow, pinching his nose, and uttered something, though the distance rendered his words inaudible. This scene alone was sufficient to confirm their acquaintance. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, intrigued by the unfolding drama, approached. Jiang Ling, with a bluntness that bordered on cruelty, stated, "Mingyang, do you know this girl? It seems she has had an unfortunate accident." Jiang Ye Nai He clenched her fists, her heart trembling. She had not anticipated witnessing the harsh realities of social hierarchy reflected in her parents. If viewed through the lenses of Lu Qi, Zhang Jiahui, and others, Jiang Ling could be seen as a good young man, affluent yet loyal. However, in this moment, he exhibited a profound disrespect towards Chu. Unaware of the struggles of the world and lacking the harsh lessons of society, he embodied the archetype of a privileged young master, arrogant, disdainful, and cunning. His arrogance and contempt were mercilessly displayed before those he deemed beneath him, while his cleverness was employed to forge connections with peers of similar social standing. For instance, despite Jiang Ling's indifference towards Zhang Jiahui, he would still engage with her, primarily due to her family's respectable status. Nonetheless, Jiang Ling would never disclose the true extent of the Jiang family's wealth to Zhang Jiahui. Jiang Ling's affection for Zhang Jiahui, when stripped of superficial appearances and examined in its essence, is, as he himself admits, somewhat earnest yet rather indifferent. To be frank, she harbors a disdain for individuals like Jiang Ling. However, many signs of wealthy families do indeed embody this very temperament. Unless one's heart is genuinely stirred to a point of uncontrollable emotion, few among the affluent would sincerely cherish a girl whose beauty offers no benefit to their lineage. After expressing his thoughts, Jiang Ling could not suppress a smirk. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he grinned with a mischievous arrogance, treating Chu as nothing more than a source of amusement. Before such a self-assured and handsome young man, Chu was subjected to a demoralizing ridicule in front of a crowd. The onlookers, devoid of any sympathy for her plight, joined in the mockery, echoing Jiang Ling's derision. It seems that everyone has, at some point in their academic journey, encountered an individual who, for various reasons, becomes the target of laughter, a figure of ridicule. Yet, Jiang Ye Nai He never imagined that in this era, that unfortunate individual would be her mother. A wave of frustration washed over Jiang Ye Nai He, prompting her to deliver a forceful kick to her father. However, Jiang Ling remained unfazed, reveling in his amusement. Possessing good looks grants one a certain audacity. His laughter was unrestrained and haughty, yet the girls around him gazed at him with infatuation. Left Mingliang cast a disdainful glance at He Chu and remarked, "This is an old online acquaintance of mine. She informed me that she would be at Jiuzhong today, prompting me to come and meet her after class." Jiang Ling, towering over He Chu, continued to sneer. "Our class's transfer student, He Chu, is quite confident, isn't she? She dares to meet an online friend looking like that. Is it possible that she has edited her photos to such an extent that she has deceived even herself into believing she is a great beauty?" Jiang Ye Nai He was once again preparing to reprimand her father, while He Chu took a deep breath, choosing to ignore Jiang Ling, and turned to Zhuo Mingliang, asking, "Are you still going to dinner with me?" After being ridiculed by Jiang Ling, and with her unpleasant odor and garish attire, it was inconceivable for Zhuo Mingliang to accompany her. Get lost. Jiang Ye Nai He clenched her fists, yearning to strike both Jiang Ling and Zhuo Mingliang. He Chu's voice trembled as she inquired, "So, from now on, we shall never meet again, right?" The 4 words left her perplexed. What did this mean? Could it be that He Chu harbored feelings for Zhuo Mingliang? Surely not. Even Leng Xiao surpassed Zhuo Mingliang in merit. Zhuo Mingliang was resolute. "Yes, just get lost." He Chu fell silent, lowering her head as she circumvented Jiang Ling. After her departure, Zhuo Mingliang's gaze unexpectedly shifted to Jiang Ye Nai He. Upon sensing this, the 4 words jolted her mind, and she suddenly recalled something. When she first encountered Zhuo Mingliang, he had remarked that she bore a resemblance to a girl he knew. Could it be that he was referring to He Chu? If he could discern their likeness, he must have witnessed her in a less avant-garde state. Matters seemed far more intricate than they appeared. No longer concealing her expression, she glared at Zhuo Mingliang, her tone frigid. "Why are you staring at me? Have you failed to arrange a dinner with your online acquaintance and wish to dine with me instead?" Zhuo Mingliang, wary of Jiang Ling, chuckled and waved his hand. No. I was merely momentarily dazzled by my online friend, just admiring a great beauty slowly." Lu Qi concurred. I wonder what prompted Lao Wang to turn her around. Perhaps her parents offered him some benefit. Zhuo Mingliang increasingly felt embarrassed, wearing an expression that suggested he had lost all dignity in front of He Chu. He had not sensed anything amiss about her intellect online. Perhaps she had recently suffered some sort of injury. Enough of this. Jiang Ye Nai He interrupted them, exclaiming angrily, "Jiang Ling, Lu Qi, I am deeply disappointed in your mockery of our new classmate." With that, she stormed off, visibly upset, prompting Jiang Ling and Lu Qi to hastily follow her. Jiang Ling wrapped an arm around his daughter's shoulder, saying, "I know my daughter is kind, but surely she wouldn't be angry with me, would she?" Lu Qi chimed in, "Let us not even discuss her attire. The unpleasant odor she carries is a form of offense to us as well." And her voice is just so Chapter 99. Their relationship is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Ye Nai He shot them a disapproving glance, stating, "Liang Xiang is my friend. She has treated me well in the game. While I cannot control how others perceive her, you two are in no position to mock her." All right. Jiang Ling replied indulgently to his daughter, "I want to bully your friend." After they moved a bit further away, they noticed Zhang Jiahui exiting the school and approaching Zhuo Mingliang affectionately, calling out, "Mingliang go." Her gaze then shifted towards the departing He Chu and Jiang Ling as He Chu passed a garbage bin in a narrow alley. She retrieved an item from the large pocket of her hoodie, placed it into a plastic bag, tied it securely, and tossed it atop the refuse. What had she discarded? Just as He Chu exited the alley, the trio arrived at the garbage bin, and a more potent stench assaulted their senses, nearly causing Jiang Ling to retch. Jiang Ye Nai He held her breath as she picked up the plastic bag discarded by He Chu. Jiang Ling pinched her nose, exclaiming, "What peculiar hobby do you have? Rummaging through other people's trash?" Ignoring her daughter, she swiftly untied the bag, revealing a small plastic bottle devoid of a lid. Inside the bottle lay a substance resembling meat and something akin to salt, the source of the foul odor emanating from it. Holding her nose, she prodded it with a twig and then, in astonishment, declared, "Now I understand where that horrid smell originates." Her father and uncle, keeping their distance, inquired, "How so?" She explained, "She has combined urea, herring, and likely some chemical liquid. This concoction could create a toxic gas. At that moment, Lu Qi and Jiang Ling sensed something amiss. Why would she engage in such behavior? Was it a source of amusement for her to be ridiculed? Jiang Ye Nai He discarded the contents and rose, stating, "I don't know." This response was merely a dismissive retort to the two affluent boys. Deep down, however, she harbored a suspicion. With He Chu presenting herself in such an unflattering and odorous manner, what was the outcome? It resulted in everyone keeping their distance from her. But why would she desire such isolation? Was she afraid of social interaction? Or perhaps fearful of certain individuals? Initially believing that her father was the sole source of concern, she was taken aback to discover that her mother also concealed secrets. In the afternoon, He Chu arrived for class, the stench now absent. She had changed her attire, opting for a school uniform rarely worn by others at Jiuzhong. Instead of her casual clothes, a girl sporting an exaggerated hairstyle and makeup, yet clad in a uniform, presented an unusual sight. Even after learning that the morning's odor had an alternative explanation, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi continued to regard her with amusement. As fate would have it, He Chu emerged from the classroom, and Zhang Jiehui's gaze was immediately fixed upon her. Jiang Ling, noticing Zhang Jiehui's attention, continued her scornful remarks. "Some girls truly baffle me. Our school is filled with well-presented young women, yet they seem oblivious to the art of self-presentation." Zhang Jiehui chuckled lightly, replying, "Jiang Ling, you ought not to speak in such a manner. Everyone possesses their own aesthetic. Is that what you call aesthetics?" Jiang Ling retorted with a sneer. Just as a cold voice floated in from behind her, "No matter how attractive you may be or how refined your taste, you remain a single dog." Coincidentally, Xiao Yu passed by, brushing shoulders with Jiang Ye and He, and gave her shoulder a light squeeze, a succinct summary. Before Jiang Ling could express her annoyance, Xiao Yu had already taken his leave. Jiang Ye, arms crossed, paid no heed to Zhang Jiehui's discomfort and continued to address Jiang Ling. "Am I mistaken? Have you managed to win over your true love?" Zhang Jiehui felt genuinely embarrassed and quickly uttered, "I'll be on my way," making a hasty exit. Jiang Ling, rendered speechless, indignantly flicked her daughter's forehead. Lu Qi laughed. "Your daughter is your greatest adversary." Currently, she and Ma Lingling shared a close friendship, and she had divulged to her the secret of He Chu's unrequited affection. Ma Lingling, a person of great integrity, not only kept the secret, but also found nothing peculiar about He Chu, even admiring her. She hoped that as their friendship deepened, He Chu would eventually invite her to play games together. However, during their surveillance, they stumbled upon a curious incident. He Chu was tailing Xiao Yu. It wasn't until they reached the foot of Xiao Yu's building that he noticed He Chu, and the two engaged in conversation for a while. Ma Lingling wore a look of astonishment. Is it possible that He Chu knows Xiao Yu? Who would have thought? The two of them were pretending right before my eyes. He Chu's expression was obscured by her bangs, yet Xiao Yu exhibited palpable impatience. After a few minutes, Xiao Yu unceremoniously seized He Chu by the collar and headed north. Ma Lingling was taken aback. What is Xiao Yu up to? She decided to follow them. Xiao Yu led He Chu through several twists and turns until they arrived at an entertainment street. At this moment, Ma Lingling exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Yi, do you remember the rumors I told you about Xiao Yu? He once dragged a girl to a KTV. She recalled it vividly. Even more astonishingly, this time Xiao Yu was taking He Chu directly to a Fong'an KTV. Ma Lingling was once again astounded. This KTV is frequented by many unsavory characters. What is going on? Who could say? Once Xiao Yu and He Chu entered, she pulled Ma Lingling to the entrance, preparing to lie in wait. Minutes later, Xiao Yu emerged. Upon encountering Xiao Jiang, he paused and inquired, "What are you doing here?" He Chu is not only my classmate, but also an online friend. She encountered some trouble during the day, so I came to check on her. After Jiang Ye explained, he got straight to the point. "So you know He Chu?" Realizing he had been spotted, Xiao Yu sighed, his expression complex as he clarified, "Yes, she is my mother's goddaughter." What? Their relationship was indeed unusual. Fortunately, there was no blood relation between Xiao Yu and her. But why did you bring her here? The straightforward girl, Ma Lingling, immediately inquired. "So, there were classmates who witnessed you escorting a girl to the KTV, specifically our classmate He Chu, to find her father?" Upon uttering this, she realized she had let something slip and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Yu, however, displayed little reaction, merely nodding slightly. Yet, the information Xiao Yu provided diverged from Jiang Ye Nai He's understanding. She had once asked her grandfather about He Chu's whereabouts, and He Chu had resolutely stated that her father had passed away. After pondering for a moment, she further inquired, Then why doesn't She live with her mother? She has her maternal grandmother, who is exceptionally kind. Chu's parents had divorced, and her mother had remarried and settled abroad when she was 10, severing all ties with her. A sense of astonishment blossomed in the young girl's heart. This was not the grandmother she knew. Yet, it was impossible for Xiao Yu to lie. There was no need for him to do so. Therefore, it must be true. Chu had indeed concealed many matters from her. So, why didn't you speak to her during the day? She asked. I have nothing to say to her. Xiao Yu replied, his tone tinged with helplessness and anger. A perfectly fine person, yet she complicates her own life. Xiao Yu's gaze turned cold, seemingly troubled by Chu. I asked her if something was wrong. She wouldn't speak and told me to stop asking. Why should I concern myself further? This was truly characteristic of Chu. Jiang Ye Nai He chuckled softly. You actually care about her, don't you? The young boy was taken aback. Although Ma Lingling was still nearby, he lowered his head, puffing out his cheeks, with his downcast eyes concealing a hint of embarrassment. She probably had quite a few friends online and didn't really need me. It suffices that I care for you. Ma Lingling chuckled in a rather inappropriate manner. Jiang Ye Nai He felt her ears flush. The implication of his words suggested that she held a unique significance for Xiao Yu. Well then, I shall take it upon myself to show more concern for Chu. She quickly shifted the topic. Dispelling the subtle undertones of intimacy, remember that player from the dancing game, Yang Shang? That's her. I don't recall. Never mind. I won't ask. Now that Mom has appeared, the mysteries she cannot solve will eventually find resolution. Ma Lingling was average in her studies, but exceptionally astute when it came to matters of the heart. A smile spread across Xiao Yu's face, since others were fostering connections. He removed Jiang Ye Nai He's backpack from her back, saying, then let us go. All right. Jiang Ye Nai He increasingly felt that Xiao Yu was far superior to her foolish father at home. Jiang Ling had never helped her carry her bag. He would occasionally shove a few books into it instead. Upon reaching the little restaurant she had mentioned, after ordering their meals, she felt even more appreciative of Xiao Yu. The steaming red broth boiled in the clay pot, its aroma tantalizing her senses, causing her to swallow several times before she even picked up her chopsticks. Yet, Xiao Yu did not touch his chopsticks when the owner served 4 quail eggs. He meticulously peeled them and placed them all into her pot. With her small mouth full, she gazed at Xiao Yu, lost in thought. If time could rewind and Xiao Yu were to live until 2029, what a wonderful father he would have made. By that time, which girl could embark on a lifelong journey with him? How many children would they have? The suffocating fantasy of a future departure weighed heavily on her. Yet in the present, Xiao Yu's kindness enveloped her in bliss. After swallowing her food, she flashed a silly smile at Xiao Yu. He was unsure of the reason behind her laughter, but joined in with a slight chuckle, then proceeded to separate his chopsticks and examine the main ingredients of his bowl. He then inquired, do you particularly enjoy wide rice noodles, rice vermicelli, and hot pot noodles? What girl wouldn't he? She nodded. Yes, I love them. They are delicious. My mother once taught me a method for stir-frying chili peppers. He softly replied, if given the chance, I would prepare these for you. Her happiness multiplied. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiefeng was furiously on the phone, while Jiang Ling lay on the sofa, shielding her eyes with her arm. Jiang Qingye sighed deeply. Jiang Xuemei had since been in good health, treating Jiang Ye Nai He like an open-minded mother would her daughter. In fact, Jiang Xuemei even offered comfort to her father. She had previously consoled their great-grandfather alongside her grandaunt, while also inquiring about the situation. It was her grandmother who had served Jiang Xiefeng with a legal summons regarding the division of assets, necessitating the Jiang family's trip to Beijing. This matter involved Jiang Qingye, thus requiring the entire Jiang family's attendance, providing an opportunity for Jiang Xuemei to undergo a re-examination as well. However, considering Nyo's commendable academic performance, she was reluctant to hinder her studies, but simultaneously worried about leaving her alone at home. Therefore, she respectfully inquired about Nyo's wishes. She was adamant about not going. After all, she was already the 4th generation of the Jiang family. What business did she have meddling? She thoughtfully remarked, Mom, I won't go. Besides, I am already an adult. I can manage on my own, especially with the aunt at home. I can handle it. Moreover, the sudden freedom she gained was exhilarating. Thus, the matter was settled. Jiang Ling felt utterly exhausted and lacked the energy to engage in light-hearted banter with her daughter, retreating to her room, feeling disheartened. Little Jiang texted, Can I come over to your house tomorrow? Xiao Yu replied, with a cute emoji, Sure, come on over. The next day, the sky was overcast, with a light drizzle falling. The temperature was slightly chilly as the young girl tied her long hair up high, donning a sleek black sports outfit that exuded a sense of youthful vigor. She jogged to the vicinity of Xiao Yu's home, then paused at the pedestrian crossing. Pulling out her phone to send a message, "I've arrived." Earlier that morning, Xiao Yu had messaged her, noting the dreary weather and inquiring if she wanted to have hot pot for lunch. Despite the gloomy conditions, it did little to dampen her spirits. With a smile gracing her lips, she waited eagerly, glancing around. Suddenly, she spotted an unusual figure. A woman clad in a striking red qipao was slowly strolling across the crosswalk, cradling a small infant. The woman's expression was serene, her gaze fixed on the oncoming traffic. The vividness of the red qipao captivated Jiang Ye Nai, and she focused intently on it. However, after merely 10 seconds of observation, her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening as she dashed towards the woman. She reached the woman's side and, disregarding everything, embraced her with all her might. Embraced by a stranger, the woman exhibited no violent physical reaction. Rather, her face transformed with excitement, her lips quivering uncontrollably. "Why you? You?" the woman stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Jiang Ye Nai He, relying solely on her brute strength, not only continued to hold the woman but also led her away from the road, causing the child in her arms to cry out in distress. It was only then that the woman, in a state of panic, managed to inquire, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The girl replied, "If you fear not for your life, others will surely not take you to heart." Upon hearing these words, the woman trembled. "How do you know I wish to die?" Jiang Ye Nai He remained silent, focused on guiding her to a less trafficked area. In the future, both her family and Xiao Yu's would reside in the same vicinity, a place where a particularly chilling incident had once transpired. Chapter 101. No. I simply find you exceptionally beautiful today. It was an Olympic year when a woman encountered a family that favored sons over daughters. After marrying, she became pregnant 3 times. Each time learning the child was female, leading to her in-laws' cold and harsh treatment, resulting in the termination of her pregnancies. On her 4th attempt, she finally bore a son, believing that having a male heir would elevate her status within the marriage. Yet, she was unprepared for the continued indifference of her in-laws. Consequently, the woman succumbed to severe postpartum depression. One fateful day, she adorned herself in her most exquisite and festive red qipao, cradling her child as she walked down the street. As she passed by a bulldozer, she unhesitatingly cast her child aside. The child was tragically crushed, and she subsequently laid herself upon the train tracks to end her life. At that time, Chu lamented about the incident for quite a while, and even the fact that a woman wore a red dress spiraled into several versions of supernatural tales. The event made headlines, and Chu even found a clip to show her. Despite being pixelated, the footage was still harrowing enough to unsettle even her atheistic disposition, leaving her sleepless for several nights. Little did she expect that her arrival in this era would almost grant her the grim opportunity to witness that tragedy firsthand. Just then, the thunderous roar of a bulldozer approached slowly. In an instant, her heart raced and anxiety consumed her. After all, she stood at the precipice of 2 lives hanging in the balance. Once that colossal machine had passed and was a considerable distance away, she finally released the woman and offered her some words of encouragement. Naturally, as a high school student, she lacked profound understanding of marriage. Yet the wisdom imparted by her mother resonated within her. She patiently persuaded the woman, recalling her mother's advice. Faced with the counsel of a young girl, the woman glanced at the child in her arms, seemingly envisioning the life that awaited her offspring. Perhaps time could indeed alleviate the current suffering, ushering in a brighter tomorrow. Especially poignant was the phrase uttered by Jiang Ye Nai He, "Bringing a child into this world, I do not ask for you to devote yourself entirely, but please, do not take away their life." As the innate fear of death triumphed over the irrational surge of emotion, the woman fell into a prolonged silence before gradually sinking to the ground, overwhelmed by a fit of desperate sobs. Crying, at times, serves as a sanctuary. It is a release of pent-up emotions. When tears liberate even a fraction of one's darkest sorrows, clarity often follows. Although she managed to keep the woman from leaving, her unease lingered, prompting her to decide to call the authorities for assistance. Before her, the police offered a sense of security greater than that of her own family. Just as she retrieved her phone, a sudden throbbing pain enveloped her head, and darkness overtook her consciousness. The weeping woman, witnessing the girl who had just pulled her back from the brink of death succumb to unconsciousness, stood momentarily frozen. In a moment of startling clarity, She set her own child aside and swiftly assessed Jiang Ye Nai. The color drained from her lips. The woman immediately pried open Jiang Ye Nai's eyelids to examine her pupils. They were dilating. This was a sign of impending death. In that instant, she expertly positioned Jiang Ye Nai onto her back, interlocking her hands, and commenced performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration with remarkable professionalism. Several vehicles sped past, and then Xiao Yu appeared, his keen eyesight catching the scene from a distance. "Xiao Jiang," he shouted, racing toward her. When Jiang Ye Nai regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a hospital bed nearby, with Xiao Yu keeping vigil at her side. Upon seeing her awaken, an icy glimmer akin to fear crystallized in his eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. "You've finally woken up." She paused to collect herself. "What happened to me?" Xiao Yu's Adam's apple bobbed heavily, his heart still racing. "Did you skip breakfast and then engage in strenuous activity? You experienced hypoglycemia and cardiac arrest. Thankfully, you encountered a nurse. Otherwise, he could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences of missing the optimal window for rescue. She was taken aback. It was inconceivable that she had low blood sugar, for she had eaten breakfast that morning. Something was amiss. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Xiao Yu, what time is it now?" "It's almost dark, a little past 6. "So it's 6 o'clock. She murmured, then inquired, "Is there nothing catastrophic occurring near your home?" "No," came the reply. She exhaled deeply. "You nearly frightened me to death. Before I awaited you, I encountered a mother on the brink of despair, but it seems she has found clarity." Prior to bringing her to the hospital, Xiao Yu had conversed with that mother and was aware of the general circumstances. The young mother, thanks to Xiao Zhang's timely intervention, had relinquished her suicidal thoughts. Moreover, upon encountering an emergency, Xiao Jiang was fortunate that the mother was a nurse, thereby saving her own life. "You truly scared me," he said, pouting slightly, reaching out to tousle her hair. "Are you hungry?" Her body indeed felt different from the morning. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and the thought of food made her feel nauseous. "Not particularly hungry, just thirsty. I'll fetch you some water." "All right." After Xiao Yu departed, she succumbed to her thoughts. Although she had intersected with many lives upon entering this world, none of those interactions had significantly altered their fates. However, this morning, she had directly and dramatically transformed the lives of a mother and her child from death to life. Such a transformation was undoubtedly monumental. The young mother, after shedding tears, should have abandoned her thoughts of self-harm, only to suddenly experience cardiac arrest, nearly succumbing to death. Could it be that altering the fates of others would result in repercussions for herself? Fortunately, she had managed to change the destinies of both a mother and her child, and she had not perished in the process. Though she had come perilously close to her own demise, the experience left her feeling lighter, instilling confidence in her ability to alter the fates of Jiang Ling and Xiao Yu in the future. Thus, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. After being here for so long, she felt an unprecedented sense of hope for Xiao Yu's future, akin to the enduring vitality of an evergreen tree. She was determined to alter his fate. When Xiao Yu brought over a cup of warm water, she had already sat up, gazing at him with a narrow-eyed smile. The boy appeared somewhat bewildered. Her smile was so warm and tender, reminiscent of the kind-hearted women in the neighborhood. "How silly." He sat down and handed her the water, blinking his long, thick eyelashes. "Are you daft?" She laughed outright. "No, I just think you look exceptionally handsome today." "Xiao Yu." The boy's ears flushed a deep crimson. He had not changed much today, wearing his usual thin black sportswear, appearing merely decent, not as exaggeratedly attractive as she claimed. Meanwhile, the girl was completely enveloped in her own delight, finding the water in her hands to be sweet. After finishing the water, she realized that although she felt unwell, it did not hinder her from engaging in simple activities. She inquired, "When can I be discharged?" Chapter 102. Falling in love with the present self. Ever since the last sudden encounter, she had come to understand her feelings. And now she harbored a slight desire for Xiao Yu. She wished to spend long hours with him every day. After a moment's thought, she asked, "You've covered my medical expenses, right?" Xiao Yu nodded. The girl immediately raised her eyebrows and remarked, "Given our friendship, I doubt you'd feel comfortable accepting repayment." "Xiao Yu?" The young girl suddenly transformed into a dramatic performer, biting her nails and feigning fragility. "My family has gone to the capital, and I am all alone. Now I find myself unwell, feeling utterly incapable of caring for myself." Xiao Yu was taken aback. Then, the girl lifted her large, watery eyes, appearing innocent and harmless. "Could you consider taking me in for a while? In return, I shall take care of you for these days, as compensation for the medical expenses. If anyone else had made such a proposal to him, he would have surely felt anger. Yet now, amidst his astonishment, he felt a tinge of shyness, intermingled with excitement. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, bringing a sense of happiness. Why did she make such a request? Her actions led him to speculate that her motives were a desire to be with him. The young man lowered his head, his Adam's apple bobbing heavily, his heart racing. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the words he loathed the most. All right. Though Xiao Yu's coat was not thick, he feared that Jiang Ye Nai He might worsen. So he took it off and draped it over her. Concerned that she might faint again, he carried her from the hospital to the taxi. And upon arriving at the supermarket near Xiao Yu's home, he set her down. Inside the warm environment, Jiang Ye Nai He managed to take a few steps. But her legs suddenly weakened. Had it not been for Xiao Yu's swift intervention, she would have surely fallen. She remained affected, the wild girl now resembling a delicate maiden. As they strolled through the supermarket, Xiao Yu pushed the shopping cart while she sat inside. This experience filled the girl with joy. She had often seen couple vloggers she knew capturing such moments in supermarkets. It all appeared so sweet. As she prepared to pay for her purchases, she noticed Xiao Yu's hand reaching into his pocket, prompting her to swiftly retrieve cash and hand it to the cashier. Having known each other for quite some time, she regarded him as the most radiant and exceptional young man she had ever encountered. Strangely, in her presence, he felt no sense of inferiority. In fact, he subtly began to fall in love with the person he had become. A smile graced his lips as he nodded earnestly. In truth, she believed that Xiao Yu had done more than enough for her, far too much. I want tea, she thought, resolutely refusing to let him tire himself out on her behalf. The night air was brisk, and he, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, first set the items down, then bent to encircle her legs, effortlessly hoisting her onto his shoulder while she was momentarily weak. With dexterity, he grasped the oversized shopping bag and made his way home. Jiang Ye Nai He did not protest, yet her chin rested against his back with a hint of playful resentment, her long, loose ponytail swaying gently. As he carried her, her heart was filled only with shyness and a flutter of excitement, leaving all other emotions behind in a void. However, as he ascended the steps, breathing slightly heavier with each stride, a wave of profound sadness washed over her. For others who fall for someone, the next step is often to contemplate how to be together. Yet, she could not even straightforwardly acknowledge her affection for Xiao Yu. Why was that? Because, what purpose would it serve? Even if she dared to dream of winning his love and embarking on a romantic relationship, what would follow? If they were to remain together until 2012, she would then be merely 22 years old. An age when He Chu and Jiang Ling would be starting families and discussing marriage. When she suddenly vanished at that moment, what was Xiao Yu to do? Therefore, it was best for her to quietly harbor her feelings and strive to be a sincere friend to him. If their emotions were to cross boundaries, it would be an act of irresponsibility towards Xiao Yu. Yet now, confronted with such an admirable Xiao Yu, an impulse surged within her, transcending reason and gnawing at her heart. Upon returning home, Xiao Yu set her down, causing her to momentarily lose her balance, nearly toppling onto her. Fortunately, his hand braced against the side, though his head gently brushed against hers. She lifted her large eyes, only to meet his slightly narrowed, slanting, and deep-set gaze. His face bore no excess flesh, every contour harmoniously aligned with his exquisite bone structure. Yet, remarkably, one could still sense an unrefined innocence, reminiscent of a child. She recalled a 30-year-old internet celebrity she knew, who remarked that such a youth was a rarity. Kissing such a face felt akin to kissing gelatin, with the jelly-like texture playfully lingering on the lips. If such a young man were to pout adorably, one would feel an irresistible urge to cradle that head in one's arms and gently tousle it. She swallowed discreetly. Xiao Yu's skin was truly remarkable, possessing a natural smoothing effect even in dim light. Such a visage, was it truly so delightful to kiss? Xiao Yu was still slightly panting. His delicate lips parted ever so slightly, and his faint breath caressed her cheek, disrupting her breathing and heartbeats. The sudden proximity conjured a vivid dichotomy in her mind. One clad in black, lost in the allure of this subtle intimacy, while the one in white cried out in anguish, "Please, keep your distance from Xiao Yu." Growing fonder of him would only lead to self-harm. Yet in the blink of an eye, the black-clad self overwhelmed the white. Some individuals, fearing the sting of emotional pain, choose to don a fade, yet she is not one of them. She embodies the spirit of someone who would rather bleed her heart dry than to endure heartache in silence. She prefers to confront her turmoil head-on, embracing the discomfort with open arms. Thus, the triviality of being hurt does not faze her. "You bumped into me," she chuckled, straightening up to gently nudge his head with hers as Xiao Yu settled beside her. "Now we're even." Leaning back on the sofa, Xiao Yu squinted his eyes in amusement, the soft light from outside casting a warm glow upon his chiseled jawline, enhancing his masculine vigor. Around 9 o'clock, they prepared a hot pot together. Once Jiang Ye Nai He became familiar with Xiao Yu's home, she joined him in the preparations, and afterward, they tidied up together. Although it was already late by 11, sleep eluded them. Xiao Yu wanted to study, so she sat beside him, absorbing knowledge alongside him. As for her family, she informed the housekeeper that she was at Ma Lingling's, and the housekeeper remained discreet. That night, they agreed that Jiang Ye Nai He would sleep in Xiao Yu's bed while he would take another room. However, in the middle of the night, she awoke to find Xiao Yu draped in a thick coat, sleeping at the foot of her bed, his phone clutched in his hand. Surely, he must have done this out of concern for her, fearing she might encounter an unforeseen issue in the night. Chapter 103. I dreamt you moved to Xiao Yu's house. The warm-toned curtains failed to completely shield the moonlight streaming from outside. The cool luminescence only served to envelop the youth in a greater warmth. Despite the sharp pain in her lips from her clenched teeth, she could not contain the flood of emotions. Tears brimmed in her eyes in an instant. At that moment, the young girl felt that even if the future would drive her to madness with this unspoken affection, she would not regret falling for this boy. Thus, she decided to let go, wholeheartedly embracing her secret love for Xiao Yu. By 2012, she would vanish in solitude, engulfed in intense emotions, a passionate and unrestrained departure. Although it was a profound regret that such a wonderful boy could not belong to her, she accepted the bittersweet nature of her feelings. Another day passed, and the weather cleared. Early in the morning, Jiang Ye Nai He was awakened by Xiao Yu for breakfast. After lunch, Xiao Yu mentioned he would be heading to the internet CAF in the afternoon. This time, he shared some of his personal experiences with her. Before entering senior year, barring exceptional circumstances, he would spend nearly every Sunday afternoon gaming at the internet CAF. He had signed a practice contract with the Allied Dota Club to train a newcomer. Jiang Ye Nai He chuckled, realizing that the Dota Master Ling Air had mentioned was indeed him. Xiao Yu smiled, downplaying his prowess, stating that, as of now, there were not many skilled players in the game. Such modesty was rather typical of him. This was also her first time accompanying Xiao Yu to the internet CAF, and the experience felt distinctly different from being with Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling would always inquire about her snacks and drinks before entering the CAF, whereas Xiao Yu would check on her periodically. Although Xiao Yu smoked, he had never indulged in front of her since they became friends. In her presence, he often appeared quite gentle and refined, yet his mischievous side emerged around other boys. Today, they found themselves in the esports area, seated on chairs rather than couches. The young man beside him lit a cigarette, and the smoke wafted towards him through the air conditioning. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows, turned his chair, and irritably kicked the other person's chair, sending it sliding across the floor. As he adjusted his own chair, his tone remained nonchalant. Go smoke in the restroom. The boy next to him appeared to be somewhat older, yet he said nothing and obediently headed to the restroom to indulge his craving. Jiang Ye Nai He felt her cheeks flush as she succumbed to a moment of infatuation. After all, a young man who is not mischievous is rarely admired by a young woman. Moreover, the rookie he was practicing with seemed quite young as well. When Xiao Yu played games with him, they used voice chat. When Xiao Yu spoke to her, she might have asked if he brought a girlfriend along, to which he would squint and smile, saying, "Don't say such things. Fantasies are always permissible, aren't they?" It seemed she suggested wanting to meet him. And Xiao Yu replied, "Once you win this year's WCGGA championship, I will meet you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He was momentarily taken aback. She was acquainted with a prominent figure in the esports realm, a man in his 30s, nearing 40. In his youth, he achieved a milestone championship, winning the WCGGA annual title at the tender age of 17 in 2008, which heralded the rise of Chinese Dota players on the international stage. This streamer, possessing a delicate and refined appearance, held a formidable title in gaming, Scabbard, a name derived from the word meaning sheath, and his fans affectionately referred to him as the Grim Reaper of the Sheath. His gameplay was both exquisite and ferocious, providing exhilarating viewing experiences. And he boasted a vast fanbase. Xiao Yu, what is the gaming ID of the rookie you are practicing with? Scabbard. It truly was him. Jiang Ye Nai He sighed, contemplating the immeasurable potential of Xiao Yu. It seemed that anyone who casually associated with him was destined for greatness, each a formidable force in their own right. Akin to a king who defies the currents of fate through sheer willpower. Xiao Yu, initially puzzled by her inquiry, soon discerned the complexity of her fleeting expressions. Realizing something significant, it appeared that Xiao had indeed secured the championship. Out of admiration for that gaming prodigy, she leaned in to observe their gaming interface. Dota bore similarities to LOL, yet it demanded a greater level of skill. Having played LOL, she found it relatively comprehensible. However, after watching for a while, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. His gameplay was exceptional. His rapid reflexes rendered his actions almost brutal. To encapsulate the experience, even the most mundane skills appeared spectacular in his hands, akin to ultimate moves. She was taken aback, wondering if Xiao had adopted Xiao Yu's strategies. Goodness, if Xiao Yu pursued a career in esports, what place would Xiao have in that realm? No wonder the professional team was willing to align with his lifestyle, just to have him as a practice partner. Subsequently, Xiao Yu continued to assist Xiao in practice while she indulged in a casual game of dressing up a little princess, which she believed was the only game she could competently play against Xiao Yu. However, during their breaks after a strenuous gaming session, she was astonished to see Xiao Yu opening the stock market. He retrieved a pen and a notebook from his bag, jotting down calculations. She inquired, "Are you dabbling in stocks?" "Researching," he replied. "Researching what?" "Algorithms." His insights into stocks were entirely distinct from those of Jiang Ling. The intricacies of stock trading are manifold, and the depths are profound. Some individuals resort to all manner of means, even divination and feng shui, to gain an edge. Yet, the stock market also presents the tantalizing possibility of overnight wealth. The legendary investor Warren Buffett transformed a mere $100 into a fortune, establishing himself as the world's richest individual and crafting an investment miracle. However, witnessing such aspirations in Xiao Yu, a heaviness weighed upon her heart. With such meticulous planning for his life, how could death dare to claim him? Jiang Ye Nai He had anticipated lingering at Xiao Yu's residence for a few more days. But unexpectedly, on Sunday evening, Jiang Ling descended upon Anqing, startling her considerably. The situation was far from resolved. Jiang Ling fixed his gaze upon her, exclaiming, "Moreover, I had a nightmare last night." "What sort of nightmare?" "I dreamt that you moved in with Xiao Yu." Could it be that telepathic connections exist even between children and their parents? Even if the truth lay bare before her, she remained unfazed, responding, "How is that possible? Do you truly harbor feelings for Xiao Yu, dreaming of him?" Her accusation, akin to a thief calling out a thief, left Jiang Ling bewildered. He too found the notion of dreaming about Xiao Yu quite absurd. Get lost. While he was certain that his daughter and Xiao Yu were not engaged in any nefarious activities behind his back, he chose not to depart immediately, intending to remain in Anqing for a few days longer. This revealed the exhaustion he felt from his life in the capital. On Monday morning, during self-study, He Chu did not attend class. Later, on the second-floor staircase, she encountered He Chu, who appeared as though she had spent the night without washing her face. Her skin coated in inferior BB cream, rendering her complexion an ashen hue. Chapter 104. A shift in perception amongst the entire school. Jiang Ling happened to be at the forefront, facing her directly, both of them momentarily stunned. Not only did Jiang Ling appear taken aback, but she too was equally shocked. He Chu was indeed cosplaying as the village ghost. Even more astonishingly, she stood her ground, extending her hand from her sleeve while pouting, greeting them with a cheerful "Good morning." The shock jolted Jiang Ling, who, clutching the railing, leaped to the next floor. What dreadful luck to encounter a ghost so early in the day. He felt utterly terrified as Jiang Ling's voice and footsteps echoed down the staircase. Jiang Ye Nai He nonchalantly brushed off her mother and scampered off with Lu Qi. The fear was palpable. Was there truly something gravely amiss with Ms. He Chu at that moment? The morning classes unfolded as per usual, but post-school, He Chu sparked another commotion. As the final bell rang, she was accosted in the corridor by a group of girls from her grade. These girls were on friendly terms with Zhuo Mingliang and had previously witnessed her conversing with him. With fists at the ready and noses held high, they confronted He Chu, declaring, "You ugly freak. We heard you deceived our Mingliang online. Do you realize the grave consequences of your actions?" Jiang Ling, still preoccupied with familial troubles, suddenly found his spirits lifted at the sight of the ugly freak provoking the particularly unattractive girls. He had never witnessed such a spectacle in his life. He and Lu Qi leaned over the window to observe the unfolding drama. Jiang Ye Nai He, concerned for her mother, rushed out to assess the situation. prepared to confront any scoundrels. He Chu maintained her characteristic stance, her bag dangling from her inner elbow, hands tucked away within her sleeves. With an exaggeratedly syrupy voice, she inquired, "Are you all looking for a fight?" "Indeed. If you know what's good for you, come with us now." He Chu, pouting, responded in a manner that could only evoke thoughts of a flower-adorned mother monkey. In the classroom, Jiang Ling gave a slight nod to Yu. Subsequently, He Chu extended her hand from her sleeve and said, "Give me a moment to prepare." Without waiting for the girls to react, she suddenly struck the window beside Jiang Ling with a powerful punch. Instantly, the surrounding students fell silent, and within this eerie stillness, Jiang Ling faintly perceived the sound of shattering glass. He quickly leaned back with Lu Qi, and the next moment, cracks began to appear on the window pane. Just 2 seconds later, accompanied by the sound of glass crashing to the ground, the onlookers both inside and outside gasped in horror. He Chu had shattered the glass with a single blow. What terrifying destructive power! Jiang Ye Nai He swallowed hard, recalling her mother's immense strength. She had once dinted a washing machine with a single punch in a fit of anger. Jiang Ling stared at the shards of glass that had fallen before him, blinking in astonishment, exchanging a bewildered glance with Lu Qi, like a confused puppy. Meanwhile, He Chu calmly retrieved a larger piece of glass from the debris, declaring, "I'm ready now, let us go." The girls exchanged nervous glances, fearing they might meet the same fate as the window, and quickly devised an escape plan. During afternoon classes, this incident would inevitably draw the ire of Old Wang, leading to He Chu being required to compensate for the broken glass and write a self-critique. By evening study hall, He Chu had completed her self-critique. Jiang Ling instantly forgot her earlier intimidating act, noticing that she had written the critique in an incomprehensible script, which he unceremoniously snatched away, mocking, "Impressive. In all my days, this is the first time I've seen someone write a critique in such a bizarre script." While Jiang Ye Nai He reprimanded Jiang Ling, she couldn't help but find her mother rather peculiar. Why, despite her unwavering courage, does Jiang Ling mock her so mercilessly? And why does she not retaliate in the slightest? Of course, the absurdity of this situation nearly drove Old Wang to despair, as He Chu was once again tasked with writing a self-reflection, and this time, she was to compose 10 versions. It took her 2 days to meticulously transcribe her political textbook in order to complete the assignment. However, on the very afternoon after she submitted her reflection, having dined and attended evening study, He Chu made quite the impression on her classmates once more. Her left eye was swollen, her lip bore traces of blood, and her face was marred with scratches from nails, while her clothing was stained with congealed blood and dirt. It was evident that she had been in a brawl. Jiang Ye Nai He was beside herself with frustration. Was it not enough that her father fought, now her mother too? Before He Chu could reach her seat, Jiang Ye Nai He quickly approached and seized her arm, demanding in a sharp tone, "He Chu, what happened to you?" He Chu extended her tongue to lick her injured lip, grimacing at the pain, yet she managed to force a smile and replied, "It's nothing." Jiang Ling, observing this exchange, found the seemingly unattractive girl oddly intriguing. It appeared that she harbored many secrets. As the bell for evening study rang, Jiang Ling gazed at the empty seat beside her and took out her phone to call Lu Qi. They had shared a meal together that afternoon, but during their lunch, Lu Qi had received a text message, offered no explanation, and abruptly left. Now he was still absent. When Lu Qi did not answer her call, Jiang Ling exhaled, wondering if perhaps everything was all right with him. He hurriedly approached He Chu's row, his expression a mix of emotions, and retrieved a school badge from his pocket, extending it to He Chu. "Here, it's yours." He Chu looked up, meeting Lu Qi's gaze for a brief moment before accepting it. Jiang Ling was taken aback. "Old Lu, what is the meaning of this?" As he spoke, Lu Qi gazed regretfully at He Chu's retreating figure, his words trailing off. Jiang Ling glanced at He Chu, who continued to read in the front row, and expressed her astonishment. "She saved Lu Yao?" Lu Qi nodded in affirmation. Jiang Ye Nai He smiled with pride, feeling a sense of accomplishment regarding her mother's actions. She was unaware of the extent to which her father and uncle had altered their perceptions of He Chu, but she could not help but pat He Chu on the shoulder, inquiring with concern, "Are you really all right? Do you want me to accompany you to the infirmary?" Going without makeup was indeed a good choice. It would render her face more natural and appealing. Yet, unexpectedly, the following day she still refrained from applying that ghastly white BB cream, opting instead for the same dramatic eyeliner that seemed to signify doom. The news of her saving Lu Qi's sister took half a day to dissipate some biases among her classmates. But the arrival of another wave of individuals in the morning transformed the entire school's perception of her. Not only that, But Lu Qi unexpectedly became the most renowned person in school. Lu Qi's grandfather had come. The elder was deeply fond of his granddaughter, and upon hearing from Lu Yao that her savior had been left with a scratched face, he was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for that girl, his granddaughter's face could have been marred. He Chu was taken aback by the attention, while the values of the entire school underwent a radical shift. Was it not said that Lu Qi's father was a diligent and valiant contractor? How could his grandfather possibly be the chairman of Lu Real Estate? Chapter 105. Has Xiao Yu taken an interest in our classmate He Chu? His family was, it turned out, immensely wealthy. Many were casting curious glances towards Class 180, particularly at Han Yu, eager to discern the expression of the girl who had rejected the young master of the Lu family. Han Yu maintained a stoic expression, revealing nothing of her emotions. Immediately, someone retorted, impossible. Lu Qi aligns with Jiang Ling purely because his temperament is more amiable. Zhang Jiahui pondered for a moment and replied. Their camaraderie blossomed during middle school. Back then, Lu Qi had yet to grow taller, standing at merely 1.50 meters. When bullies demanded protection money from Lu Qi, Jiang Ling stood up for him. Without Jiang Ling, Lu Qi would have been unable to defend himself, and subsequently, Jiang Ling frequently came to Lu Qi's aid. The onlookers concluded, do not overthink it. Their bond is evidently strong. The Jiang family is not as affluent as the Lu family. Yet they are also part of the privileged class. We cannot compare. Zhang Jihui fell silent, her gaze drifting towards the center of the classroom, ultimately resting on the two exceptionally tall boys. In the end, her focus shifted from Jiang Ling to Lu Qi. Elder Lu, recounting the exhilarating tale of his granddaughter's rescue, was visibly moved. With a grand gesture, he passionately declared, our esteemed 9th middle school is fortunate to have such virtuous students. It is indeed a remarkable institution. Thus, I have decided to donate a new campus, one that will be of the highest caliber. The Lu family, renowned in real estate, truly made a striking statement. Jiang Ye Nai He was equally astonished, realizing that the new campus she would one day attend was a result of her mother's selfless act. Miss He, you are truly impressive. Not only was the elder generous towards the school, but he also kindly inquired of He Chu. Dear He, do you have any needs or wishes? As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you. He Chu contemplated for a moment before responding, Grandfather, my needs and aspirations are something I will strive for myself. I merely wish to know what has become of those who bully the younger students. When she uttered those words, her voice was remarkably normal. In fact, it captivated the boys at school, leaving them momentarily speechless. Her voice was delicate yet crystalline, imbued with a natural sweetness, distinctly different from her deliberately childish tone, and truly melodious. Jiang Ye Nai He had always envied her mother's voice, as it was slightly coarser than He Chu's, though not excessively so. Some remarked that she had a Mianyang accent. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's voice, she realized the reason for her own vocal quality. It was undoubtedly due to Jiang Ling's deep timbre overshadowing her. At that moment, Old Master Lu was taken aback by her response and immediately softened towards her. Of course, she has faced severe criticism. They have assured me that they will never cause trouble again. Anyone who dares to bully my granddaughter shall be met with my intervention if they dare to torment other children. He Chu nodded, smiling. Thank you, Grandpa. As they stood in a casual line, Jiang Ling and Lu Qi remained beside Jiang Ye Nai He. She noticed her father's expression of impatience, seemingly finding Old Master Lu's reaction exaggerated. Yet Lu Qi's gaze towards He Chu was laden with remorse. It seemed this was the beginning of a close friendship between Uncle Lu and her mother. Jiang Ling was engrossed in a foreign film on the large-screen study device he had purchased in the capital, exuding an air of indifference to the world around him. Jiang Ye Nai He was equally absorbed in her studies. This time, she refrained from pouting, her voice returning to normal, devoid of any pretense. Jiang Ling and his daughter lifted their heads to look at Lu Qi. What happened? Lu Qi's face flushed. Nothing at all. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, his gaze instinctively drifting, and he spotted a confiscated note on He Chu's desk. He leaned forward, swiftly seizing a glance. Thank you for saving my sister. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. I hope you won't hold it against me. I assure you it won't happen again. Lu Qi, infuriated, shouted at Jiang Ling. Stop looking at other people's things. Relying on their years of camaraderie, Lu Qi chose not to engage in a petty argument with Jiang Ling and, turning to He Chu, expressed his curiosity. Your voice is quite pleasant. Why did you speak differently before? He Chu smiled softly. I used to talk like that with my good friends in the game. I wasn't very good at it before, but now I'm practicing in real life. The three exchanged glances, a moment of silence enveloping them. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle, finding this non-mainstream girl oddly endearing. Perhaps due to the genuine quality of her voice. Today, with her face looking less artificially pale, he noticed her complexion was quite lovely, a tender rosy white. Her aesthetic was indeed sharp. The previous makeup had been superfluous. Upon closer inspection, he realized her face was quite small, despite her bangs covering part of it. Her exposed face was smaller than his fist. With the recent surge in temperature, she wore a slightly low-cut pink thin knit sweater. Her non-mainstream skin was still fair, and her collarbone was quite attractive. Suddenly, Jiang Ling recalled the photos from her social media, hesitating for a moment. Could it be? She truly was quite beautiful? His eyes narrowed, disregarding the two and addressing Jiang Ye and He, little Jiang. The diligent Jiang, taking a break from her eye exercises, looked up and was the first to sense the tension akin to a few canines competing. Outside the window stood a tall, aloof Doberman, beside it a mixed-breed wolf. And leaning against the wall was a Labrador. Even the fiercest of them did not seem menacing. She smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Xiao Dubin raised his chin and gestured towards He Chu, saying, "Bring her out." At that moment, He Chu was lying on the table with headphones on, oblivious to her surroundings. Jiang Shaling and Lu Ladu exchanged glances, and suddenly Jiang Ling leaned back, smirking at Xiao Yu. "So, Xiao Yu has taken a liking to our classmate He Chu?" Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance that seemed to convey a silent reproach. Jiang Ye Nai He, unable to contain herself, tugged at He Chu's sleeve. When He Chu finally lifted her head, Jiang Ye Nai He noticed that the dark circles under her eyes had deepened, indicating that she had been severely beaten. A pang of sympathy surged within her, and she stumbled over her words. "Mom. He Chu. Xiao Yu is calling for you." She pointed towards the window. Although she quickly corrected herself, the word mom still reached the ears of the three large dogs. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly in disbelief. Jiang Ling, momentarily bewildered, grasped his daughter's arm. "What did you just call her?" Chapter 106. Jiang Ling actually has this unexpected charm. Jiang Ye Nai He remained composed, explaining, "In the game, we belong to the same family. Within this family, classmate He Chu is my godmother, and I am her goddaughter." Jiang Ling exhaled in relief, realizing that the term mom was merely a playful reference. He wasn't oblivious to the fact that his little cotton-padded jacket was quite attentive to this unconventional girl. After locking eyes with Xiao Yu, He Chu averted her gaze, while Xiao Yu's expression darkened. After a moment of hesitation, she took Jiang Ye Nai He by the hand and moved to stand by the window. Xiao Yu, observing her distressed face, seethed with frustration. "I called you. Why didn't you answer?" In the classroom, Jiang Ling childishly tapped the desk of the boy sitting behind her. Instantly, the boy comprehended her intent and bellowed, "Oh, class 180 Xiao Yu is actually making a call to our classmate He Chu. This relationship is quite extraordinary." The trio outside the window became the center of attention, yet they completely ignored all gazes. He Chu, with her feet turned inward, lowered her head and coldly replied, "I don't wish to answer. I have nothing to discuss with you." To everyone's astonishment, He Chu had rejected Xiao Yu. Jiang Ling continued to incite the boy behind her to narrate the unfolding drama. "What is going on? Could it be that you two were in a relationship before and have now broken up?" This is sensational news. Xiao Yu's ex-girlfriend is none other than our class's very own He Chu. Lu Qi was reluctant to hear such disparagement directed at He Chu. Yet he could not stand Xiao Yu either. Ultimately, he donned his headphones, silently becoming an accomplice. Xiao Yu, undeterred by the derogatory remarks, looked at He Chu with disappointment and stated, "All right, this is the last time I will ask you." With that, he pointed at Jiang Ye Nai He's shoulder, saying, "I'm leaving." Jiang Ye Nai He found the entire situation chaotic and simply turned to head downstairs to the convenience store, seeking some candy to calm her nerves. However, this minor episode during the break quickly escalated throughout the school. Initially, the rumor was, "Have you heard? Xiao Yu seems to have a special relationship with He Chu from class 184. By the afternoon, it morphed into, "I've heard they were once in a romantic relationship." And by evening, it had transformed into, "Xiao Yu's girlfriend is He Chu from class 184. It is said that she transferred here because she feared losing him to Jiang Ye Nai He. Having uncovered the truth, Ma Lingling expressed her indignation to Xiao Jiang, exclaiming, "This is utterly excessive. I now believe that most of the rumors surrounding Xiao Yu must be false. Xiao Yi, let us clarify this on the forum." However, she decided against it, believing that the innocent would ultimately clear their names, and she was curious to see if He Chu would take any action. Yet, she remained oblivious to her mother's intentions, as He Chu made no move. Regardless of the rampant gossip claiming that He Chu was Xiao Yu's girlfriend, their encounters on campus had merely been coincidental, and they had exchanged no words. Among the girls, Xiao Yu continued to converse solely with Jiang Ye Nai He. The boys who walked and spoke with He Chu were predominantly Lu Qi, although Lu Qi occasionally engaged in childish antics with Jiang Ling. His temperament was inherently more gentle, refraining from instigating conflicts. In fact, the slowly healing scar on He Chu's face touched the tender heart of the youth. Whenever they encountered boys making fun of He Chu's appearance, he would stand up for her. Jiang Ling, respecting Lu Qi, also ceased his mockery. During breaks, Ma Lingling would approach Jiang Ye Nai He, and when He Chu mentioned matters concerning the dance group, he would chime in with a comment or two. Once He Chu's scars had fully healed, Lu Qi presented her with a gift. With an air of pride, he placed a bottle of high-end foundation on her desk and, amidst her astonishment, earnestly stated, "This gift is one I wish to give. But it is chosen by my sister for you." What did such a gesture signify? It meant that he would no longer ridicule her attire, but would extend to her the utmost respect. That day, Jiang Ye Nai He perceived tears glistening in her mother's eyes. Yet she dared not casually speculate on He Chu's thoughts, for the emotions revealed within those fragile tears were remarkably intricate. She firmly believed that her mother must have endured considerable grievances prior to arriving at 9th Middle School. Jiang Ling disrupted He Chu's tender moment, though his intentions were not malicious. However, his words remained rather unrefined. "Old Lu, what kind of cosmetics are you sending? You ought to hire a stylist for her to rectify that look, for the sake of both my eyes and my heart." There have been countless times I've awakened to find He Chu resembling a village ghost, perched at Xiao Ye's side, inquiring about math problems. It nearly frightened me to death. Lu Qi's lips twitched as he explained to He Chu, "Pay him no mind. Jiang Ling truly harbors no ill will. He is simply terrified of ghosts, to the extent that he insists on sharing a room with a boy in a large house. He fears that during the night, when he rises to relieve himself, he might encounter a fearsome female ghost lying beside him, plotting something sinister." Jiang Ling, his face flushed with embarrassment, seized Lu Qi by the neck, exclaiming, "You dare to expose my shortcomings? I shall obliterate you." He Chu and her friend could not contain their laughter. Jiang Ling possessed such an unexpected charm in his contrasting demeanor. Thus, the rumors surrounding He Chu and Xiao Yu were effortlessly dispelled. However, He Chu continued to be an object of disdain among certain girls. It was simple. Lu Qi was the wealthiest student at 9th Middle School, while He Chu had become the second girl, after Jiang Ye Nai He, to frequently be seen alongside him. These girls did not envy Jiang Ye Nai He, for the stark disparity in their standings rendered comparison futile. Yet, in their eyes, He Chu was merely an inferior girl. She had merely intervened in a quarrel. What right did she have to enjoy such fortune as to befriend the young master of the Lu family? And so another day of school concluded. As He Chu exited the classroom, he kept his head down, oblivious to his surroundings, and inadvertently collided with someone, causing that person to tumble to the ground. To his dismay, it was none other than Zhang Jiahui. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Immediately following this incident, Jiang Ling and Jiang Ye Nai He hurried to assist Zhang Jiahui to her feet. At that moment, Jiang Ye Nai He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Jiang Ling might scold He Chu on behalf of Zhang Jiahui, but surprisingly, he did not. This minor incident was soon forgotten by all. As the ascendance to the third year of high school loomed ever closer, the students majoring in the arts began to prepare and strategize for their futures. To Jiang Ye Nai He's astonishment, He Chu expressed his desire to study fine arts. In this era, the 9th Middle School placed significant emphasis on art students in order to bolster their enrollment rates. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye Nai He continued her studies diligently in the classroom, while Lu Qi, noticing the vacant seat beside He Chu, conferred with Jiang Ling about the possibility of pursuing an art degree to attempt the college entrance examination. Jiang Ling, with his hands clasped behind his head, surveyed the unremarkable students seated in the front row, a sneer forming on his lips. What a waste of time after a moment. He turned to Lu Qi and revealed, "I actually have a plan in mind. I'm just hesitating." Chapter 107. Jiang Ling, be quiet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye Nai He tossed her pen aside, exclaiming, "What plan?" Jiang Ling lowered his voice slightly. "During my recent trip to Beijing, I spoke with my mother. She suggested that I need not attend my final year of high school. Instead, I should apply for the college entrance examination now and, after taking it this year, head straight to New York." Lu Qi frowned. "What for?" "Attending an overseas university to study securities and finance. My father has invested in a bank on Wall Street. My mother is currently seeking opportunities, hoping my father will transfer ownership of that bank to me, allowing me to gain practical experience. Jiang Ye Nai He sighed, reflecting on the quintessential path of a wealthy second-generation student with a lackluster academic record. The most cruel irony is that, regardless of their current academic performance, as long as these individuals become aware and willing to exert effort, with the support of wealth and resources, they can indeed acquire knowledge. The greatest injustice in the world is that some are born into privilege, while the most equitable aspect of our society is the college entrance examination policy. Lu Qi pondered, contemplating the possibility. If not, I will accompany you. As the two casually and whimsically envisioned their futures, Jiang Ling's phone vibrated. To his surprise, it was Zhang Jiahui calling at that moment. Upon answering, he immediately heard her frantic voice, tinged with tears. I'm in the small woods behind the school. Ah! She barely finished her sentence before a scream laced with fear echoed, and the call abruptly ended. She was a petite figure, carrying a large pink art bag and holding a white sketch box, her face adorned with a smile, seemingly in high spirits. Apart from the students already enrolled in art classes, there were others in the class who aspired to study art but could not afford it. He-Chu's deskmate was one such student. Upon seeing He-Chu's new art supplies, her deskmate expressed deep envy, urging He-Chu to show her. He-Chu cheerfully replied, "Sure, just as I need to mix some paint." He-Chu meticulously counted the art supplies she had purchased, laying them out on the table under the envious gaze of her deskmate. One by one, she displayed the paints, palette knives, watercolors, paint box, towels, and a small spray bottle filled with water. The process of filling the paint box with vibrant, pristine colors was both tedious and therapeutic. The satisfaction that arose from neatly organizing the pigments was unparalleled. Behind her, Lu Qi walked with a conflicted expression, while Jiang Ling strode ahead with a furrowed brow and an air of indignation. Upon reaching He-Chu's row, he halted, his piercing gaze fixated on her as she carefully scooped white paint into her palette. The moment He-Chu noticed Jiang Ling standing beside them, he abruptly seized the damp towel, stained with paint, from her table and forcefully pressed it against her face. It didn't hurt much, but the humiliation was palpable. Startled, He-Chu shot up, both furious and astonished, exclaiming, "Jiang Ling, have you lost your mind? What is going on? Why are you bullying someone as soon as you enter?" Jiang Ling, gritting his teeth, cast a cold glance at her, then opened his phone and tossed it onto the table in front of He-Chu. On the screen, a girl was crying, stating, "He-Chu is the daughter of the owner of Fontang KTV. She found us through some people, offering us benefits to help her bully Zhang Jiahui." Lu Qi inquired, "What is the reason? What justification does He-Chu have for her actions?" She said that last time Zhang Jiahui knocked her down and hurt her, and she also expressed her disdain for the close relationship between Zhang Jiahui, Jiang Ling, and you. He-Chu gazed at the screen, where several girls, dressed as extravagantly as herself, appeared, her expression abruptly turning a shade of ashen gray, filled with dread. She looked up at Jiang Ling and exclaimed passionately, "I did not do it." Jiang Ling clenched his jaw, the veins in his tightly grasped fingers protruding, as though he had to endure simply because the person before him was a girl. Truly, it is said that ugly people are the source of trouble. It has been decided, and do not dare to argue with me. He-Chu stood up, her emotions spiraling out of control. "I do not know these people." "Huh?" Jiang Ling scoffed. "Your father runs a KTV. With a father like that, what good could you possibly be? Last time, did you not smash a window with your fist?" Jiang Ling, be quiet." Jiang Ye Nai could no longer bear it. "Shut your mouth." Jiang Ling's deep, magnetic voice erupted with anger. "What business is this of yours? Get out of here." That look in his eyes stung Jiang Ye Nai. After being here for so long, it was the first time Jiang Ling had lost his temper with her, and his words were so harsh. At that moment, her once fervent heart felt as though it had been pierced by a chilling wind. Clenching her fists, she impulsively grabbed the towel that had been used to hit He-Chu and hurled it at Jiang Ling's face. "Idiot!" Struck in the face and insulted, Jiang Ling seized his daughter's collar, pulling her before him. "What the hell are you calling me?" The entire classroom fell into a terrifying silence. When Lu Qi spoke up for Jiang Ye Nai, Jiang Ling even scolded him. Jiang Ling's temper is notoriously volatile at school, and today, she is in a particularly irritable mood, resembling a rampaging beast. Amidst this intimidating atmosphere, a gentle melody unexpectedly fills every corner of the classroom. The bell has rung. Voices echoing in the hallway can be heard. Yet no one from class 184 dares to leave the confines of the classroom. As a flurry of footsteps passes outside, a soft sobbing emerges from the back door. All eyes turn to see Jiang Ye standing there with red-rimmed eyes, her hair disheveled. With a tearful expression reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, she implores Jiang Ling, "Please, don't be angry with Xiao Yu Lu Qi, we can talk it out. There's no need for you to be upset." The victim's plea slightly alleviates Jiang Ling's fury, prompting her to release her daughter and cast a disdainful glance at He Chu. "Out of respect for you, I want to report this. You will apologize and cover the medical expenses, and then this matter will be settled." He Chu remains silent, avoiding Jiang Ling's gaze. She picks up the soft lid of her paint box, attempting to cover the half-mixed paint, but her hands tremble uncontrollably, as if her bones have been extracted. The more she strives for calmness, the more agitated she becomes. In her flustered state, she inadvertently nudges the uncovered lemon yellow paint off the edge of the table, spilling an entire box of paint onto Jiang Ling's pristine limited edition white basketball shoes. Jiang Ling's pupils constrict, rage surging within her. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and terrifying, as everyone feared that Jiang Ling would pour He Chu's paint all over her. "He Chu, I offer you a chance. Kneel and clean my shoes, and this matter will be forgotten." His voice was a chilling whisper, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Time and again, he trampled upon He Chu's dignity, just as He Chu grasped the towel that had once humiliated her, ready to acquiesce. Jiang Ye Nai He stepped in front of Jiang Ling, sniffing softly as she said, "Do not fear him. I will accompany you to paint." Had it not been for the sound of her sniffle, Jiang Ling would have forcibly moved her aside once more. After finishing her words, Jiang Ye Nai He began to tightly screw the lids back onto the paint containers for He Chu. He Chu's hands trembled violently, her entire body shaking. What is there to fear? Jiang Ye Nai He thought, on the verge of tears. In her memories, although He Chu led an unremarkable life, she had never suffered humiliation from others. It was unimaginable that her mother had once been so meek and bullied. Was it because of her that He Chu had become stronger in the face of adversity? She could barely contain her sorrow, her voice quaking as she shouted what she longed to express. "You, He Chu, are my friend, Jiang Ye Nai He. I believe you are not that kind of person." From this moment on, the emotionally charged girl could not suppress her tears any longer. "If anyone dares to insult you again, they are challenging me." In that moment, Jiang Ling looked at his daughter, who was crying in indignation and making an absolute declaration, and suddenly, all his anger dissipated. As he calmed down, he recalled Jiang Ye Nai He's earlier words. What right did he have to stand up for Jiang Ye? Indeed, it was unnecessary. But why has he acted impulsively once more? Jiang Ye, weeping inconsolably, implored him. "Jiang Ling, she must be taking advantage of the fact that you and Lu Qi are classmates, which emboldens her to behave so recklessly. I mean no harm. I am merely concerned that you two might be exploited by someone wielding false authority." At this thought, he felt as though he had missed a step, his heart plummeting in uncertainty. Suddenly, he realized that the one truly manipulating him was not He Chu, but rather Jiang Ye, who, understanding his temperament all too well, had turned his emotions against him. After Jiang Yi made his stance clear, he pulled He Chu outside, only to collide with Xiao Yu, who had approached upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Yu steadied her with a hand, his phoenix eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ling in the distance, his slanted gaze brimming with barely contained fury. Yet, his upbringing restrained him from losing his temper. He merely coldly addressed Jiang Ling. "Indeed, our parents have all traversed the world, and such behavior is disgraceful. However, at the very least, one should take responsibility for their own actions. As you can see, Chu Chu possesses the strength to shatter glass with a single punch. She is more than capable of handling matters herself and would never resort to hiring someone for such undertakings." Jiang Ling was the type who, upon realizing his mistake, would refuse to hear any harsh truths. Furthermore, with his arch-nemesis Xiao Yu chastising him, he was infuriated beyond measure. Xiao Yu's words seemed to mock his previous actions of hiring someone. Then, with a cryptic remark, Xiao Yu added, "If you bully Chu Chu in hopes of winning over Jiang Ye, whom you have pursued for so long, it might just be worth it. Moreover, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. If it truly is the case that Chu Chu has bullied Jiang Ye, my classmate, I shall personally hand Chu Chu over to her, allowing Jiang Ye to deal with her as she sees fit." Such a statement is undeniably eloquent. It rendered Jiang Ling speechless, and the onlookers felt no sympathy for Jiang Ye. In fact, Xiao Yu's words instilled a sense of dissonance among the crowd, as if the most crucial element of this situation was shrouded in secrecy. Consequently, they found it difficult to harbor resentment towards the perpetrator, He Chu. Nor could they muster compassion for the victim, Jiang Ye. In the midst of this silence, Jiang Ling's mind echoed with Xiao Yu's words. His previous jest regarding his unusual relationship with He Chu had been a form of sarcasm, yet at that moment, Xiao Yu seemed unaffected by his mockery. Why was it that now, when Xiao Yu spoke of Jiang Ye, he felt as though he was the subject of ridicule? A glance at the still weeping Jiang Ye suddenly shifted his perspective. He found her utterly insufferable. That evening, they had all skipped their study session. Jiang Ye Nai He, He Chu, and Xiao Yu had chosen to wander along the moat in Anqing for a respite, while Lu Qi and Jiang Ling were not together. Lu Qi had always maintained a neutral relationship with Jiang Ye, yet inwardly, he leaned towards He Chu this time, albeit feeling disappointed in himself for taking no action. Jiang Ling, though often embroiled in trouble, was never short of friends. With Lu Qi absent, he quickly mingled with another group. Others often remarked on his loyalty and warmth towards friends he had known for years, willing to go to great lengths for them. Indeed, he was that kind of person, passionate, impulsive, and prone to acting on a whim. Even though he no longer harbored any desire to be in a relationship with Jiang Ye, he rushed to her aid upon discovering she was in danger, simply because they had been classmates for many years and she was, after all, a girl. However, upon reflection, regardless of whether He Chu was right or wrong in this situation, she was a friend of his daughter, and he ought to first inquire about his daughter's perspective. His phone's contact list remained open, yet he hesitated to call Jiang Ye Nai. He contemplated asking Lu Qi for assistance, but felt too embarrassed to do so. He recognized that his actions had created a rift between Lu Qi and He Chu, and he understood that Lu Qi did not believe He Chu would bully Jiang Ye. Ultimately, due to Jiang Ye, he had disrupted what was once a harmonious little circle. At midnight, he finally resolved to set aside his foolish pride and call his daughter, only to see Xiao Yu nearby, laughing and chatting with her. His daughter, who had been smiling like a blooming flower in front of Xiao Yu, immediately soured her expression upon seeing him, as if she wished to shove his head into a toilet. Jiang Ling felt a deep sense of frustration. Jiang Ye Nai walked home alone, and he followed her with a glum face. Once home, Jiang Ling felt anxious, prepared for Jiang Ye Nai to tell her parents and face criticism. Yet she did not even mention it. Chapter 109. It is a source of great pride to like that young man. She continued to beam like a little son at her father, grandfather, and aunt, completely ignoring him. This was Jiang Ling's first experience of insomnia, tormented by a peculiar sense of guilt and the realization that he had acted foolishly. The next day, she did not accompany him to school. Instead, she jogged ahead on her own. Upon arriving at the classroom, she exchanged seats with Ma Lingling's deskmate, both reluctant to sit together. Meanwhile, Lu Qi and He Chu were absent from class, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed as he lingered alone in the classroom, prompting him to skip class. It was not until the commencement of the sports meet that Lu Qi and He Chu made their appearance. He Chu resumed her usual demeanor, greeting classmates cheerfully and interacting harmoniously with Lu Qi, Jiang Ying, Ma Lingling, and others. Lu Qi continued to converse with Jiang Ling as if nothing had transpired. Yet when Jiang Ling invited him to join for a meal online, he declined, citing strict oversight from his mother and the need to behave for a few days. Jiang Ye, whom he had been protective of, later appeared at the entrance of class 184, seemingly seeking to engage Lu Qi in conversation. In this context, Jiang Ling experienced an unprecedented sense of loneliness, akin to being isolated. He could comprehend Lu Qi and the girl's estrangement from him. Yet he found himself perplexed by Jiang Ye's behavior. The long-awaited sports meet finally commenced amidst great anticipation. Jiang Ling chose not to participate in any activities, opting instead to spend his days mingling with another group of friends on the playground, as long as he avoided the classroom. Following the backlash she faced on the forum, Han Yu had become considerably more discreet, perhaps fearing the repercussions on her family's elders' careers. Nonetheless, she eagerly participated in the sports meet, particularly in the women's 100-meter dash held on the first morning. As a dance student, her reflexes were naturally swift, and she secured first place in the preliminaries, significantly increasing her chances of winning. However, in the finals, an unexpected incident occurred when another girl blatantly fouled and knocked her down. At that moment, as she was accelerating, she was suddenly struck, rolling across the track, and her leg seemed to be injured as well. The anguished cries of Han Yu echoed across the playground. Yet due to her prior actions, None of those gathered along the track dared to extend a hand to assist her. Just as the supervising gym teacher called for a medic, two figures suddenly dashed down from the high stands. When they appeared before Han Yu, it became evident to the onlookers that they were Jiang Ye and He Chu. He Chu gently helped Han Yu to her feet, while Jiang Yu crouched beside her, anxiously inquiring, "Is your leg injured?" Han Yu, tears streaming down her face, pointed to her thigh, exclaiming, "My leg. It hurts." He Chu urged, "Let us hope it's not a ligament strain. Stay still, we'll take you to the infirmary immediately. The legs are the most vital asset for a dancer." An injury to the ligaments could spell disaster for her career. Without a moment's hesitation, they lifted her and made their way towards the infirmary. As Jiang Ye cradled her, she spoke softly, "We're all classmates from 9th middle school. Is it a problem to assist a fellow student?" He Chu added, "Indeed, by helping one another, we can reduce animosity and foster friendship." Han Yu's pupils dilated, her throat constricted as she swallowed hard, her gaze gradually drifting elsewhere. In the northwestern corner of the stands, she spotted Xiao Yu, hands casually tucked into his pockets. The weather had turned warm, and he was clad in a relaxed white shirt, adorned with a loosely hanging decorative tie that accentuated his graceful neck and collarbone. Standing in the sunlight that bathed the stands, he observed them from a distance. The spring breeze tousled his dark hair and the hem of his shirt, rendering the aloof yet refined youth vivid and animated. In that moment, a complex smile, tinged with both defiance and pride, blossomed upon the young girl's face. It is as if cherishing that young lad is a matter of immense pride. For two girls, bound by an extraordinary connection with him, must concede that he truly is remarkable. "Thank you, dear ones." At this moment, Jiang Ling's gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon the trio of girls, particularly honing in on He Chu. That nonconformist, originally in a hurry, ran with a grace that belied her seemingly carefree demeanor. Her feet were not turned inward, and her running form exuded a certain feminine elegance. Meanwhile, Li Jie and the boys from their class lingered not far from Jiang Ling. Li Jie observed He Chu, and even though her makeup might have been less than flattering, it could not obscure the admiration gleaming in the young man's eyes. Leaning on his hand, he mused, "My mother is truly beautiful and kind-hearted, and so is Xiao Nai." Li Jie was aware that He Chu was Liang Shang, and although he had never exchanged words with her at school, the tenderness in his gaze spoke volumes. He was privy to her secret. His musings did not escape Jiang Ling's ears. As for whether He Chu was indeed kind-hearted, Jiang Ling remained ambivalent but was curious to ask Li Jie what had led him to deem her beautiful. At that juncture, a boy beside Li Jie posed a soul-searching inquiry. "They say Zhang Jiehui is quite a person. She and Han Yu were classmates in middle school. So why doesn't she lend a helping hand to her old friend?" Jiang Ling paused, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the crowd. After a thorough search, he finally spotted Zhang Jiehui near Lu Qi. Just then, Li Jie remarked, "Let us not speak ill of the young lady. It may bring misfortune upon us." In that instant, he realized he had no right to mock others. It was as if he himself was the greatest joke. The school sports meet was poorly managed, allowing some to seize the opportunity to skip classes recklessly, while others from different schools infiltrated the event. Jiang Ling felt increasingly oppressed. As the sports meet approached its second day, he resolved to go to BJ. His mother requested that he bring his textbooks along, so he casually picked up a few from school in the morning. At 10 o'clock, when the competition was at its peak, he exited the school gate alone. The small grove, with its secretive nature, often harbored dubious individuals engaged in unsavory activities, and if luck was against him, he might overhear some distasteful utterances. He recalled a previous visit with Lu Qi, where they had come to relieve themselves and had heard such sounds. A few of them had even pulled up their trousers and run over to indulge in the spectacle. As he stood there, a cigarette in hand, lost in thoughts of his past absurdities, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He halted his steps and listened intently. Indeed, it was He Chu's voice. Moreover, it was a cry filled with despair. Having previously heard those girls identify He Chu, he found it hard to accept the possibility that he had misjudged her character, especially since many facts indicated that she was not the type to bully others. Nevertheless, he often recalled the sorrowful expression on the girl's face and the trembling of He Chu's small frame. Casting aside his cigarette and extinguishing it with his foot, he raced toward the source of the sound. With the willow catkins swirling and blurring his vision, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him upon reaching a gathering. Left Mingyang and a few dubious youths were squatting on a stone bench along the narrow path of the grove, while He Chu lay on the ground, violently tugged at by several aggressive young women. Chapter 110. She is the mother of my little wild one. New Year update, she cried out, utterly powerless before those clawing female miscreants. Especially Zhuo Mingliang, whose gaze towards He Chu was lewdly predatory, filled with a ravenous hunger akin to that of a starving wolf. These girls were the very ones who had previously assaulted Jiang Ye. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. What on earth is happening here? Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Jiang Ling, Zhuo Mingliang panicked. Jiang Ling, what are you doing here? At this juncture, if he still could not perceive the underlying issues surrounding He Chu, he would be a complete fool. He bellowed at Zhuo Mingliang. Weren't you the one who dismissed her last time? What the hell is this? What do you intend to do to her? The truth had been laid bare, and Zhuo Mingliang was momentarily taken aback, before suddenly adopting a fawning smile. Old Jiang, this girl has an incredible figure. Someone once sent me photos of her in shorts. How about you take the lead on this? What the hell? Jiang Ling raised his foot and aimed a kick at Zhuo Mingliang's face, exclaiming, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhuo Mingliang tumbled off the stone bench, blood streaming from his nose. What the hell? He wiped it away. What is your relationship with He Chu? Why are you throwing such a fit and kicking me? She is the mother of my little wild one. The words erupted from the young man's throat without a second thought, as he forcefully stomped on the edge of the stone bench, causing it to teeter precariously. Then, releasing his foot, the stone bench fell, nearly crushing Zhuo Mingliang's hand. Zhuo Mingliang, terrified, rolled back in haste. Jiang Ling pressed forward, his striking eyes sharp as ice blades, filled with a fierce contempt directed at Zhuo Mingliang. Should I ever catch you provoking her again, I shall ensure your demise. Leave. He Chu lay on the ground, devoid of strength, yet grateful for her rescue, gasping for breath and sobbing quietly. Zhuo Mingliang and his companions, aware of their inferiority to Jiang Ling, dared not retaliate and scurried away with their tails between their legs. Although Zhuo Mingliang had fled, the other girls were still frightened, yet seemed reluctant to speak the truth due to some unspoken constraints. Jiang Ling noticed their hesitation and relaxed his grip. Now that the facts have been laid bare, you shall all be my friends from this day forth. I shall protect you. He paused, then added emphatically, Do not fear. Even if the matter escalates to the imperial city, I have connections. Speak up. The girls, familiar with Zhuo Mingliang and having heard of Jiang Ling, initially hesitated. However, upon hearing Jiang Ling's declaration, one ventured to ask, Is that true? Indeed, he replied, yet his patience waned quickly. After a brief moment of calm, his temper flared once more. Hurry and tell me. Offending me will not spare you from repercussions. Do you think I won't make your entire family restless? With that, the girls confessed. It wasn't He Chu we were hired to attack. It was Zhang Jiahui who orchestrated this, framing He Chu to incite your disdain for her. Jiang Ling's heart raced, his stomach churned, and a wave of nausea surged through him. He had always regarded Zhang Jiahui as astute in her dealings, which he thought was expected, given her upbringing in such a family. However, he truly could not fathom the extent to which Zhang Jiahui would go to frame He Chu, even hiring someone to inflict harm upon herself. What kind of person would such a calculating and self-destructive girl become in the future? He suppressed his disgust. And then, today, it was also Zhang Jiahui who lured He Chu here, only to be intercepted by Zhuo Mingliang, who ordered us to strip her of her clothing. Zhuo Mingliang and his cohorts intended to do this. Enough. The innocent playboy could not even bear to hear the rest. Had he not fortuitously stumbled upon this scene, what despair would He Chu have endured? Zhang Jiahui was Zhuo Mingliang's greatest accomplice, and he, who had always sided with Zhang Jiahui, was also complicit. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment before inquiring, Do you have evidence of Zhang Jiahui's contact with you? A girl produced her phone and opened QQ. Jiang Ling observed the chat logs, his demeanor strikingly calm. After reading them, he captured all of the evidence with his own phone and snatched the girl's device, commanding, Now, you all wait by the podium at the 9th Middle School's playground. Be cautious. Do not let Zhang Jiahui see you. Mistakes must bear consequences. Heed my words and minimize your losses. The several girls, filled with trepidation, obediently complied with Jiang Ling's instructions. Once only he and He Chu remained, he crouched down, fixating intensely on her face. He Chu's eyeliner had run, rendering her visage even more ghastly than usual. Initially curious about the true features concealed beneath her exaggerated makeup, a subsequent action from He Chu sent a wave of suffocating pain through his heart for the first time. Her eyes were filled with terror as she curled up, pleading, I bow to you. Just spare me. He was curious about what she had endured that could instill such fear in a girl capable of shattering glass with a single punch. I won't harm you, he assured. swiftly removing his cardigan and draping it over He Chu. Startled, she hesitated to accept it, instead timidly handing it back to him, adjusting her own attire. "Thank you." She attempted to rise, but her legs were weak, and her knees collided painfully with the ground. This scene ignited an inexplicable irritation within Jiang Ling. He had previously mocked her and had bullied her not long ago, yet now, in her vulnerable state, was it truly necessary for her to reject his kindness? Damn it! He muttered a curse, securing the sleeves of the garment around her shoulders before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. He Chu trembled even more violently. Although her hands remained still, Jiang Ling could sense that her fear extended beyond just Luo Mingliang and himself. She seemed to dread any contact with the opposite sex. The unpleasant odor that sometimes lingered on girls, akin to boy's foot odor, did not hinder friendship, yet it could deter romantic advances. Contemplating this, he fixed his gaze ahead and coldly declared, "There are countless women eager to pursue me. I have no interest in someone like you." He Chu continued to shiver. "In my presence, no other man dares to be arrogant. Do you understand? So many are afraid to provoke me, yet I haven't harmed you. So what are you afraid of?" His words silenced He Chu. The girl lifted her tear-streaked, dark eyes to meet his displeased yet striking face. Although his words were somewhat lacking, he tightened his embrace around her, bestowing upon her a sense of security. Zhuo Mingliang was not mistaken. This seemingly unattractive girl possessed an undeniably fine figure. She appeared slender, yet held in his arms, she felt as comforting as a bundle of cotton. As he passed by his backpack, he deftly kicked it aside, letting it fall into He Chu's embrace. Chapter 111. The ability to acknowledge one's mistakes is an essential lesson in life. After the two emerged from the grove, Jiang Ling glanced at her, ensuring she remained composed, and inquired, "Have you ever dated Zhuo Mingliang?" "No," He Chu replied softly, her gaze cast downward. A moment of silence enveloped them before she suddenly spoke again. "Once, my closest friend in middle school pretended to be me and entered into a virtual romance with Zhuo Mingliang, even deceiving him out of money. Zhuo Mingliang clung to this incident, determined to coerce me into wrongdoing. That matter should be resolved by your friend. She suffered from a terminal illness and passed away last year." Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond further. Jiang Yu was engaged in conversation with the girls in his class when a sudden scene captured the attention of the young women. Ignoring those around him, he made his way directly toward the bleachers. Zhang Jiehui sat among the seats behind the podium, laughing with her classmates. Upon noticing Jiang Ling and He Chu, her demeanor shifted. Jiang Ling approached his daughter, setting He Chu beside her. After being examined in the infirmary yesterday, thankfully, Han Yu had not sustained any ligament injuries, allowing her to come to the playground to watch the match today. Seeing He Chu in distress, she contemplated for a moment before rising to check on her. Jiang Ling surveyed the entire venue, and upon noticing a group of socialite young women approaching, he discreetly conveyed a few words to them. Subsequently, he approached the host, who was reading a message, abruptly seizing the microphone and interjecting into the proceedings. "Now, I would like to air an advertisement." After speaking, he gestured with his hand towards the young women. When Zhang Jiehui caught sight of them, her complexion turned ashen and her body trembled. Following this, the loudspeakers throughout the school relayed the tearful confessions of several young women regarding an incident that Zhang Jiehui had orchestrated herself. He refrained from allowing the girls to mention Zhuo Mingliang, mindful of various reasons, particularly to avoid inflicting further harm on He Chu. This revelation incited a commotion, prompting all the teachers to rush over, which elicited a cold smirk from him. He seized the microphone once more, articulating with precision, "I possess evidence of Zhang Jiehui colluding with social figures to bully fellow students. Should this matter not be resolved satisfactorily, I would not hesitate to expose it to the public eye. It is truly astonishing that Zhang Jiehui, at the tender age of 18, could so ruthlessly employ schemes to harm her peers. One wonders, if such behavior is perpetually condoned, what calamity you may become in the future." His tone grew increasingly frigid. "Since you are accustomed to using others as pawns, I invite you to become a bullet and take flight for a while. Every individual possesses an inherent disposition, regardless of whether the Jiang family is affluent or impoverished. Jiang Ling, in his youthful audacity, is naturally inclined to provoke trouble and fear no repercussions." At this moment, Han Yu stood beside He Chu, taking a deep breath as she gazed distantly at Zhang Jiehui, who had become the focus of public attention, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. "I am aware that some of my previous actions were misguided," she began, "but I also understand that it is Zhang Jiehui who writes about me in the forums. Even in middle school, I sensed her fierce competitiveness and jealousy. She constantly strived to outshine others in every aspect, be it appearance, academic achievements, or even the number of friends she had to compare with others. With the conversation taking such a turn, Jiang Ye Nai He directly posed a question. Why did you allow your grandfather to threaten Xiao Yu into tutoring you? Han Yu smiled and replied, because I have feelings for Xiao Yu. Her expression darkened as she continued, but if you like Xiao Yu, why are you still pursuing Lu Qi? That doesn't count, she retorted, and as the topic arose, Han Yu averted her gaze, revealing a hint of restraint on her face. My family desires that I engage with wealthy young men, continuously introducing me to such individuals, urging me to maintain favorable relationships and not to distance myself carelessly. In conclusion, Han Yu looked at her and declared, even if I have done many things that others might find objectionable, I would never stoop to the level of Zhang Jiehui. My feelings for Xiao Yu are genuine, yet I now realize that no matter what I do, it will not compel Xiao Yu to notice me any more than he already does, and I will not subject myself to further embarrassment. Having said this, she stood up and gave a small wave to He Chu before returning to her original position. Jiang Ye Nai He watched Han Yu depart, still feeling that she possessed a remarkable grace, far surpassing that of Zhang Jiehui. Ultimately, it seemed that true grace emanated from the heart. Han Yu certainly had her flaws and had made mistakes, but such imperfections are part of being human. We all occasionally err under the influence of fleeting desires or avarice. Mistakes are not to be feared. Rather, the ability to acknowledge and rectify them is an essential lesson throughout one's life. In this regard, compared to the exceedingly unpleasant Zhang Jiehui, Han Yu is indeed not so bad. Once Jiang Ling finished speaking, he approached them. He Chua dared not meet his gaze, but her averted eyes did not reflect fear. Instead, they seemed to convey shyness. Jiang Ye Nai He rose, asking, have you finally come to understand the essence of the matter? Jiang Ling exhaled. Have you finally mustered the courage to speak with me? Jiang Ye Nai He retorted angrily. Could you not speak with a bit more gentleness? Might you reflect upon your own behavior? Absolutely not. Just as it appeared that the father and daughter were about to engage in another quarrel, Xiao Yu and Lu Qi suddenly appeared simultaneously, with Lu Qi sporting a number tag on his chest. He was to compete in the men's 200-meter sprint, scheduled to start in half an hour. He positioned himself beside Jiang Ling, while Xiao Yu stood next to He Chua, scrutinizing her with a conflicted expression. Though he had numerous words to convey, he ultimately said nothing, merely confirming that she was all right before exchanging a few words with Jiang Ye Nai He and preparing to leave. At that moment, He Chua tugged at his shirt hem, lowering her head to softly utter, "You, I'm sorry to have worried you." Xiao Yu pressed his lips together in response, and continued walking forward. As a class representative of Class 180, he had been assigned duties by the homeroom teacher. Jiang Ye Nai He caught up with him, eager to say a few words. She felt a sense of joy upon witnessing the close relationship between her mother and Xiao Yu. Yet her words were laced with teasing. You and He Chua are quite close. She even calls you a you. Xiao Yu paused and smiled at her. You can call me that too. Huh? Call you what? You can call me that. I refuse. Xiao Yu elucidated. Chu and I have grown up together since childhood. Although my mother is her godmother, she also calls her mother. At that moment, Jiang Ling had lost interest in how Jiang Ye Nai He and Xiao Yu interacted. His curiosity was piqued regarding the relationship between He Chu and Xiao Yu. He called her Chu, while she affectionately referred to him as a you. Their bond seemed even more intimate than that of him and Jiang Ye Nai He. How did Xiao Yu manage to cultivate such a close relationship with such a remarkable girl? Lu Qi inquired about the specifics of the situation, and Jiang Ling led him aside to reveal the truth. Damn it! Upon learning the entire story, Lu Qi gritted his teeth in anger, utterly shocked by Zhang Jiehui's malice. The facade was splendid, but the reality was rotten. Indeed, Jiang Ling gazed up at the faint clouds in the sky, reflecting on how he once thought highly of her, dismissing her ambiguous feelings towards him due to her seemingly good character. Little did he know, her pretense was more deceptive than a mere plastic bag. Chapter 112. The fairy has completely enchanted his soul. To hell with it. Exploiting another's gentleness is truly repulsive. If one remains unguarded against such a girl, the consequences could be disastrous. After venting his frustrations, he asked Jiang Ling, "Fortunately, you saw through her in time, but what do you think of He Chu now?" "I don't know. How can you not know?" Lu Qi responded. "I feel a sense of guilt towards He Chu. She has helped my sister immensely, while I have done nothing." And indeed, Jiang Ling remained uncertain. Forming a friendship with someone deemed unattractive is not out of the question. However, the current sentiments he harbors towards He Chu seem to transcend mere camaraderie, and curiously, there exists no animosity. Subsequently, the participants for the short-distance race were summoned, and Lu Qi exchanged few words with Jiang Ling. As he departed, Jiang Ling's spirited shout shattered the unease that had lingered between the good friends over the past couple of days. Run first, and I shall procure your gear. It is a promise. At noon, Jiang Ling escorted those troublesome girls to the police station, and by afternoon, the group found themselves at the juvenile detention center. As for Zhuo Mingliang, Jiang Ling chose to refrain from any immediate action. After all, he had impulsively struck Zhuo Mingliang, and should matters escalate, the cunning nature of Zhuo Mingliang would undoubtedly lead to repercussions for him. It appeared that there were concerns regarding the school's handling of the Zhang Jiahui incident. Thus, before the noon dismissal, her name was plastered across the forum. The post erupted in popularity, inundated with images, notably a selfie of Zhang Jiahui kissing a boy from her previous high school. Her transfer was not motivated by any rivalry with Han Yu, but stemmed from the discovery of her early romantic involvement with that very boy. The disciplinary measures at No. 1 high school were considerably stricter than those at number 9, and with a greater number of high-ranking officials' offspring, Zhang Jiahui was hardly a notable case. The consequence of such an incident was invariably expulsion. At the bottom of the post was an introduction to the male lead, a wealthy heir from number 1 high school, whose family owned a chain of hotels and had recently gone public. When Jiang Ling encountered this post, he did not feel a sense of humiliation. Rather, he found the situation increasingly ironic. The son of a publicly listed company sounded far wealthier than Jiang Ling, the son of a modest coal mine owner, and Lu Qi, the son of a contractor. He inquired of Lu Qi, "Have you noticed that despite my efforts to stand up for her recently, she seems to seek you out more frequently?" Lu Qi, grasping the underlying context, recalled that the incident involving He Chu was indeed connected to him, particularly since his grandfather had visited their school and she had learned of his family's true circumstances. The two exchanged a knowing smile. There was wisdom in maintaining a low profile, as it could help sift out the undesirable elements. Observing that Jiang Ling had matured considerably due to this matter, Jiang Ye Nai He joyfully treated him to some candy as a reward. However, as long as there were individuals intent on ensuring Zhang Jiahui's complete downfall, the incident on the forum would inevitably reach the attention of the school administration. After all, when a student was expelled from first high school for misconduct, it would be unreasonable for ninth high school to overlook the bullying of classmates. In the afternoon, Zhang Jiahui's desk in class 180 was cleared, and her name was struck from the class roster. Meanwhile, He Chu did not attend school that day. Jiang Ling felt an urge to slap himself. How could he still be preoccupied with someone so unattractive? He had not seen He Chu the entire afternoon and considered asking his girlfriend about her, yet it seemed unbecoming for the school heartthrob to inquire about someone so unappealing. Thus, he stubbornly clung to his pride, wrestling with his thoughts. Old Wang remarked, "The incident has understandably affected He Chu's mental state. She has taken a 2-day leave, but she will return to class once her emotions stabilize." In the conclusion, Jiang Ling received commendation, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He lived a life of indulgence and felt unworthy of such praise. 2 mornings later, the spring sun warmed the classroom. Jiang Ling had never considered participating in calisthenics and instead rested his head on his desk. In a haze, the frail class monitor gently tapped his shoulder. He rubbed his eyes with his arm, turned his head, and lowered his brows to look over. Startled, the girl class leader shrank back and stammered, "Jiang Ling, today is your turn for duty. You need to clean the blackboard." Their group member, Lu Qi, had gone to the restroom, and Jiang Ye Nai He was energetically performing calisthenics in the campus grounds. The only labor available was him. After Zhang Jiahui was expelled, he had quietly reflected on himself and resolved to become a patient, gentle person who would not easily lose his temper. Now is the time for action. So he softly replied, "Understood." He stifled a yawn and rose, heading towards the podium. The vain individual dreaded chalk dust, and he dawdled while cleaning the blackboard. By the time the fledglings had taken flight, he was still procrastinating, even fanning chalk dust towards the doorway with a practice book he had picked up from the front row. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared at the entrance. Deterred by the chalk dust Jiang Ling had sent her way just as she was about to step in. Abruptly, he froze, his heart skipping a beat before racing wildly. In the sunlight by the door stood a strange, yet radiant girl. She had a thick mane of black hair styled into a fluffy bun, adorned with a delicate pearl headband. Soft wisps of hair cascaded over her smooth forehead. As one's gaze descended, they would notice her elegantly arched brows framing a pair of large, dark, glistening apricot eyes that exuded a pure and harmless charm. Her nose was delicately petite, and her soft, alluring lips complemented her noticeably youthful cheeks. Her skin was fair, giving her an almost luminescent appearance. Slender in stature, she wore a white long-sleeve shirt with a doll collar, paired with light-washed denim overalls. At this moment, Jiang Ling's mind was a tumult of chaotic thoughts. Who is she? What is her name? How old is she? Where does she reside? How many family members does she have? He had previously thought himself to be quite discerning in his affection for Zhang Jiehui, priding himself on being a person of depth, especially considering the numerous girls who surpassed her in beauty. Yet now, with the sudden appearance of this ethereal beauty, he realized how superficial he truly was. Merely judging by appearances. No, that wasn't he entirely accurate. He had encountered many memorable beauties in the capital and Hainan, yet none had evoked such intense emotions as this. It was as though he, the unconventional plug, had at last found the perfect socket, and the current surged through him instantaneously. The enchanting visage of the girl before him captivated his very soul. The campus heartthrob was momentarily entranced, only to slowly set down the book in his hands, swallow hard, and speak up. Looking for someone? The celestial beauty smiled softly. I'm not looking for anyone. I'm here for class. Jiang Ling's gaze faltered slightly. Her voice resonated with an uncanny familiarity. As realization dawned, his pupils dilated in alarm. You. Just then, several girls entered. And suddenly Jiang Ye Nai He's excited voice erupted. He Chu. Chapter 113. A spark of desire, love at first sight. Jiang Ling raised her hand to steady herself against the blackboard. She had seen photographs of He Chu from her childhood. Her face was sweet and adorable, possessing a doll-like quality that defied aging. Thus, even as He Chu approached her 40s, she would still appear to be in her 20s. When Jiang Ye Nai He and He Chu stood face to face, it was evident that Nai He was slightly taller, standing at an impressive height of 1.66 meters, while He Chu appeared to be around 1.63 meters. Though the two individuals appeared somewhat similar in stature, Jiang Ye Nai He, having trained in self-defense, exhibited a notable density of muscle in her limbs. To describe her, one might liken her to a stunningly athletic little wild leopard, while He Chu resembled a charmingly soft little kitten. Even though Jiang Ye Nai He could discern a resemblance between herself and He Chu, she had inherited more from Jiang Ling, and their overall demeanor and fashion styles were entirely dissimilar. To others, they embodied distinctly different types of youthful and invincible beauty. He Chu. Lu Qi had also entered, surveying the drastically transformed girl. Wow. He Chu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Is it really that exaggerated? You're making me shy? Ma Lingling tugged her further inside, exclaiming, exaggerated? More than that. He Chu, you looked lovely even with that previous perm. But now that you've reverted your hair to a more natural state, you're even more beautiful. What made you transform yourself like that? Did you lose a dare with someone? His heart raced uncontrollably. That was He Chu, the same girl who had once been perceived as an unattractive duckling. Previously, he had experienced a naive fondness for Zhang Jiehui, stemming from the innocent camaraderie among classmates. Some might call that affection nurtured over time. In stark contrast to his past feelings, the inexplicable and uncontrollable fluttering in his heart now made it clear that he had merely been immersed in a whimsical illusion of affection that he had constructed himself, akin to child's play. Yet, the unprecedented rush of excitement and elation that now surged through him in under 5 minutes revealed the truth. He had fallen for her at first sight. Ensnared by the allure of her beauty, many are astonished by He Chu's transformation, surrounding her with inquiries. Jiang Ling feigned disinterest, settling down with his extracurricular book, yet perked up his ears. Lu Qi asked, why did you make yourself seem so unappealing initially? He Chu replied, once that's when Ming Yang set his sights on me. I had no choice but to appear a bit foolish to deter him. Is this the plight of a stunning beauty? After lamenting to the heavens, Ma Lingling turned to Jiang Ye Nai He, asking, Xiao Yu, do you share such troubles? Jiang Ye Nai He shrugged and smiled, not at all. Perhaps my mother feared I would face such issues as I grew, so she enrolled me in a martial arts school. Most boys cannot match my strength. Surrounding classmates were left speechless. He Chu chuckled, indeed. If I have a daughter in the future, I will also send her to a martial arts school to ensure she can defend herself. Jiang Ye Nai He remained silent. He Chu's laughter revealed her crescent-shaped eyes and a charming dimple on her face. Jiang Ling stole a glance, lowering his head, foolishly joining in her laughter. Suddenly, Jiang Ye Nai turned to him, noticing his expression. Jiang Ling, what are you laughing at? Was he to be discovered by the girl? He furrowed her brow, pursing her lips, and the once bright smile on her face faltered slightly in front of him. What are you laughing at? Laughing at your foolishness. He chuckled awkwardly, turning away in disappointment. Jiang Ling wished to slap himself for his thoughtlessness. Indeed, it was rather foolish. He expressed to others that fear is ultimately futile and that one should embrace courage, suggesting that, for instance, at this moment, she was no longer afraid. When asked how she had overcome her fear, He remained silent, gesturing towards the outside where it seemed the teacher had arrived, prompting everyone to sit up straight. As the class progressed, Jiang Ling found himself increasingly distracted. Positioned behind her, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. When she bowed her head to read, her neck elongated gracefully, and the loose strands of hair cascading from the back of her head added to her allure. A delicate white ribbon peeked from her crisp white shirt, tied into a charming bow at the nape of her neck. He swallowed hard, pondering the nature of her attire. Such adornments had never graced Ye Nai He's neck before. Occasionally, she would turn to inquire about their assignments. And he feigned interest in his comic book, yet he couldn't resist glancing up to behold her face. With each furtive glance, his heart raced faster, intensifying his desire to gaze upon her. All right. He turned towards him, urging, "Speak your number." In that moment, Jiang Ling felt a surge of jealousy towards Lu Qi. Once, an opportunity to connect with a captivating female guest lay before him, yet he failed to cherish it. Only in its absence did he realize his regret. There is no greater sorrow in the world than this. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he vowed to conduct himself as a true gentleman, seizing the opportunity firmly. Yet now, he couldn't even find a moment to converse with her as a normal classmate. In essence, he was engulfed by regret, deep and profound regret. After school, he finally found himself crossing paths with Ye once more. She retrieved several small bags from her backpack, each no larger than a palm, elegantly secured with golden strings at the top, exquisite and beautiful. She first handed a bag to Jiang Ling, her gaze both distant and sincere. "Jiang Ling, I really appreciate your help last time. These are cookies I made myself. If you don't mind, please accept them." Jiang Ling felt his heart racing. He certainly didn't mind, not at all. If she were to present him with the very poison gas bomb she had crafted previously, he would undoubtedly find a reason to accept it. Yet, he needed to maintain his composure. He couldn't let his persona falter. Politely, he replied with an air of nonchalance, taking the bag and tossing it into the drawer. Next, he handed a bag each to Lu Qi and Jiang Ye Nai He. "These are for you." Lu Qi and Jiang Ye Nai He responded with warmth, immediately opening their bags to sample a piece. However, they soon froze in mutual understanding, their expressions stiffening. He blinked. "What's wrong?" Lu Qi swallowed hard, looking embarrassed, while Jiang Ye Nai He bluntly spat hers out. She realized she should never have held expectations for He, who was clearly no cook. Did you mistake sugar for salt? Chapter 114. If only one could have both fish and bear's paw. What? Hichu's face fell immediately. She grabbed a piece from Jiang Ye Nai He's bag and tasted it, only to spit it out in a flurry of panic. Her flustered demeanor was utterly adorable. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle, though he had to keep up his facade. "Are you mentally challenged?" Hichu's face turned crimson. "I'm so sorry. I forgot to taste my own creation. Just give me a moment, and I promise to bring you something edible this afternoon." At this point, Lu Qi no longer spoke on Jiang Ling's behalf. His gaze towards Hichu now held a palpable fondness. He secretly wished that all the boys in the world would be indifferent towards Hichu, for this might allow his sudden yearning for her to be easily fulfilled. After some contemplation, he promptly took a few more pieces of food and encouraged Hichu, saying, "Although you misjudged the seasoning, it's still acceptable. The salt mixed with milk resembles the flavor of shredded meat. Without comparison, there can be no harm." Jiang Ye Nai He felt numb. Thinking that her foolish father could do as he pleased, he had managed to remain single by his own merit, and she was not the matchmaker, lacking the confidence to pull the red thread for him. After all, she was born to be a daughter, whether as Jiang Ling's or as Lu Qi's. Lu Qi's actions moved Hichu, who thought to herself, "Lu Qi, you are truly kind." Jiang Ling observed Lu Qi scratching his head and smiling bashfully, feeling a subtle pang in his heart. In terms of popularity with the opposite sex, Lu Qi had never been outdone by him. Yet, in this moment, he felt that all his previous victories over Lu Qi paled in comparison to Lu Qi's triumph over him now. Jiang Ye Nai He organized the cookies and books, exclaiming, "Shall we prepare to leave?" Jiang Ling, feigning nonchalance, was the first to rise from his seat, with Lu Qi and Xiao Jiang, Hichu following behind. However, Just as they exited the classroom, Jiang Ling halted. I forgot my phone. Once he retrieved it, Lu Qi and Jiang Ye Nai He were waiting for him. Where is He Chu? He inquired. Jiang Ye Nai He pointed towards class 180. She went to find Xiao Yu. At that moment, they happened to see Xiao Yu exiting the classroom. He noticed the transformed He Chu and smiled as they chatted and walked towards the staircase. Damn it. It was Xiao Yu again. Coincidentally, a girl from the neighboring class, unaware of the situation, chimed in with gossip. Wow, Xiao Yu is with yet another stunning beauty. I've never seen her before. Oh, that's He Chu from class 184. No way, He Chu is so beautiful even without makeup. Why did she present herself so differently before? That's a mystery. However, previously, Xiao Yu addressed her quite affectionately as Chu Chu. Could it be that He Chu is Xiao Yu's girlfriend? I seem to recall someone from class 184 mentioning that. Jiang Ling recalled the playful banter about Xiao Yu and He Chu from not long ago and felt an urge to vanish. At that moment, Lu Qi suddenly sprinted away, calling out, He Chu. He Chu and Xiao Yu halted in their tracks, and He Chu smiled, asking, what is the matter? Lu Qi glanced at Xiao Yu and smiled. Let us go together. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling felt as though a heavy stone lodged itself in his chest, suffocating him. The more troubled he felt, the more indifferent he appeared. He quickly pivoted and tugged at his daughter, steering her away from the unfolding scene. It was evident to any observant individual that Lu Qi's feelings for He Chu had transcended mere friendship. His emotions were now a complex tapestry. He recalled the future Lu Qi, a wealthy man who, even in middle age, remained solitary, disregarding the potential negative repercussions He Chu might bring, yet steadfastly accompanying her through the years. Upon reaching the campus, the three walked ahead of the father and daughter duo. At that moment, Jiang Ling turned to his daughter and said, Xiao Yi, what would you think if I had fallen for another girl before meeting your mother? After a brief pause, he added, it is not the previous mindset of liking Zhang Jiahui simply because she liked me and I did not dislike her. Rather, it was an unexpected revelation that took me by surprise. Jiang Ye Nai He was initially taken aback. This must be what it means to be moved. While astonished, she remained calm and objective, stating, I don't really concern myself with that. It's your matter. I believe in going with the flow. The fate that is meant to be cannot be avoided. Have you recently developed feelings for another girl? Jiang Ling observed He Chu, who was engaged in conversation with Xiao Yu and Lu Qi at that moment. Jiang Ling had never considered that He Chu was Jiang Ye Nai He's mother, for in his mind, Jiang Ye Nai He was someone who spoke her mind. If He Chu were to be his future wife, she would certainly express it. When she previously called He Chu mom, he had his doubts, yet she had clarified that He Chu was not. Now, however, he felt a tightness in his chest. The thought of having children with another woman, who would then be Jiang Ye Nai He, was distressing. If, he continued, what if fate were to change? Do you think it would be possible that you might not be born at all? For example, I am currently eager to pursue the girl I like. And if I succeed, I might not wish to be with your mother anymore. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Jiang Ling had discovered He Chu was her mother? She steadied herself and admitted, honestly, I have pondered this question as well. She had genuinely contemplated it. This is merely a premise from an anime. No one knows if it holds any truth. Nevertheless, while she feared that a twist of fate might erase her existence, she was unwilling to selfishly impose a forced union. As her mother, He Chu, aside from arranging her education during her childhood, never interfered in her choices after she turned 16. Despite the numerous minor conflicts that arose between them, she enjoyed her freedom. Now, as a daughter, she felt even less entitled to meddle in her parents' decisions. Moreover, contemplating the possibility of her demise in 2029, she recognized the profound impact it would have on He Chu. It might be more beneficial for He Chu to be with Lu Qi or another young man. If the child born in the future were not her own, He Chu would not have to bear the burden of single motherhood. Thus, she thought, she could simply continue to watch over Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling, safeguarding them as she did now. In this way, sacrificing her own future for the happiness of 3 or 4 others seemed a worthwhile exchange. Though this reasoning made sense, it still left her feeling melancholic. She sighed. Jiang Ling cast a glance at her and smiled, pulling her into his embrace. It was indeed challenging. The more he observed her, the more he found himself enamored. And likewise, the more he cherished her. If only he could have both fish and bear's paw. Chapter 115. Confessions require capital. Not the right time, then tell me. Whom do you like? Let me see if she surpasses my mother. I refuse to tell you. Jiang Ling continued to fixate on He Chu, unwilling to divulge. How ironic it was that the girl he once mocked the most had now become his infatuation. Surely, It would provoke laughter from his daughter. When Xiao Yu parted ways with Lu Qi, she and He Chu spotted Jiang Ye Nai He and Jiang Ling taking another path. Observing the backs of the father and daughter, He Chu smiled at Xiao Yu and remarked, You like Xiao Nai, don't you? Xiao Yu observed the girl's every move, a smile gracing her lips. She mused. He Chu inquired, She must be quite popular, right? I am unsure, Xiao Yu replied. Her hands tucked into her pockets, a hint of pride spreading across her face. The only boys she interacted with daily, aside from Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, were himself. He had never seen any other boys take the initiative to approach her. He Chu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Yu's triumphant demeanor. Is this the reason you harbor feelings for her yet remain unconfessed? No, Xiao Yu sighed. Confessing requires certain merits, and the time is not yet ripe. Then enlighten me. What merits are necessary for a confession? Xiao Yu regarded He Chu earnestly. I see hope for the future within myself, alongside contributions surpassing those of her parents, and unwavering sincerity. Even so, are you not concerned that some boy might suddenly emerge to seize the opportunity? I am, Xiao Yu admitted, which is precisely why I intend to bake cookies for her. He Chu rolled her eyes. When I collect the new cookies from you this afternoon to take to school, I won't be divulging that you assisted me. Suit yourself. As long as she gets to enjoy them, Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. He Chu smirked, narrowing her eyes as she patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. Cheer up. I shall not treat your beloved poorly. With that, she moved ahead, prompting He Chu to chase after her. Huh? My relationship with Xiao Nai is merely a game. Did you take it seriously? Xiao Yu smiled without a word. By the way, I must mention, I had seen her photo before while gaming with online friends. And I was instantly enamored, particularly eager to meet her. Have you noticed that I bear a slight resemblance to her? I often feel that our foreheads are somewhat alike. Now that you have developed an affection for her, do you believe this is fate? Perhaps it is, after all, a meeting that transcends time and space. In the afternoon, out of respect for Xiao Yu, He Chu presented the freshly baked cookies to Jiang Ye Nai He. However, upon tasting them, Jiang Ye Nai He's expression remained rather unpleasant. He Chu grimaced, this time. Has it failed again? Jiang Ye Nai He raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, whispering in her ear, These aren't made by you, but rather by Xiao Yu, aren't they? He Chu glanced at Jiang Ling and Lu Qi, her cheeks flushing as she muttered, Nonsense, I made them. Jiang Ye Nai showed no mercy. You lack the skill. It's a miracle you haven't blown up the kitchen. Upon hearing this, He Chu was taken aback. How do you know I once blew up the kitchen? The daughter merely smiled in silence. Jiang Ling felt a pang of jealousy towards his daughter, wondering why she could whisper in He Chu's ear. What are you two whispering about? Nothing much, He Chu replied, glancing backward at the cookies Xiao Yu had helped her make, which she promptly tucked away. Having been found out, she felt embarrassed to present them. With the upcoming May Day holiday in mind, she decided to prepare some other gifts as a token of gratitude instead. After the holiday commenced, Jiang Ye Nai He was not in Anqing. She accompanied Ma Lingling back to their ancestral village. Xiao Yu spent the break either studying or playing video games, diligently working towards his future and livelihood. In truth, Jiang Ye Nai He's excuse for cherry picking was merely a ruse. She sought to circle back to find Xiao Yu. On the evening of May 2nd, a light rain began to fall, the sky darkening to a nocturnal hue, with street lamps illuminating the streets ahead of time. Xiao Yu remained oblivious to the changing weather outside, wholly absorbed in his gaming at the internet CAF, headphones snugly in place. Just as he vanquished his opponent, a small hand suddenly darted before him, and before he could react, a pitted cherry was unceremoniously pressed into his mouth. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Jiang Ye Nai He, who, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, held a small plastic basin brimming with meticulously pitted cherries. Flustered, Xiao Yu quickly turned his head away, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Not only had she come to seek him out, but she was also feeding him. Was she attempting to make his heart race uncontrollably? Beside him sat a plastic stool, which Jiang Ye Nai He pulled over to sit next to him. Her attention strayed from the game as she casually offered him a cherry while popping another into her mouth. Her actions were remarkably natural. She gave them little thought. In the future, when she collaborated with a boy of ambiguous sexual orientation, she found herself too preoccupied to manage both hands, and he would kindly present her with snacks, joking that feeding her felt akin to feeding monkeys at the zoo. Having worked with many spirited boys of similar age before, she had shared playful shoulder hugs and light-hearted physical contact, yet none of it had altered their camaraderie. This led Jiang Ye Nai He to harbor a vague understanding of the boundaries with her male friends. How could she clarify these boundaries? It was quite simple. By entering a romantic relationship, She would come to recognize the distinctions between a boyfriend and male friends, thus discern what was inappropriate with the latter. Especially when her fingertips occasionally brushed against his lips, it felt overwhelmingly intense. He would not refuse her, appearing composed, yet internally he resembled a character from a video game. Completely immobilized and at the mercy of Jiang Ye Nai He, his gameplay had descended into chaos, leaving the opposing player under the impression that he had suddenly encountered some significant issue. Meanwhile, in the same district's entertainment street, Jiang Ling was meandering with a group of friends, one of whom was cradling a basketball. Jiang Ling was dressed in a black long-sleeve shirt layered with a sporty short-sleeve hoodie, complemented by black athletic pants and basketball shoes, exuding both athleticism and style. His hoodie pulled over his head to shield against the rain. Someone suggested, now that the basketball game is over and surfing the internet seems rather dull, why not go sing some karaoke and indulge in a few drinks? What do you say, Jiang Ling? However, Jiang Ling had little interest in singing or drinking, as these activities did not appeal to him. Chapter 116. Waiting for him to be taken home? Now that piqued his curiosity, he decided on the venue. Fontang KTV. Fontang? Someone exclaimed with sudden excitement. I've heard that the owner has a particularly beautiful daughter, around our age, often the object of various suitors' attention. She has faced several close calls and ended up attending a girls' boarding school in the neighboring Baocheng for high school. Indeed, she was strikingly attractive. Even he had fallen for her charm. Yet, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. What concerned him more was the fact that she had been subjected to similar experiences since middle school. No wonder she had been so frightened last time. Despite possessing some rudimentary self-defense skills, she would inevitably struggle against overwhelming odds. With extensive experience, psychological trauma was bound to manifest. Enough with the trivialities, he muttered, lowering his head and hastening his steps as he followed a familiar guide. Fontang KTV was nestled in a broader alley branching off the entertainment street. Distinctly different from other KTVs frequented by adult students, the atmosphere here was decidedly more urban and vibrant. At the heart of the scene lies a sugar cube, flanked by a bathhouse to its left and a hotel to its right. Opposite, a row of restaurants is interspersed with a couple of convenience stores and family planning supplies. At this moment, Hichu is crouched beneath a streetlight adjacent to the sugar cube KTV, her head resting on her knees, soft sobs escaping her throat. The rain, which has grown increasingly heavy, drenches her hair and thin clothing. Her voice is utterly drowned out by the music emanating from the KTV. Surrounding her, the raucous conversations and laughter of individuals from the streets pierce the air. Each sound heightens her tension. By day she manages, but night brings her fear. Gifted with a strikingly beautiful face, though uncertain if it is a blessing or a curse, she is further burdened by a fractured family and an unwholesome stepmother. Having been exposed to the sordid thoughts of countless men throughout her life, the most unfortunate aspect is that her fears often manifest. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms over her, and a jarring alarm bells in her mind sends a chill through her body. She dares not lift her head, terrified that doing so would reveal a face marred by base desires and a claw reaching towards her. Alas, her apprehensions are misplaced. Jiang Ling stands there, hands tucked into his pockets, his body slightly bent as he tilts his head to observe the sliver of her profile. He recognizes her. Indeed, it is she. What is this stray kitten doing here in the rain? Just as he is about to speak, a woman bursts out of the KTV. She appears to be in her 30s, her features rather attractive but overshadowed by a more acerbic disposition. Clad in a leopard print mini skirt paired with black stockings and red high heels, she cast a glance at Hichu, then turned her attention to Jiang Ling standing before her, along with several youthful faces trailing behind the boy. A cold smirk appeared on her lips as she pointed at Hichu, saying, I wonder what prompted you, little hussy, to suddenly dress so appropriately. Could it be that you have a romantic interest? Upon hearing this, Hichu lifted her head, her puzzled gaze sweeping across Jiang Ling's sharply defined features, momentarily rendering her speechless. The scornful woman continued her tirade. Now that you've found a man, why not go live with him? This place is under my authority for the time being. Jiang Ling straightened his posture, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as he regarded the woman. And you are? Ah, so the little hussy has found herself quite the catch. The woman's demeanor shifted upon seeing his face, her eyes sparkling with a touch of lewd delight. I am her mother. I now decree that she is yours. Take her wherever you desire. Hichu rose to her feet, whispering, she is not. Jiang Ling, who understood the implications of having divorced parents, recognized the situation instantly. Although his temperament had improved slightly of late, it remained irritable compared to others. Just as he was about to retort to the woman, She turned to walk towards the KTV, hollering back at Jiang Ling. Hurry, and take her away. If you have nowhere to go, head to the hotel next door. Don't linger here and obstruct my business. Jiang Ling felt his cheeks flush at the woman's words. What was he supposed to do with Yichu at a hotel? After the woman departed, the boys who had caught sight of Yichu's appearance gathered around Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, what's going on? Ignoring them, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon Yichu, who was drenched. She still wore her white shirt, now clinging to her form, subtly revealing what should not have been seen by him. For instance, he finally comprehended what that object was that could be tied into a bow around one's neck. Anxiety coursed through him, causing his Adam's apple to bob incessantly. He inquired, what is happening? Jiang Ling's heart raced ever faster as he removed his hat and flung his oversized short-sleeved shirt onto Yichu's head, exclaiming, Coward, your punch could shatter glass. Confront her. Yichu took the garment off her head, pressed her lips together, and replied, It's not as simple as you think. Yet, observing the clothing he offered, she recognized his desire for her to wear it, and her nose tinged with a sharp ache. Jiang Ling. What was she about to say? Tears streamed down her face once more. Thank goodness it's you. The reckless youth was momentarily taken aback. Her pitiful demeanor and such poignant words would surely ignite his self-absorption and imagination. If her father were not present, this area would become her nightmare. She had nearly been frightened to death moments ago. In the past, she had been targeted by unscrupulous men, all of whom were inextricably linked to that woman. She choked back her emotions. Thank you. Thank your sister. Jiang Ling retained his unfriendly demeanor, questioning her. Do you have nowhere else to go? Yes. Someone interjected, amused. Old Jiang, who is this stunning beauty? Could she possibly be your girlfriend? A friend of my little wild one. Little wild one. Is she the daughter of your aunt's family who just recently appeared? Yes. Yichu paused momentarily and timidly asked, Isn't that inappropriate? Don't your parents object? Even though Jiang Ling had stated this, Yichu still understood that accompanying him was not suitable, yet now, she had no other choice. Due to various circumstances, she developed social anxiety, particularly when it came to interacting with boys. However, after the incident with Zhang Jiehui, she realized that Jiang Ling, who mocked her daily, was safer than anyone else. He was lofty and handsome, completely indifferent to her. Moreover, as she lifted her gaze to observe his rebellious demeanor, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Despite a tinge of insecurity, she felt an inexplicable urge to accompany him. She harbored a small secret, which was the reason for her transfer to Class 184 at Jiuzhong this year. In Anqing, if one were to indulge in hot pot, the first choice would undoubtedly be the magnificent Sansing Laobashu. Previously, when Xiao Yu could not access the game, he had uninstalled it. Today, with the weather pleasantly cool, the hot pot aficionado Jiang Ye Nai He proposed a hot pot outing. Chapter 117. A bold guess now, the two had arrived at Laobashu, seating themselves in a quiet corner by the window on the first floor, offering a lovely view of the outside. While Jiang Ye Nai He and Xiao Yu enjoyed their hot pot, they exchanged amusing anecdotes about cherry-picking, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Oh my! Xiao Yu turned to see Jiang Ling and Yichu walking ahead. With Yichu donned in Jiang Ling's attire, followed closely by a group of boys and two waitstaff who greeted them. Jiang Ling inquired, Is there a private room available? The waiter pointed to a semi-open private room on the first floor, adjacent to where Jiang Ye Nai He and the others sat. The upstairs is fully booked. That is the only option available at the moment. That will do, he replied, as they were merely looking for a casual meal. In an effort to avoid unnecessary and tedious complications, Jiang Ye Nai He raised the menu on the table to shield her face, while Xiao Yu silently lowered his head and lifted his arm to obscure his profile. Jiang Ling was solely focused on Yichu, completely oblivious to the people around him. The distance between the two groups was marked by a half wall and an intricately carved partition, with just a slight lean. Jiang Ye Nai He could discern everything unfolding across the table. To prevent them from overhearing, she and Xiao Yu ceased their idle chatter. With their parents present, she was eager for gossip. Jiang Ling and Yichu sat together, and even the previously arrogant scion, who often spoke harshly to Yichu, leaned forward and inquired, What would you like to drink? Yichu replied, Anything is fine. Immediately, Jiang Ling instructed the waiter, Bring soda, yogurt, and juice. Oh, and hot water as well. Astonishingly, recalling their past dining outings, if she had replied with anything, it meant he would bring whatever he desired for her. Now, Jiang Ling's demeanor had dramatically shifted, showing such meticulous care for Yichu, something must be afoot. As they continued ordering, he asked, What do you like to eat? Yichu answered, Anything is fine. Without hesitation, the young lord tossed the menu to the waiter and commanded, "Bring it all." Ichu kept her head down, unable to glance at the boy across from her, only daring to look up at Jiang Ling. "What about Xiao Nai? Aren't we inviting her to eat?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu looked up, surprised to see the girl across from him eavesdropping intently. Clearly, Jiang Ye Nai He had overlooked her earlier strategy. Realizing this, Xiao Yu felt his ears flush red, struggling to contain a smile. Without allowing He Chu to finish her words, Jiang Ling interjected, "You shall sleep in her room tonight. And you can wear her clothes. My dear Xiao Yu considers you a true friend, as you well know." Jiang Ye Nai He was taken aback and whispered to Xiao Yu, "What is happening?" "Jiang Ling is actually inviting He Chu to stay at my home." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow. It seems that her father has gone out of town for some project assessment, and her stepmother is likely giving her a hard time, which cannot be easily explained in just a few words. Xiao Yu smirked. "What about you? If He Chu occupies your space, where will you sleep?" Realizing her lie had been exposed, Jiang Ye Nai He stammered, I have plenty of places I could go. How about coming to my house?" Xiao Yu lowered her head, absent-mindedly stirring the food on her plate. "Did you not mention before that I could come to you for English conversation practice?" Xiao Yu was always reserved, while Jiang Ye Nai He found joy in achieving her goals. All right. As for Jiang Shuimei, her spirits had improved significantly with Jiang Ye Nai He's arrival. Coupled with her proactive treatment, she had been embracing life with renewed vigor. She had engaged in various recreational activities and even registered for a QQ account for social interaction, naming it Shuizhong Han Mei. On ordinary days, she would attend classes and socialize, often chatting with her great-aunt. Today, she sent a QQ message to Jiang Shuimei. "Dear, could you prepare some snacks for our classmates? Please bring out all my treats." She could not allow her mother to suffer. "Also, your grandfather is quite pleased and wants to know if there is anything he can do for you." In Anqing, in certain places, one refers to their maternal grandfather as well. The four-character girl, Nonyo, playfully remarked, "Let him go to bed early. I don't want my friend to be too reserved." Zuizhong Hamiai replied, "All right, darling, understood." After a moment's contemplation, the girl suddenly grinned mischievously, saying, "Mom, if possible, please send me a few candid photos." Zuizhong Hamiai responded with a cheeky emoji, "Sure, darling." Noticing her playful demeanor, Xiao Yu chuckled. "What mischievous scheme are you concocting?" The young girl pondered, nibbling on her chopsticks, feeling that something was amiss. What could be wrong? Jiang Ling had previously confided in me that he had developed feelings for someone. I noted that he was dining with Ichu, whom he had once bullied. Instead of seeking out that girl, leading me to a daring suspicion. "You suspect that Jiang Ling harbors feelings for Ichu." Jiang Yu raised her head in agreement, her large eyes darting around, wanting to be joyful yet hesitant to be too exuberant, fearful that she was overthinking it. After placing their orders, the group began to chat. A boy inquired, "Beautiful girl, could it be that you are the daughter of the owner of Fontaine KTV?" Hichu nodded in affirmation. Someone sighed in admiration, truly deserving of the reputation. "Had I known, I would have enrolled in 9th middle school as well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling chuckled. "What would you all do at 9th middle school?" Jiang Ling, "I concede your popularity, but who said that a beautiful girl must fancy handsome boys? Perhaps she prefers someone with my humor and charm." Jiang Ling became displeased, thrusting his flawless face before Hichu, challenging, "You tell her. Would she prefer to date someone like me or him?" Hichu lowered her head and replied, "Both Wu Yinzu and Zhou Xingqi are wonderful." Jiang Ling felt a slight sense of frustration, yet the other youths were in high spirits. The beauty certainly knows how to speak. "Since you are not Jiang Ling's partner, shall we be friends and exchange Q numbers?" Jiang Ling felt a twinge of panic. Having experienced the pitfalls with Zhang Jiahui, he was now hesitant to act recklessly. However, a part of him dreaded the possibility of Hichu actually pulling out her phone, for he did not possess her QQ number. Hichu shook her head. "I'm sorry. I don't have QQ. You can ask Jiang Ling. We sit at adjacent desks and haven't exchanged QQ numbers." After saying this, she glanced up at Jiang Ling with a timid and pleading expression, silently conveying her request for assistance. Jiang Ling was once again captivated by her demeanor. "Indeed. I hadn't anticipated that you don't have QQ. Are your parents reluctant to buy you a computer? Come over to my place today, and I'll help you register for one." Hichu nodded. "Once I have an account, we can meet up with everyone again and add each other as friends." Chapter 118. Yes, it was prepared for her. Listening in, Jiang Ye Nai had her own thoughts regarding her father's attitude toward her mother. While Xiao Yu pondered from whom Jiang Ye Nai had inherited her emotional intelligence, certainly not from Jiang Ling. After their meal, the rain outside intensified. Fortunately, Jiang Ye Nai had brought an umbrella, and she and Xiao Yu huddled together under its shelter in a dark corner, continuing to observe their parents. In that moment, Jiang Ye Nai felt as if she were engrossed in a novel, akin to shipping a couple. She watched Jiang Ling, who had recently mocked He Chu, now somewhat disheveled as he hailed a taxi in the rain. A sense of satisfaction mingled with a hint of glee swelling within her. Xiao Yu lowered her head, observing the girl's furtive demeanor, and softly remarked, "If you were curious about Jiang Ling's feelings for Chu Chu, I have an idea you might find intriguing. Would you care to listen?" "What idea?" "Why not call Jiang Ling right now and simply say that a classmate saw him on a date with a girl, and see how he responds?" The girl was taken aback for a moment, then excitedly stomped her feet, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, you were so clever." With that, she gleefully retrieved her phone, seeking a discreet corner, and made the call. Upon seeing her name on the screen, Jiang Ling, without a second thought, answered, "What's up?" "A classmate just told me on QQ that they saw you on a date with a girl on the street." She feigned seriousness. "Who is she?" "Is it the girl you mentioned before? The one you have a crush on?" Though Jiang Ling felt a twinge of guilt, he sensed that no one had recognized it was He Chu, and he secretly sighed in relief. Amidst the cacophony of traffic, he glanced at He Chu, who stood forlornly in the rain, and smiled softly, affirming, "Yes, indeed." "Well, that old man actually hesitated to tell me last time, probably fearing embarrassment, which led to this misunderstanding." "What is her name?" "Ugh, I'm drenched in hailing a cab, so that's that." He hesitated to divulge more and ended the call. Having obtained the answer, Jiang Ye Nai He felt a mixture of excitement and reflection. Indeed, fate has its own design. Regardless of Uncle Lu's affection for He Chu, destiny has intertwined Jiang Ling and He Chu's paths more intricately. Jiang Ling's current actions seem poised to capture the favor of fortune. Sometimes, such is the nature of regret. After Jiang Ling entered the car, she did not take her seat first, but instead allowed He Chu to get in before her. Adults possess an astute perception. Jiang Xuemei remarked, "I inquired about He Chu." Mother asked numerous questions. Here, a myriad of superfluous words are omitted. Now the young girl has gone to take a bath, and mother has brought her a new set of pajamas. Hiki. She suddenly conceived a new idea. Xiao Yu had also prepared the bathroom for her, urging her to wash up. Following his instructions, she dashed to the bathroom, only to discover that Xiao Yu had arranged a lovely new set of spring pajamas for girls, along with a bottle of a well-known domestic skincare cream. The pajamas were white, featuring a doll collar and puff sleeves, adorned with charming little bunny prints. As for the skincare cream, she was quite familiar with it, having used it since childhood. It was He Chu's beloved product. Peeking her head out, she exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, these pajamas are truly beautiful, and the cream smells delightful." "Whose are they?" The young man, busy making her bed, replied with a hint of flustered irritation in his voice. "Yours, why ask so much?" She giggled, adopting a slightly coquettish tone. "Just tell me. The last time I saw you arguing with Jiang Ling, I was worried you might be thrown out and left to sleep on the streets. You're so selective, aren't you? Did you consult Chu Chu? Is it fine?" "Fine." Upon hearing the bathroom door close, the youth in the bedroom clutched his chest, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Indeed, they were prepared for her. Ever since the winter when she had traveled from the south to the north to spend a night at his home, his desire for her had grown increasingly insatiable. When Jiang Ye Nai He emerged from her bath, she found Xiao Yu sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a book, with a steaming cup of milk and a plate of neatly arranged fruit beside him. She casually pulled over a low stool and sat beside him, glancing at the book he was engrossed in, a collection of challenging physics problems. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to Xiao Yu's meticulous care. She picked up a plate of snacks and took a bite. "You're already so proficient in physics, yet you still work so diligently at it?" He looked up. The girl, freshly bathed, had skin as smooth as the milk beside her, and her long hair, fading to a golden hue, accentuated her delicate features. He swallowed hard, quickly shifting his gaze back to the book. "The school is preparing to enroll me in the IPHO. Our homeroom teacher suggested I practice more problems lately." Jiang Ye Nai He gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. "IPHO, the International Physics Olympiad." Saying this, she moved closer, her hand excitedly grasping his arm. "Xiao Yu, how incredible you are. If you could win a gold medal at the IPHO, wouldn't that secure you a spot for admission?" Flattered by her praise, he replied, "There is indeed a possibility." However, a fleeting look of regret crossed her eyes. The chance for direct admission likely wouldn't fall to Xiao Yu, considering he was taking the college entrance exam. Nevertheless, for him, the distinction held little significance. "I believe you will succeed this time." She lifted the milk he had poured for her and offered it to him. "Drink this. You need it more than I do." Not only did Xiao Yu need the milk, but she also declared with fervor, "Tomorrow, I will buy walnuts and crack them for you every day. You must bring glory to our country." The boy inhaled the fragrance emanating from her, his mind going blank as he numbly accepted the milk. Oh, at the same time, in the Jiang household, Jiang Ling, having casually bathed and changed her clothes, nestled on her daughter's bed, engrossed in her phone. The bedroom of Jiang Ye Nai He was adjoined by a bathroom, and as Chu was taking a shower, she decided to wait. The content on her phone was rather monotonous, consisting solely of a search query on Baidu, how to chat with girls and find topics, how to reconcile with a girl after a conflict, and what is the purpose of a girl's tank top. At that moment, she found herself blushing as she read the answer to the last question. It could either be due to puberty, where wearing a brassiere with underwire could be painful, or simply because she was a princess of sorts. Suddenly, the sound of the bathroom door lock snapped her back to reality. In a flurry, she hastily deleted her search history, sat up, and struck what she believed to be a rather handsome pose. Chu emerged from the bathroom, and Jiang Ling instinctively turned her head to glance, her heart racing even faster. Clad in casual sleepwear belonging to Jiang Ye Nai He, Chu stepped out with her head tilted, gently running her fingers through her long, lustrous black hair. Her face, illuminated by the cool light, appeared gentle and pure, momentarily reminding him of a youthful Xiu Shuxing or Cecilia Chung standing before him. Chapter 119. That smile resonated deeply within the heart of the young man. Suddenly, a memory flickered in his mind. His daughter had once remarked that her mother bore a striking resemblance to some Hong Kong star. Once a desire awakens within a person, they inevitably find themselves fantasizing and hoping for the best. He had stolen glances at Chu after she had washed her face bare of makeup. Yet he had never had the opportunity to scrutinize her features so closely. After several seconds, his pupils quivered in astonishment. Goodness! His heart seemed on the verge of bursting from his chest. Although Jiang Ye Nai and Chu's features do not exhibit any striking resemblance, a closer examination reveals a remarkable similarity in their expressions and gazes, as if they were carved from the same mold. Suddenly, an exhilarating thought surged in his mind, causing him to become momentarily dazed. Chu, feeling the weight of his gaze, experienced a fluttering in her heart. She raised her hand to clasp her chest, seeking to calm her emotions, and cautiously approached him, asking, "Is there something wrong with my face?" He shook his head, momentarily transforming into a playful fool. "No, it's perfectly fine." Taken aback, Chu perhaps found it surprising that he did not tease her, and she smiled sweetly, sitting beside him. "Jiang Ling, thank you for taking me in." That smile resonated deeply within the young man's heart. Chu continued to smile. "Yes, but I still want to express my gratitude." Jiang Ling, with a feigned displeasure, rose to his feet, yet candidly offered, "What would you like to drink?" "I'll get it for you." "Nothing to drink." Chu tilted her head, gazing at his profile. "Jiang Ling, may I have a word with you?" To his surprise, she initiated a conversation, displaying an ease that caught him off guard. He concealed his own nervousness, sitting back against the headboard, pondering what she might wish to discuss. "Although you took me in because of Xiao Yu," Chu, with her big, glistening eyes resembling those of a kitten, inquired, "Do you still dislike me?" At that moment, Jiang Ling felt a pang of guilt. He had bullied her when he found her unappealing, but now, witnessing her delightful demeanor only intensified his desire to tease her. He smirked mischievously. "Guess." Chu lowered her head, puffing her cheeks in thought, unable to come up with an answer. Jiang Ling felt unwell. The more obedient she appeared, the more he became infatuated. He straightened up, propping himself on the bed, tilting his head to gaze at her, who dared not meet his eyes. "Take a guess, Chu lifted her gaze, but hastily lowered it again, preparing to respond. When her phone rang, she quickly rose to fetch it from the vanity, and Jiang Ling assumed it was a call from her family. However, upon answering near the window, she gently uttered, "A you." "Damn Xiao Yu." The hot-tempered young man suddenly felt inclined to wreak havoc, and before he knew it, his own phone began to vibrate. Seeing it was his daughter, Jiang Ling did not consider the possibility of her being with Xiao Yu. He merely thought the two had come together to inquire about something. He stepped outside to answer the call. Leaning against the railing of his home, his elongated brows arched elegantly, he queried, "How do you address your father?" "I now ask you, my future wife, what is your mother's name?" At that moment, Jiang Ye Nai He was on the balcony of Xiao Yu's house, talking on the phone. Hearing Jiang Ling's question, she paused for a moment and then smiled. "What have you deduced?" she asked. Although she did not articulate it directly, Jiang Ling's heart was already beginning to comprehend. A grin of triumph spread across his face. "You little rascal. How could you not admit back then that your mother is Chu?" What should I say? The memory of earlier grievances ignited her temper. Who was it that initially mocked her mother as an old hag from the mountains, and even specifically went to tease her in front of Zhuo Mingliang? Once dismissive of her mother, the daughter now felt a pang of guilt. All right, enough of digging up old grievances. Don't think that just because you know she is my mother, everything is settled. The future is ever-changing. Are you quite sure you like my mother now? Jiang Ling's face flushed. What do you wish to convey? Jiang Ye Nai laughed. But no one can ascertain whether my mother currently has any affection for you. Just look at how you've treated her day in and day out. Good luck with that. Could it be that she might fancy Xiao Yu? Perhaps, maybe, or possibly. Jiang Ye Nai, reveling in mischief, continued, and you should know, you're not the only one in line ahead of you. There's also Lu Qi, Li Jia. Oh, and my mother has many suitors in the game. One of them, a boy named Lang Imo, is also from Anshan, wealthy, and the campus heartthrob in high school. Jiang Ling, you better step up. As Jiang Ling felt her heart sink, Jiang Ye Nai promptly ended the call. Although Jiang Ling suspected that He Chu was her mother, it did not guarantee her allegiance. There's a saying, isn't there? People seldom cherish what they can easily attain. Jiang Ling would have to strive on her own. Leaning against the door, she felt a bittersweet pang, previously delighted by her refusal to share her QQ with friends. She now experienced a deep sense of loss. To make a girl turn down other suitors is likely due to the presence of someone in her heart. He was not one to conceal his feelings. The reason he was currently attempting to hide his affection for He Chu was merely out of fear of embarrassment. The day he no longer felt ashamed, he would undoubtedly express it without hesitation. Thus, now, his doubts were impossible to suppress. He Chu. The young girl paused momentarily. Lifting her gaze, He crossed his arms and stated plainly, You're chatting quite merrily on QQ now, and earlier you asked me to reject my friend for you. Do you have someone you fancy? He Chu blinked, a charming smile gracing her lips as she replied, Yes. Her candid admission struck a chord in Jiang Ling's heart. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who it could be, fearing she might utter the name Xiao Yu. Yet He Chu maintained her delightful smile. I don't have his phone number, and he probably doesn't like me. Oh, really? Could it be that she genuinely has feelings for Xiao Yu? And perhaps Xiao Yu has taken a liking to his daughter? Although he was unwilling to let either his wife or daughter fall prey to Xiao Yu's advances, he pondered the necessity of choosing between them, ultimately deciding to let his daughter take the risk, for after all, a daughter eventually must grow up and leave. He took a seat beside her, questioning, You know he doesn't like you, yet you still have feelings for him? Indeed, He Chu replied, securing her phone and locking eyes with him as she earnestly declared, I like him, and his lack of affection for me does not negate my feelings. Liking someone is inherently a solitary affair. Chapter 120. Feel free to treat it as your own home. What if? His eyes glimmered with unspoken thoughts. What if someone who isn't so bad pursues you and treats you well in the future? Would you reconsider your feelings? He Chu was momentarily taken aback. Had he just received a call and gone out? Was it possible that a certain young man from dinner tonight was interested in courting her? Prompting Jiang Ling to subtly inquire? Such occurrences had happened before. She sighed and remarked with a hint of objectivity, who can say? Many girls accept a boy simply because he treats them exceptionally well. Jiang Ling felt a surge of delight. While it cannot be claimed that efforts in love guarantee success, they do reflect the principle that diligence is often rewarded. From this moment onward, he resolved to strive for the affection of the one he admired. A subtle smile graced his lips as he opened the door once more. All right then, a glass of milk in the evening is essential for growth. You're nearly in your senior year, yet still wearing a tank top. Is there no sense of shame? He Chu blinked. Her delicate earlobes flushed a rosy hue. It was not as he presumed. She had merely sought to appear less developed due to having faced ridicule from boys, despite donning a halter neck top. She also possessed a supportive bandeau, did she not? The expansive 2-meter bed was cluttered with discarded clothes that had yet to be put away, while the quilt lay in disarray, indistinguishable from the sheets beneath. The writing desk in the room was quite spacious, featuring a corner stacked with comics, magazines, and gaming consoles, while the other side housed a computer. Even the 2 chairs in the room were draped with garments. He stepped inside, casually tossing the quilt into the corner to make space to sit, and nodded toward He Chu, saying, My aunt is on holiday for a couple of days, so the room is a bit messy. Please make yourself comfortable. He Chu's brows furrowed with a slight tremor. Whether one enjoys tidying up is a matter of personal habit. Yet the state of the room can reveal something deeper. Those who can afford to leave a space in disarray without fear of reprimand often come from relatively happy families. Some individuals take pleasure in organizing their surroundings, while others are compelled to do so, striving to appear considerate. though she was willing to tidy up her room. There were moments when she wished to indulge in idleness. However, living in her current home, she dared not do so. Those days were more tormenting than being brought to this unfamiliar place by Jiang Ling. Such circumstances fostered her ingrained desire to please others. After a moment of contemplation, she obediently suggested, "Shall I help you with the cleaning?" His delight at her thoughtfulness was palpable, yet he casually kicked the basketball aside and replied, "No need. I intend to make a mess anyway." He then sat down quietly, feeling somewhat shy about eating. Jiang Ling sensed the awkward atmosphere between them. A few minutes later, fearing she might stand up to retire for the night, he sought to initiate a conversation. "I hear you're quite skilled at playing Dance Dance Revolution?" "Not really," He replied, her head bowed. "I just play along with my friend. I'm familiar with the game as well. Since it's still early, let us see just how talented you are, shall we?" With that, Jiang Ling gestured towards the computer behind him, saying, "You can use my computer." He blinked her large eyes in surprise. "What about you?" "I'll go to Xiao Yu's room and fetch her notebook." Even though Jiang Ye Nai He grew up without a father, He, understanding the pangs of neglect, guided her development positively. Thus, during her rebellious phase, Jiang Ye Nai He would argue with He but lacked the same timidity and constraint. At Xiao Yu's home, after finishing a phone call, she found herself unwilling to sleep yet desiring to lie down. She boldly pointed to a spot on the sofa, seeking Xiao Yu's approval. "May I lie here?" "Make yourself at home," came the reply. "All right." Then she showed no courtesy towards him at all, grabbing the remote before lying down, saying, "I'm just going to watch some television. I'll keep the volume low so as not to disturb you." Xiao Yu closed his book, replying, "I won't watch anymore. I'm going to take a shower." A book can be read at any time, and the girl wouldn't often visit his home. Although the girl in his home led a more fortunate life than he did, her independent upbringing rendered her unable to be excessively meticulous or gentle. Nonetheless, she still cared for others. When Xiao Yu finished tidying up and returned, he found a glass of warm water beside his book, along with his medication and a piece of candy. It seemed she was more eager than he was for him to thrive. How could he let her down? He sat down, obediently took his medicine, and popped the candy into his mouth, already envisioning a restful night ahead. After taking the medicine, he noticed that the movie she was intently watching was Stephen Chow's A Chinese Odyssey, Part 1, Pandora's Box. This film contained elements of time travel. Despite having known each other for so long, they had never broached such topics. He was aware of her secret and understood her efforts to conceal it. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder how she perceived her own time travel. Jiang Ye Nai He suddenly felt a knot form in her heart as a memory resurfaced. The year 2008 was not only the year of the Olympics, but it also witnessed a tremendous disaster. She had once traveled to the disaster site, and the tales she heard had saddened her for a long time. Now, as she reflected on that calamity looming on the horizon, she felt an acute sense of anxiety. How could she articulate her emotions? It was a feeling of discomfort, knowing that if she couldn't take any action, her conscience would be troubled. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly asked, "Xiao Yu, since you excel in physics, do you think the notion of time travel depicted in films could ever be realized?" Xiao Yu blinked slowly, uncertain. However, numerous physicists have indeed proposed theories regarding time travel. So, if someone were to journey from the future to the past, could she alter events? For instance, if I were to traverse back to Tangshan in 1976, could I prevent that catastrophic disaster? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. Had he not known of her origins from the future, he might have dismissed her thoughts as mere flights of fancy. Yet, knowing this, his mind raced with the implication, could there be a calamity akin to the Tangshan earthquake on the horizon? Turning to scrutinize her face, he noted her furrowed brows, signaling her inner turmoil. Regarding her notion of time travel, his calm demeanor stemmed from having already contemplated such conjectures. After a brief pause, he earnestly stated, "From a scientific perspective, traveling from the future to the past is deemed impossible, as it contravenes a principle posited by scientists known as the grandfather paradox." Are you familiar with the grandfather paradox? Chapter 121. Xiao Yu's speculations on time travel. Xiao Yu nodded, however. If one were to delve into the literature, one would uncover numerous bizarre accounts of time travel from around the globe. While time travel has yet to be conclusively validated, we are free to indulge in imaginative hypotheses based on scientific theories. The young girl ceased her television viewing and listened intently as Xiao Yu elaborated. If time travel were indeed possible, there should exist 4 distinct forms. Jiang Ye Nai He, what are the 4 types? The first type is consciousness traversal. Regardless of whether you arrive in the future or the past, you may witness all events but cannot intervene. and others are oblivious to your presence. You are merely a fragment of consciousness. Jiang Ye Nai He found herself engulfed in confusion. I am familiar with the concept of the unbiased strip, which essentially signifies an inability to discern the beginning from the end. If a person enters a unbiased strip, it is akin to being ensnared in an endless loop. Is it not? She comprehended its implications. Xiao Yu intended to convey that her arrival here constituted the inception of a new parallel timeline, one that does not conflict with the timeline wherein both Xiao Yu and Jiang Ling perished. In this new timeline, set in 2012, she has transformed into her 22-year-old self while simultaneously witnessing the birth of her infant self. Thus, her existence forms a circle, akin to entering the unbiased strip of time. Versions of herself at 1, 10, 20, and even 30 or 40 years old would coexist within the time's unbiased strip, rendering it impossible to ascertain which phase signifies the beginning and which signifies the end. In essence, she exists perpetually within the continuum of time. If this were indeed the case, it would be splendid. And what about the fourth type? At that moment, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, seemingly dissenting regarding this fourth type, yet he proceeded to articulate it. The fourth type is the black hole theory. Hawking once posited that the natural vehicle for time travel is the black hole. Should the energy emitted by a black hole be imparted to an object, it could create a natural time machine, enabling one to traverse time in a closed-loop spacetime. It is not merely the case that an individual travels to the past to alter the future. Rather, it is the future that directly influences the past, with the time traveler serving merely as an instrument. When this traveler, acting as a tool, disrupts the temporal protection, a certain price must be paid to restore the temporal balance. However, this argument regarding time travel through a time machine suggests not only the possibility of journeying to the past, but also the capacity to traverse into the future. Jiang Ye Nai He was astounded. Could Xiao Yu truly exist? His conjectures were indeed chilling. Was this fourth scenario not a reflection of her current predicament? Yet, she composed herself and, feigning mere curiosity, inquired, what kind of price would the time traveler need to pay in this fourth scenario? Xiao Yu continued, here, we must also consider gravitational waves, the Doppler effect, and Lorentz transformations. Jiang Ye Nai He felt overwhelmed. Please get to the point. Xiao Yu replied. The vibrations of the Earth's crust are manifestations of force waves. A certain degree of force can induce the curvature of spacetime, which is essentially the effect of gravitational waves. If you alter the force fluctuations within the time frame of 1976, these disturbances may resonate into other intervals. In other words, if the disaster in Tangshan were to be averted, the force waves could rebound like a spring into some future interval, potentially triggering an even greater catastrophe than that of Tangshan. As the instrument of historical change, you would then activate temporal protection, which could inflict severe consequences upon you, such as being disassembled into particles by the gravitational fluctuations within spacetime, essentially resulting in your complete obliteration, leaving no ashes behind. Upon finishing his words, he gently patted her head, affectionately saying, so, rather than fretting over unfounded worries, why not reflect on the knowledge you acquired last week? Observing the scholarly individual who had thoroughly analyzed everything yet still indulged in whimsical pursuits, Jiang Ye Nai He sincerely wished to revere this remarkable figure. A profound sense of relief washed over her, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Xiao Yu gazed at the esteemed figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If I were the esteemed one endowed with powers, I would assist you in alleviating your unfounded anxieties. Hee hee. Her laughter was delightful and endearing, and Xiao Yu too felt a quiet sense of relief. Although he had shared several possibilities with her, he remained unaware of Jiang Ye Nai's true circumstances. He was now convinced that the scenario aligning with her situation was his third hypothesis. Should the fourth hypothesis hold true, where altering the future triggers temporal protection, then even a minor event from the past could elicit a profound response within her, such as illness or frailty. Chapter 122, The Scent of Her Spring. Given her extended stay and the fact that she had assumed the identity of Jiang Ling's cousin, she had already altered the fabric of time and relationships. Yet, she appeared to be in perfect health, as vigorous as a young calf. Thus, he firmly believed that her arrival had generated a new parallel timeline. Regardless of their previous states in the original world, they would ultimately encounter a new conclusion. He also did not perceive her as possessing a time machine, recalling her initial arrival, which had been a pitiful descent from the heavens, unlike a mere journey via transportation. As he contemplated, Jiang Ye Nai He was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, she had inquired about Xiao Yu's thoughts. Otherwise, She might have committed a foolish act that could lead to her disintegration into particles, an utter annihilation, truly terrifying. With her worries alleviated, the film reached a particularly humorous moment, eliciting a laugh from her that resembled a goose's honk. Xiao Yu lounged on the sofa, yet at that moment, he felt a twinge of heartache. His home had never been this warm, never had such an inviting atmosphere. Surrounded by a relaxed environment, a film he had seen before, and a medication that aided sleep, Xiao Yu succumbed to slumber after watching for over 20 minutes, oblivious to the attentive girl beside him. It was not until he was jolted awake by a heavy thump on his shoulder that she turned to see him sprawled out, his long legs splayed, arms encircling his abdomen, head resting on her shoulder, eyes peacefully closed. In this instant, she realized the source of the fresh grass scent enveloping him. It was the gentle herbal men's grooming products he used, a fragrance that girls could also wear. And now she too bore this scent, the essence of her spring. At this moment, she adored her springtime, her restless heart fluttering quietly with joy. She cautiously tilted her head, her cheek brushing against his tousled hair. After a brief pause, she feigned nonchalance and straightened her head, observing that he remained still, before gently leaning back against him, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Although she cherished the film, having seen it before did not necessitate continuous viewing. With Xiao Yu now asleep, her thoughts drifted to her mother and how she was faring at home. She carefully reached for her phone, intending to inquire on QQ. The outcome was uncertain until the moment of revelation, and I was taken aback upon entering the group. The Menglioli family chat has become remarkably lively, and the cause of this newfound activity is none other than one individual, her father, Jiang Ling. I scrolled back to discover that Jiang Ling had just joined the group mere minutes ago. The foolish Jiang made a grand entrance, exuding an air of aloofness, and posted a message that proclaimed his arrival. Immediately, his mother chimed in. "Everyone, please welcome our family's newcomer." This prompted Li Jie to erupt in astonishment. "Brother Ling? What is happening?" Jiang, in his typical fashion, responded, "Nothing much. I'm here to be your father." Menglioli, ghost princess. Menglioli, smoke ring. "Oh, how arrogant. I just checked the game, and you're only at level 20. In the domestic version of the dance party game, the highest level attainable is 99, Dance Star, and most of the guild's elite members are at this level. Therefore, being at level 20, backup dancer, signifies a novice." Backup dancer Jiang Ling retorted, "Arrogance is hardly the case. I simply possess a strong sense of responsibility. Aren't we all playing relatives here? I'm merely fulfilling the role of a father figure for those lacking one." Menglioli, ghost princess. Choo choo. Who is this person? Eye roll emoji. How rude. Menglioli, little wind. As soon as the president logs in, the leaders of several families are once again spamming the world channel with announcements. Here, there are game screenshots. World announcement, Prince of the Dynasty, Liang Shang, will you be my wife? World announcement, Emperor Bygone, foolish prince of the royal family. Stop competing with me for my beloved. Liang Shang is mine. World announcement, Lord of Supremacy, Liang Shang, darling, be my wife. I'll pluck the stars for you if you desire. In the Dream Luminous group, a lively crowd exclaimed, "Let the battle commence. I must capture this moment and share it on the forum. Our guild leader has truly brought us honor." The Tianshu family Estanger must be seething, even her ex-husband, Xiang Yi, has come to pursue our guild leader. Have you seen the new arrival? If he were to take on a fatherly role, he would undoubtedly be the guild leader. Dream Luminous, Ghost Princess remarked, Choo Choo has taken that newcomer to play games. We won't see any messages in the group chat for a while. Jiang Ye Nai He grew fond of this game precisely because of the vibrant familial atmosphere it fostered. Despite its somewhat juvenile flair, it was undeniably spirited. She could vividly picture several eccentric leaders in the game competing for maternal affection, filling the chat with fervent declarations. It felt like an event worth spectating, but alas, the Xiao Yu household lacked a computer, possessing only books. A few minutes later, Jiang Ye Nai He joined the lively group chat, but Jiang Ling remained silent. It was the others in the group who exclaimed, "Wow, who is this newcomer that just joined the group?" Then, a game screenshot was shared, and the bold proclamation echoed through the chat. Universe's #1 handsome father. You fools, do you think your mother, Liang Shang, is someone you can pursue? Multiply by n. In the game, the price for a loudspeaker was 5Q coins, and for a novice like Jiang Ling, who had not yet completed any tasks, the system would not grant him any loudspeakers. The ability to overshadow others with such brash declarations undoubtedly indicated a significant monetary investment in the game. Jiang Ye Nai He initially rolled her eyes at the foolish ID, then pondered the context of his audacious remarks regarding mother. Just a little over 10 minutes ago, Jiang Ling played a few rounds with He Chu. Afterward, He Chu inquired if he would like to join the guild, as it would expedite his leveling up. Consequently, he joined. Following that, he needed to enter the group, and naturally, Jiang Ling added He Chu on QQ. However, speaking of this group reminded him of how Li Jie had brought his daughter into the fold, establishing familial ties with the members of the guild, despite her being quite young. Thus, he asked He Chu, "Does your guild also recognize kinship within?" He Chu seemed to find this notion somewhat silly, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. "Yes, it's quite the trend lately, so we've adopted it in our guild as well." Jiang Ling's interest was piqued immediately. "What do you think my role would be in this kinship if I were to join?" He Chu then proceeded to explain the majority of the familiar relationships within the guild. Typically, the guild leader and their romantic partner in the game are designated as the parents. If the guild leader is female, the connections usually lean towards the maternal side. For instance, if the vice president is male, he is referred to as the uncle. Generally, the higher-ups in the group form couples and bring them into the guild. If the other party has a guild and is unwilling to withdraw, it is termed a marriage alliance. Newcomers are often assigned roles as younger relatives, such as sons, daughters, nephews, and nieces. In some prominent guilds, they have even reached the grandparent generation. Once Jiang Ling grasped the concept, He Chu timidly remarked, "Currently, our family is only lacking a father, an uncle, and an aunt, and my good friend, Ghost Princess Mena, is hoping to have a second son." Jiang Ling grimaced, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I will undoubtedly be the father." Passerby, President, he's only level 20. What is he thinking? Isn't Longsha the most suitable candidate? Chapter 123. Wedding in the game. He Chu's face flushed even more, making her shy to look at Jiang Ling. To become a parent, one must form a couple with a high-level girl from our guild. Speaking of such matters, He Chu's small face displayed a hint of distress. "Well, my dad is going on a business trip for a week, so I was thinking, I'll find a hotel to stay in tomorrow. I still have some money left." "What hotel?" Jiang Ling raised his deep-set brows. "If you become my partner, you will also be my wife. As long as it's inconvenient at your home, you can come and stay at mine anytime. How does that sound?" He Chu was taken aback, incredulously lifting her head. "Why? Following your logic, wouldn't that make you the highest ranking in the guild?" Jiang Ling smirked mischievously. "Your children would have to call me dad. And even those at the same generation would have to call me brother, right?" He Chu nodded. "Such a tremendous advantage. Who wouldn't want to seize it? Then it's settled." Jiang Ling didn't give He Chu a chance to negotiate. "I'll check what is needed for marriage in this dancing group now and recharge some money to prepare to be their father." He Chu. Is Jiang Ling really this childish, getting excited over such a bargain? 2,000 years later, Jiang Ling sat cross-legged on the bed, a notebook resting on his lap. Thicker than those of the future. To form a couple, they must engage in the game. They had just met the requirements to do so. Jiang Ling continued to strike the keyboard with both hands, engrossed in the game, while holding his phone between his ear and shoulder. 50,000 was insufficient. After all, he was getting married, so he decided to recharge another 100,000. He Chu, equally immersed in the game, couldn't help but swallow hard. The amount he mentioned was not just 100,000 game points or coins, but 100,000 yuan. This was the second call he made, seemingly to the owner of the internet CAF he frequented, requesting immediate funds for his gaming pursuits. The first time, he had already recharged 50,000 and purchased all the equipment in the game. This made her ponder. What was merely a game had instilled in her a sense of authenticity, a feeling of belonging to him. 150,000. That was ample enough for a bride price in reality. In fact, his second recharge was intended for their virtual wedding. With this thought, He Chu felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Why was he so earnest? Once he concluded the call, He Chu timidly remarked, "Jiang Ling, we only need the props for the wedding. I have them and I can give them to you. No need to spend money." The amount he typically squandered on trivial pastimes far exceeded this, and when it came to marrying the girl of his dreams, how could he appear stingy? Moreover, it was evident to him that those few boys spamming the chat were rather affluent. "You need not concern yourself. I have my own plans." At the same time, the family group chat erupted with activity. Can't even see any messages from Lung Xiao and the others. How many horns have they spammed? Li Jie, "Brother Ling is formidable." Jiang Ye Nai He also chimed in. "Brother Ling is formidable." Although they were aware of the situation, Meng Lioli, Xiao Nai still commented, "I don't understand. Liangshang, don't involve your father in this matter. Do not add your father's QQ nickname," which is derived from the fact that he received an overwhelming number of friend requests from girls. The incessant notifications once disrupted his gaming experience. prompting him to adjust his QQ privacy settings and adopt such a whimsical moniker. Dreaming lapis lazuli, demon princess. Xiao Nai, niece, do you know this newcomer? Father suddenly interjected. Indeed, we are acquainted. She is my daughter. At that moment, Jiang Ling happened to look up and smiled, saying, do not misconstrue. Xiao Yu has been without a father since childhood. She has been by my side daily, and I provide her with pocket money. Our family is quite liberal. So she addresses me casually. When she needs money, she jokingly calls me dad. Jiang Ling continued, maneuvering his mouse. By the way, I have purchased that ring. How do I use it? Hichu hurried over to guide him on how to apply it, and with a flushed face filled with anticipation, she finally mustered the courage to announce, just to inform everyone, I am now in a relationship with do not add your father. The group erupted in excitement. Jiang Ye Nai He was astonished, truly taken aback. The rapid pace of her parents' relationship was remarkable. Had they truly just gotten married in the game? Was the next step to plan a banquet and carry her child by the age of 21? Jiang Ye Nai He enthusiastically chimed in. I have a daddy now. Congratulations, let the celebrations commence. Although it was merely a game. The girl felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as she watched the boy she admired sleeping soundly on her shoulder, while her parents publicized their relationship in the QQ group. Li Jie remarked, what is this? A brother of many years suddenly becomes a father. Passerby be, indeed, by marrying into the royal family. As long as we contribute to the clan, he will bestow upon us red diamonds, green diamonds, and QQ memberships. Don't forget to modify your father's group nickname to Father Ling Pathetic. From now until midnight, go into the game and send blessings through the big speaker. For every message sent, I will reward you with 30 QQ coins. The more you send, the more you earn. Those acquainted with him were left speechless. Jiang Ye Nai He calmly stroked his chin, pleased with the display of extravagance. Indeed, a wealthy individual should embody opulence. It was now 10:30, leaving an hour and a half until midnight. While messages sent via the big speaker would not be visible on the World Channel, each account would retain a record of their contributions. The Meng Lioli Guild boasted over 370 members, and if each person sent just 2 messages, that would amount to 22,000. However, among them, only a handful possessed the means to send more than a few messages. Li Jie was well aware of Jiang Ling's capabilities. I will head into the game right away to send blessings for mommy to find daddy. Someone in the group scoffed. Keep dreaming. What if you fail? There are at least 3,000 big speakers in this group. That's 90,000. Li Jie responded. Stop doubting. Our brother Ling. No, our CEO Ling truly possesses this strength. He, along with our mommy and me, attends the same school, and the two of them, along with Xiao Nai, are in the same class. The group erupted in excitement. Ghost Princess, what is going on? Chu Chu. Did you start dating after transferring schools? Liang Shang. I have no romantic involvement. A Ling is merely my classmate. He commenced playing this game only tonight and has recently been of tremendous assistance to me at school. I am not inclined to engage in a romantic relationship with anyone else, so we decided to enter into this arrangement together. This way, he can level up more swiftly, and I can also partake in couple tasks. The title A Ling filled Jiang Ling with quiet delight, affirming that the money spent tonight was indeed worthwhile. As they conversed, he promptly acquired the most expensive new items in the game, clothing, wings, and pets that caught his fancy, all for Hichu, and made them permanent. Chapter 124. My hands are so cold. Hichu felt increasingly flustered, unable to accept such generosity. However, Jiang Ling dashed over to her computer and unhesitatingly clicked to agree. Hichu was bewildered. Jiang Ling, this is really unnecessary. Unnecessary? You will understand in due time. The affluent young man spoke with a hint of shyness. Unable to meet her gaze, the young woman before him was destined to be the mother of their future daughter, an exceptionally talented child. Such a trivial sum was of little consequence. At that moment, they were also playing with a few family members in the game. In the group chat, family members who were not online received timely updates. This is too extravagant. President Ling is truly generous. Those gifts sent to the club president must total over 30,000. Another day of envying the president. Ghost Princess. If it were merely for leveling up and tasks, such extravagance in a marriage seems excessive. Has President Ling truly taken a liking to our Chu Chu, or does he extend such lavishness to everyone? What does President Ling look like? Are there any photos? Soon, the followers chimed in. Daddy, reveal your photo. Uncle, reveal your photo. Brother-in-law, reveal your photo. President Ling, please share a photo. Ling's father, there are no photos. When the time and conditions permit, come to Wanxing, and I will treat you to a meal. The enthusiastic crowd chimed in. How about during the summer vacation? Let us gather then. How could there be no photos? We can video chat online or take pictures with our phones. Or is it that this Mr. Ling is not presentable? Choo-choo, you are being too impulsive. Lung Xiao can afford this much money, and besides, he is handsome. At that moment, Ghost Princess sent a message in bold red. Choo-choo, Lung Xiao saw the news of your marriage. Someone at the imperial court said he seems to have collapsed. Ling's father also switched to a larger green font. Collapsing is healthier. She took a deep breath. Jiang Ling. The impulsive youth raised his head. Boys in the game easily take in-game relationships as reality. She turned her back to him, and Jiang Ling could not see her expression. He could only hear her tone, sensing her inner turmoil. They might misunderstand that you are my boyfriend. Let them misunderstand. Jiang Ling chuckled. What? Am I unworthy of being your partner? Choo-choo remained silent, an uncontrollable blush of youthful infatuation appearing on her face, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound sense of desolation. No, I fear I would bring you trouble. Jiang Ling lifted his head and gazed at her petite figure, asking, why would you bring me trouble? Jiang Ling looked at her earnestly, yet his words remained somewhat brusque. Does my face resemble that of a gossiping woman? Wanting to know everything? The young girl paused, her beautiful eyes resembling the tranquil waters of autumn, reflecting the desolate bleakness and the dazzling stars, transitioning from solitude to serenity. She lifted the corners of her lips, revealing a delicate smile akin to a blooming flower. There's a marriage task, shall we play? Jiang Ling responded with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Let us. Later, Xiao Yu found himself unable to bear the melancholic melodies, which would instantly plunge his heart into a suffocating void devoid of air. As the film concluded, the haunting prelude of a lifetime of love resonated in his ears, stirring his heart awake before his mind could catch up. Despite his drowsiness, his eyes reluctant to open, he sensed that he was resting upon Jiang Ye Nai He's shoulder. The knowledge of her presence eased the discomfort within him. He squinted at the television, realizing the movie had ended. Pretending to remain asleep, he tilted his head to the side. Jiang Ye Nai He glanced at him, feigning ignorance of his proximity, and gently prodded his cheek with her finger. The mere touch of her fingertip sent a subtle tremor through his heart. His face was indeed pleasant to touch. Xiao Yu, she murmured softly and tenderly, is the effect of the medication kicking in? You should head to the bedroom. He was reluctant to retreat to the quiet, uninviting guest room and shook his head, mumbling, I'll sleep here for now. With that, he leaned against her leg, curling up on the other side, and fell asleep just like that. Jiang Ye Nai He sat gracefully on the daybed, while Xiao Yu lay at the junction between the daybed and the 3 seats, his head inverted. She placed a cushion beneath his head and retrieved a blanket to cover him. Xiao Yu had fallen asleep on the sofa, feeling a profound sense of loneliness at the thought of retreating to her room. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved the neatly arranged quilt that Xiao Yu had prepared for her and, turning off the lights in the living room, laid down on the daybed, discreetly checking the group messages. As anticipated, Jiang Ling entered the chat and transformed the atmosphere, changing the theme of Dream Liuli's artwork. After becoming a couple with He Chu, he even persuaded He Chu to alter their couple's nickname to the most handsome dad in the universe and the most beautiful mom in the universe. Their daughter chimed in, Jiang Ling is on fire. As the night deepened, she succumbed to slumber. In the middle of the night, Xiao Yu awoke and took a few seconds to comprehend his surroundings. Raising his gaze, he was met with the innocent visage of the girl beside him. His heart skipped a beat. Their shared slumber on the sofa, when rounded up, could it be considered as sharing a bed? His blood surged with fervor, and he hastily pulled the quilt over his head, forcing himself to fall back asleep. At this age, one should be brimming with vitality, yet Xiao Yu, ensnared by mental afflictions, had a line in his diagnosis that read, devoid of hope. Slipping into slumber once again, he dreamt. The stifling atmosphere transformed the girl before him into a soft, pink cloud, enveloping him completely. Suddenly, he jolted awake, the sensations from his dream igniting a flush upon his cheeks and a rapid heartbeat, prompting him to dash to the bathroom. Oh, she murmured, eyes still closed. I'm so sleepy. I'll continue to sleep. He gazed at her face, an uncontrollable surge of masculine desire igniting within him. Her hand lay outside the quilt, and he clenched his own, feeling the chill from the cold shower he had taken. Little Jiang, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, my hand feels so cold. The girl, with a hazy consciousness, slowly opened her eyes and beheld the delicate, beautiful hands before her. She reached out and grasped them, pulling them into her quilt, which indeed felt cool to the touch. Allow me to warm you, she murmured. Chapter 125. This solitary existence is far superior to the one before. The clash between cold and warmth reverberated through her thin skin, akin to his restless heart post-bath. He was infatuated, secretly elated, and madly in love. During the subsequent holiday, Jiang Ye Nai He continued to linger at Xiao Yu's home, savoring his home-cooked meals, resting in the bed he had prepared, and accompanying him to browse the internet and stroll through the streets. Her desire to purchase a plush toy was simple. Having taken residence in Xiao Yu's home yet unable to embrace him, she opted to buy a bear to squeeze instead. In these days, she came to understand a profound truth. It was no wonder that countless individuals, despite numerous heartbreaks, repeatedly fell into the snares of love. Simply being with someone one adores, even in the most mundane activities, can transform time into something extraordinary. Conversely, being apart from one's beloved, even in the presence of others, can evoke a profound sense of loneliness. On the evening of the 4th, He Chu, who was staying at the Jiang residence, finally welcomed back Jiang Ye Nai He. He remarked that if Jiang Ling failed to gain admission to university, he would wait until his senior year to propose to He Chu. Jiang Ye Nai He laughed, "Grandfather, there is no need to rush. Just let nature take its course. Perhaps in 3 or 4 years, you will have a lovely great-granddaughter like me." Jiang Qingye grinned widely, yet was astonished to discover, "Well, would you look at that? Little He Chu bears a striking resemblance to our Nyo Nyo." Jiang Ye Nai He felt a surge of anxiety as Jiang Chengyi remarked, "Xiao He Chu is undoubtedly destined to become our Jiang family's future granddaughter-in-law. She bears a striking resemblance to you, which signifies a strong marital affinity, akin to how Ling Er and you appear as a couple. It is said that one cannot enter the same door if they are not from the same family. For words, as long as great-grandfather is happy." That evening, after dinner, the two women wished to share some private words in their room. However, the oblivious Jiang Ling insisted on playing cards with them, eager to spend more time with his wife. Although Jiang Ye Nai He lost the game, the presence of her parents made the moment precious. Yet, her thoughts were elsewhere. She longed for Xiao Yu. She wondered what he was eating alone at night and what he did after dinner. Xiao Yu at home gazed at the emptiness of his solitary room, feeling a profound loneliness that surpassed even his previous feelings of isolation. Nevertheless, the pain this home had caused him began to fade gradually. Whenever he wished to converse with her, he would send a message via QQ on his phone. This solitary existence was, in fact, preferable to his past. After dinner, he engaged in reading and solving problems, as he had no time for meaningless nostalgia. Whether for his own ambition to enter a prestigious university or to draw nearer to her, he knew he had to strive diligently. The mother and daughter shared a bed, and as the daughter gazed at her mother, she found her increasingly endearing. Unbeknownst to the innocent He Chu, a wave of unfamiliar emotions surged within her. Although their acquaintance was brief and they could hardly be considered close friends, she marveled at the profound sense of intimacy that enveloped them as they lay together in the same bed, devoid of any sense of distance. The two individuals initially engaged in casual conversation about topics that girls typically enjoy, such as recent magazine reads, novels, and television dramas. Gradually, the discussion shifted to the circumstances surrounding He Chu's expulsion from her home. Although she had not found an opportune moment to confide in Jiang Ling, she shared her story with Jiang Ye Nai He. This marked Jiang Ye Nai He's first genuine insight into her mother's familial affairs, which also touched upon Xiao Yu's parents. In the 1980s and 1990s, He Chu's parents, along with Xiao Yu's father, were part of that era, having once shared a connection. Xiao Yu's mother, whose background was intricate, had a lineage that could still be traced online. Her grandfather was a leader of a company in Longcheng, who faced bankruptcy in the 1980s, resulting in both parents meeting with a tragic fate, leaving behind a 20-year-old only daughter who was subsequently seized by creditors. Xiao Yu's mother was a woman of refinement, possessing culture, talent, and intellect, and she was also a rare beauty. The descent of such a woman into the depths of darkness could yield terrifying consequences. Initially, she had not attracted the attention of men, yet faced considerable hardship due to the jealousy of other women regarding her looks. Perhaps it was fate that led He Mama, a woman of influence with her own following, to take pity on Xiao Yu's mother. She brought her to Anqing, where she met Xiao Yu's father, culminating in the birth of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's exquisite appearance was not merely a result of having a beautiful mother, his father was also handsome. Albeit with a vile disposition, arrogant, brash, and reckless, unafraid of peril. Having encountered numerous spirits and demons in their tumultuous cohabitation, they were particularly devoid of fear. Even though Xiao Yu had already been born, numerous and scrupulous individuals still cast their covetous eyes upon Xiao Mama. Such circumstances repeatedly led the already wrathful Xiao Papa to misunderstand Xiao Mama, ultimately spiraling into domestic violence. Concurrently, Hichu's parents also found themselves estranged, culminating in a divorce due to their disparate visions for the future. Initially, Papa had no intentions of remarrying. However, he was provoked by Mama's decision to remarry. Although the stepmother possessed a questionable character, she harbored genuine feelings for Papa, which made her particularly sensitive to his lingering affections for Mama, who had long since departed overseas. She was even more perturbed by the fact that Papa directed more of his concern towards Hichu rather than towards her, his new wife of a second marriage. Consequently, she unleashed her inner malice and jealousy upon Hichu, intent on destroying her and ousting her from the home. In the presence of Papa, the stepmother presented herself as a carefree and open-minded woman, treating Hichu as her own daughter. Yet, behind the facade, she resorted to the most despicable means to undermine Hichu. During middle school, Hichu endured a bout of bullying, not from the malicious intent of schoolmates, but rather from her stepmother. On numerous occasions, when she encountered peril, the stepmother's covert machinations were at play. 2 years ago, the stepmother went so far as to jeopardize her own 5-month-old fetus in a scheme against Hichu, leading others to believe that Hichu was unwilling to accept a younger sibling and had thus acted against her stepmother. At that time, despite Hichu's tearful proclamations that it was the stepmother's ploy, no one believed her. After all, not everyone possesses the cunning of Wu Zetian, and the stepmother, at 30, was considered a geriatric mother, deeply infatuated with Papa. Who could possibly believe that she would resort to harming her own body and child merely to oppose the daughter of her husband's first wife? Chapter 126. Her grandmother is indeed Xiao Yu's mother. After all, even if his father was angry, he would never cast Hichu out of their home. Such a sacrifice was utterly unnecessary. Only Hichu was aware that her stepmother had privately inquired about the gender of her unborn child, and upon discovering it was a girl, she harbored an innate disdain. That incident effectively estranged the bond between Hichu and her father, who subsequently showed little interest in her life, merely providing her with money as a matter of routine, while feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt towards her stepmother. Recently, that stepmother had become pregnant again. The last time, she had exploited a child to sow discord between Hichu and her father. This time, her malevolent intentions were undoubtedly aimed at expelling Hichu from their home. Hichu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her stepmother. Yet she did not wish for the innocent child within her womb to be used as a pawn. Consequently, Hichu chose to absorb all grievances, hoping for the safe arrival of her half-brother or half-sister. The more one is wounded within, the greater the yearning for love, care, and companionship, and the more one fears solitude. Thus, Hichu, along with a friend known as the gaming character Ghost Princess Mina, created a vibrant little world online, becoming a girl addicted to the internet. Jiang Ye Nai He inquired of Hichu whether, in the face of such a wicked stepmother, she ever thought of her biological mother. Hichu stood in silence for a considerable time before smiling and replying, "I can hardly recall what my real mother looks like. It has been 7 or 8 years since I last saw her. However, I miss my godmother, who is Xiao Yu's mother." Hichu expressed that her biological mother's sole obligation to her was to entrust her care to Xiao's mother, saying, "From now on, please watch over Chu during her adolescence. Do not let her follow our path." But what good did that do? Gentle and courteous, Mother Xiao eventually neglected even her own well-being. The death of Father Xiao, upon knowing the truth, evokes a profound sense of melancholy. After Mother Xiao fled, Father Xiao, in a frenzy, searched for her. During a drinking session, a man spoke ill of her, which incited Father Xiao's drunken rage, leading to a violent incident that ultimately cost him his life. Yet, despite this, Hichu gazed at the ceiling, her chest rising and falling slowly. And I still felt that Xiao Yu was a tad happier than I was. Jiang Ye Nai He turned to look at her lovely mother and remarked, "How should I put it?" At this juncture, Hichu's cherubic face flushed with a subtle anger. My godmother, influenced by her business-savvy father since childhood, is intelligent and visionary. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's old-fashioned grandmother's relentless efforts to confine her to the role of a housewife, she would undoubtedly have achieved great success in her own right. My father's KTV and bar are integrated. Around 2003, he conceived the idea of venturing into this industry, but was uncertain about the location and management. All of his insights came from my godmother, who even laid out a blueprint for future expansion. Recently, my father traveled south for research, intending to open a chain of bars, and he even decided on the name Wanhee. Jiang Ye Nai He was taken aback. Her maternal grandfather eventually succeeded, with Wanhee Bar becoming a subsidiary of Wanhee Group, which in the future would not only encompass bars, but also a chain of KTVs, commercial real estate, and an entertainment company boasting over 20 subsidiaries. Yet, pondering this achievement, one cannot help but wonder about the profound impact of Mother Zhao's guidance. What an extraordinary presence she must have been. No wonder Xiao Yu is so exceptional. With a mother like hers, how could she not be? She has experienced this firsthand. However, as she reflects deeper on He Chu's words, she increasingly senses something amiss. Her grandmother, if not He Chu's biological mother nor that wicked stepmother, then who could she be? May I inquire about your godmother's name? The name of my godmother evokes the image of a cultured and graceful person. Her name is Xu Xian. Jiang Ye Nai He felt a chill run down her spine. Her grandmother is indeed Xiao Yu's mother. Recalling the future Xu Xian, it seems she left home at the end of 2021. Yet, the specifics of her departure were not divulged by He Chu, only that around that time, the global outbreak of the influenza virus had not yet subsided, still restraining people's movements. Rather than meeting in person, video calls with distant relatives were a more favorable choice. During that period, Xu Xian was primarily active in major economic cities like Yuqing, Shenzhen, and Gancheng. Initially, when they first video called, there was a rather youthful-looking grandfather beside Xu Xian, leading her to believe that Xu Xian had gone out to seek companionship. Later, she noticed that Xu Xian's appearance became increasingly youthful and capable, rivaling that of Zhao Yaji. She once playfully remarked, "Grandmother, you aren't venturing out to pursue a career and embark on a second spring of life, are you?" Xu Xian responded with a gentle smile. "Indeed, while I still possess the energy, let us accumulate a great fortune for our little Yi, shall we? What kind of destiny lies within this?" He Chu felt a sense of pride for having a godmother like Xu Xian. She then rose from the bed, unplugged her charging phone, and opened the album to show Jiang Ye Nai He some photos. A slender woman possesses a strikingly beautiful visage, particularly distinguished by her captivating eyes, reminiscent of the enchanting sleeping phoenix gaze of Wang Shifeng. Her hair, parting down the center, is casually gathered at the nape of her neck. She sits with her legs together on a chair, her thin lips curling into a smile. Despite her modest floral dress, it does not conceal the poised elegance that emanates from her being. Much like Xiao Yu, no amount of gossip or slander can tarnish his exceptional talents and looks. This woman bears a 60% resemblance to Xiao Yu. She is indeed his mother, as well as her grandmother. This photograph is displayed in her grandmother's room, recalling the videos recorded by the future He Chu of her growing up. From the sleepless nights filled with her cries in infancy to the countless tumbles as she learned to walk, all of these moments were lovingly nurtured by Xu Xian. In those times, she felt an overwhelming sadness, resting her head on Xu Xian's lap, saying, "Grandma, when I grow up and earn money, I will surely take you to see the beautiful sights you missed in your youth." Xu Xian caressed her face, her gaze meticulously scanning her granddaughter's features. As if from her countenance, she could glimpse countless scenes from bygone days. Then, with a gentle smile, Xu Xian replied, "The landscapes of Grandma's life are all contained within our little Ye's future." Chapter 127. Today, I have decided to become an art student. The realization that Xiao Yu's mother is, in fact, her closest kin overwhelmed her, and she buried her face in her blanket, tears streaming down her cheeks before she was even aware. She fought to suppress her emotions, fearful of being discovered by the youthful mother. Later, Jiang Ye Nai He spent a night filled with chaotic dreams. Initially, she dreamed of a trivial quarrel between her and He Chu, feeling aggrieved. She reached out to Xu Xian via video call to vent her grievances. The exact year eludes her, but it was during Xu Xian's time abroad, lingering in the bustling economic center of New York until 2029. Later, she ventured into her room to live stream, but paused to visit the kitchen in search of a snack. There, she discovered He Chu reclining on Xu Xian's lap, engaged in whispered conversation. Leaning against the kitchen wall, she eavesdropped on their exchange. Upon noticing her presence, He Chu abruptly ceased their discussion. In a haze, the scene shifted from a futuristic home to the present abode that existed solely for Xiao Yu. She felt like a specter, observing Xiao Yu as he tended to household chores, prepared meals, and sat on the balcony with a book, lost in contemplation as he gazed out the window, seemingly awaiting something. Even as the sunlight enveloped him completely, he remained solitary and desolate. Her heart ached for Xiao Yu in such isolation. She yearned to be by his side. Approaching him, she reached out to touch him. Yet her hand met only an intangible barrier that separated their two realms. A sensation akin to impending demise washed over her, steeped in despair and helplessness. "No, please, no." The early hours of the morning arrived. He Chu was roused from her dreams by the murmurs of the girl beside her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Jiang Ye Nai, her hands flailing in distress, whispering in fear, "No, please. Xiao Nai." He Chu quickly nudged her, concerned she had experienced a nightmare. The girl shivered, awakening to find He Chu's round face staring at her. In a swift motion, she flipped over and fumbled under her pillow for her phone, dialing Xiao Yu's number. Though He Chu felt bewildered, she refrained from interrupting, silently observing her. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, Xiao Yu answered the phone. His voice still languid from sleep. "Xiao Jiang." "Oh, thankfully, we exist in the same temporal realm." Xiao Yu retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's only 5 o'clock." The girl removed the phone from her ear to check the time, confirming it was indeed quite early. "Then you should continue to sleep. I'll call you again before school." After hanging up, she turned her head and met He Chu's astonished gaze, instinctively feeling a shiver run down her spine. Regardless of how much cuter He Chu appeared now, the power of bloodline suppression was formidable. She could not forget the fierce visage of the future He Chu, who had threatened to break her legs if she dared to engage in early romance, resembling a ferocious tigress. She hastily concocted an excuse to justify herself, claiming to have dreamt that she and Xiao Yu were late and being chased by the teacher. He Chu blinked and remarked, "Dreams are often the opposite. Let us sleep a little longer." On the afternoon of May 5th, the 9th middle school commenced, preparing for the third period. At 2 o'clock, He Chu departed from the Jiang household. She had received a notification from her art teacher, instructing her to retrieve her art supplies from the school studio to attend a sketching class at the Bo-E studio across from the school playground. The Bo-E studio was an art institution affiliated with her teacher's extracurricular endeavors. During her stay at the Jiang residence, He Chu had also shared insights regarding her academic performance. Previously, at her old high school, she consistently scored around 500 points in her exams. Yet achieving a spot in a prestigious university remained a challenge. Her inclination towards gaming was not merely for leisure. She had a passion for character design and possessed a certain perceptiveness toward painting, which one might call a talent. Thus, He Chu has her own academic aspirations. She aims to attend a prestigious art academy. However, as soon as He Chu departs, Jiang Ling, with a waste bag filled with stacks of red bills, drags her daughter out the door. "What on earth is this?" Jiang Ye Nai He is quite displeased. She had made plans with Ma Lingling to go to an internet CAF to dance. Truth be told, meeting Ma Lingling is secondary. It seems Xiao Yu is online. "Help me buy art supplies. I wish to study fine arts too. Are you unaware that my thoughts are perpetually in flux?" Jiang Ling firmly grasps her daughter's delicate neck, urging her forward. "Today, I have resolved to become an art student." Jiang Ye Nai He shows no regard for Jiang Ling's authority. Becoming an art student is not only a waste of money, but also a squander of time and life. "Are you certain? If my mother were to study fine arts, she would likely not gain admission to an art academy. Yet she could still secure a place in a reputable arts program. You cannot draw now, and your studies are at the bottom tier. Once you reach senior year, art students must leave school for intensive training. Let us not even discuss whether you can achieve passing marks in the joint examination for color, sketching, and rapid drawing. This training typically lasts 6 months. Once you arrive, it will be a countdown to the college entrance examination. Can you score at least 200 in your academic subjects? Damn it." Jiang Ling retaliates without hesitation. "Is that truly what I should be concerned about?" Her daughter, flustered, retorts, "You, as a student, are not worried about your grades. What is it that you are worried about?" Jiang Ling, with unwavering conviction, responds, "I merely overheard her teacher receiving a call, and there were numerous boys speaking on the other end. I must keep an eye on things." Jiang Ye Nai He was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a sense of understanding. Indeed, an aesthetically gifted art student possesses both charm and talent, should they additionally hail from a well-off family. "Well, father, you are utterly devoid of talent in that regard, thus your chances are exceedingly slim." At this juncture, the daughter gasped in astonishment. "Jiang Ling, should He Chu harbor no affection for you, you must not descend into bestiality, testing the boundaries of legality with reckless abandon." Jiang Ling, with increasing insistence, poked her forehead. "What on earth are you thinking? You never adhere to anything sensible." Chapter 128. My gaming partner. How dare you? All right. She rubbed her head, suggesting that if you wish to accompany He Chu to pursue art, there is no immediate need to purchase art supplies. Rather, you should first consult at the studio, allowing you to grasp the situation while also discerning whether He Chu has been approached by any suitors. Jiang Ling paused for a moment. That makes sense. In the afternoon of May, The sky was clear and luminous, unblemished by a single speck of dust. The poplar trees surrounding the junior high school playground were lush and verdant, while the grass below radiated a vibrant green. Due to its geographical location, the playground was semi-open, frequently bustling with children playing or young residents engaging in basketball games. It was perpetually lively. However, today, the playground was even more animated than usual. A large crowd, predominantly composed of students, gathered around the center where a massive heart made of colorful lights was displayed, within which stood a tall, slender boy holding a grand bouquet of roses. At the edge of the playground, the father and daughter beheld a curious scene. Jiang Ye Nai He raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Dad, it seems someone is confessing over there." This type of display was unprecedented at number 9 middle school. Jiang Ling tilted his head, eager to discern which girl had garnered such attention. The female protagonist appeared to be standing at the periphery of the crowd, obscured from their view. With an air of excitement, Jiang Ye Nai He bounded down, eager to join the commotion, while Jiang Ling trailed behind, exasperatedly remarking, "Slow down. What is so captivating about this coercive form of courtship? I merely wish to see who is so selfish as to resort to such a method of confession." Meanwhile, throngs of onlookers rushed in from all directions, equally drawn to the spectacle. As father and daughter reached the outskirts of the crowd, a voice rang out from within. "He Chu, will you be my girlfriend?" In that moment of astonishment for Jiang Ye Nai He, Jiang Ling had already pushed through the outer circle of spectators to the center. There, a sorrowful He Chu was being held by several overly mature girls, as if they feared she might flee. The innermost circle comprised unfamiliar youths, not from this vicinity. Jiang Ye Nai He followed suit, squeezing her way in, and upon scanning the group, she was astonished to recognize many members of the Meng Liuli family. She had previously perused the group's photo album in their QQ group, filled with selfies uploaded by its members during a moment of boredom. The boy who had just confessed, with his distinctive feather duster hairstyle, was none other than Long Mo. After his heartfelt declaration, he suddenly raised a rose high above his head and, with a thud, knelt on one knee before He Chu. Immediately, the fervent crowd in the innermost circle erupted in enthusiastic uproar. "Agree to be together. Agree to be together." Several girls tugged at He Chu, drawing her closer to Lang Mo, while He Chu wore an expression of disdain, struggling in vain. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden, thunderous noise silenced the crowd. Jiang Ling, with his hands in his pockets, crushed a lamp underfoot. Yet, he was not finished. As he approached Long Mo, he brazenly kicked the remaining lamps into disarray. The wealthy second-generation scion exuded an air of arrogance tinged with hostility, prompting Lang Mo to scrutinize Jiang Ling carefully, sensing that this unexpectedly aggressive young man was not to be trifled with. Although Jiang Ling typically reveled in vanity, he eschewed designer labels in favor of attire that prioritized comfort and style, making it difficult to discern his family background from his clothing choices. Long Mo rose, passing a bouquet to a nearby boy, brushing aside his bangs to reveal his eyes, and producing several red bills from his pocket. He confidently approached Jiang Ling. Once they halted, Long Mo addressed him courteously. "Are there rules here?" He extended the money towards Jiang Ling, adding, "Today, I wish to confess my feelings to a girl I admire. Would you kindly grant me some leeway? After we become acquainted, if my confession is successful, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. You can choose the venue." Jiang Ling, with his tongue pressed against his upper gums, cast a disdainful glance at the several hundred yuan presented by Lang Mo. He then raised his hand to unzip his waist bag, lowering his eyelids as he coldly inquired, "Who are you?" At that moment, Li Jia unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, "It's that cold Xiao who farms for the Dalai Lama in the gang." Jiang Ling lazily tilted his head, squinting his eyes in recognition. "Oh, it's you." Cold Mo, sensing that the boy before him seemed familiar with him, chuckled. "Could it be that you also play Dance Revolution? If so, once I finish my business, I'll send you a gift." Before he could complete his sentence, a wad of red bills was abruptly flung onto Cold Mo's face by Jiang Ling, accompanied by a thunderous voice that pierced through the air. "Who the hell are you looking down on?" Cold Mo staggered back 2 steps. Bewilderment etched on the faces of those around them. "You dare to meddle with my gaming partner?" Upon uttering those words, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in shock. Cold Mo regained his footing, his pupils quivering in disbelief. You. What about you? Clean up this trash and get lost." Jiang Ling violently kicked away the debris at his feet, admonishing, "Don't pollute the environment here." While Jiang Ling confronted Cold Mo, Jiang Yi attempted to pull He Chu away. But the girls holding on to her refused to let go. The girl with the firmest grip on He Chu rudely demanded, Who are you? The situation was quite clear to her. He Chu clearly did not wish to be involved in this debacle with cold Mo. But these girls were exerting soft coercion over her. The reason He Chu complied was that this impolite girl was none other than her good friend, the infamous ghost princess in the game, whose real name was Jiang Ye Nai. Jiang Ye Nai He did not respond immediately. Her gaze turned icy as she suddenly exerted force, twisting the hand of Jiang Ye Nai with a swift motion, regardless of how He Chu regarded them as friends. Jiang Ye Nai He was acutely aware that they were not her true companions, for in the future, she had never encountered a single one. With a cry of pain from Jiang Ye Nai, Jiang Ye Nai He stepped behind He Chu and calmly remarked, "She is my goddaughter, whom you all know, Xiao Nai." Having freed herself from restraint, He Chu rubbed her arm and looked toward Xiao Mei Na with profound disappointment. Mei Na, if a Ling and Xiao Nai had not intervened this time, would you have intended to find a way for Lung Mo to take me away? If Lung Mo had taken me, what do you think would have transpired? Xiao Mei Na's eyes darted, her face adopting a hollow smile. We are good friends. How could I allow a boy to take you away? He Chu inquired, if you regard me as a good friend, why did you disregard my request and divulge my private information to Lung Mo? And for every favor you asked of me, have I failed to fulfill any? With her gaze evasive, Xiao Mei Na summoned other girls to her aid, while He Chu had already lost the desire to converse further with them. Chapter 129. Then tell me, who do you like? Give me a name. She turned and walked towards Lang Mo. As the peak enrollment period commenced, the boys, who usually jested with Jiang Ling at school, swiftly gathered around. What's up, old Jiang? Lang Mo appeared bewildered, watching the increasing number of boys with a hint of panic. He Chu approached Lang Mo, offering a polite nod and earnestly stating, I cannot agree to your request, I apologize. Even though Lang Mo understood that he was currently at a disadvantage, his gaze towards He Chu was imbued with genuine affection, tinged with a hint of disappointment and resentment. Is it true that you are not only romantically involved with him in the game, but also in reality? He Chu shook her head. No, right now my studies are my priority. I only wish to attend university. I hope you can respect my wishes and refrain from bringing so many people into my studio. Your presence disrupts our teacher's lecture, making things difficult for me. I sincerely wish for your respect. Jiang Ling, somewhat reluctant to hear these words, upon realizing his true feelings, felt akin to a lost traveler who has found a new direction. He understood why some individuals pursue girls with such fervor, longing for the moment when their relationship could be defined, where you belong to me and I to you. Yet Jiang Ling remained the proud individual he had always been. Raising his voice in impatience, he declared, she is a friend of my Xiaoya, and Xiaoya's matters are my business. Although Jiang Ling's words suggested his unwavering devotion to He Chu, Lang Mo pressed on, and what about you? Do you have feelings for him? The once cool and confident Jiang Ling was instantly taken aback by this question, staring blankly at He Chu. Lang Mo persisted, if you do not harbor feelings for him, nor for anyone else, then I will respect your choice. I won't seek you out until after your college entrance examinations. I will return once you have gained admission. Jiang Ling looked on in disbelief, exclaiming, you truly have a thick skin. He Chu, equally speechless, replied, please don't. I do have someone I like. And in the next life, it is impossible for you and me. In the pursuit of the one he adores, Lang Mo exhibits a remarkably courageous and forthright demeanor. He is acutely aware of his objective, He Chu. Ignoring all else, he persistently probes, then tell me, whom do you like? Just give me a name. Just as He Chu finds herself momentarily ensnared by the inability to speak the truth, Xiao Yu suddenly parts the crowd and rushes in, his expression taut with concern as he queries, what has transpired? The girls surrounding them instantly transform into starry-eyed admirers upon his arrival, yet He Chu, drawing upon her long-standing bond with Xiao Yu, approaches him with a hint of dependence, exclaiming, a you. Jiang Ye Nai He follows suit, adding, He Chu has been forcibly confessed to. After several days apart, Lu Qi has become notably more attractive, having transformed his previously unremarkable hair into a stylish chestnut crop. His facial features are strikingly resolute. To be precise, he possesses a countenance of integrity that suits the chic crop. His attire has shifted from the casual brotherly garb he shared with Jiang Ling to a minimalist workwear aesthetic, thereby altering his overall aura and capturing the attention of many young women. Presently, he feels akin to the legendary Shi Chu overlord, besieged from all sides, with Xiao Yu in front and Lung Mo behind him. Moreover, it is highly likely that Lu Qi's transformation is also intended to attract He Chu's gaze. On Lung Mo's side, a boy seems to have misconstrued the relationship between He Chu and Xiao Yu, suddenly exclaiming to Lung Mo, "Wow. I can't believe the person Liang Shang likes is him." The boys from the number 9 middle school overhear this and turn their attention toward them, prompting Lang Mo to inquire, "You know?" Of course. The boy responds dramatically, "It's Xiao Yu. It is said that he almost killed an adult before. A fierce fighter whom many delinquents fear. Xiao Yu." Jiang Ye Nai He raised her gaze and joked, "Not bad, Xiao school bully." Xiao Yu would no longer feel inferior in front of the girl due to such matters. In fact, after all this time, he had developed a slight feeling that either Su Yuze or He Chu had spoken about his affairs to her. In response, he indulged her playful jest, deliberately furrowing his brow as he addressed those boys. "Yes, indeed. If you dare to cause trouble again, I shall not be courteous." Jiang Ye Nai He found it immensely amusing. She knew Xiao Yu was merely jesting, yet others did not share her sentiment. Jiang Ling and Lu Qi took it seriously, their gazes toward Xiao Yu suddenly brimming with hostility. Meanwhile, the boy beside Lang Mo, perhaps fearing that Xiao Yu might draw a knife from behind at any moment, reluctantly retreated with his entourage under Long Mo's exaggerated urging. Among them, a few shameless individuals even snatched some money that Jiang Ling had tossed aside. After dispersing the crowd, Jiang Ling sauntered over to Xiao Yu. He believed that if Xiao Yu had someone he liked, it should be Jiang Ye Nai He. However, thus far, his opinion of Xiao Yu had not changed significantly. Even though Xiao Yu excelled academically, he still perceived him as not being a good person. Fearing that Xiao Yu might wish to straddle two boats, enjoying what was in front of him while coveting what was in the pot. After all, such people were not rare. Thus, he initiated his mocking, "Xiao Yu, how long have you and He Chu been together? Go on, confess your romance. What is there to hide?" Last time, Jiang Ling warned him not to overstep boundaries with Xiao Jiang, yet upon hearing the one-sided insinuations of others, he so readily harbored doubts about his relationship with Chu Chu. Should one say that Jiang Ling is utterly devoid of rationality when it comes to matters of the heart? Or should it be acknowledged that his growing affection for Chu Chu has led him to contemplate more than he ever did before? He had no intention of engaging with the foolishness. Instead, he bent down to pick up the few bills blown by the wind and slapped them onto Jiang Ling, stating, "Who I choose to like is of no concern to you, Jiang Ling. If you fancy He Chu, then keep your distance from my little wildflower." Jiang Ling clenched his jaw, striving to salvage the situation. "Don't tarnish my wildflower's reputation, understand?" This remark struck a chord with Xiao Yu, causing his long eyes to narrow, devoid of mirth. Sensing his victory in this verbal spar, Jiang Ling smugly added, "Surprised, aren't you? Your He Chu has married me in the dance troupe, and she'll be staying at my place for the next few days." Xiao Yu remained unfazed, even casting a scornful glance in his direction,